Master, is the food at your temple always this good? Shan Liang smiled at the benevolent-looking old monk before him, pointing to the eyeball in his bowl that was still twitching slightly. You jest, benefactor, it is merely ordinary vegetarian fare. The old monk pressed his palms together, while beneath his oversized yellow robe, countless layers of flesh writhed in a frenzy. Tusk, this is far from ordinary. Since when does common vegetarian food contain the hearts and livers of young children or the brains of the elderly? As soon as he finished speaking, the old monk's jawbone ripped wide open, revealing a mouth full of dense, needle-like teeth as a foul, bloody wind rushed toward him. Since you have seen through it, benefactor, then stay and serve as a tonic. Faced with this terrifying evil spirit that would make an ordinary person die of fright, Shan Liang did not retreat a single step. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, and a hair-raising, bizarre cackle erupted from his throat. A tonic. I think you are the tonic that will help me attain Buddhahood. With a boom, a thick, blood-red mist exploded from Shan Liang's body. He pressed a hand against his silver briefcase, and an extravagantly designed long blade shot out. The handle instantly transformed into a mass of writhing flesh, and crimson veins pierced into his right arm, perfectly sewing man and blade together. At that moment, the surrounding evil spirits pretending to be bodhisattvas all froze. They realized with horror that the malice and greed radiating from the human before them were far more monstrous than their own. After a brief dead silence, the old monk, his true colors exposed, flew into a rage. His body ballooned, twisted flesh instantly bursting through his yellow monk robes. The bright dining hall shed its disguise, revealing itself as a rotting, dilapidated ruin, and a foul, fishy stench surged straight to the heavens. You must be possessed by an evil spirit, blinded by it. The fleshy monk's limbs twitched as he approached with a distorted gait, opening a vertical maw filled with sharp fangs, lunging straight for Shan Liang's head. I shall cleanse you of this evil spirit. Facing the gaping maw, Shan Liang did not even look. He gave a casual flick of the grotesque long blade perfectly grafted to his right arm. Swish, a cold light flashed. The massive monk's head fell to the ground, rolling far away. Blood sprayed wildly from the severed neck, splashing onto the rafters and instantly corroding them with hissing white smoke. Shan Liang covered his mouth and nose, turned, and crashed through the window to leap outside. The clear sky outside was gone, replaced by a gloomy and ominous hue. The benevolent Buddha statues in the courtyard were now covered in bloodstains. Eerie laughter and wails rose one after another, like a living hell. Shan Liang shook the blood off his blade and sneered. So your blood is red too. As he spoke, several giant Buddha statues in the temple turned their heads in unison, staring fixedly at him. Evil spirit. Evil spirit. Evil spirit. The roars layered upon each other like thunder, soul-shaking. Shan Liang laughed instead of showing fear, his face twisted in manic excitement. Evil spirit. I love it. Mid-laugh, he leaped into the air, the cold light of his blade slicing the incense burner before him clean in two. Squeak! A shrill cry erupted from the burner, and a fat, oversized rat with half its rear cut off scurried out. The rat had a chubby face that strangely resembled a human's. Evil spirit. The Buddha statues roared, shaking the earth with boiling, murderous intent. Crackle! As the wood and earth crumbled, a fleshy Buddha statue over 10 meters tall slowly rose from the deepest part of the hall. Its body was crimson, reeking of blood. Shan Liang squinted to get a better look. It was a deformed monstrosity, stitched together from countless skin corpses. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and you shall find the shore. The fleshy Buddha spoke with a voice of feigned mercy, while its hands toyed with a string of pallid skull beads. Shan Liang spun his blade with a flare, wearing a playful, cold smile. Me, I hate looking back. Before he finished, thick red mist surged out from within Shan Liang's body. The giant Buddhas nearby caught a whiff of the mist and instantly showed signs of extreme greed. Medicine. The great medicine. The medicine to help me achieve Buddhahood. Accompanied by a piercing sound of shattering stone, the statues broke free from their lotus pedestals, casting aside their masks of mercy and pouncing on Shan Liang with hideous countenances. Shan Liang roared with laughter. Scum, come and get me. Boom! The red mist exploded, frantically gathering onto the long blade. The blade sprouted even more violent, crimson flesh, growing wildly along his already grafted right arm and merging with him more completely than ever. Thick blood vessels dug deep into the metal, pumping massive amounts of scarlet energy, and the entire blade flared with blood-red light. As the first few Buddha statues drew near, the young man swung his blade. Swish! A crimson arc of light tore through the darkness, slicing the lead Buddha in half at the waist. Even so, the statue did not die. Its massive hands, composed of flesh and rubble, reached out greedily. Medicine, my medicine. The blade flashed again, severing both arms at the roots. These Buddhas were sluggish and heavy. It was a total, one-sided slaughter. Within just a few breaths, the small square was covered in a layer of severed limbs and gore. Having gorged on blood, the blade grew an inch longer, its flesh merging even deeper with the steel. Full yet? Thump thump. A muffled heartbeat pulsed from the flesh on the sword hilt. The young man's smile became even more wicked as he tilted his head toward the central, benevolently faced giant flesh Buddha. Hey, your little lackeys are too weak to kill. Why do not you try it yourself? The fleshy Buddha ignored him, continuing to toy with its string of skull beads. You really do not want to get a taste of me. Mist seeped from the youth, intentionally radiating a scent like bait. The fleshy Buddha finally paused and let out a sigh. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and you shall find the shore. The youth snorted. Always telling me to turn back, why do not you? Are you afraid of seeing the believers you turned into temple meals, or the bones you poured into the foundation? The fleshy Buddha spoke in a haunting tone. All things in the world are subject to cause and effect. All sentient beings suffer in the red dust. Becoming a foundation or turning into a meal is merely a form of liberation. The youth burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. You monsters sure know how to talk. I absolutely love it here. The fleshy Buddha fell silent, continuing to manipulate the skull beads. The youth approached, blade in hand. Since you love helping others find liberation, do not you want a taste of it yourself? Oh, right. Remember my name. Shan Liang. Shan Liang. Shan Liang closed in, red mist surging around his body, as a scarlet vertical pupil suddenly opened on the guard of his blade. Come now, let me help you find release. The vertical eye darted rapidly, locking onto the fleshy Buddha statue with lethal intensity. The flesh Buddha let out a sigh. Obsessed and lost, even the Buddha can show a wrathful face. Before the words faded, the flesh on its body writhed violently like worms, instantly transforming its compassionate face into one with a green visage and fangs. The skull beads held in its hand came to life, bones sprouting flesh, jaws snapping wildly with a rhythmic clicking sound. The Buddha statue swung its hand, the string of beads snapped, and the severed heads came whistling toward Shan Liang like projectiles. Streams of bloody tears poured from the hollow eye sockets of the heads, falling like a rain of blood. Sizzle! The ground was pitted and scarred by the corrosive blood, sending up plumes of white smoke. Shan Liang smirked as the red mist gathered under his nose to form half a scarlet mask, and he swung his long blade in a savage horizontal strike. The scarlet blade aura tore through the air, whipping up a gale that instantly shredded the approaching heads into dust. With a single stroke, the rain of blood stopped. Shan Liang surged forward, his scarlet blade aiming straight for the Buddha's neck. Just as the edge was about to make contact, the flesh on the neck burst open, causing the blade to miss. Dozens of flesh spears erupted from the wound, piercing directly at Shan Liang in midair. Seeing no way to dodge, the blade in Shan Liang's hand suddenly grew heavy, dragging him down like a lead weight and narrowly avoiding the impaling strike. Good one, Shan Liang praised. He did not pause upon landing, using the momentum to twist his waist and drag his blade in a scarlet arc, slicing clean through the Buddha's ankles. Clang! A cold light flashed, and legs were severed from the body. The flesh at the severed stumps writhed frantically, trying to knit back together. Shan Liang flicked his wrist and struck in a rapid flurry, instantly mincing the severed feet into a dozen pieces. The remnants struggled, only to be devoured by the red mist pouring from his blade. Losing its balance, the Buddha statue staggered violently. Killing intent surged in Shan Liang's eyes as the red light on his blade flared, brilliant as a blood-red sun. Slay! Swish! The blade light swept upward, splitting the flesh Buddha in two right there on the spot. Boom! The broken torso hit the ground hard, disintegrating into a dense mass of squirming fleshworms. Shan Liang showed no mercy. The veins connected to the sword hilt ruptured, and vast amounts of red mist surged out, consuming and corroding the worms like concentrated acid. The surrounding temple began to collapse, the dim sky tearing open with jagged fissures as the world neared total destruction. Shan Liang took a deep breath, the red mist behind him slowly coalescing into a vague, shadowy door. "Congratulations, you are released." The gate swung open, unleashing a terrifying suction that dragged every remaining worm and shred of mist into its depths. Click! The remnants were cleared, and the blood-red gate slammed shut. The flesh on Shan Liang's right hand turned back into blood mist and dissipated into his body. Crag track. The sounds of shattering space grew more frequent. Shan Liang rushed into the refectory, grabbed a silver briefcase, and bolted outside. The temple, the earth, and the sky were all disintegrating. Endless darkness swept forward, crushing and devouring everything it touched. Shan Liang ran for his life, pressing a button on the briefcase as he sprinted. A silver projectile shot out, forming a portal of light ahead, and he leaped into it. Hum! The moment the portal closed, darkness swallowed everything whole. H City. The quarantine zone. Hum! The light portal opened, and Shan Liang tumbled out in a disheveled heap. Damn it, almost left my life in there. Tab, tab, tab. Hurried footsteps approached as a large man in a black suit ran over, wiping sweat from his brow. As expected of Mr. Shan, with you on the job, a mere evil spirit is nothing worth mentioning. The fat man grinned until his eyes disappeared. Shan Liang brushed the scraps of flesh off himself. Flattery will not get you a discount. The price remains 10 million. The fat man's smile stiffened, but he bit the bullet and said, "No problem. The money will be in your account by noon tomorrow." Shan Liang gave a grunt of acknowledgement, picked up the silver briefcase, and walked away. The fat man hurried to follow him, fawning, leaving a group of guards staring at each other. Not until Shan Liang's car drove off did one of the guards finally ask, "Team Leader Wang, who exactly is that guy?" Team Leader Wang dropped his smile. "You are not from H City, are you?" "I was transferred here from N City." Wang pointed in the direction where the taillights had vanished. In H City, there is not a soul who does not know him. His name is Shan Liang. He was the top graduate of the H City Martial Arts Academy. Not only that, he even rejected an offer from the Great Wall Guard. The guard widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He rejected the Great Wall Guard. Since the evil spirits descended, the Great Wall Guard has been the absolute backbone of the new cities. Countless young people exhaust themselves trying to awaken their divine forms, dreaming of nothing but joining them. This guy just gave that up. F for real. Why would I lie to you? Wang sighed. Later, he became a bounty hunter, specializing in temporary spirit boundary outbreaks. He keeps a low profile, but you definitely know his nickname in the business. What nickname? Everyone turned to look at him, waiting. Team Leader Wang slowly uttered 3 words. The Warden. La la la, brave and marching on. Shan Liang stood under the shower for nearly an hour before he managed to wash away most of the stench of blood on his body. Ding ding. 2 computer notification sounds echoed. Shan Liang, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out while drying his hair. The icon in the bottom right corner of the computer screen was flashing incessantly. It was a new notification from the largest forum for pioneers in the country. An expansion-type spectral realm has appeared in M City, and 3 pioneers at the Gate Path stage have already lost contact. Current bounty is 5 million, with the spirit entity suspected to be of a physical type. The Steel Club is seeking pioneers at the Hall stage or higher to join us, seeking offensive-type divine phases. 5 people have already joined, 2 spots left, contact XXXX. Attached below the message were a few photos. On a desolate hill, a light orb about 20 meters in diameter was slowly rotating. This is the portal that connects to the world of spirits, the spectral realm. Ever since the Age of Spirits descended, spectral realms have generally been divided into 3 types. The first is the fixed spectral realm, which has a set size upon appearing, starting at the size of a soccer field. The second is the expansion type seen in the picture, which grows larger on its own over time. If these 2 are not dealt with promptly, they will eventually merge with reality and become forbidden zones for humans. There is only one way to handle them: kill the core. For instance, the bloody Buddha statue that Shan Liang eliminated earlier was the core. Once it was pulled away by the Crimson Gate, the spectral realm immediately collapsed. The third is the most peculiar, the rule-based spectral realm. There is no core inside, only strange rules. One must complete tasks to escape. However, it is extremely unstable and will disappear on its own if left alone, so very few people actively enter them. No matter the type, they all share one thing in common. They appear suddenly and devour everything. In the early days of humanity, there were tragedies where entire cities were swallowed, until scientists discovered that the probability of a spectral realm appearing in areas with copper mines is extremely low. The new city plan was thus launched. Whether it is H-City or M-City, all are built upon large copper mines. But city safety does not mean the wilderness can be ignored. If threats are not eliminated outside, the spirits will eventually erode reality. Shan Liang opened the refrigerator to take out a can of iced cola, popped the tab, and looked at the next trending post. A giant spectral realm has appeared near N-City, and the Great Wall Watch has been deployed. A string of exclamation marks could not hide the poster's excitement. Below were photos and videos from the scene. Outside the boundless spectral realm, a large group of figures in black were gathering. Below the main picture, the comments had already reached 99+. Can you tell which legion this is? Feels like the Calamity, but I do not know who is leading the team. Could it be Death Knell? Do not be silly. What kind of spirit would require Death Knell to be deployed? They only handle the most lethal, hopeless situations. If you ask me, it might be Blood Frost. All right, stop arguing. The truth is in the video, the original poster uploaded below. This reply included a link. The number of comments dropped off a cliff, and Shan Liang clicked on it as well. The video cut to a shot of a rugged young man in his 20s. The comment section instantly jumped to 99+. Oh my god, it is him. Who? Han Wuki, serial number 3, from the 37th J City Martial Arts School. That Han Wuki who killed 57 spirits, with just a blade before he even awakened his divine phase. Duh, he was admitted to the J City Martial Arts School as an exception and went straight into Blood Frost upon graduation. Killed 57 before awakening, he is basically a spirit himself. He is currently the 9th seat of Blood Frost, the youngest centurion in history. 9th seat, they must be grooming him to be the head. Forget that, the head is the highest combat force. But if the spectral realm has even sent a centurion from Blood Frost, the danger level is definitely not low. Looks like we cannot take any commissions near N-City lately. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes. The 9 major legions under the Great Wall Watch recognize their strongest as the head, with those below ranked by strength up to the 10th seat, usually serving as 1,000-men commanders. As the 9th seat, Han Wuki is only a centurion, which is quite an anomaly. For them to have him lead the team this time, it seems the spectral realm is exceptionally dangerous. Interesting. Shan Liang downed the cola. Just as he was about to get up, a notification sounded. Ding! Emergency mission. Spirit riot at the M-City Biotech Laboratory. The area has been temporarily sealed. Whoever eliminates the spirits will receive a sample of the laboratory's latest technology or an item of equivalent value. Important notice, extremely dangerous, enter at your own risk. The message was pinned for the entire region, visible to everyone around M-City. In the picture attached below, the most eye-catching of the latest technologies was, shockingly, a mass of flesh inside a test tube. Biological agent, 87% stability. Consuming, it will significantly enhance the host's physical fitness. Note, there is a 13% chance of mutation and infection. 13% chance of mutation infection. Shan Liang tossed the empty can into the trash bin, not believing that probability for a second. Just by glancing at the serum, Shan Liang already had a good guess of what it was. Flesh and blood of a vile creature. Not everyone can awaken a divine aspect and become a pioneer after the vile outbreak. The odds are so low, less than 1%. That is why laboratories began researching how to give ordinary people a means to fight back against the vile. This biological flesh serum is one such method. Simply put, it is like a live attenuated vaccine, but not to help the body build antibodies, but to induce mutation in a positive direction. But if they claim an 87% success rate, Shan Liang definitely does not buy it. The reason is simple. If the probability were really that high, this laboratory would have been taken over long ago. How would they even know about it? Shan Liang curled his lip, looking at the images boasting about how great the serum was, thinking to himself whether this was an emergency mission or an advertisement. He kept flipping through the pictures. Finally, he saw a few useful ones, including some photos of researchers at work, which featured a close-up of a vile creature. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes, finding the creature familiar. He got up, went over to the bookshelf, and pulled out a heavily worn notebook. After searching through it for a while, he indeed found a creature similar to the one in the photo. Hungry Ghost Taesui. Shan Liang's eyes began to shine. Good stuff. Really good stuff. The Hungry Ghost Taesui is practically a synonym for immortality among the vile. Even if you hack it to pieces and boil it, it can still live. As long as a tiny bit of its flesh survives, it will recover given some time. And it is called a Hungry Ghost Taesui because this thing devours everything. It is constantly devouring and growing. It is not even a picky eater. It could live on air. It is just that its attack methods are relatively limited, and it is extremely rare. I never expected that biological lab in M City to actually capture one. Shan Liang gulped. He was indifferent to this mission before, but now he only wants to say, count me in. He really loves vile creatures with special abilities like this. After all, his own divine aspect ability is solidarity and friendship, which allows him to fuse other people's abilities into his own. What? Vile creatures are not people. They can be. If I can acquire the regenerative power of this Hungry Ghost Taesui, would not I be able to let loose and go wild in the future? Thinking of this, Shan Liang got up and started packing. Regardless of whether this is a real emergency or an advertisement, he is determined to have this vile creature. M City, here I have come. The distance between H City and M City is not far, just a 2-hour drive. When Shan Liang arrived at the lab based on the coordinates, he found quite a few people there already. There were even members of the organization wearing uniform outfits. It is not hard to see that the temptation of this biological serum is not small. After all, in this world, having more power means having a better chance of survival. And even if you do not use it yourself, selling it to some nouveau rich would be a good deal. These people gathered in small groups, their eyes filled with wariness as they looked at others. The mission poster said there is only one reward, meaning everyone else is a competitor. Since they are competitors, being a bit guarded against them is always the right thing to do. Shan Liang took a deep breath. Good. This is really good. He can smell the fragrance of divine aspects on these people. To Shan Liang, these people are like delicious little cupcakes. I really want to eat them all. He could not help but pull his hoodie down, trying to hide the covetous look in his eyes. Buzz! A harsh buzzing sound of electricity rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A man in a white lab coat walked toward them, with 8 fully armed security guards behind him, looking at the crowd with vigilance. Thank you all for coming to the Biological Technology Lab. I believe you are already aware of the mission requirements. I reiterate, this mission is very dangerous. If anyone wants to quit, you are free to leave at any time. He looked out over the plaza, and only after seeing that no one backed down did he continue. Since no one is willing to quit, let me explain the situation of this mission. You can kill other vile creatures in the lab, but there is one that our lab spent a great deal of money to acquire for research, so it must be captured alive. However, do not worry, the creature moves extremely slowly. As long as you do not go out of your way to deliver yourself to it, there will be no problems. Also, it has very strong regenerative powers, so even if you attack it, it is very difficult to kill it. As long as you bring it out and hand it over to us, even if you have not dealt with the other vile creatures, the mission will be considered complete, and we will pay you in full. Upon hearing this, many people frowned. The man in white talks nicely, but the people here are not fools. If the mission is really that simple, and the creature they need to capture alive has no offensive capabilities, why do not they catch it themselves? A biological lab cannot possibly lack private security. If it were as simple as the man in white says, their private security could completely finish this mission. As far as I know, this kind of harmless vile creature often has some special functions, allowing it to live in symbiosis or cooperate with powerful creatures to protect itself. It is just like aphids and ants. Is the creature you want us to capture the aphid? Then may I ask, where are the ants? A man in a suit spoke slowly, his tone aggressive. The man in white smiled, his pace and rhythm unchanged. I did not intend to hide anything from you, I just had not gotten to that part yet. Just as this gentleman said, there are indeed very powerful vile creatures inside the lab. Otherwise, I would not have issued an emergency mission. Having said that, he narrowed his eyes slightly and added, I have already said that this incident is very dangerous. If anyone wants to quit, you may do so at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people turned and left, showing him absolutely no respect. The man in white was not affected at all, and only after those people had left did he continue. This brother's analogy is quite apt. What I want you to bring out is indeed like an aphid, and the ants are. Here, the man in white's expression became extremely serious. Diallo. Hearing these two words, more than half of the people in the crowd stood up and left immediately, and many were muttering curses as they walked. The hell, they want us to go head-to-head with a Diallo ghost for 1 serum. How is that different from giving me $5 and asking me to buy a house? Exactly, do they think we are idiots? And even those who did not leave looked extremely grim. Truth be told, this reward is completely disproportionate to the danger they are about to face. Only Shan Liang's eyes were flickering. He twitched his nose twice, a smile playing on his lips. I smell it, the smell of a conspiracy. Seeing that no one else was leaving, a faint smile finally appeared on the man in white's face. I know what you are all thinking. You probably feel that the reward for this mission is not worth such a high risk. But it was clearly stated when the mission was posted. If you do not need the serum, you can exchange it for items of equal value. And our laboratory values this serum at 50 million. Upon hearing that number, the crowd erupted in a sudden uproar. 50 million? They usually considered 3 to 5 million a generous reward for a mission. Not to mention others, even the Blood Buddha evil spirit Shan Liang handled earlier only paid 10 million. You can imagine just how tempting 50 million is. Looking at the surprised expressions in the crowd, the man in white spoke again. Not only that, our lab partners with many companies. If you want to buy equipment or serum after receiving this 50 million, we can help you with that. Believe me, we will give you a discount you would not even dare to imagine. You could even make a fortune just by reselling them. More people became interested after hearing this. Great rewards produce brave warriors. That is an unchanging truth. Enticed by the huge sum of money, they did not even stop to consider if they would live long enough to collect it. Instead, they only thought about what they could do once they had the money. The previously heavy atmosphere dissolved instantly under the temptation of the 50 million offered by the man in white. These people were all eager, wishing they could storm in right now to capture the evil spirit and trade it for the 50 million. Everyone. The man in white spoke again, drawing everyone's attention to him. Although the reward is generous, there is only one portion. No matter who it is, as long as they can bring back the evil spirit I need, the reward belongs solely to them. As he spoke, he pressed his wristband, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared before him. The man in white reached out and pointed to the outermost area. The laboratory can be divided into 4 zones. The outermost is our living area. Further in is the testing zone, where many experiments were conducted. We evacuated in such a rush that some specimens were not returned to storage, so you might encounter evil spirit attacks there. Without waiting to see if the people below could see clearly, he pointed further inside. This is the storage and specimen room, where the outbreak of the evil spirits began. The blade crawlers were also held here, but since the surveillance is now completely paralyzed, we know nothing of the situation inside. Whether you make it through depends on your own skills. Then he pointed to the final area. This is the core area of our lab, where the test subjects were kept. But everyone, more than 24 hours have passed since the incident began. Too many variables could have emerged, so we cannot be certain of their exact locations. It is even possible that you might encounter it or the blade crawlers the moment you enter the lab. Understand. The expression of the man in white was very serious, and so were those of everyone else. Everyone knew they were about to risk their lives. Seeing that still no one left, the man in white pressed his wristband again, and the projection displayed the image of an evil spirit. This is your target, the starving ghost fungus. Everyone looked at the projection, seeing that the so-called starving ghost fungus looked like an octopus, but without tentacles, its body covered in holes of various sizes. Once again, the first person to bring the starving ghost fungus to me gets the 50 million exclusively. Everyone else gets nothing. Hearing this, the atmosphere on site became even more severe. The way people looked at each other became less friendly. Sometimes, people are more terrifying than evil spirits. We will issue communication devices and containers for the evil spirits to you all. We look forward to your good news. After the man in white finished speaking, staff members handed out wristbands and thermos-sized glass containers to everyone. When they reached Shan Liang, the staff member took a special look at his briefcase, and Shan Liang gave him a big smile in return. After everyone received their wristbands and glass containers, the laboratory gate made of special alloy slowly opened. Without waiting for instructions from the man in white, the closest groups filed inside. Shan Liang mixed into the crowd and gave the man in white a rather radiant smile as he passed. The smile caught the man in white off guard, but out of politeness, he smiled back at Shan Liang. But perhaps it was just his imagination. After responding to Shan Liang's smile, his heart suddenly fluttered, as if he were being watched by something. Before he could figure out what was happening, Shan Liang had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. The corridors inside the lab were very dark. The lighting equipment had long since been destroyed, and only the emergency lights cast a sickly green glow. As they moved deeper in, the smell of blood became thicker and thicker. Brothers, we are all just trying to make a living, our lives on the line. It is not easy for anyone. I know the reward this time is generous, enough to make someone rich in one go. But if we start infighting as soon as we get in, forget about the money, we will likely lose our lives here. So I have a proposal. Let us work together until we find the starving ghost fungus to avoid the snipe and clam fighting while the fisherman wins. After we find the starving ghost fungus, we can fend for ourselves. How about that? The speaker had a booming voice, exuding a sense of boldness. Hearing this, the smaller groups chimed in one after another. Exactly, if we start fighting each other, would not we just be letting the evil spirits take advantage of us? I agree. At the end of the day, we are all human. Even for the sake of profit, we can compete on our own merits later. More and more people agreed, as no one in this line of work was naive. There is no benefit in infighting. After all, even if you kill everyone else, you still have to face the many evil spirits. Who can say for sure that they can survive against the evil spirits? So it is better to do as that man suggested. Work together first, then compete on our own merits once we see the starving ghost fungus. The proposal was quickly passed by everyone, and quite a few people let out a quiet sigh of relief. Shan Liang, however, sniffed again, clutched his case, and walked toward a corner with fewer people. The people around him did not pay much attention, as in such an environment, who does not have their own little secrets? But just then, a pungent smell of blood suddenly surged from the testing zone. Bad news. Stay alert. Someone in the crowd shouted, but before anyone could react, a giant crimson centipede rushed into the crowd. Blood, guts, screaming, wailing. In this moment, hell seemed to have been manifested on Earth. The dense, swarming legs reaped lives with ease, leaving a trail of flesh and blood in its wake, both bloody and tragic. At this moment, a roar erupted. Divine aspect, immovable as a mountain. Hum. The air hummed at this very moment. The blood-red centipede seemed to be slammed into the ground by a massive hand, unable to move no matter how much it struggled. A burly man in the crowd turned crimson, pressing both hands downward, beads of sweat the size of beans covering his forehead. Do it! He let out a loud roar, finally snapping the people around him into action, and they unleashed a barrage of attacks on the centipede without holding back. No matter how tough its exoskeleton was, it could not withstand an onslaught from so many people, and it was hacked into pieces in no time. The burly man dispelled his divine manifestation and staggered slightly. Everyone be careful. After this incident, everyone's nerves were on edge. Only Shan Liang acted as if nothing had happened, calmly packing his bracelet and glass container into a briefcase, never glancing at that direction from start to finish. Geez, so many people lost before even reaching the test area. This 50 million really is not easy to earn. Is not that what we are here for? Why be so pretentious? Exactly, if you want safety, stay in bed. Who would pay you for that? Hey, are you two brats incapable of speaking like decent human beings? Hess, old man, you would better keep an eye on your back when you are walking later. Why you? When people are under extreme tension or fear, they tend to become irritable. For instance, right now, the newly formed alliance instantly crumbled. The two groups began fighting, and the people around stayed far away, with no intention of intervening, only casting looks of disdain. There are always people who cannot distinguish between priorities. What is the difference between wasting energy fighting in a place like this and committing suicide? But if they die, they die. That is just a few fewer competitors. The crowd bypassed them and moved forward. But Shan Liang, having turned around, was in no rush to move, instead watching the two fighting groups with interest. They are acting quite convincingly. Would an outsider really think they are two separate factions? Choosing to act at this moment likely serves two purposes. First, entering later allows others to scout the path for them, minimizing their risks as much as possible. Second, quite a few people were taken out by the centipede just now. They probably want to loot the bodies. He waited until the surrounding people had mostly moved on before following at a leisurely pace, and as he passed the two fighting sides, he gave them a wide grin. But they were too engrossed in their fight to respond. Shan Liang sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that these guys were really rude, not even letting him leave a mark. But before he had walked far, he heard a cry of alarm from the front. "Oh my God, what is that thing?" "Ah, help." Divine manifestation, secret art of grease disposal. Following his roar, flames ignited accompanied by the sound of rhythmic chanting. The flames flickered uncertainly. Shan Liang squinted and saw that it was actually the man's hair that was burning. In the blink of an eye, the fire spread rapidly over his body, yet it caused him no harm. In fact, it even made his obese figure look significantly more robust. "Bastard, die." The man roared and charged forward, his body turned into a streak of fire. As the fire on him illuminated the surroundings, everyone finally saw that they had been surrounded by dense swarms of evil spirits without even realizing it. Although the vast majority of the spirits were of lower rank, the sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Divine manifestation. Divine manifestation. Divine. At this moment, many people activated their divine manifestations. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was better than losing their lives, right? Have not you seen how many unlucky ones have already died just now? Shan Liang clenched his fists, and wisps of red mist swirled between his fingers. The flesh and blood on the ground seemed to be summoned by something, beginning to squirm slowly. In such an environment, nobody would pay attention to a puddle of twisted flesh. Seeing that they had been discovered, the evil spirits rushed forward all at once, one after another in an endless stream. This area instantly became a meat grinder. Many did not even have time to scream before being blown into shreds by the evil spirits. However, the evil spirits did not have it easy either, as those who dare to dance on the edge of a blade at least possess some real skills. Under the bombardment of their divine manifestations, the evil spirits were also being wiped out in swaths. "Push forward. Oldly, help me clear the way." "Understood." The burly man who had previously called for unity spoke again, and as he spoke, his form expanded violently. In an instant, he grew to 3 meters tall, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. And the man called Oldly let out a shout as well. Divine manifestation. The 5 guardians. Following his voice, 5 shields engraved with different patterns appeared out of thin air, spinning continuously around him. Whenever an evil spirit approached, the patterns on the shields would emit a flash of light, causing the spirits to shriek in agony. The 2 of them moved like tanks, charging through the evil spirits. The people around them followed closely behind. After all, everyone shared the same goal, to retrieve the hungry ghost Taesui from the lab. Since someone was willing to lead, they did not mind hitching a ride. The group quickly fought through the test area and reached the storage section. Once through here, they would reach the core of the laboratory, where the hungry ghost Taesui was located. But upon reaching the storage area, many froze. A strange, eerie scent filled their noses, even overpowering the smell of blood. Almost everyone present had been to the realm of spirits, so this scent was not unfamiliar. It was the smell of the realm of spirits. Many people's expressions changed instantly. This place had actually been assimilated into the realm of spirits. This could only prove one of 2 things. First, there was a terrifyingly powerful evil spirit here. Second, an evil spirit had been living here for a long time, which meant the time frame mentioned by the man in white was a complete lie. Either situation was detrimental to them. Damn it, that scumbag played us. A single knife labor ghost could never have turned this place into a realm of spirits in just one day. Fighting evil spirits in their own realm is completely different from fighting in reality. What do we do? Everyone felt their hearts pounding, because they realized with horror that after arriving in the storage area, there was not a single evil spirit in sight. According to the man in white, this should have been the area with the most spirits. How could it be so quiet? Just as they were pondering, a faint, eerie voice sounded from the crowd. When did he ever say there was only one knife labor ghost? Hearing this, everyone felt their blood run cold. That is right, the man in white only said the ants were knife labor ghosts, but never said how many. And ants are always in colonies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wave of arrow rain emerged from the darkness. Those on the perimeter did not even have time to react before being turned into pincushions. Their bodies dissolved into puddles of pus within seconds, dying in a gruesome fashion. It is recorded in Volume 12 of the In Search of the Supernatural. In the mountains near Linchuan, there are demons. They usually arrive with heavy wind and rain, making sounds like whistling. They can shoot people, and whoever is struck will swell up and become highly toxic within a short while. Commonly known as the Diallo ghost. When they reached the warehouse area, almost everyone had activated their divine aspect. Yet, faced with the rain of poisonous arrows from the Diallo ghosts, they were like lambs to the slaughter, completely unable to fight back. Do not leave me behind. Retreat. Quick fall back. The crowd was congested and slow-moving, making everyone sitting ducks for the Diallo ghosts. After just 2 waves of poisonous arrows, the death toll exceeded 2/3. They turned into pus and blood, absorbed by the corrupted ground, which only accelerated its expansion. The survivors retreated in a panic, trying to escape toward the experimental zone. But evil spirits from the experimental zone surged in, cutting off their path. The caliber of these evil spirits was clearly higher than those they had destroyed before. It was a trap to lure the enemy deep. The middle-aged man, who had transformed into a giant, looked grim. Any evil spirit with intelligence was never easy to deal with. The fact that these spirits knew how to lure them in showed they were quite intelligent. Old Li, shielding himself with the 5 directional guardians, came to his side and said, "Old Zhang, are we being treated like livestock?" Giant Old Zhang instantly understood what he meant. For evil spirits, humans were the most delicious food, which could accelerate their growth. And people like them, who had awakened their divine aspects, were an even greater tonic. Old Li suspected this was a trap set by the biological laboratory to feed them to the evil spirits. But what would the laboratory gain from that? Old Zhang frowned deeply, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Could it be that the hungry ghost Taisui in their lab is about to reach its next growth stage? If that were true, everything would make sense. The raw material for the biological serum is likely the hungry ghost Taisui. If it grows to the next stage, the medicinal effect would surely be much stronger. Then, both the stability rate and the enhancement effects would go up a level. For the biological laboratory, that would be an irresistible temptation. And the simplest way to make evil spirits grow is eating humans, especially those of us who have awakened the divine aspect. But would anyone really take such a risk? After all, if the Great Wall Watch discovered this, anyone with even the slightest connection to it would have their head hung from the city gates. The creed of the Great Wall Watch has always been, better to kill an innocent than to let a single one connected to evil spirits go free. Not to mention such an atrocious act as feeding humans to evil spirits. Damn it, you cannot be sure. Old Zhang cursed, his expression darkening further. But the evil spirits did not give them time to think, lunging at them with roars. Old Li's 5 directional guardians deflected waves of attacks, the light visibly dimming. Old Zhang, we will be dragged to death if we stay like this. Let us charge out. It is not that simple. You saw how thick those alloy doors were when we came in. They can even stop evil spirits, so how can we break through? We have to try, whether we can break out or not. It is better than waiting here for death. Old Li's face had turned pale. His 5 directional guardians had strong defensive capabilities, but they could not withstand the wave after wave onslaught like a tide. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and called out again. God damn it, we were tricked by that bastard. This is a trap aimed at all of us. The evil spirits here are beyond what we can handle. If you do not want to die, follow me. With that, Old Zhang waved his hand and charged out at the front once again. As they were charging out, Old Li noticed a young man smiling at him. The smile looked so bright and shy. Usually, he would not think twice about such a smile. He had seen shy young men before. But now, with evil spirits all around, why the hell are you smiling? He figured the man was either simple-minded or had been scared out of his wits. Old Li sneered at the thought and followed Old Zhang to charge out, but he felt an unexplained palpitation as he turned. He did not think much of it, assuming the Diallo ghosts were catching up. When the others saw Old Zhang and Old Li charging out, they followed without much hesitation. People often become blind followers when faced with fear. At such a time, if one person runs, others will likely follow. This is what they call the herd effect. Old Zhang was like a bulldozer, ignoring the evil spirits in front and crashing straight through. Old Li followed closely behind him, his 5 directional guardians spinning constantly, occasionally blocking long-range sneak attacks from the spirits. The rest were not idle either, unleashing the power of their divine aspects without reservation. Their goal had shifted from getting that 50 million to simply getting out alive. They charged back into the experimental zone, only to see the 2 groups that had been fighting earlier had their organs ripped out, dying in a horrific manner. Even more chilling, their corpses had been arranged in weird, twisted poses, neatly lined up in a circle. Everyone left alive was an expert among experts, but even they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Strain. To strain. This did not look like simple feeding or slaughter. It looked more like they were performing some kind of ritual. What the hell? Do these spirits have that much intelligence? Anyone with eyes could see something was fishy, but this was the only path in front of them. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and charged ahead again. Brothers, keep up with me. Old Zhang called out, his voice still booming. You have to admit, some people are born to be leaders. They have a certain power that makes people want to believe in them. In a life or death moment, having someone charge in front is a great morale booster. Everyone gritted their teeth and followed. If they did not want to die, they had to keep charging. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One poisonous arrow after another shot in from behind the crowd. Fortunately, Old Li was prepared. His 5-directional guardian shield expanded rapidly, narrowly blocking the arrow rain, though the light on the shield dimmed even further. Old Li coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head spinning. At the same time, Diallo ghosts were catching up from behind. These spirits were humanoid, with smooth faces devoid of eyes and noses, a giant mouth occupying half the face, and savage, protruding teeth. Some of the smaller ones even had clear female characteristics. Looking around, there were at least 30 or 40 of them. At this moment, everyone felt hopeless. They could rely on strength in numbers to take down a single Diallo ghost. With 10 of them, they could only retreat and let fate decide. But with this many, haha, we are dead. Even old Zhang, who was charging at the front, was starting to feel desperate. Let alone him, even a master at the room entering stage would not be able to handle this, let alone someone only at the hall entering stage. He felt waves of despair in his heart, but even more so, he felt unwillingness. He survived the evil realm only to die in the city. Just thinking about it is laughable. Shan Liang, carrying his case among the crowd, scanned his surroundings. Since the Daolao ghosts are the ants, the aphids should be nearby too. It is just as that man in white said. This place has been completely taken over by evil spirits, so it is no surprise to find them anywhere. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the group of corpses arranged in a circle, and the more he looked, the more bizarre it seemed. The way these corpses are arranged looks very familiar. It looks like some kind of symbol. Where had he seen it before? Shan Liang rubbed his chin, and upon seeing the most recognizable corpse, it suddenly clicked. That is it. He had seen this symbol on a tombstone once. Back then, he was only at the first glimpse stage, and he nearly died the first time he entered the evil realm, but luckily, he discovered the rules of that realm and managed to survive. That is right, it was a rule-based evil realm. The most troublesome spirit there was a gravekeeper. Even though it was just a skin and bones corpse, its movements were as heavy as a mountain. Every step it took made the earth shake, just like an earthquake. And on the tombstone it guarded, there was exactly this symbol. At the time, he even copied those symbols down, thinking they might have some special meaning and could be worth a lot of money. Even if they were not special symbols, they could be the writing of evil spirits, which would be of great research value. But after he got out, he discovered his notebook was completely empty, as if the act of recording those symbols had just been a hallucination. Yet Shan Liang remembered clearly that he had definitely recorded them. He was still a student at the H-City Martial Arts School back then, and had specifically sought out his teacher to report it after leaving the evil realm. But the teacher had not taken it seriously. Because finding writing in the evil realm was not rare. The school library even had shelves dedicated to notes on various scripts recorded by pioneers in those realms. In the teacher's words, they had research value, but they were not worth much. But Shan Liang knew that the symbols he had recorded were different. At the very least, the symbols on those library shelves did not just vanish. Shan Liang had long since put the matter behind him, but seeing these strange corpse symbols brought it all back. Interesting. Really interesting. The corners of Shan Liang's mouth curled up. Opportunity and risk have always gone hand in hand. Originally, he only came for the hungry ghost Taesui, but now, it seemed he might have some unexpected gains. And old Li was struggling to maintain the 5 directions protection, his face as pale as paper. Old Zhang was only slightly better off. His strong, muscular body was covered in dense wounds. Inside those wounds, distorted phantom heads were tearing away at his flesh. Whenever they swallowed, the color around old Zhang's wounds would dim. In just a few breaths, the wounds turned into black spots, and those spots were constantly spreading. Old Zhang had no way to deal with these phantom heads. He could handle physical spirits fine, but he had no way to deal with things he could not touch. Usually, these things were handled by old Li, but given his current state, it was already a struggle just for him to stay alive. The people around them were no better, and despair filled everyone's eyes. The Dao Lao ghosts were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they stood quietly in place, watching them. Roar. Gurgle. Squeak. The spirits before them hissed and roared, slowly closing in. Hiss. A white mist rose from old Zhang's body, and like a deflating doll, he rapidly shrank. His 3-meter-tall physique dropped to 1.7 meters in the blink of an eye. Puffed. He could not hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling. Maintaining his divine aspect was extremely draining. It was already a miracle he had fought this long, not to mention the phantom heads were constantly eroding him. Old Zhang wiped the blood from his mouth and said, backing away. These spirits seem to be trying to force us into the circle of corpses. As he spoke, he glanced back at those strangely arranged corpses. Old Li was breathing heavily, his lungs sounding like a broken bellows. What is that weird circle? Some kind of sacrificial ritual? Unfortunately, the only response was the sound of heavy breathing. No one answered his question. Wea, I do not want to die. Shut your damn mouth. Damn it, since we chose to be pioneers, stop being afraid of death. Right, the day I became a pioneer, I knew I would only die on the road fighting evil spirits. Damn it, even if we die, we cannot let these spirits have it easy. Once fear reaches a certain threshold, it turns into rage. That is exactly the state these people were in now. Even though they were incredibly weak and barely able to maintain their divine aspects, they were still determined to go out in a blaze of glory with the spirits. Seeing that they were not moving toward the corpse circle, the spirits closed in again. With a roar, the group launched their own charge. Now that they saw through the spirits' intentions, they would not let them succeed. Hum! An incredibly dazzling red light flared from within the crowd, making everyone pause for a second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clatter. Clatter. Dark, blood-red chains shot out from the ground, skewering the surrounding spirits like candied haws. The spirits that were pierced struggled desperately, letting out ear-piercing screams. But it was all in vain. No matter how they thrashed, they could not break free from the chains. As they struggled, streams of blood-red mist leaked from their bodies, quickly absorbed by the chains. Having absorbed the blood mist, the chains became even more active, striking out at the nearby spirits like giant pythons. Some of them even split from one chain into 2 after a high-frequency vibration. The spirits that had pushed them into a desperate corner were now as fragile as toys. This bizarre scene left everyone stunned, and they turned their heads in a daze to look at the source of the red light. They saw a tall, slender young man gently waving his hands, like a conductor leading an orchestra. And as his hands danced, more and more chains erupted from the ground, whistling through the air to strike the spirits. Old Li's jaw dropped when he recognized the young man. Is not that the kid who was grinning at me earlier? Old Zhang was staring intently at the chains, feeling they were more familiar by the second, until he saw a few chains work together to tear a spirit apart, and he exclaimed in shock. Chains of Judgment, you are the Warden. Hearing this name, the others around were completely bewildered. What? Warden? Old Li's mouth hung wider and wider. He had clearly recognized Shan Liang. The people around them were a bit confused, but then someone remembered the title Warden and could not help but exclaim. Oh my God, the Warden. Is he the leader of the bonfire, the Warden? That cannot be right. How could the Warden be this young? Exactly. I heard the Warden wiped out a whole tide of evil spirits single-handedly back in the day. How could he be so young? Why could not he be? Have not you seen these chains that can dissolve evil spirits? Who else uses chains like these besides the warden? Sob sob, if it really is the warden, then we're saved. Some in the crowd even started crying with excitement, and Old Lee's mouth dropped open another 2 inches. Click. His jaw had dislocated. The soreness in the joint made him start to drool, and he looked a bit slow. Roar. Roar. The blade labor ghosts roared in anger, and another rain of poisonous arrows struck. Old Lee hastily raised his hands to conjure the 5 directional guardians to shield the group, but he was exhausted, and the shield was shattered as easily as if it were made of paper. Looking at the incoming arrow rain, many people closed their eyes in despair. Clatter. Chains flew across in front of them with a scraping sound, instantly forming a wall of solid metal. The group waited with their eyes shut for a long time without feeling any pain, and when they cautiously opened them, they saw a scene they would never forget. The blade labor ghosts that had nearly killed them were now all suspended in midair, their necks held by the iron chains. Scarlet mist poured continuously from their bodies, being absorbed and converted by the chains. This. The crowd stared in shock, unable to find a single word to say. Whoosh! A wind whipped up on flat ground, and those corpses with their grotesque expressions slowly floated upward with the breeze. Black hands reached out from their hollowed-out abdomens, swaying gently with the wind and knocking against the inner walls of their torsos. They looked just like corpse wind chimes. Old Lee stared blankly at the scene. The others around him were much the same, as if their souls had been stolen by the sight. Pat, pat, pat. The corpse chimes swayed in the wind, producing a series of sounds like applause. It sounded hollow and deeply oppressive. Shan Liang pressed down on his suitcase, and a long blade popped out, which he gripped firmly in his hand. The damaged ground decayed rapidly, and layers of red rust began to spread. This place was being assimilated into the evil realm, which was definitely bad news for the people of M City. Gurgle. The ground rippled, and an evil spirit resembling an octopus slowly rose from the earth. It was the starving ghost Taesui. Without any wasted words, Shan Liang acted on instinct and launched an attack immediately. The warden's chains shot out, piercing through, but the starving ghost Taesui did not dodge or evade, letting the chains stab right through it. A scarlet mist surged up again. If this had been an ordinary evil spirit, it would have been refined and absorbed by now. But instead of shrinking, the starving ghost Taesui began to counter-consume the warden's chains. As both sides devoured each other, a strange equilibrium was formed. The red mist vibrated, and the long blade in Shan Liang's hand grew more scarlet flesh, with a single eye opening on the hilt to squint sideways. The smile on the corner of Shan Liang's mouth grew increasingly exaggerated as he licked his lips and said, "Starving ghost Taesui, ha ha ha, it really is a starving ghost Taesui. Little spirit, come over here to Big Brother. Big Brother is not exactly a nice guy, you know." Wheel. The starving ghost Taesui's cry sounded like a stifled sob, wailing and indistinct. Its body shook, and tentacles sprouted from holes in its surface, wrapping tightly around the warden's chains. The tentacles looked slick and slimy, and as soon as they touched the chains, a hissing sound of corrosion followed. The red light on the blade in Shan Liang's hand grew brighter as he raised it high and slashed down. Swish. Ew. Shan Liang cleaved the starving ghost Taesui in half, but before he could deliver a finishing blow, the split area began to expand rapidly. Shan Liang watched as one starving ghost Taesui became 2, both identical in size and aura to the original. It completely violated the law of conservation of energy. The regenerative power of the starving ghost Taesui lived up to its reputation. But Shan Liang felt something was off. The starving ghost Taesui did not seem to be with those floating corpse wind chimes. There was a deep sense of dissonance between the two. Although both were evil spirits, to Shan Liang, it was like the difference between a white person and a black person. Could it be that the starving ghost Taesui is not the true core evil of this lab? Just as Shan Liang was thinking, the floating corpse wind chimes all opened their eyes. They seemed to come back to life, emitting a series of bone-chilling screams. Each scream was piercing on its own, but together, they possessed a weirdly beautiful quality. Like a hymn. Shan Liang had heard this sound before, back in that other evil realm. Whenever the gravekeeper approached, this sound would echo all around, just like background music. It had tormented Shan Liang quite a bit back then. But the Shan Liang of today was no longer the small fry he used to be. The warden's chains shot straight toward the corpse wind chimes in midair, piercing through them with ease. But just as the chains exerted force to rip them apart, the starving ghost Taesui extended tentacles to tangle with the chains. At the same time, the singing of those corpses grew louder. Old Zhang, Old Li, and the others, who had been like walking corpses, were now bleeding from their 7 orifices, looking horrifying. Shan Liang frowned. These people could not die now, they were witnesses. Witnesses to him uprooting an entire laboratory that was using evil spirits to commit murder. He was just an innocent civilian who got dragged into this against his will. To protect them, he had no choice but to raid and purify the entire laboratory. That makes perfect sense, right? Shan Liang took a deep breath, his eyes turning blood red and his voice deepened. Dragon elephant of all Buddhas. As he spoke, the red mist around him converged madly behind his back, and a great Buddha made of flesh and blood slowly emerged. At the same time, waves of Sanskrit chanting began to resound. The twisted faces of Old Zhang, Old Li, and the others softened as they were bathed in the chant. This Buddha was the very one Shan Liang had absorbed into the Scarlet Gate in the evil realm. It could finally be said to have reached enlightenment. If nothing else, the dragon elephant halo behind it was the best symbol. Of course, it would be even more convincing if the halo was not made of flesh and blood. The corpse wind chimes seemed to sense the unease, and their sounds grew sharper. The starving ghost Taesui was wrapped into a giant ball by the warden's chains and completely suppressed. Just as Shan Liang was about to strike the corpse wind chimes, a sound like a frog croaking echoed by his ear. Croak. And accompanied by the sound of croaking frogs, the black hands inside the corpse's abdominal cavities began to melt, turning into a pool of black liquid that hovered in the air and merged together. In an instant, it formed a black sphere about 1 meter in diameter. The surface of the black sphere rippled and twisted constantly, gradually taking on the appearance of a skull. Beneath it, the chains of judgment tightened more and more. The gluttonous ghost was now half absorbed, and through the feedback, Shan Liang could also feel the increasingly abundant life force within his body. But this was not the time to focus on such things, and Shan Liang swung the long blade in his hand toward the black skull. A red blade aura cut through the air. The black skull dodged, and the Buddha of flesh and blood behind Shan Liang followed up with a strike. Judging by the posture, it was just like swatting a fly. The black skull had nowhere to hide, so it transformed into black liquid once again, flowing away along the Buddha's palm. At the same time, another croak echoed in Shan Liang's ears. This time, even Shan Liang's expression froze for a moment, while the expressions of Old Zhang, Old Li, and the others reverted to their previous state. Hum. The long blade hummed incessantly, and Shan Liang instantly regained his senses. More red mist coiled around the blade, and things like blood vessels pierced into it. The blade began to swell, and it did not stop until it was nearly 2 meters long. At a glance, it did not look like a person holding a blade at all. Rather, it looked more like the blade was dragging the person. Gurgle, gurgle. At the chew, 2 more eyes opened. The 3 eyes were arranged in a triangular shape, each rolling around, looking somewhat eerie and absurd. No wonder the people in the lab were willing to take such a huge risk. So, they were contaminated by you. Shan Liang smiled grimly. This was actually an evil spirit capable of corrupting the mind. The man in white from before must have been contaminated and controlled by it, becoming a so-called fanatic of the evil god. Neither the gluttonous ghost nor this black skull had the strength to transform this place into an evil realm overnight. Looking at it this way, they must have been released long ago, and Shan Liang and his group were not the first wave of people lured into the laboratory. The pioneers were after the lab's money, but the lab was after their lives. Boom! The Buddha of flesh and blood punched out, and the black skull turned into black water again and fled. But this time, before it could fully turn into liquid, it felt as if the surrounding air had turned solid, forcibly restricting its movements. It quickly found the reason. It was that blade of flesh and blood. The 3 eyes that had been rolling around on the crossguard were now all staring at it. High. Shan Liang jumped high and swung the flesh and blood blade down. Hum. The liquid skull was severed in 2, and a large amount of black smoke poured out from the wound. Whoosh! The split skull struggled free and flew toward the depths of the laboratory. Shan Liang landed on the chains of judgment, which intertwined and merged, carrying him forward like a black dragon in pursuit. Boom! Boom! Shan the demolition expert. Coming online. The few remaining evil spirits nearby ran faster than rabbits at the sight. Shan Liang's image was deeply etched into their memories, making them unable to tell who exactly was the true evil spirit. Run, run. I am about to catch up with you. Shan Liang's laughter grew more frantic. The flesh and blood blade became more ruddy, and the fourth and fifth eyes slowly opened. These 5 eyeballs seemed to put a heavy burden on the blade, and the blood vessels connecting to it trembled uncontrollably. Shan Liang ignored it all, stepped on the black dragon, raised his right hand high, and swung the blade. The air fell silent, and a streak of crimson blade light illuminated the entire laboratory. Those evil spirits that had just escaped disaster hid in the corners, shivering. Although they lacked high intelligence, they knew that they must never approach that man. The flying black skull narrowly dodged the blade and fled into the core area of the laboratory without looking back. Boom! The blade light cut across, breaking open the wall of the core area. Chains burrowed into the hole to pave the way for Shan Liang while widening the opening. Unlike the other dark areas, the core area was brightly lit. Evil spirits were contained in glass cylinders filled with transparent liquid, connected by many tubes, while a few people in white lab coats looked at Shan Liang in panic. So many people had died outside, but here it was quiet as if nothing had happened. But when these people saw the liquid skull, the panic on their faces was quickly replaced by fanaticism. True God. Long live the true God. True God. The mental state of these people was extremely excited, but the liquid skull did not even glance at them. And just as it whizzed past, those people in white actually took out daggers from their pockets and slit their own throats with fanatic expressions. Blood sprayed high into the air, but instead of falling due to gravity, it followed the liquid head like a follower. The blood intertwined, looking exceptionally bloody under the light. And the true God, they spoke of, flew toward the statue in the very center without looking back. The statue was less than 3 meters tall, overall a dark red, like dried blood. It was roughly humanoid, covered in dense cracks. As soon as they made contact, it seeped inside. Crack, crack. The outer skin of the statue began to peel off, and Shan Liang swung his blade, the red light arriving in an instant. Just as it was about to hit, a dried hand reached out from within the statue and grabbed the blade light with one hand. Snap! The blade light was crushed instantly, shattering into red dust filling the sky. A wave of pressure erupted at this moment, causing one's heart to palpitate. The mummy shook off the statue fragments from its body and looked at Shan Liang with its hollow eye sockets. Shan Liang's gaze, however, fell on its right hand. It was holding a book, which looked very thick, with a wrinkled cover that seemed to be made of some kind of animal skin. The reason it was able to attract Shan Liang's attention was that the book also had several eyes on it, which were now staring at Shan Liang's blade. The two sides stared at each other, as if they were saying in their minds, "What are you looking at? What if I am looking at you?" Then both sides reached a consensus. Let us fight. Wrestle, wrestle. The pages in the mummy's hand opened automatically, and phantoms of evil spirits appeared on them, then burrowed into the bodies of the white-clad people who had slit their throats. Clatter, crack. A series of bone-clashing sounds rang out, and the bodies of the people in white twisted, swelled, and finally transformed into evil spirits like lickers. The pressure was even stronger than that of the blade labor ghost. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes, held the long blade horizontally across his chest, and pressed his left hand against the back of the blade. The 5 eyes on the crossguard rolled around, staring tightly at those evil spirits. He took a long breath and said, "4 evils howl in a devastated land. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood forge my blade. On the day all monsters are slaughtered, karma and fire transform into a battle robe. Touty." The flesh blade in Shan Liang's hand began to shake violently. His words seemed to have broken the blade's seal, as the 5 eyes that were previously rolling around wildly became dull. Creak, creak. A series of chewing sounds rang out, and fangs grew along the blade, interlocking and biting together, making the great sword look even more hideous. The dull eyeballs merged and twisted, finally forming a giant mouth. The mouth was shut tight, but the fangs kept opening and closing as if it were breathing. Roar! The evil spirits that had been the white-clad men let out a roar and pounced toward Shan Liang. Shan Liang pushed the back of the blade with his left hand, using its momentum to unleash a horizontal slash. The first evil spirit to reach him did not even have time to react before Shan Liang slashed right across its chest. Sharp fangs pierced into its body, and before it could react, with a snap, that chunk of flesh vanished into thin air, and the evil spirit was cut in two. The mouth on the crossguard emitted a piercing laughter, and the severed corpse of the evil spirit exploded into a mist of blood before it even hit the ground, only to be absorbed by the flesh blade. Roar! Roar! Even though their companion had died such a gruesome death, the other evil spirits did not retreat in the slightest and continued to charge fiercely. Clatter! The execution chains swayed with Shan Liang's movements, resembling iron tentacles. The evil spirits were slaughtered within a few breaths, all becoming nutrients for the great sword. Shan Liang did not stop. He stepped on the chains and charged toward the mummified corpse. The corpse raised the book in its hand, and a blue light barrier rose from thin air, shielding it firmly. Boom! The great sword struck the blue light barrier, and a violent impact exploded outward. The glass cylinders containing other evil spirits shattered one after another, and the spirits fell to the ground along with slimy, transparent liquid. Snap! Snap! A series of cracking sounds erupted as fractures appeared on the blue light barrier. The corpse looked up, the eyes on the pages staring dead at Shan Liang. Shan Liang smiled back and pressed his left hand down hard on the back of the blade. Like the final straw that breaks the camel's back, accompanied by cracking sounds, the fangs on the blade pierced deep into the barrier. The next moment, the fangs snapped shut. Just like the previous evil spirits, a large chunk of that barrier simply vanished into thin air. Boom! The barrier shattered, and before the corpse could make another move, the flesh blade, which was larger than a person, sliced off its head. Shan Liang did not let his guard down. Because evil spirits were different from humans, they did not necessarily die just because they lost their heads. Sure enough, the corpse was still capable of action and opened its book again. A black shadow emerged from the dim yellow pages, its arm acting like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through Shan Liang's neck. The smile on Shan Liang's face froze, then turned into one of terror, resentment, and despair. The eyes on the corpse's book rolled wildly, revealing a very human-like smugness and cunning. The giant sword followed the line of the corpse's neck, slicing it vertically into two. Waves of red mist radiated from the flesh blade, corroding and devouring the corpse. The eyes on the book were stunned, and then they saw Shan Liang nonchalantly crushing the black shadow. The flesh of his neck, which had been spraying blood, was visibly healing as if nothing had happened. He rotated his neck, producing a series of bone-clicking sounds. This hunger ghost Tai Sui did not disappoint me at all. During the time they were fighting, the execution chains had completely absorbed the hunger ghost Tai Sui. And Shan Liang had gained the recovery abilities of the hunger ghost Tai Sui. Rather than saying he failed to block a sneak attack, it would be more accurate to say that Shan Liang had deliberately left a flaw. If he had not, how could he have succeeded so easily? Inside the corpse, streams of black liquid slowly emerged, wrapping around the book in an attempt to escape. The surrounding execution chains formed a cage once more, firmly encasing the liquid and the book, turning them into a giant iron ball. The surrounding red mist converged, forming a scarlet gate behind Shan Liang. The gate opened slowly, and a terrifying suction force emerged. The black liquid seemed to sense its fate and struggled desperately, resisting the pull of the gate. Clatter! More chains flew out from the gate, tethering the iron ball and slowly pulling it inside like a winch. Only when the gate was completely shut did Shan Liang breathe a sigh of relief. The blood mist on the flesh sword dissipated, and it returned to the form of an ordinary long blade. Shan Liang looked at the equipment and materials in the laboratory and chuckled. Where is this? Old Zhang slowly regained consciousness, feeling a splitting headache, as if someone had driven a nail into his forehead. He let out a long sigh and saw 7 or 8 people lying beside him, one of whom was his good buddy, Old Li. He hurriedly nudged Old Li's head. Old Li, are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. Old Li coughed twice, slowly regained consciousness, and after a difficult look around, said, Old Zhang, are we in the underworld? Old Zhang coughed up some blood foam before saying, I do not think so, right? If we were dead, it would not hurt this much. Due to his movement, the scabs on Old Zhang's wounds reopened, making him wince in pain. The two looked at each other with bitter expressions. Lula lula tilde. Lula lula tilde. Yo, you two, enjoying the view. In the laboratory corridor, Shan Liang carried a silver suitcase and greeted them with a smile. Old Li was stunned for a moment when he saw him, then hurriedly got up and said, Warden! Old Zhang also hurried to get up, but he was more severely injured and had to try 3 times before he could stand. Shan Liang waved his hand with a smile. All right, stop moving. You are seriously injured, and if you move around too much, you might die. Old Zhang was a man who preferred taking advice, so he lay back down decisively. Old Li looked around and asked in a hoarse voice, Warden, are we still in the laboratory? Yes. Hearing this answer, Old Li's face turned even paler. Could it be that even the warden could not break out? Shan Liang's reputation in the circle was not small. After all, his refusal of the Great Wall Sentinel once put him at the center of the storm. Many people said he was just grandstanding, crazy for fame. That was until he single-handedly resolved the evil spirit tide. After that battle, the name Warden became well known. Shortly after, he formed the famous Campfire. Although the Campfire organization only had 7 members, none of them were easy targets. And Campfire's fame-making battle was when they conquered a fixed spirit realm with just 7 people. Before they went to that spirit realm, Blood Chill had once sent a 1,000-man team to conquer it, but only 1 person came out alive. What a 1,000-man team could not do, the 7 of them did. So after Campfire conquered the realm, rumors spread that the 7 of them had strength rivaling that of a 1,000-man commander. And one of the conditions for becoming a 1,000-man commander was to reach the in-house realm. The realms of the pioneers are currently divided into 4 major levels and 8 minor stages. From beginning to end, they are Initial Glimpse, Threshold Entry, Deep Understanding, Proficient Mastery, Divine Realization, Spirit Integration, Extraordinary Transcendence, and Mortal Shedding. The Initial Glimpse stage, as the name suggests, is when one can just begin to sense their own abilities. As long as you have successfully awakened your divine aspect and know its true name, you are considered to be in the Initial Glimpse stage. The Threshold Entry stage builds upon that, requiring a deeper understanding of your divine aspect and the ability to use its powers effectively. Do not underestimate this. Many people get stuck at this stage for their entire lives, unable to make any further progress. After all, the powers of divine aspects are incredibly complex, and many people do not even understand their own, leading them to choose the wrong path from the very start. Only those who fully comprehend their divine aspect and utilize it well can reach the deep understanding stage. This is a watershed moment for pioneers. Only those who reach the deep understanding stage can truly be called powerful. The proficient mastery stage is somewhat mysterious, and it is a stage where a pioneer's abilities undergo a qualitative transformation. Because of this, only pioneers who have reached the proficient mastery stage are qualified to hold the position of a captain. Take Han Wuki of the Blood Ridge, for example. His strength is immense, otherwise, he would not have been able to secure the 9th seat. Yet even so, he is only a lieutenant. This is partly because his seniority is lacking, but also because he has not broken through to the proficient mastery stage. After breaking through to proficient mastery, apart from gaining greater control over one's own divine aspect, one can also sense the chi in the surroundings. This is a huge help when leading squads to attack the spirit realm, which is why only those at the proficient mastery stage or above can serve as captains. As for the strength of the chiefs, almost no one knows, and it is unclear what realm they are even at. It is only known that the chiefs never make a move in the real world. It is said that their power is too overwhelming, like a nuclear bomb. Once used, it would cause permanent destruction to reality. And Old Li and Old Zhang exchanged a glance, their expressions full of bitterness. If even the warden could not get out, then there was no hope for them. But then they noticed something strange. If they could not get out, why did not he look nervous at all? They could even hear him humming a tune just a moment ago. He did not look anxious in the slightest. Old Zhang was usually a bit bolder, so he did not overthink it and asked directly, Warden, why do not you look worried at all? Why should I worry? Shan Liang spoke in a light-hearted tone, which only confirmed their suspicions. Can we get out of here? Old Li also asked tentatively, and Shan Liang smiled and nodded. Of course we can. Wait, really? Ha, I knew that with the warden here, everything would be just fine. The two felt as if they had gone from hell to heaven. All the bitterness from a moment ago vanished, and their faces broke into wide, wrinkled smiles. Perhaps it was because of their loud laughter, but the people around them began to wake up one after another. However, after realizing the situation, they did not seem as happy, and the reason was simple. When they first arrived, there were 70 or 80 people, but now there were fewer than 10 left breathing. Many had lost their teammates or even their family members here. How could they possibly be happy? As for old Zhang and old Li, they were still able to laugh because their organization only sent the two of them on this mission, and both were still alive. Was not that worth celebrating? Seeing that everyone was awake, Shan Liang stretched and said, "I believe you have all figured it out by now. This was not some mission to eliminate evil spirits at all. Someone wanted to use us as fodder to feed the spirits." Upon hearing this, many people's eyes turned red with rage. No matter how dense they were, they understood what had happened. If there were only 7 or 8 Dao Lao ghosts in the lab, it might be understandable. Some people always downplay the danger when posting missions so that people will not ask for more money or refuse the job. But there were 30 or 40 Dao Lao ghosts. How is that any different from sending them to their deaths? Thinking of the gruesome ways their companions died, their eyes burned even redder. Shan Liang acted as if he did not notice, sighed, and continued. "Sigh, if we did not really need the money, who would risk their lives like this? We are all just trying to make a living, yet these people want our lives. If we really died here, what would our families do?" Hearing Shan Liang say this, even old Zhang and old Li's faces turned gloomy. "If they want to feed us to the spirits, we will not let them off easy either. Right, my third uncle's fourth nephew's neighbor is an internal staff member at the Great Wall Watch. Once I get out, I am telling him so he can report this. Exactly, I am reporting them to the higher-ups too. They are colluding with spirits. The Great Wall Watch definitely will not let them get away with this." Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but then they could not help but look at each other. Everything they said had one prerequisite: they had to actually get out of here first. After all, there was no signal in this laboratory. They could not contact the outside world. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel a bit discouraged. Seeing this, Shan Liang walked toward the alloy door with a smile. The crowd was stunned, and they looked at him with strange expressions. When they came in, they saw clearly that the alloy door was nearly a meter thick, and it was a vertical lift door, which meant the door was one massive, solid block of alloy. To get out, they would have to either lift the door or break through it. But both of those were nearly impossible. Then they witnessed an incomprehensible scene. Shan Liang walked up to the alloy door with an amused expression, placed his right hand on it, and knocked. "Open sesame." Rumble. That tightly shut door actually began to rise slowly after his words. Beams of light shone into the lab through the gap, illuminating a row of stunned faces. The door opened. It's really opened. Can we actually go out now? They exchanged looks of utter disbelief, but then, one by one, they started cheering. "We are free. We can get out. Those bastards, I am going to report them right now. None of them will get off easy. Right, they all deserve to die." The eyes of the survivors were red. The heartbreak they felt was beyond words. Old Li walked over to old Zhang and helped him up. "Old Zhang, the warden just saved our lives." "Indeed." Old Zhang sighed with emotion, then smiled. "We are just small fry, but we will tell the boss later. Given his personality, this is a favor he will definitely repay." Old Li nodded, then supported old Zhang as they walked toward the door, with the others following closely behind. But when they arrived at the entrance, they realized the person in white was standing right there. Except his neck was being held by a large hand. "You bastard, I will kill you. I am going to beat you to death, you wretch." Two of the lightly wounded pioneers lost their composure upon seeing the man in white, and immediately moved to teach him a lesson. "Stop right there." A rough male voice rang out from behind the man in white, and only then did the two notice that the man in white was being held up by someone. It was a large man with a majestic build, his explosive muscles looking as if they would tear his clothes apart. The two had been blinded by rage earlier, which is why they had not noticed him. The big man ignored them entirely. His gaze swept across the crowd before landing on Shan Liang, his expression suddenly filled with joy. "Anda." Shan Liang nodded with a smile, looked at the man in white, and asked, "Batir, did you catch them all?" "They are all knocked out. He is the only one left conscious, so I kept him to open the door." As he said this, Batir shook the man in white in his hand as if he were holding a rag doll rather than a person. "Well done." Shan Liang's praise made Batir beam with joy. Seeing that the big man knew the warden, the crowd's expressions relaxed slightly. Once Shan Liang started walking out, they followed, implicitly treating him as their leader. After taking a few steps, Shan Liang turned back and said, "Why are you following me? Did you forget what you said in the lab earlier? Get on your phones. You came out here to make money, but now you have not made a cent and so many people have died. Are you just going to let it go?" Old Zhang and Old Li, realizing Shan Liang's intent, immediately chimed in. "I am not letting it go, that is for sure. I do not just want them dead. I want them to compensate us before they die." Right, same here. These two were skilled at inciting emotion, especially Old Zhang, who knew exactly how to manipulate people. Urged on by them, the others pulled out their communication devices to contact their connections, determined to spread the word about the situation here as soon as possible. Seeing this, the man in white held by Batir could not help but sneer. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of stupid and naive people. Do you even know what place this is? It is M City. Have you ever wondered why we were able to run a lab here? Have you wondered why, even though this place has been corrupted by the spirit world, the outside world still doesn't know? Spread the word, go ahead and spread it. See if the news you spread can even make it out of M City, or stay online for 10 minutes. Hearing this, many people's expressions turned gloomy. They were all adults, they knew how these things worked. Just as the man in white said, how could the higher-ups not know what they were doing in M City? Just looking at the extent of the spirit world corruption, the evil spirits must have been rampaging for a while, and they surely must have consumed many people during that time. Those in charge could not possibly be unaware of such mass disappearances, especially with so many pioneers going missing. Perhaps, as the man in white suggested, everything they experienced today would never make it out. Even if it got online, it would be suppressed within minutes, leaving no trace behind. Old Zhang did not show him any mercy. He walked up and slapped him, causing the man in white to sway in Batir's grip like a pendulum. "It will not make it out. Our boss is a retired centurion from the death notifiers. Let us see if the news cannot get through. If you want to hide the truth, you would better make sure your umbrella is big enough." Old Zhang's words were quite morale-boosting. Those who had been downcast were suddenly fired up again. "Exactly, who do you think they are? The Great Wall Guardians? You think they would collude with people like you? He is just struggling in vain, do not pay him any mind." Everyone continued to reach out to their contacts, wanting to report this to the Great Wall Guardians as best they could. The man in white still sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Shan Liang. Even though he did not know who Shan Liang was, the big guy holding him clearly followed his lead, and the others positioned themselves in a way that centered him. A little thought made it clear that this person must be the core figure of this little group. "Are you the one who rescued them?" The man in white seemed calm, even adjusting the glasses that had been knocked askew by Old Zhang. Shan Liang nodded, his smile exceptionally bright. The man in white suddenly realized, was not this the person who had smiled at him before entering the lab? "Do you think the path you have chosen is the right one, just because you saved a few people? In this world, most people live mediocre lives, spending the first half of their lives trading their health for money, and the second half trading money for their health. It is a never-ending cycle, unable to make the slightest change to this society or this world. Do you think society is lacking people like that? Does the world need more of them? Do you know how many such people die every day after the evil spirits break out? Countless." The man in white stared intently at Shan Liang. "To this society, they are nothing but trash, mere parasites. But I gave them value, I made them contribute to human evolution. I made their lives meaningful, they should be grateful. The path I chose for them is the truly correct one." The smile on Shan Liang's face did not change a bit. Once the other man finished, he only said 4 words. "What the hell does that have to do with me?" The man in white was stunned, never expecting Shan Liang to answer him like that. Not only the man in white, but even Old Zhang and Old Li were a bit bewildered. But then, they saw Shan Liang happily pull out a glass container the size of a thermos, the exact one the man in white had handed them earlier. At this moment, there was about half a bottle of black liquid inside. "What? Why is there only half a bottle?" Naturally, because the main body is still inside the Scarlet Gate. When the man in white saw the black liquid, he was stunned for a moment, then began struggling like a madman. "True God! You ants, how dare you hurt the true God? Let me go, let me go." His sudden, violent struggling startled them, and Old Zhang instinctively slapped him again. But the man in white seemed to have no sense of pain and kept struggling relentlessly. Batir looked at Shan Liang with a frown. If Shan Liang gave him a single look, he would snap this man's neck right now. Shan Liang, however, seemed to enjoy his state, casually tossing the glass container in his hand. True God. Since when does a true God get kept in a bottle? I have seen plenty of people who believe in evil spirits, but this is the first time I have seen someone worship something so lame. Hearing Shan Liang's words, the man in white grew even more frantic, struggling nonstop in Batir's grip. But the look in Shan Liang's eyes as he watched him was off. Even though the man acted intensely fanatical, it felt like nothing more than an act. This guy was different from the other men in white who had slit their own throats. His fanaticism was faked. Right then, one of the men hung up his phone and walked up to Shan Liang, speaking respectfully. I have reported what happened here. 5 minutes, they promised to be here in 5 minutes. They told us to stay put, and that they will need our cooperation when they arrive. Shan Liang let out an aha hand, then exchanged a look with Batir. Everyone was quite badly injured, and since there were no support class pioneers here, they could only brace themselves and hold on. They struggled through 5 long minutes, and then, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps, those people finally arrived. More than 50 fully armed soldiers rushed over, but when they saw the scene, their expressions all turned grim. The leader walked up to Bartle, took a good look at the man in white, and then turned his gaze toward Bartle. Let him go. Bartle frowned, his eyes instinctively shifting to Shan Liang. Before Shan Liang could react, the survivors spoke up, clearly unhappy. Let him go, let you go. This guy is in league with the evil entities, using us as fodder to feed them. You want to let scum like this go? The leader frowned again, glanced at the survivor who had spoken, and then looked back at Bartle. We will investigate the specific details ourselves. This is M City, and the person in your hands is a renowned scientist of our city. He has made many contributions to M City and provided numerous job opportunities, so until we verify your claims, he remains under our protection. Now let him go. Hearing this, the survivors realized something was not right. The man in white looked at them with a mocking expression, his gaze as if to say, See, what did I tell you? Bartle remained completely unaffected by these words, his eyes fixed on Shan Liang the whole time, as if waiting for a single look to snap the man in white's neck. Seeing that Bartle had not listened to him, the squad leader's brow furrowed even deeper. The soldiers behind him gripped their weapons tighter, looking ready to open fire at the slightest provocation. Shan Liang, however, was not at all surprised by this. It was not his first time experiencing something like this. Bartle, did not you hear the captain? He wants you to let him go. Without a word of protest, Bartle simply released his grip. The man in white stumbled, stood steady, glared fiercely at Bartle, then straightened his clothes and walked up to Shan Liang, holding out his right hand. Give the true God back to me. Hearing the words true God, a flash of disgust crossed the captain's face. It was clear he knew what this so-called true God was, and even better, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. Seeing this, the smile on Shan Liang's face became even more sincere. He chuckled as he handed the true God to the other man. You better hold on to it tight. It was not easy for me to get this out of the lab. The man in white reached out with both hands, received the glass container with the utmost respect, and then looked at Shan Liang. Do not worry, I will definitely repay you well. The survivors were ashen-faced, but being in a weaker position, they had no choice but to yield. The captain gestured, and 20 or so soldiers walked over with their guns raised, aimed and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Your injuries need treatment, so we're taking you to the hospital now. No one is allowed to leave M City until this matter is investigated. I hope you will cooperate. Lao Zhang sneered, what is this, placing us under house arrest? The captain turned, his voice icy. Please cooperate. Lao Zhang stood his ground, walking up to the captain and pointing at the emblem on his own chest. If you have got the guts, just kill me, do you dare? The captain finally noticed the faint emblem on his clothes. It was a pattern of an ant's head. The captain narrowed his eyes, though his tone was no longer quite as aggressive. Taking you for treatment is for your own good. We are just following protocol. If you have connections, feel free to contact them once we reach the hospital. That is out of our hands. As soon as the higher-ups say you are free to go, I will let you go. I hope you can work with us. Otherwise, if a conflict actually breaks out, it will not be good for anyone. Do not you think? As if to prove his point, the surrounding soldiers raised their weapons. The survivors' expressions grew even worse. They had nearly exhausted themselves fighting the evil entities in the lab and had not recovered much strength. If they were to fight these people now, not a single one of them might survive. Lao Zhang was about to say something else, but Shan Liang pressed a hand on his shoulder. All right, cut it out. Cooperating with their work is our duty, understand? Besides, this is M City. We are just outsiders, why act so tough? Once Lao Zhang heard this from Shan Liang, he immediately shut his mouth and retreated behind him, acting like whatever Shan Liang said was gospel. Seeing this, Shan Liang smiled at the captain. Captain, did not you say you were taking us to the hospital? Let us go. The captain took a long look at Shan Liang. Anyone who could make a troublemaker from the ant nest behave like that definitely had some tricks up their sleeve. Move out. The captain signaled, leading the way, while his soldiers stood guard around the survivors, keeping them under armed escort. Before leaving, Shan Liang took a final, meaningful look at the man in white and smiled. Be sure to keep your true god safe, okay? Bartle could not help but curl his lips into a smile as he also glanced at the man in white. He knew his anda was fishing again, poor bait, still failing to realize its true role. The group left the biological laboratory area, were placed into vehicles under tight security, and headed straight for the hospital. And just as the captain had said, they did not restrict the survivors from communicating. They were free to reach out to any connections they had. So, while still on the road, the survivors impatiently began contacting their influential friends. Having survived such a dangerous lab, they would be ashamed to face their fallen brothers if they died in a hospital. Only Shan Liang was leaning back on the car seat, humming a little tune, as if he were headed for a vacation. Just as the car was about to pass a street corner, he took one last look in the rearview mirror. The figure of the man in white was vaguely visible in the glass, appearing to be talking to someone. M City Hospital. The survivors were separated and taken into different rooms as soon as they arrived. The hospital rooms did not even have windows, and 2 heavily armed soldiers stood outside each door, maximum security. Shan Liang lay on the hospital bed humming a song, staring at the pitch-black ceiling with a smile. Interesting, really interesting. I thought running into a starving ghost, Taishui, would be good enough, but I never expected to encounter that mummified corpse too. Once I get back, I will have to do some research and see if that mummy has any connection to the original gravekeeper. But there is no rush. Since the bait is already out there, it is time to reel the fish in and swallow it whole. You fool, how could you let such a massive blunder happen? Those people have already spread the news. Do you have any idea how much it cost me to suppress it? In the secret room, the man in white knelt on the floor, clutching the glass container. On the sofa across from him, a burly man had a face as dark as thunder. Why did not you vet the people you picked more carefully? Ordinary folks would be one thing, but how did people from the anthill get involved? We can silence an ordinary organization, but do not you know what kind of person the Queen Ant is? She already knows about this. Just getting her to keep quiet is going to cost us a fortune. The man in white hurriedly looked up. Sir, the true god and the hunger Taishui are in the final stages. They only need to consume a few more pioneers to take the next step. Once that is done, we can produce a more stable serum, enough to build a powerful army for you. With the true god's help, you will not even have to worry about the army's loyalty. Sir, we are only one step away. Hearing this, the expression of the burly man shifted repeatedly before he stared coldly at him and said, If they managed to leave the lab alive, does not that mean the hunger Taishui was destroyed? The true god, you only have this little bit left in your hand, what good is it now? Wang Wei, the man in white, spoke up hurriedly. That is not the case, sir. You know the recovery rate of the hunger Taishui. It would not be finished off that easily. Even if it really were destroyed, the old lab has backups. As long as there is enough nutrition, we can cultivate another one in a few days. As for the true god, you do not need to worry. I have a way to restore it. The burly man narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Wei until sweat broke out on his forehead before speaking. Wang Wei, this is the last chance I am giving you. Yes, sir, please rest assured, I will never betray your trust. The burly man snorted and stood up, walking straight out. Only when the man was completely out of sight did Wang Wei let out a sigh of relief, his face immediately replaced by unconcealable hatred. He hated Shan Liang for ruining his plans, but he hated this burly man even more. He had cooperated with him for so long, yet he was still treated like a dog, summoned and dismissed at will. Just you wait, all of you. Once I cultivate a powerful army, I will have the true god corrupt and assimilate all of you. Then I will let you see who really is the dog." Wang Wei wore a cruel smile. On the other side, the burly man stepped out of the secret room, and the captain who had captured the people was waiting outside. "Sir, have you finished verifying the identities of the others?" "Most of them have been identified. Only the leader and the big guy's profiles are missing." Hearing this, the burly man frowned and looked at the captain with displeasure. "Are you sure both of them are pioneers?" "Yes, sir." The big man fell into deep thought. Pioneers whose identities cannot be found generally fall into 3 categories. The first, Great Wall Watch. They have a completely independent system, and no outsider can access the identity information of anyone within the Great Wall Watch. If you want to find out, you have to apply to them, which is incredibly tedious, and they likely will not agree anyway. The second, cultists. Ever since the evil manifestations arrived, cultists have emerged, and there are a staggering number of them. These people's identities are not recorded in any system, making them untraceable. After all, most of the ones we could find have already been killed. The third, people whose identities are being hidden by big figures. For instance, important scientists or heirs of powerful families might have their information obscured by someone influential. And no matter which one it is going to be extremely troublesome. Thinking of this, the burly man cursed Wang Wei again. An idiot is an idiot. How could he not check their backgrounds before selecting them? If those nobodies without connections ran into trouble, nobody would stand up for them, and we could just call the shots. Instead, not only has the manifestation not evolved, but we have been beaten into needing to start from scratch. Just thinking about cleaning up this mess gives him a headache. They have invested far too many resources into this project. It is too late to pull out now. They have to see it through to the end. The captain nearby hesitated, but still spoke up for Wang Wei. "Sir, there were very few people available this time, and since both the Taisui and the True God are at a critical juncture, Director Wang was just hoping to succeed in one go, so we would not have to take such risks in the future." The burly man gave a cold laugh, too annoyed to even respond. And not long after they left, Wang Wei also exited the secret room. He went alone without anyone else following and drove to the outskirts of M City. There stood an unfinished building, a remnant of history once touted as the landmark that would redefine M City's center. But after the frame was built, the developer died in the sudden outbreak of evil, leaving it an abandoned husk. This was a huge scandal back then, but almost no one knew that underneath this abandoned building, a laboratory was hidden. This was the predecessor of their current biology lab. Both the Hunger Taisui and the Blackwater True God projects were initiated here. It was only later, when powerful backers took interest, that a new, proper laboratory was built for them. But even after the project moved to the new lab, this place was not abandoned. It remained as a backup, though neither its scale nor its equipment could compare to the new facility. After passing several layers of clearance, Wang Wei arrived at the lab and found the person in charge. "Wang Ming, there is a slight issue with the Hunger Taisui here. We need to cultivate a new one urgently." "The Sir has already agreed. 50 people will be sent from the second prison tomorrow. Use them for the first phase of cultivation." Wang Ming looked younger than Wang Wei, and though they shared the same surname, they were not related, and they did not have the best relationship. Hearing Wang Wei's request, Wang Ming broke into a gloating grin. "Come off it, spare me the slight issue talk. Do you take me for someone who does not check the forums?" Even though that news was quickly suppressed, I set keyword alerts for it, and I saw it all. Tisk Tisk went out looking for feed and ran into a brick wall. Ha ha ha, I will be laughing about this for the rest of my life. Wang Ming laughed as he spoke, giving Wang Wei absolutely no face. Wang Wei's face turned livid, and he gripped the container in his hand tightly. "This is a direct order from the Sir. Get the preparations started now. I need to take the Hunger Taisui away in 2 days. With the foundation from the previous experiment, I will succeed this time. I hope you will still be laughing then." Wang Ming did not fire back this time, instead staring with a confused expression at the glass bottle in Wang Wei's hand. He was not sure if he was seeing things, but did he just catch a glimpse of an eye? If Wang Wei had not been standing right in front of him, watching, Wang Ming would have really wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was just seeing things from working overtime for too long. Wang Wei also noticed his gaze and instinctively looked down at the glass bottle in his hand. The bottle was half filled with a pitch-black liquid, as viscous as oil, and seemed completely normal. This is just the True God's physical form. Wang Ming has seen it before, so why did he make that expression? Just as Wang Wei was wondering, an eyeball suddenly appeared inside the glass bottle. The eyeball was bloodshot and looked as if it were alive, staring fixedly at Wang Wei. Wang Wei's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the bottle to the ground. Wang Ming saw it clearly this time too, and immediately widened his eyes, saying, What is going on here? Wang Wei, what have you done to the true God? We did not do anything. Wang Wei was feeling very unstable. He had gone through too much today. So much so that he nearly had a breakdown when he heard Wang Ming's questioning. But Wang Ming did not care about his tone at all, instead staring at the glass container in panic. Wang Wei, throw that monster away quickly. Monster, are you crazy? This is the true God. As he spoke, he raised the glass container in his hand to let Wang Ming see it clearly. But as he lifted it, he realized something was wrong. Did this bottle suddenly get a bit heavier? He turned his head to look, only to see a twisted human face had appeared in the bottle at some point. It looked just like a human head that had been forced into the bottle. Wang Wei let out a cry of shock and instinctively threw the bottle in his hand away. Clatter! The bottle hit the floor, bounced twice, and rolled off to the side. This bottle was specifically designed for containing evil spirits, so it would not break from such an impact. Wang Ming instinctively stepped back. The thing in the bottle gave him a lingering sense of dread. Wang Wei was a bit braver, but only just. He also took a step back, trying to put as much distance between himself and the bottle as possible. Wang Wei, what on earth is that? I already told you it is the true God. Did not you see it when I arrived? Bullshit, do you think I have never seen the true God? That is clearly a human face. Crack. As the two argued, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. The sound was not loud, but it instantly silenced the two men who were at each other's throats. Their necks turned bit by bit toward the glass bottle in the corner, their inner thoughts perfectly aligned. Please do not let it be broken. However, reality often goes against one's wishes. The cracks on the glass container were all too clear. Crack! Another sound of glass breaking, and it was like an alarm bell ringing for them. Without even making eye contact, they both bolted toward the depths of the laboratory, with Wang Ming shouting as he ran. Alert! Alert! Initiate lockdown immediately. Wang Wei was also running for his life. He had spent time in this lab and knew exactly where the isolation zone was. Just 20 more meters, and they would be in the isolation zone. If they could reach the isolation zone and seal it off, they would be safe even if that evil spirit got out. After all, their lab's isolation zone was designed to withstand attacks from experts at the chamber entry level. But like I said, reality often goes against one's wishes. Just as they were less than 3 meters away from the isolation zone, two large hands pressed down on their shoulders. The two felt a heavy weight, and with a thud, they knelt on the floor, cold sweat covering their foreheads. They had knelt down so hard that they felt as if their bones had cracked. Yet even so, neither dared to make a sound or even turn around to look, their bodies trembling like leaves. Heh, I told you, this was something I went through a lot of trouble to take out of the lab. Why are you being so naughty? By the way, did not you say you wanted to repay me? Come, let me see how you are going to repay me. A hoarse voice sounded from behind Wang Wei. He was certain he had never heard this voice before, yet the person's words reminded him of someone. The person who had just been sent to the hospital. He struggled to turn his head to look behind him and saw a red figure standing there. It was a human figure composed of countless specks of blood mist, and the smile was so familiar. Hospital. In the ward, Shan Liang, who had been humming a tune, opened his eyes. I did not expect this M-City to be such a dump. It is no wonder that guy named Wang Wei was talking so tough. Turns out he had a backer, and a pretty powerful one at that. A playful smile crept across Shan Liang's face. Looking at it this way, when that team leader told them to use their connections to find a way out, he was just fishing. After all, in matters like this, the sooner you deal with it, the less impact it has. Even with all their connections, it would not be easy to uncover these people's backgrounds in a short time. So they just had them contact people themselves and reveal their backgrounds. That way, whether through deals or favors, they could bury the matter as quickly as possible. As for why they were not silenced, the reason is simple. First, among their group, there were individuals they found tricky to deal with. If they were silenced, things would become much more complicated. Second, it was because the situation had not reached that point yet. If Shan Liang guessed correctly, the big shots behind this were likely already cleaning up the mess. If negotiations failed and the survivors wanted too much, they would decisively abandon the laboratory. Then they would just say they do not know, have no idea, and have not heard of anything. Then find a scapegoat, pin it on a temp worker, and the problem is perfectly resolved. Anyway, they have already given you an explanation. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. And the last point is that these people still do not know their true strength. After all, they had taken down the starving ghost Taesui and the true god's mummy. Setting the Taesui aside, that true god mummy was definitely a scourge to the area with terrifying power. Otherwise, Wang Wei would not have let them into the lab without investigating their strength first. In Wang Wei's eyes, even people at the chamber entry level would die if they went in. Yet they fought their way out, which proves that some of them have power exceeding the chamber entry level. And anyone at the chamber entry level is considered a powerful figure anywhere. This is also a major reason why the team leader did not immediately have them silenced after arriving. Shan Liang stood up and stretched his neck. He had originally planned to catch a fish to eat and improve his quality of life. But he did not expect the fish that bit the hook to be a bit too big. So big that Shan Liang was not sure if he could pull it ashore, and he might even get dragged into the water himself. Furthermore, this big fish had an incredibly complex network of connections behind it, ring after ring, where pulling one strand moves the whole body. But Shan Liang is the type of person who loves excitement. The bigger the issue, the more exciting it gets. I really want to beat it back now and make some fish head soup. The ward next door. A nurse was dressing Lao Zhang's wounds. He had taken quite a beating, and it was a pity there were no support-type pioneers here, so they had to make do with these conventional methods to treat him. Lao Zhang stared blankly at the ceiling, a whirlwind of thoughts colliding in his mind. Unlike others, he was not worried about being killed here, because their organization, Ant's Nest, had a formidable reputation. Once, an organization tried to double-cross them and killed 7 members of Ant's Nest, thinking they had committed the perfect crime. 2 days later, the entire lot was wiped out. An influential figure in New City had his whole family killed, and their remains were so mangled they had to be gathered with a spoon. Investigation revealed that this powerful figure was the very person backing that organization behind the scenes. But since he was a man of real power, his execution by a civilian organization was seen as a provocation, so New City mobilized armed forces, intending to eradicate Ant's Nest. They thought it would be as easy as clearing out a small cult, but they never expected that Ant's Nest had thousands of pioneers, each one fearless of death. The two sides locked horns, resulting in heavy casualties. It was not until someone from the Death Reaper Legion stepped in to mediate that the fighting finally stopped. Ever since then, everyone in the circle has been clear about one thing: you do not mess with Ant's Nest. Moreover, their leader, Ant, was a veteran who retired from the Death Reaper Legion, so her strength and background spoke for themselves. So, unless it was an extreme situation, no one was willing to provoke these lunatics. You could only say that in this era, crawling with evil spirits, power really does dictate everything. Small-time bandits get wiped out, while big-time bandits get pardoned. And they, Ant's Nest, were the big-time bandits. Therefore, unlike others, Lao Zhang was not worried about being silenced. If he died, everyone involved would have to be buried with him. What he did not expect was that people from the bonfire were here too. And they had absolutely no intention of revealing their identities. What were they planning? Lao Zhang considered several possibilities, only to dismiss each one. In the end, he just stopped thinking about it. After all, they were his saviors, and whatever they were doing, it was not his place to get in their way. Just as he was deep in thought, the ward door opened. The young nurse who was dressing his wounds grabbed her medical kit and walked out. Lao Zhang turned his head and saw a burly man in a suit walking in. The man looked him up and down before speaking. "Are you with Ant's Nest?" Lao Zhang did not answer, just stared straight at the man. The man had distinct spiritual energy fluctuations. Clearly, he was also a pioneer, and a very strong one at that. Showing up at this moment, he was likely one of the backers behind that guy in white, probably here to negotiate some hush money. "What? Afraid I will eat you?" The hulking man pulled up a chair and sat down, looking down at Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang curled his lip, picked at his ear, and replied, "Eat me? Are you some kind of evil spirit?" "Ha ha ha." The man laughed heartily, but his eyes remained cold, staring at Lao Zhang like a hungry wolf. Who told you that only evil spirits eat people? Lao Zhang's expression became even more disdainful as he pushed himself up from lying down to a sitting position. Then give it a try. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. After several seconds, the man laughed. Not bad for someone brought up by the Ant Queen. Interesting. He stood up as he spoke. Tell the Ant Queen when you go back that I, Jia Qing, am very much looking forward to meeting her. Lao Zhang's defiant expression froze the moment he heard the name Jia Qing. He had heard that name before. The head of the M City Public Safety Bureau. A master at the entry stage. He had once led a team to wipe out a cult of 1,000 people and hung their heads from the city gates. Since then, he had earned a nickname. The 1,000-Man Demon. In M City, just saying his name was enough to stop children from crying at night. And he had just been giving attitude to the 1,000-Man Demon. Thinking of this, Lao Zhang's legs began to tremble. But the realization that this man was the guy in white's protector turned his fear into anger. No wonder they were so fearless. They had the Public Safety Bureau backing them. How ironic that the Bureau, which was supposed to protect the city's safety, had personally delivered those who trusted them into the mouths of evil spirits. But judging by what the 1,000-Man Demon said, did he know their boss? While Lao Zhang pondered, Jia Qing had already walked out of the room. Immediately after, a soldier walked in, with Old Li following behind. You can leave now. The soldier's voice was cold. Old Li looked completely confused, clearly having no idea what was going on. Anda, where did you find such good lamb? Did you save some for Zio Hua? Do not worry, just eat. Inside the ward, Shan Liang and Badur were having hot pot. Jia Qing, who had just opened the door, wore a playful expression, while the soldier beside him was trembling from head to toe. He had been guarding this big guy outside the door and had not left for a second, so how did someone just suddenly appear in the room? He stepped forward and bellowed sternly. How did you get in? Who gave you permission to eat in the ward? Now, get back to your own room immediately. Shan Liang, as if he had not heard a thing, dipped the cooked lamb into his bowl, coated it thoroughly in sauce, and popped it into his mouth with an expression of pure satisfaction. The young soldier was furious. It was already a failure of duty to have an extra person in the room, but he had not expected this person to dare ignore him. He reached for his weapon, but Jia Qing held him by the shoulder. Do not be so nervous. They are just eating something. What is the big deal? But that is enough. Wait outside. The young soldier gave Shan Liang a resentful look before saluting and leaving. Jia Qing pulled up a stool and sat down in front of Shan Liang, intending to join in, but realized there were no extra bowls or chopsticks. Scanning the room, he saw a bottle of liquor by the pot and reached out to grab it. Just as he was about to take a drink, the bottle was seized by a large hand. You have got some nerve. Did I say you could drink my liquor? Badur swallowed a mouthful of lamb before looking at Jia Qing. Seeing this, Jia Qing started to laugh and exerted pressure with his own hand. It is just a bottle of liquor. Why be so stingy? Both men were exerting force, yet the liquor in the bottle remained perfectly still, showing just how terrifying their control over their own strength was. Shan Liang wiped his mouth, put down his chopsticks, and looked at Jia Qing with a smile. How many people have you fed to that evil spirit? Evil spirit? Jia Qing looked at Shan Liang with a mocking smile, his voice chilling. Not many, just a few thousand. Cracked. Badur crushed the liquor bottle in his hand, looking as if he wanted to eat someone alive. A few thousand. Hey, yeah, but their sacrifice was worth it. The three locked eyes. Tensions were high. Back when the firstborns first emerged, philosophers were already debating whether they could be considered human. After all, the abilities of the firstborns had already transcended the human scope. When the specters suddenly descended, humanity was in desperate need of faith, leading some to propose that these powerful firstborns should be made into gods. However, that proposal was ultimately rejected, as the authorities feared that if they drifted beyond the scope of humanity, their actions would become reckless, causing destruction even greater than that of the specters. And as time passed, their fears gradually became reality. Many firstborns did not take the lives of ordinary people seriously. In their eyes, firstborns and humans were just two species that happened to look alike. There were even more extreme firstborns who believed this was the grand trend of human evolution. Firstborns were the new humans, and those old humans without power deserved to be eradicated. Such individuals were not uncommon among the firstborns. Bader stared fixedly at Jia Qing, not even blinking. Are not you afraid of retribution for feeding thousands of people to the specters? Retribution, ha ha ha. Jia Qing could not help but laugh at Bader's words, as if he found the remark incredibly funny. They are just a few thousand ordinary people. What does it matter? Every breakthrough in medicinal research that benefits the nation and the people has been built on the backs of such people. Besides, in an age where specters run rampant, the lives of ordinary people are precarious anyway. Instead of dying in vain, they might as well make a contribution to the rise of humanity. Jia Qing's smile did not waver. He shook the spilled liquor off his hand and spoke. Our medicinal research is nearly complete, and we have reached a 60% stability rate. If you had not interfered and hurt my specter, I probably would have had the 90% complete version by now. 90%. Do you understand what that concept means? Even if the higher-ups found out, they would not do a thing to me. On the contrary, they would help me with my research. Do not even talk about thousands of ordinary people. Even if thousands of firstborns had to be sacrificed, they would not even blink. Because the benefits would far outweigh the costs. I might even become the 10th Legion commander of the Great Wall Watch. So why are you being so cynical? Jia Qing laughed heartily, but Bader's expression grew increasingly grim. He was not good with words and could not find a retort, so he could only look at Shan Liang. Shan Liang was staring at Jia Qing with a smirk. All right, stop deluding yourself. You know very well that the Great Wall Watch would never tolerate this kind of thing. Doing research with specters is one thing, no one would care what you do. But you crossed the red line by using humans as feed for specters, and there is no way you will survive this. Jia Qing's laughter stopped, and he stared at Shan Liang with a cold gaze. By the sound of it, you seem quite familiar with the Great Wall Watch. Shan Liang kept his smile and said, and from the very beginning, you never intended to turn in the medicine, did you? Using the starving ghost Taisui to mass-produce the medicine, and then brainwashing them with the corpses of true gods. That way, you could raise a powerful army in a short amount of time. That is your confidence, is not it? Jia Qing smiled and said nothing, though his gaze toward Shan Liang grew even colder. In M City right now, the controllers are almost all your people, and many residents have been contaminated and transformed. Your experiments actually started a long time ago. Otherwise, where would you get these specific percentage stats? Those who failed the experiment were fed to the specters, and those who succeeded were brainwashed and planted in M City. But you were not satisfied with the conversion rate and speed, which is why you created an emergency mission, wanting the specters to devour firstborns to evolve. Jia Qing could no longer maintain his smile. He slowly stood up and said, Is not it better to just live? Why do you have to show off your intelligence? Do you think you are the only clever one? Does it make you feel superior? Why go out of your way to investigate all this? Originally, I intended to offer you hush money to let you leave, as long as you kept your mouths shut and forgot about the laboratory. But now that you have figured all this out, it is going to be hard for you to leave. Bader laughed upon hearing this and stood up as well. His build was even more imposing than Jia Qing's as he looked down at him. What, you planning on having us stay here for the holidays? Jia Qing laughed heartily, though there was not a hint of mirth in his eyes. At this point, there is no need for the two of you to hide your identities, is there? Judging by your analysis, if I am not mistaken, you must be from the Great Wall Watch. Shan Liang and Bader were momentarily startled, but replied nonetheless. Sharp eyes. Upon hearing their admission, Jia Qing's expression grew even uglier. Which legion are you two from? Let us talk. Maybe we even have some mutual acquaintances. Shan Liang and the other man just smiled, giving no answer. Seeing this, Jia Qing sighed, then launched an attack without warning. He landed a fierce kick toward Bader. Bader had already prepared for it, shielding his chest with his arms and blocking the kick head-on. Jia Qing had expected to kick Bader flying, but to his surprise, the man stood as firm as a mountain, and he himself was instead recoiled by the force of his own strike. However, Jia Qing would not have reached the position of head of the Security Bureau if he were a pushover. Divine aspect. Silent bombardment. A glow radiated from the spot where Bader was struck, and a moment later, it exploded violently. A heat wave swept through the room, and Bader was sent flying, crashing through the wall. Jia Qing did not stop his assault. He unleashed a sweeping kick aimed directly at Shan Liang's head. His attacks were calculated and skillful, clearly showing he had trained in combat. But what he did not know was that the man in front of him had scored a 97 in combat at the Martial Arts Academy. The only reason he was docked 3 points was because he hit too hard and bruised the instructor's eye, which was considered disrespectful to the teacher. The moment he raised his leg to kick, Shan Liang struck like lightning, aiming straight for Jia Qing's groin. Jia Qing's expression changed drastically, but his leg was already up, and his arms were far from his guard to maintain balance, leaving him completely exposed like a goal without a goalkeeper. He had no way to counter Shan Liang's attack. Before he was even hit, cold sweat was already breaking out on Jia Qing's forehead. Shan Liang grinned savagely and added even more power to his foot. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed. That was the sound of Jia Qing's masculine dignity. Arg! He nearly passed out from the pain, but the next moment, the area began to slowly regenerate. He was using biological stimulants, too. It helped ease the pain significantly. If he lost his mobility now, he was a dead man. Jia Qing used his incredible willpower to regain a defensive stance, just as the small soldier outside finally reacted. He kicked open the door, saw the situation inside, and immediately poured gunfire onto Shan Liang. Rat-tat-tat. The room was small, leaving little space to dodge, but Shan Liang did not need to. A burst of red mist surged from his body, and the moment the bullets entered the mist, they vanished. Before those soldiers could even react, the red mist lunged at them, swallowing them whole in an instant. Silent bombardment. Jia Qing roared again, and explosions erupted out of thin air within the room, yet there was not a single sound. Shan Liang's red mist was instantly blown apart, and he jumped out through the hole previously created by Devours' impact. Jia Qing gave chase immediately. Come what may, he could not let them get away today. These two knew his plans inside out, clearly having investigated him for a long time. Since they could not be bought, then he would not hold back his ruthlessness. But as he chased, he noticed the red mist kid's physique changing. A large amount of mist surged into a corner, and a giant figure lunged out from within. But the appearance and build of this giant were completely different from the one in the room earlier. An ambush. No, that is not it. They are using disguises. Boom! Just as he was about to catch up to Shan Liang, Devours intercepted Jia Qing and smashed a fierce punch into him. Jia Qing had chased quickly, but he was sent flying back even faster. Before he even landed, he felt as if all his internal organs had been displaced. Even an elephant would likely be killed by such a punch. Devours looked annoyed. Being sent flying in front of his anda was a huge embarrassment. Jia Qing steadied himself and saw that not only had the giant changed, but the youth's appearance and build had also completely transformed. He even doubted if he had been stunned, or if these two really had accomplices. Shan Liang seemed to read his thoughts and said with a chuckle, "What is so surprising? This is our true appearance." Devours grumbled to himself, thinking that this was clearly something they had changed into. But then he put on a stern face and said, "Special Operations Team, Chang Wei." Shan Liang also wore a grave expression. Special Operations Team, Bao Longxing. The two announced their titles with perfect, articulate clarity. Jia Qing narrowed his eyes. Special Operations Team. When did the Great Wall Watch ever assemble such a squad? But since they were already fighting, who cares about their names? Let us just finish them. Jia Qing leaned forward and used his legs to charge toward the two. His speed was not exactly fast. After all, that kick Shan Liang gave him earlier was brutal, and it still hurt to run. Devours let out a savage grin and charged forward like a tank. Boom! The two sides crashed into each other. Jia Qing felt as if he were not facing a person, but a crazed elephant. Explode! Jia Qing was sent flying backward and roared while in midair. The point of contact between Devours and Jia Qing lit up again and exploded violently. Fire surged into the sky, yet there was not a single sound. The ground was blasted into dust, and Jia Qing sneered. His spirit manifestation, silent bombardment, was among the deadliest in all of M City. He could detonate anything he had touched within the last 5 minutes. So what if they are from the Great Wall Watch? Finish them both off, then drag out a few scapegoats. With so many people covering for him, the matter would be resolved just like that. Boom! A figure leaped high out of the smoke and dust. The dust was stirred up by the air current of his jump, following close behind. Jia Qing looked solemn. This giant's defense was definitely the strongest he had ever encountered. Counting the previous time, He had already taken 2 of his bombardments, yet he still looked like nothing had happened. Even his arms were only slightly scorched. These 2 were wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Jia Qing took a deep breath and made a few hand signals with his right hand. The deputy captain, who was aiming from the floor above, saw this and immediately pressed his walkie-talkie. Director Jia's order. Everyone is to arrive at the M City Branch Hospital within 5 minutes to surround them. Repeat. Everyone is to arrive at the M City Branch Hospital within 5 minutes to surround them. The moment he finished speaking, reports from various squads came through his headset. Squad 1 received, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Squad 2 received, expected. As the various squads reported in, the captain's expression grew heavy. For the director to call for reinforcements in a 2-on-1 fight, it seemed these 2 were no simple opponents. Cheng Wei, you holding up? No problem. Badoer shouted, shook his numb hands, and looked at Jia Qing with the eyes of a hungry wolf. Jia Qing's expression also grew serious, as the giant had not even used his spirit manifestation yet. He was going toe-to-toe with him, using only his physical body. Rat-tat-tat. Countless bullets poured toward Badoer like a barrage. Before, when he was tangled up with Jia Qing, those upstairs could not get a clear shot. Now that they were at such a distance, what else was there to wait for? The sound of gunfire was deafening, so much so that none of them noticed that the wall behind them had somehow become covered in dense, writhing flesh. Whoosh! A sharp tentacle grew from the flesh, instantly piercing a soldier and hoisting him high. Help me, help me. The soldier pleaded for help while vomiting blood. Those around him finally reacted and hurriedly turned their guns toward the fleshy tentacles. Rat-tat-tat. The gun barrels spewed fire, but the damage caused to the flesh was minimal. Even if a tentacle was severed, it would regenerate to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more people were pierced through the chest and lifted up, the suckers on the tentacles draining their blood continuously. A living person would turn into a mummified corpse in seconds, swaying in the wind like withered leaves on a dying tree. True God, save me. True God. In extreme terror, some of them began to lose their minds, calling out to the true God as their veins bulged and turned black before their eyes. This sight horrified their companions, who thought they had been contaminated by the fleshy evil. For a moment, they did not know who to aim at. And in that split second of hesitation, their chests were all pierced by the tentacles. The tentacles swallowed and expanded, and the main mass grew slowly. Kill it. The black-veined soldiers roared as they charged toward the flesh, but they became new decorations in a single clash, their bodies swaying gently in the breeze. With the soldiers gone, survivors and staff in the hospital fled outward. The giant mass of flesh rolled and flowed downstairs. Jia Qing, who was fighting Badoer, could not help but glance over, but that single look was enough for Zemos to catch his opening. A massive hand grabbed his face as if it were a basketball. Come on, explode then. Go ahead and explode again, you bastard. Bader was exerting so much force that his fingers had already dug into Jia Qing's face. The human face is rich in nerves, so wounds on the face are significantly more painful. Jia Qing's expression twisted, his eyes fierce. Explode. A searing light erupted as he launched another silent bombardment, seemingly indifferent to whether he would be blown to pieces himself. Still, there was no sound, only a towering inferno of light. The violent explosion separated the two again. Bader held a piece of Jia Qing's skin, while Jia Qing's bloodied, mangled face twisted and began to slowly heal. Shan Liang clicked his tongue in wonder, thinking that Jia Qing had not reached this position by luck. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more so to himself. Just then, the sound of car brakes filled the air as over 100 soldiers stormed into the hospital square. They had already disengaged the safeties on their firearms and opened fire the moment they saw the situation in the courtyard. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets poured in like they were worthless, directed straight at Shan Liang and Bader. The other mass of raw, flowing flesh did not escape unscathed either, and in fact, the fire directed at it was even more intense. Team 1, reload. Team 2, advance. Teams 3 and 4, stand by. The captain commanded the battle over his radio while continuing to fire. Under his command, the bullets formed a wall of suppression fire. Even the mass of flesh was being battered into constant contortions on the spot. Bader simply ignored the bullets. Even when they hit him, he felt nothing. He had eyes only for Jia Qing. If not for the need to keep his identity hidden and avoid using his god phase, Bader would have already beaten him to death. Jia Qing, having learned his lesson once, no longer dared to go head-to-head with Bader and resorted to guerrilla tactics, shifting positions constantly, which drove Bader into a rage. "Cannot you act like a man? Dodging and weaving, are you a rat?" Hearing Bader's roar, Shan Liang laughed heartily. He took my family jewel-crushing kick earlier, so whether he is still a man is up for debate. Bader could not help but laugh as well, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Jia Qing. Jia Qing's expression was dark as a thunderstorm. He knew perfectly well that the two were just trying to rattle him, but he could not stop himself from getting angry. Ever since he took the top position at the Bureau of Security, he had not had to endure such humiliation. Two pieces of trash, do not get cocky. Once the other pioneers arrive, it will be the end of your lives. I will make sure to cut you into little pieces and feed you to the dogs. Behind him, Bader lifted an entire ambulance and hurled it at him. Jia Qing felt the rush of wind behind his head and scrambled to dodge. Boom! The ambulance crashed heavily in front of him, successfully blocking his escape route. Hey. In a split second, Bader grabbed one of Jia Qing's arms, and before Jia could detonate again, Bader swung him with all his might. Wham! 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 Jia Qing's body slammed against the ground repeatedly, his bones shattering inch by inch. After just 3 hits, his brain could no longer process thought, and his body went limp like a noodle. Keep running. Run away. Run. Bader roared with every swing. After a few strikes, Jia Qing was like a dead dog, vomiting up blood and bits of his own organs. Tui. Bader casually tossed Jia Qing aside and crushed his head underfoot. The other soldiers were terrified by the brutal scene before their eyes. Their own director was toast. That momentary hesitation gave the mass of flesh its chance. It seemed to transform into a sea urchin, shooting out countless thorns that easily pierced the soldiers' chests. Open fire. Rat-tat-tat. The soldiers snapped out of it, realizing there was still an enemy in front of them. How could they be spacing out? But their formation had already been broken. How could they possibly stop the advance of the flesh mass now? Fortunately, at the critical moment, another man sprinted into the hospital grounds. He took one look at the flesh mass and roared. God phase. Water blade of severing. The air instantly became damp as a streak of blue light flashed across. PSSH. The flesh mass was sliced in two. Blood spurted from the wound, but was immediately swallowed by a ripple of blue waves. It is the deputy director. We are saved. Deputy director. Some soldiers cheered, looking at the man in front of them with adoration. He was a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned build, wearing a standard-issue trench coat, and his entire right arm was currently glowing with a soft blue light. Where is Director Jia? Director Jia was killed by that big guy. A soldier behind him pointed at Bader, his voice trembling. The deputy director's heart sank. He knew Jia Qing's strength better than anyone. If Jia Qing was gone, was not fighting them alone just asking for death. Stall. The priority is to stall. Wait for everyone to arrive and swarm them. Splat. The severed flesh mass writhed and crawled, making a sound like dough hitting a kneading board. The deputy director frowned. It did not die even after being split in half. The recovery power of this thing rivals a starving ghost's flesh. He watched as the two halves began to consume and fuse with each other, gradually forming a flesh sphere 1 meter in diameter. Heart-stopping ripples of energy emanated from the sphere. Thump thump. Thump thump. The sphere pulsed rhythmically, just like a heart. Shan Liang curled his lips into a smile. They tried to cover up a crime like this. I will make sure to blow this wide open so everyone knows. Creating panic and disrupting unity. Tui. I am happy to. Shan Liang took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, his voice cold. God phase. Soul-binding bone tree. His voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly. The deputy director's expression changed drastically, looking at Shan Liang in horror. Soul-binding bone tree. You are Bao Longsing. God phases never lie. In this world, even twins have different god phases. Like fingerprints, everyone's god phase is unique. Only when the holder of the god phase dies does it become available for others to master. So the moment Shan Liang called out the name, the deputy director recognized him. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a sound of bones twisting and shattering, the flesh mass began to rapidly decay and wither, as if it had lived through eons in that single moment. At the same time, a bone-white tree, beautiful as jade, grew rapidly, full of lush branches and leaves. However, the leaves were a bit unusual. They looked like eyeballs. Open fire! The deputy director shouted, his blue right arm swinging down toward the ancient tree again. A beam of blue light slashed out from his right arm, heading straight for the bone tree. Clack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, but the bone tree remained unharmed, losing only a few leaves. The eyeball-like leaves lay on the ground for 2 seconds, before letting out an ear-splitting, piercing scream. As they screamed, spider-like legs grew from the eyeballs, and they scurried toward the deputy director. The deputy director turned ash pale. It really is the soul-binding bone tree. Bao Longsing. Bao Longsing. Spirit aspect, soul-binding bone tree. Class A wanted criminal. Crime: slaughtered over 2,000 people at the FB company in G-City, followed by the massacre of hundreds of G-City administrators and thousands of armed personnel. Bounty: 100 million. Intelligence bounty varies from 10 million to 50 million based on value. This is all the official information available regarding Bao Longsing. At first glance, he looks like a heinous criminal, yet he is held in high regard by the public and on online forums. That is because the so-called FB company originally used evil spirits to create a virus and spread it throughout G-City, causing 99% of the population to become infected. Then they seized the opportunity to sell a chronic antidote, making a fortune. Once infected, you would not die, but you could not be cured either. You could only rely on their company's medicine to stay alive. The little money earned throughout the year was spent entirely on medicine, except for food. The common people were living in utter misery. Later, this matter was exposed on a forum by an internal employee of the FB company, but the post was taken down in less than a minute. However, where there is smoke, there is fire, and this matter was still noticed by some observant people. They started reporting it to the authorities, causing quite a stir, but the people who filed the reports disappeared shortly after. When they reappeared, they were on television, apologizing to the FB company with vacant eyes, claiming they had only acted to extort money from them. They claimed that now, having had a change of heart, they had come forward to clear the air. They said FB company is a good company that brought a large number of jobs to G-City and boosted the entire cities. These words sounded very official, as if they had been scripted and memorized countless times. After that, those whistleblowers moved out of G-City, and no one ever saw them again. And the people's lives continued as usual. Until Bao Longsing appeared in G-City. He used the flesh and blood of everyone at the FB company to grow a tree. The soul-binding bone tree. This incident quickly caught the attention of the G-City Security Bureau, which immediately deployed people to suppress him. After all, the FB company was a major taxpayer in G-City. To put it bluntly, over half of them were on the FB company's payroll. Now that Bao Longsing had cut down their cash cow, how could they let him get away with it? But Bao Longsing's strength was too overwhelming. One man and one tree facing an entire army. Pioneers below the gateway realm would die instantly upon entering the area covered by the tree's branches. Even more horrifyingly, their bodies were immediately melted and absorbed by the tree, then converted into leaves that looked like eyeballs. When the tree faced an attack, these leaves would detach and turn into spider-like creatures to defend it. They could even emit the voices the victims had when they were alive, which caused extreme panic. That night, over 100 pioneers alone were killed, and thousands of ordinary soldiers perished. By the time Bao Longsing left, the soul-binding bone tree had grown to over 30 meters tall. Soon after, it turned into dust that filled the sky. From that day on, the illnesses of the people in G-City were cured. And precisely because of this, the name Bao Longsing is synonymous with a hero in the hearts of G-City's citizens. But to those in power, Bao Longsing signifies someone who is uncontrollable, someone who breaks rules and ruins plans. That is why he must be hunted. And now, such a wanted criminal with a bounty of over 100 million is standing right before his eyes. The deputy bureau chief gulped with difficulty. He was getting a bit scared. Wrestle, wrestle. The dense swarm of eyeball spiders crawled toward the soldiers. Most of the spiders were wailing, but a small portion were saying something. No, stop. I do not want to be their slave even after death. Why me? I was supposed to be off duty at home today. Why did you have to make me come? Why did you have to make me die? Why it hurts, it really hurts so much. Please save me, someone save me. These words made the soldiers' scalps tingle. Some could not help but step back. Their brains were sending them desperate retreat signals. If it were not for their disciplined training, they would have turned and fled by now. The scene before them was even more evil than the spirits themselves. Rat-tat-tat. They opened fire on the eyeball spiders, but the creatures were so agile that their hit rate was pitifully low. The two sides clashed quickly. Those bitten saw their skin turn black and rot instantly, foaming at the mouth as they collapsed in convulsions. In just a few seconds, they stopped breathing. Do not retreat. Attack. The deputy bureau chief took a deep breath. Things were heading in the worst direction possible, and all he could do now was stall for time. After dodging an attack from a spider, he pressed his communication bracelet. What is the situation on the scene? Jia Qing is dead. The intruder is the Class A wanted criminal, Bao Longxing. Bao Longxing, the deputy bureau chief said urgently. This is no time to discuss that. Send more people immediately. The situation is out of control. Experts, we need experts. I have read the G-City file. Human wave tactics are useless against Bao Longxing. Hearing the anxiety in his voice, the person on the other end understood that the matter was indeed grave. No problem, but it will take time, and a large-scale deployment is likely to attract unwanted attention. Having said that, he paused for a moment before adding, I need to keep some men behind to tie up the loose ends. No problem. The deputy bureau chief cut the communication immediately, as the number of spiders had grown significantly again. Shan Liang and Badwer leapt onto the soul-binding bone tree. Looking down at the chaotic crowd below, Badwer could not help but exclaim, Anda, just how many spirit aspects do you have? Just one. Did not you learn anything in school? Everyone can only possess one spirit aspect. Shan Liang turned his head, looking as if he were wondering why Badwer was saying something so silly. Seeing this, Badwer hurriedly held up a hand. You have already used 5 different ones that I have seen. Shan Liang shrugged and said, Those are not my spirit aspects. Not yours. Does that mean until now, even I have not seen your true spirit aspect? Badwer was completely stunned, feeling as if he did not really know his Anda at all. You have seen it, you just did not know it. Shan Liang smiled, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked into the distance. This time, the commotion is big enough. If you cannot hide your spirit aspect, then use it. Badwer nodded, his gaze locked on the deputy bureau chief beneath the tree. Should I go kill him? What is the rush? Killing them one by one is too slow. Shan Liang patted the bone branch beside him, and a wisp of red mist merged into it through his palm. Crag track. Fissures appeared on the soul-binding bone tree, and scarlet eyeballs began to swirl around inside them. I will let you have a full meal this time. As he spoke, Shan Liang patted the bone branch again. The tree swayed, just like a puppy anticipating food. Keep your distance. Do not push too far forward. The deputy director barked an order, his right hand waving again as ripples of blue energy flew out, crushing the approaching eyeball spiders to death. Before they died, the spiders emitted piercing shrieks that made everyone's skin crawl. Seeing that their morale was on the verge of collapse, the deputy director shouted again. Everyone, do not panic. Our reinforcements are on their way. Just hold on for 2 more minutes, and the final victory will surely be ours. As law enforcers, we absolutely cannot let this evil spread. The wanted criminal is right there, with a bounty of 100 million. Take him down, and we split the reward. Hearing this, many of them saw red. For those who could not control their emotions, veins began to bulge and blacken, and their pupils slowly dilated. Roar! Successive roars rang out, and some even began to bloat until their clothes burst open. Kill! Kill! Their blood was boiling, and they had cast the deputy director's orders to the back of their minds, with only one thought left in their heads. Tear everything in front of them to shreds. With legs driving them forward like hunting leopards, they charged toward the soul-binding bone tree. Even when bitten by the eyeball spiders, they did not succumb to the venom immediately, ignoring their injuries to keep charging. Do not come back. The deputy director called out urgently, but it was already too late. The moment those few who charged reached the base of the bone tree, they went stiff and collapsed straight onto the ground. Their bodies immediately began to melt, with blood and fluids seeping into the earth. As the breeze blew through the gaps in the bone tree, it made a strange sound, like mocking laughter. The crowd, previously blinded by greed, instantly sobered up, their legs beginning to shake again. One drum beat, then a second to flag, and by the third, all is lost. The courage they had finally managed to muster was shattered once again. Trying to rally them again would be harder than reaching the heavens. The deputy director gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. This soul-binding bone tree was too underhanded, instantly killing anyone of a lower level. A war of attrition was doomed to fail, and only long-range strikes could work. It was fortunate that this bone tree could not move, otherwise its destructive power would be unimaginable. But before he could even feel relieved, his head grew heavy and dizzy, as if he were suffering from a severe hangover. Oh no! The deputy director snapped to his senses and quickly lowered his head. He had only made eye contact with the eye in the crack for a split second, yet his mind was already being affected. He had managed to break free, but the soldiers had not. One by one, their bodies moved like puppets, walking toward the soul-binding bone tree. Come back now. The deputy director roared, trying to wake them, but the power of the soul-binding bone tree was far beyond his imagination. Those people had already had their minds controlled and were walking step by step toward their deaths. Before he could save anyone, countless eyeball spiders pounced on him. Watching the soldiers march toward the tree, the deputy director could only grit his teeth. They were already bewitched and could not be saved in the short term. If he got himself in trouble too, they would all be wiped out. Thinking of this, he swung his right hand at the incoming eyeball spiders. Hum! The air hummed, a blue light flashed, and the pouncing eyeball spiders froze for a moment before silently splitting apart into chunks of meat. The deputy director felt a tightness in his chest. He was an room entry level expert, yet he had to watch his own men die. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over him, fueling his rage. Kill! Kill! Bao Longsing! I will not let you get away with this. As he spoke, he waved his right arm again, and several blue ripples swept across, shattering the surrounding spiders. Deputy Director! Deputy Director, what are you doing? Help me! Piercing screams rang out from near and far, and the deputy director's head throbbed as if it were splitting open. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a red mist spraying into the air. But with that blood expelled, his head felt a little better. Only now did he realize that what he had just been cutting down were not spiders at all, but his own companions. Right in front of him, a soldier had been sliced in half, a look of utter disbelief on his face. He struggled to reach out, as if trying to grab the deputy director. But that movement caused his upper body to slowly slide off, spilling blood and organs all over the ground. The soldier coughed up mouthfuls of blood, eyes wide with a dying stare. How could this happen? How could this be? The deputy director roared. He realized he had never broken free from the start. It was all an illusion. The breeze blew through the bone tree cracks once more, and mocking laughter echoed again. The deputy director roared, having lost his grip on sanity, and started to charge forward with his right arm raised. Old Liao, do not be rash. Old Liao. A thin, middle-aged man grabbed hold of the deputy director. Kill him. Kill him. The deputy director, Old Liao, seemed to have gone mad, and the man pressed down hard on his shoulders. Old Liao, do not be rash. This is a soul-binding bone tree. We cannot fight in its domain. You know that, get a hold of yourself. As he spoke, another middle-aged man walked over, standing in front of Old Liao as well. Do not get agitated, Old Liao. The soldier's sacrifices have meaning. Do not worry, Bao Longsing is a dead man today. He will not get away, I promise. Old Liao breathed heavily. He was not usually an irritable person, but now he was completely enraged. Wang Gang Suhu, the thin one on the tree, is Bao Longsing. Whatever it takes, do not let him escape today. The thin middle-aged man, Suhu, smiled. Do not worry, now that I am here, he will not be going anywhere. They exchanged a look with Wang Gang, who nodded solemnly. This is a city, but this is not the time to worry about collateral damage. I will pin him down, you make the move. Yeah. Suhu replied, took a deep breath and stared wide-eyed. Divine aspect. Heavy burden of 1,000 tons. Boom. A crushing pressure descended. The surrounding landscaping was pinned to the ground as if by a giant hand. Shan Liang and Baidier on the soul-binding bone tree also felt the pressure and looked toward Suhu. Baidier rolled his neck and said, "Is this supposed to keep us in check?" Shan Liang narrowed his eyes at Wang Gang. That skinny guy must have some long-range attack method, but such attacks usually have low hit rates, which is why they need to pin us down first. Sure enough, the next moment, they saw Wang Gang hold his hands in front of his shoulders, as if hugging an invisible object. Divine aspect. Thunder God's roar. A flash of violet-blue electricity sparked, and something resembling an RPG launcher appeared on his shoulder. Good heavens! Good heavens! Shan Liang and Baidier gasped simultaneously, staring at Wang Gang in shock. Baidier swallowed hard before saying, Is that a firearms-based divine aspect?" Shan Liang was also confused for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. "I like this divine aspect. Family." Shan Liang looked at Wang Gang, his mind already conjuring an image of himself wielding an RPG and blasting an evil spirit to pieces. "Anda, wipe that drool off your face." Slurp. Shan Liang wiped his mouth obediently, then his eyes lit up. It was worth the trip. It was definitely worth it this time. Forget about that for a second. Can the soul-binding bone tree hold up? Heh, it will hold. Shan Liang patted his chest, looking completely confident, which put Baidier at ease. Then what about us? What? Can we hold up? That depends on you. What do you mean? You are built like a tank, so I am planning on hiding behind you in a bit. Baidier was speechless, but he still stepped in front of Shan Liang. Whoosh! The shell whistled through the air, heading straight for the two in the tree. Bring it on! Baidier roared, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Shan Liang, however, had appeared in front of him, his eyes turning blood red as he stared at the incoming shell. Hum! Boom! The shell exploded. Waves of heat rushed over them, shaking the soul-binding bone tree violently. Hathe! Hathe! As the tree shook, the strange laughter echoed again. The eyeball leaves fell off one by one, turning into spiders and lunging at Wang Gang and his team. Deputy Chief, Team 2 arriving for backup. Team 3 arriving for backup. Team 4. More and more soldiers arrived. Even though the scene was grisly, none of them took a step back. Target the spiders and the soul-binding bone tree. Fire! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rat-tat-tat. Following the deputy chief's orders, the soldiers opened fire. The scale of this gunfire was staggering. If someone were to collect these shell casings, they would make a fortune. Just the scrap metal alone would be enough for them to live well for a long time. The soul-binding bone tree swayed heavily. If Shan Liang had not detonated that shell early, it probably would have shattered the tree right then and there, as it had not fully matured yet. Anda, have we had enough fish? Do not be so impatient, wait a bit longer. We do not come here often, we have to make sure we are full. As Shan Liang spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Wang Gang. He really liked his spirit manifestation, and he wanted to invite him to join their family. He'd be thrilled, right? Shan Liang took a deep breath, sliced his palm open with his fingernail, and let his blood drip onto the bone tree. Because he had consumed the starving ghost Taisui, his wounds healed as soon as they were made. He had no choice but to keep cutting, which kept him quite busy. The blood dripped onto the tree and was absorbed instantly, like water being soaked up by a sponge. The eyeballs in the cracks turned red and began to spin faster. Shan Liang laughed with a sinister glint in his eyes. Show yourself, my little darling. Pop, pop, pop. The red eyeballs burst one after another, turning into pools of viscous blood that trickled down the bone tree. Against the pale bone tree, the scarlet blood looked almost dazzling. Wang Gang's face went pale. That shell had just drained almost all his spiritual energy. His spirit manifestation was powerful, but it consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy. After using it once, he had to rest for at least 2 hours before he could use it again. Suhu was no better off, looking deathly pale. What kind of power do these two have? Why do I feel like I cannot suppress them? Bao Longxing is at least in the proficient realm. Suhu, hold on a little longer. Old Liao's right hand seemed to transform into blue crystal, clear and translucent. He was also preparing a killing blow. Got it, hurry up, I can only hold on for at most. Ugh. Before Suhu could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned paper white, and he slumped limply to the ground. Suhu! Wang Gang and Old Liao cried out in shock. They looked up and saw the blood flowing down the bone tree slowly gathering, eventually forming a humanoid figure at the base. The figure was drenched in scarlet, with layers of thick blood constantly swirling across its body. Even from dozens of meters away, the stench of blood was overwhelming. The figure slowly raised its head, and the blood dripping from its right hand gradually took the shape of a large blood blade. Gulped. Gulped. Pale eyeballs slowly opened on the blood blade, staring greedily at Wang Gang and the others. At that moment, even though they were experts in the proficient realm, their scalps tingled as if they were being hunted by a natural predator. They had not even felt this way when facing evil spirits before. Wang Gang even found it hard to breathe, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Am I going to die here today? Deity looked at Shan Liang from the tree and made a 6 gesture with his hand. Shan Liang shook his head. That is not a new spirit manifestation, just a technique. As they talked, the blood entity launched its attack. It moved like a phantom, reaching old Liao in a split second. The giant blade in its hand traced a semicircle and swung down hard at him. If that hit landed, dismemberment would be the best-case scenario. Clang! Old Liao blocked it with his right hand with great difficulty. Blue ripples flashed, and the blood blade was knocked away. Since the blood entity was one with the blade, it was sent flying back as well. Old Liao, watch your feet. Wang Gang screamed in terror. Old Liao subconsciously looked down and saw a pool of blood beneath him. Swish! A giant blade suddenly shot out from the pool of blood, piercing right through Old Liao from below. Old Liao's face was filled with horror. Before he could even scream, blood and organs spilled onto the ground. Blood sprayed and his body collapsed. Old Liao! Wang Gang let out a sorrowful cry. With 2 comrades dead in such a short time, how could he not be heartbroken? Rat-tat-tat. The gunfire grew intense. Wang Gang looked up and saw Bao Longxing also charging at them from the tree. With a savage expression, he held his hands in the air and roared. Roar of the Thunder God. Spirit manifestations are mysterious things. If you have the energy, you use it. If you do not, you use your life force. With the enemy right in front of him, Wang Gang had no time to recover. This time, the power of his manifestation was even stronger, making even Shan Liang feel a sense of dread. Wang Gang stared fixedly at Shan Liang, his right finger pressing the trigger. Die! Whoosh! The shell was launched, heading straight for Shan Liang. But the next moment, his vision turned red, and then he knew nothing more. The surrounding soldiers saw it clearly. The moment he fired, the blood entity appeared in front of him like a teleport, decapitating him with a single stroke. Not even a drop of blood leaked out, which just shows how fast that strike was. Without slowing down, the blood entity dealt a finishing blow to Su Hu on the ground as well. After the 2 of them died, the blood in their bodies poured out of their wounds, flowing toward the blood entity. More and more eyes opened on the giant blade, and its menacing aura grew even stronger. At M City headquarters, the commander looked at the images relayed from the tablet, his face looking absolutely terrible. Sir, we have confirmed the identity of the target. It is indeed the Class A wanted criminal, Bao Longxing. And the person beside him is the Class C wanted criminal, Chang Wei. Chang Wei. Yes, there is no information in the system regarding his use of supernatural powers, but it is rumored that he possesses innate super strength. The High Commander took a deep breath before speaking. In other words, this incident is a crime targeting our M City. Based on the current situation, that is indeed the case. According to reports from the scene, Director Jia Qing had already sacrificed his life before our men arrived. Upon hearing this, the High Commander clenched his fists. Jia Qing is dead, and now Old Liao, Wang Gang, and Su Hu are also dead. All of them were at the entry realm. His subordinate kept his head down, not daring to speak. The entry realm was a force to be reckoned with anywhere. And now, 4 of them were killed in one go. It would be no exaggeration to call this a major loss. What is worse, if the enemy could kill these 4, what kind of strength does he possess? The Transcendence Realm. Thinking of this, the subordinate felt a wave of palpitations. If Bao Longxing was in the Transcendence Realm, then today's events might just turn the world upside down. The command room fell into silence. The High Commander watched the screen as the soldiers who had lost their field commanders fell into chaos, with some even fleeing in terror. Pass on my order, prepare the anti-spectral cannon. The subordinate looked up suddenly and said, Sir, the coverage of the anti-spectral cannon is too large. and there are many civilians in the surrounding area. The large area is exactly what I want. Without Suhu's suppression, would not they just run away if the area were smaller? This, understood. I will go notify the surrounding civilians to evacuate now. The subordinate stood up and walked toward the exit, but before he could take 2 steps, the High Commander's voice rang out behind him. Stop! The subordinate's body stiffened. He turned around with difficulty and saw the High Commander looking at him with a cold expression. Who said anything about letting those civilians evacuate? The subordinate looked on in disbelief, wanting to say something but finding his throat tightly blocked. Everyone has their own fate. You also said there are many civilians nearby. How long do you think it would take for them to evacuate? Do they understand the urgency of the situation? Do they know what the big picture is? Even when disaster is imminent, they would still be thinking about taking everything they can carry. Do you think Bao Longsing would not notice such a massive commotion? He is a Class A wanted criminal. Upon hearing this, the subordinate said anxiously, "But sir, even if we ignore the civilians, our own soldiers are within range too. Execute the order." The High Commander's voice was filled with rage, like a lion ready to devour someone. Yes. And the eyeball spider was slaughtering the surrounding soldiers crazily, while the blood man lurking nearby dealt the finishing blows. "Anda, is there enough fish to eat this time?" Shan Liang closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Only after realizing that the survivors from the lab had all fled far away did he smile. "Yes, it is enough. Shall we close the net?" "Yes." Baidier jumped back onto the bone-binding tree. The blood man and the eyeball spider that were in the middle of killing suddenly burst, turning back into pools of blood. Shan Liang's eyes turned blood red as he slowly lifted his hand. The blood evaporated into a crimson mist, gradually converging behind Shan Liang to form a scarlet gate. This time, there was no terrifying suction, only a black-red vortex continuously rotating within the gate. Shan Liang's voice was low. "Mind-bewitching charm." The vortex inside the gate rotated faster, and a dried corpse slowly walked out from within. If Wang Wei or any of the survivors were here, they would definitely recognize this as the so-called true god. But its real name should be the mind-bewitching charm. The dried corpse walked out slowly and knelt on one knee before Shan Liang. "Summon them." Hearing Shan Liang's command, the dried corpse's body slowly floated up. Black rays of light shot out from its hollow eye sockets. At the same time, the surrounding air began to distort, and obscure, incomprehensible musical scales spread into the distance. And what is that sound coming from the hospital side? I do not know, it was not on the news. Maybe it is a military drill. In the residential square, 7 or 8 people who were cooling off after dinner all looked toward the hospital with curiosity. Can a drill make such a loud noise? Who knows? Anyway, it is all government business. It has nothing to do with us common folks. Yeah. Hey, what did your family have for dinner tonight? Just as they were chatting, they heard strange singing coming from their ears. They could tell the melody was beautiful, but they could not understand a single word of what was being sung. The voice was very soft, as if someone was whispering in their ears. They instinctively stopped chatting and leaned in to listen. Roar! Roar! Successive roars rang out in the neighborhood. Those people were instantly jolted awake and looked up. They saw 5 or 6 people jumping out of windows from the high-rise building. The blood vessels on those people were bulging and pitch black, looking just like tattoos. They let out roars like beasts and disappeared from the sight of the group in an instant. What was that thing? The one who just jumped out. Was that old Tang from the 3rd floor? Were they possessed by some evil spirit? They looked at each other and then ran home for their lives. It is too dangerous out there. And incidents like this were happening all over M City right now. A large number of successfully transformed people were pouring into the hospital. They felt the true God's call. Looking around, there were at least 10,000 people rushing toward the hospital. Such a situation naturally did not escape the notice of the command center. When the High Commander saw this scene, his heart sank. He had participated in the lab's plan, so he naturally knew what these things were. But the problem is, did not the previous report say the true God was severely injured and would need a long time to recover before it could brainwash the transformed humans again? Then whose call are they receiving now? If these people all ran into the hospital, a single anti-spectral cannon shot would likely wipe them all out. These were years of their painstaking efforts. But if he did not use the anti-spectral cannon, What could he use to sanction Bao Longsing, who had killed 4 entry realm fighters? For a moment, the High Commander fell into deep conflict. And on the bone-binding tree, Badier felt the ground trembling. Vaguely, one could already see figures rushing toward this place. "Anda, the fish are here." "Good." Shan Liang replied from beneath the tree, and the scarlet gate behind him grew 2 sizes larger. The mind-bewitching charm continued to float in midair, emitting waves of rambling. Those people poured into the hospital like sardines. Looking at it, it was like a siege of zombies. The next moment, these sardines rushed toward the scarlet gate for their lives, as if what they wanted most in the world was inside. Shan Liang leaped onto the bone-binding tree with a satisfied smile on his face. "I am full now." As those infected rushed into the scarlet gate, streams of blood mist began to rise from Shan Liang's body. But they rose less than 2 inches before merging back into his body. Shan Liang closed his eyes to focus, and the shape of the scarlet gate began to change slightly. Faint, blurry patterns gradually appeared on both sides of the gate. The moment these patterns appeared, the suction of the scarlet gate intensified by more than a level, causing even Shan Liang and Batter, who were in the tree, to sway. Terrified, Batter hugged the trunk tightly and shouted, "Brother, if we go in, can we still come back out?" Shan Liang did not answer him, as if he had already entered some kind of trance. Seeing this, Batter had no choice but to hold onto the tree with one hand and grasp Shan Liang with the other. At this moment, the giant gate was like a whale feeding on sardines, creating a vacuum with every gulp. Yet even so, the sardines continued to pour in endlessly. The red mist around Shan Liang grew increasingly dense, finally settling onto his skin and instantly wrapping him up until he looked like a blood-drenched figure. That blood seemed alive, slowly converging, flowing, and intertwining incessantly. And at this moment, the Supreme Commander finally made a decision. With the gate devouring them like this, it would not take long for all their hard-earned work to be eaten away. Since it cannot be saved anyway, we might as well go down together. Thinking of this, he walked straight out of the command room and into the operation chamber. His subordinate, who had been following orders, stood at attention and saluted. "Sir, the exorcism cannon is ready." The Supreme Commander did not utter a word of unnecessary nonsense. He stepped forward, pulled the lever, and slammed his hand down on the red button. Hello. Shan Liang, inside the hospital, suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood flowing on his body turned back into mist and merged into him. "Brother, what is wrong?" "Something's not right." Shan Liang's expression was grave as he pressed his hand against his chest. "My heart is racing. There is danger." "Danger?" Batter looked down. Those sardines were almost all eats. What kind of danger could there be? "Something's wrong. Go." Shan Liang made a split-second decision. He never doubted his intuition, and Batter never doubted him. The 2 figures flashed and appeared at the hospital wall in an instant. It was at that moment that the sky lit up. A blindingly bright light descended from the sky, like a sun crashing to the ground. Shan Liang and Batter faltered in their steps, both feeling their bodies suddenly heavy. Batter looked up and said, "Brother, it is the exorcism cannon. We are not going to make it at this speed." The light drew nearer, and those sardines were all pinned to the ground, unable to move. Shan Liang waved his hand, and the scarlet gate and the soul-binding bone tree began to disintegrate and dissipate. "We will make it." He finished, then gripped Batter's wrist tightly. "Divine aspect." Within sight. The next moment, they disappeared from where they stood, reappearing on the roof of a building far away. Shan Liang's eyes widened, and he flashed away again. Within sight. A support-type divine aspect. The ability is to teleport to any position within one's line of sight. After flashing 7 or 8 times in succession, the 2 finally heard a deafening roar behind them. But Shan Liang did not stop, continuing to use within sight at high frequency. When they reached the outskirts of M City, Shan Liang's eyes were already blood red, and 2 trails of blood tears flowed down his cheeks. He had used his divine aspect too frequently. Batter looked at Shan Liang and silently made a gesture for the number 7. Thinking for a moment, he changed it to 6. After all, his brother had said the previous one was not a divine aspect, but a skill. Shan Liang wiped away the bloody tears, and his eyes began to recover visibly. The 2 turned to look at the towering flames in the distance, speechless for a long time. It was not until the flames subsided that Batter said solemnly, "If I tell them we were hit by an exorcism cannon, they definitely will not believe us. Shan Liang burst into laughter, though his eyes were fixed on the direction of the command center. He closed his eyes slightly. The next moment, the eyes of someone inside the command center opened. The power of the exorcism cannon was so great that all surrounding equipment had been paralyzed, and the command center had already deployed drones, with everyone waiting for the live footage to be transmitted back. Creak! The command room door was pushed open from the outside. The Supreme Commander saw who it was and went back to staring at the screen in front of him. Speak. He assumed the person had something to report. Sir, the person on the scene actually was not Bao Longsing. The Supreme Commander was surprised. Not Bao Longsing. But both the divine aspect and the footage from the scene looked exactly like that wanted criminal from G-City. He turned his head, intending to hear what his subordinate had to say, but as soon as he did, a dagger sliced through his windpipe. Gurgle. The Supreme Commander clutched his throat with both hands, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. The staff around them erupted in panic, calling loudly for the guards. The man paid them no mind, leaning into the Supreme Commander's ear to say, "My name is Shan Liang." The Supreme Commander's eyes widened as he watched Shan drive the dagger into his heart. Sophisticated assassinations often only require the simplest methods. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him, and Shan Liang's head exploded. On a small hill outside M-City, several survivors who had just escaped stood dumbstruck. What the hell is that? Looking at the scale of it, that seems to be an exorcism cannon. Targeting us? None of them spoke, they just looked at the direction the flames rose from. It was clearly the hospital they had just been in. Those bastards first placed us under house arrest, then staged a terrorist attack to wipe us all out in the chaos. When that failed, they tried to erase us with an exorcism cannon. One survivor gritted their teeth, and the others did not look happy either. Damn them, they have gone too far. Do not they just want us to keep our mouths shut? I am going to make sure everyone knows about this. Right. Me too. The survivors were filled with righteous indignation, not even slightly worried about retaliation from M-City. Living on the edge of life and death, they knew well that the more you fear, the faster you die. They were free now, as long as they exposed this incident and spread the news. Then the ones who should be afraid were the bastards in M-City. The survivors exchanged a look, swapped contact information, and then each went their separate ways. Outside the city, Shan Liang opened his eyes. His complexion was terrifyingly pale. Batter was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself that this divine aspect had quite the delayed rebound effect. He was fine just a moment ago, but now he looked completely drained. "Brother, are you okay?" "I am fine." As he spoke, Shan Liang exhaled a long breath. The red mist around them slowly dissipated, and their appearances shifted from Bao Longsing and Chang way back to Shan Liang and Batter. "Get a car, let us go home." "You got it." According to the latest reports, the grade A wanted criminal Bao Longsing has appeared in M-City, causing massive destruction. It has resulted in the casualties of 1,000 soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians. M-City Security Bureau Chief Jia Qing and Deputy Chief Liao Yaowei have sacrificed their lives. Below is a photo of Bao Longsing. If you see this person, please contact M-City immediately. This news quickly exploded on the forum. There were countless replies below, but the vast majority of people were asking what had happened in M-City again. Otherwise, why would it have attracted Bao Longsing's attention? Even though he is a grade A wanted criminal, in the eyes of many, Bao Longsing is synonymous with acting for heaven. He usually only shows up when others want to cover up the sky. The curiosity of these people was soon satisfied, as a post answered their question. M-City's biological laboratory is using humans to raise evil spirits, and has secretly modified over 10,000 people. And almost half of the senior officials in M-City are involved in this. The sky over M-City is too dark. Beneath this post were several pictures. Some showed them dissecting live people and transplanting organs from evil spirits. Others showed them injecting people with evil spirit cells and recording the mutations. But the most heart-wrenching sights were the missing person posters plastered all over the streets and alleys. Not long after this post was published, it was deleted by the administrators, and even the account was permanently banned. However, it did not take long for new posts to appear. The The claws of the M City Biological Laboratory are not only targeting ordinary people, but have also reached out to us pioneers. My name is Old Zhang, a pioneer from the ant nest. Just 3 days ago, I was with my partner. Old Zhang detailed the events that occurred at the biological laboratory on the forum, referring to Shan Liang as a mysterious master. The Ant Queen had instructed him to do so. According to the Ant Queen, if Shan Liang wanted to reveal his identity, he would have done so while in M City. Since he did not, would not exposing him be biting the hand that fed us? Besides, Warden Shan Liang does not need this bit of fame. Old Zhang's post was not deleted, and of course, the Ant Queen's influence played a part in that. Immediately, other survivors joined in to report with their real names, sparking another explosion on the forum. Many pioneers rushed to the M City, wanted poster thread to vent their anger. If the lab only harmed ordinary people, they would have strongly condemned it. But if they started targeting pioneers, that was a line they could not cross. After all, they were pioneers too. The situation escalated rapidly, and there was no suppressing it anymore. H City. Shan Liang closed his laptop, satisfied with the direction of the discussion on the forum. Now, those people would not be able to get away with ignoring it. As for whether they might pay lip service while acting otherwise, that was inevitable. After all, this kind of thing is like harvesting leeks. Once one batch is cut, it does not take long for them to grow back. Shan Liang stood up, went to the living room wall, and pasted a photo in a corner. The wall was covered in pictures and lines. It was a giant mind map. At the very center was a picture of a scarlet gate. Surrounding the door were several smaller pictures, most of them hand-drawn, with the most eye-catching one being an image of a dried corpse. That was the evil spirit Shan Liang encountered during his first entry into the spirit realm, the Grave Keeper. After staring at the photo for a moment, Shan Liang reclined on the sofa and closed his eyes to think. After returning to H City, Shan Liang had summoned the mind-beguiling charmer to ask about it. It turned out that it had no relation to the Grave Keeper. The symbols laid out with corpses and the eerie singing all came from the memories of the dried corpse it had possessed. Beyond its ability to corrupt and brainwash minds, the mind-beguiling charmer was also adept at reading memories. The fresher the corpse, the more complete the memories it could retrieve. Although the dried corpse was well preserved, it had been dead for who knows how many years, so it could only extract a tiny fraction of memory. That consisted only of the symbols, laid out with the bodies and the singing. It was called the Chant of the Dead. It had only one purpose, to turn corpses into evil spirits. As for what the symbols meant, it did not know. After all, the mind-beguiling charmer's rank was not particularly high, and its intelligence was limited. Shan Liang tried writing the symbols on paper, but they vanished shortly after. He tried recording them on a computer, taking photos and other means, but still could not capture the symbols. Even when he carved them onto a stone tablet, he could not stop them from disappearing. Finally, Shan Liang gathered a few corpses and arranged them in the shape of those symbols. This time he succeeded, the symbols did not disappear. This was exactly the method the mind-beguiling charmer had used. In other words, besides holding them in one's head, the only way to preserve these symbols was by using corpses. But that was not right. Shan Liang distinctly remembered that the gravestones the Grave Keeper guarded had these symbols on them. Why did not they disappear? Was it because they were in the spirit realm, or because the gravestone material was special? After thinking about it for a while without an answer, Shan Liang gave up. It was not worth wasting his brain cells. Besides, he had already gained quite a lot this time. And the symbols were not entirely useless. At the very least, Shan Liang had developed a new skill from them, though it was not stable yet and needed improvement. Anda, why do you like living in a place like this? The total area of this room is not even as big as my dog's kennel. Bartle walked in carrying 2 bags of food, complaining as he entered. Shan Liang let out a yawn and said, "What do you know? Small rooms give a sense of security." Bartle's expression became priceless upon hearing that, as if he had heard something that shattered his worldview. A sense of security. You, lacking a sense of security. You, the warden, wanting a sense of security. Shan Liang ignored him and shifted into a more comfortable position, lounging on the sofa. Yeah, full-on lazy mode. Bartle put the food in the fridge and grabbed 2 cans of beer and a bag of peanuts. The 500 ml beer looked like a mini vial in his hand, and he finished it in one gulp. Anda, I heard some news while on the last mission. Shan Liang turned to look at Bartle, waiting for him to continue. It is about the night yaksha. Hearing those 3 words, Shan Liang's expression grew serious. Does Xiao Hua know? No, I came straight to you after the mission. Is the information accurate? I did not investigate too deeply for fear of exposing my identity, but the source seems reliable. Shan Liang nodded. Bartle had done the right thing. If Xiao Hua found out, that gluttonous girl might just go and kill everyone herself, and then there would be trouble. Tell me what is going on. Shan Liang adjusted his posture, waiting for Bartle to sit on the other side of the sofa before he spoke. My last job was an exploration mission. The client hired a total of 13 teams to scout out a fixed location phantom zone. Word was that someone had seen energy ore in that zone, and the client was very interested in that tip. Shan Liang nodded. Energy ore, as the name implies, was a new type of mineral found by humanity after the phantoms descended. This ore is small in volume, dense in energy, and structurally stable, making it a favorite for scientists, evolving right alongside nuclear power. The problem is that this ore only appears in fixed location phantom zones, which usually need to be cleared, making it extremely difficult to obtain. This in turn drives its price very high. So far, the largest source of this ore is a human exclusion zone. It was one of the first places to experience a phantom outbreak and has since been permanently corrupted. One of the 9 Great Legions, the Abyss Guardians, has been stationed there long-term to stop phantoms from raiding the cities. If someone really found energy ore and went on a mining spree before the cleanup, they could definitely make a fortune. Bartle continued. The client valued this investment highly, so he joined us inside the zone. He said if we really found the ore, he was prepared to bet everything he had to buy the mining rights. I was responsible for his safety once we entered the zone, and he told me a lot along the way, including some things about the Black Yaksha. According to him, 2 years ago, he discovered a small phantom zone containing energy ore, but it started to destabilize shortly after mining began, so it had to be cleared as soon as possible. Because he had purchased the mining rights, he was also responsible for the cleanup. Through a friend's recommendation, he found a team that was very efficient, clearing the entire zone in just 1 afternoon. Other than the exorbitant fees, he was satisfied with everything else. He said those people wore masks, with everything but their eyes tightly wrapped, which piqued his curiosity. It was not until he was settling the payment that he accidentally saw their faces beneath the masks. They had small black demons tattooed on their faces, looking just like curled-up fetuses. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. By that description, it was definitely the Black Yaksha's people. Did you find out which friend recommended them? No, I was afraid of making him suspicious. But energy ore was indeed found in that zone, and the client will not be leaving the company for the next 2 years, so we can ask him anytime. Shan Liang nodded, thinking that Bartle had certainly matured over the past 2 years and handled things much more calmly. In the past, he probably would have just interrogated the guy and killed him. Do not tell Xiao Hua about this yet. Let us go confirm it first. All right. Bartle agreed, but after a moment of thought, he added, the Black Yaksha are crafty. They will run at the slightest hint of trouble. Should we bring a few more people? Shan Liang shook his head. The more people we have, the higher the risk of exposure. Let us just stick to the 2 of us. Fine, when do we leave? Tonight. No problem. Tell me more about this client. Well, his name is Shen Tianyi, 45 years old. He is not a pioneer, but he underwent some body modifications in City B. He claims that he was originally part of a prominent family, but after the family head made a failed investment, the Shen clan fell apart overnight. He followed his father to City K and started from scratch to build the empire he has now. Nowadays, he is considered one of the wealthiest people in City K. Shan Liang nodded silently. To build all that from nothing, aside from some luck, it proved the man was genuinely sharp. Bartle continued to share information about Shen Tianyi. It was clear that once he knew the client was linked to the Black Yaksha, he had already started gathering intelligence. City K. Shan Liang and Bartle walked side by side out of the station. Since the phantom outbreak, the skies were no longer safe. Aside from a few limited flight paths, you had to travel by ground. Not bad, almost as bustling as City H. Looking at the skyscrapers all around, Shan Liang chuckled with a hint of awe. Bartle, carrying his bag, hailed a cab before saying, City K has grown fast these past 2 years. The administration wants to build this place into a second commercial hub. Shan Liang could not help but laugh. It is nice to have dreams, but a daydream is just a daydream. For starters, City K did not even meet the basic geographical criteria. In today's world, when people think of a commercial hub, only one city comes to mind: City C. Part of it is due to City C's superior location. 2/3 of the few remaining flight paths pass through it. The other part is that City C has produced several influential figures. It has even produced the Prime. What does City K have to compare with that? Still, having something to strive for is not a bad thing. After getting into the car, Bartle gave an address, and the driver shot off immediately, delivering them to their destination in less than 5 minutes. No sooner had they paid the fare than the driver zoomed away, completely efficient and decisive. Shan Liang stood on the curb, marveling. Is the pace of life in City K always this fast? Bartle smiled and pointed to the building in front of them. This is Shen Tiany's company, the Tiany Group. Shan Liang followed his finger, seeing a particularly eye-catching tower standing before them. Well, definitely loaded. They walked into the building, and the security staff watched Bartle with a wary look. After all, between his physique and his looks, Bartle did not really look like a good guy. Bartle was already immune to such gazes and walked straight to the front desk. My name is Bartle. I have an appointment with Mr. Shen this morning. Please wait a moment. The receptionist gave a professional smile, made a quick call to confirm, and then stepped forward. Please come with me. She led them to the elevator and accompanied them the whole way after hitting the button. Only after they stepped out and were met by Mr. Shen's secretary did the receptionist bid them farewell. The secretary took them to the office. Shen Tiany was standing at the door, and when he saw Bartle, he could not help but laugh. Brother Bartle, haha, have you finally come around? As long as you join my company, the position of security director is yours. 30 million a year in salary. If that is not enough, we can talk. His smile was very sincere, and his eyes never left Bartle. Shan Liang, however, looked quietly at his chest. This guy did not have biological modifications. He had mechanical ones. Biological modification mostly relies on biological agents for physical enhancement. The upside is that it is highly effective and works quickly. The downside is its instability. Even the best biological agents available today have a significant failure rate. Then there is mechanical modification, where parts of the body are replaced with machinery. The upside is that the technology is mature and the risk of rejection is low. The downside is that it requires regular maintenance, is prone to wear and tear, and parts need to be replaced over time. Both methods have obvious drawbacks, but there is no choice. If you want to have any self-defense capability without a divine aspect, you can only choose one of these two methods. After the pleasantries, Shen Tiany's gaze finally fell on Shan Liang. Bartle, who is this? This is my anda, Shan Liang. Shen Tiany raised his eyebrows slightly, the smile on his face becoming even more sincere. Haha, since he is Bartle's brother, then he is my brother too. Come, let us go inside and talk. As he spoke, Shen Tiany stepped aside and led the two into his office. Shen Tiany's office was huge, at least much larger than Shan Liang's small apartment. He led them to their seats with a smile and poured some tea. I know Bartle is a straight shooter, so I will be direct as well. May I ask what brings you two here today? Shen Tiany finished brewing the tea and looked at the two with a gentle smile. Mr. Shen, have you ever heard of Black Yaksha? Since the other party was direct, Shan Liang was concise and straightforward. Shen Tiany thought for a moment before saying, Do you mean the Black Zhang from 616, Mr. Shan? Yeah, I have heard of them. That incident caused quite a stir back then. The so-called 616 refers to the massacre that occurred in Z City on June 16th, 5 years ago. The Black Yaksha, with 91 members, destroyed a third of Z City. Initial estimates placed the civilian death toll at over 50,000, with losses totaling more than 2 billion. However, the whole affair was shrouded in mystery because, after slaughtering 50,000 people, the entire Black Yaksha crew managed to evacuate safely. You have to understand, every new city has its own security bureau, and larger cities even have garrison armies. Even if they did not have those, surely there would at least be a pioneer on duty. The Black Yaksha were not all experts. They had members at the entrance stage or even the initial insight stage. But it was just that ridiculous. They actually got away completely unscathed, without losing a single hair. Z City was practically destroyed overnight, and among the civilians killed were the entire family of Wang Xiaohua. It was from that day, on that Wang, Xiaohua began searching for information about the Black Yaksha. But after 616, those people went completely underground. Even after 5 years of searching, she had only managed to catch a few small fries. From them, she learned that the Black Yaksha had split up after 616. Except for the core members, people like these small fries were all abandoned. And after 5 years, who knows if those people are already dead? Hearing Shan Liang mention the Black Yaksha, Shen Tianyi was curious. He poured a cup of tea for Shan Liang before speaking. "Why would you suddenly bring up the Black Yaksha, Mr. Shan? Could it be that eye?" He paused mid-sentence and immediately turned to look at Bartle. The group with small ghost tattoos on their faces is that the Black Yaksha? Just as Shan Liang had suspected, Shen Tianyi was a smart man. Although he had discussed a lot with Bartle, most of it was related to business. The only connection he had to the Black Yaksha was that team introduced by an old friend. Bartle nodded, then said with a serious expression, "Mr. Shen, that pack of scum killed my friend's entire family." Shen Tianyi sighed upon hearing this and turned to look at Shan Liang. "My condolences." And cough, cough. It was not my Anda's family, but the family of another friend of mine. Anyway, we are sworn enemies of the Black Yaksha. Mr. Shen, please, get in touch with that friend of yours. Regardless of whether this works out or not, I will never forget your help. Shen Tianyi looked troubled. "Brother Bartle, as you said, he is my friend. If he can reach the Black Yaksha, then perhaps." Shan Liang stood up and said, "If it is too much trouble, we will not bother you further, Mr. Shen." Bartle was stunned, thinking to himself, "My Anda is giving up just like that." Shen Tianyi also hurried to stand up. "Mr. Shan, I have already booked a restaurant. You must at least let me play the part of a proper host." But as soon as he stood up, he saw a pair of crimson eyes, their pupils spinning like whirlpools. "What is your friend's name?" "Wang Dong." "Where does he live?" "K City, Yangyang District, ZU Residences, Building 3. "Do you have his photo and contact information?" "I do." With a blank expression, Shen Tianyi tapped his wristband, bringing up Wang Dong's contact info with his photo right beside it. It was a somewhat greasy-looking fat man, smiling like the Buddha Maitreya. "Thank you." Shan Liang's eyes returned to normal, and the dullness in Shen Tianyi's eyes vanished instantly. He stood dazed for a split second before continuing. "That restaurant is truly excellent. Let us go grab a bite. Bartle, they have fresh mutton there that will definitely suit your tastes." Bartle smiled and shook his head. "No thanks, Mr. Shen. There will be other opportunities." Shen Tianyi looked regretful, but personally escorted them to the elevator. Only after they exited the building did Bartle ask with curiosity, "Anda, what was that trick?" "Just a little trick I recently learned. It works on ordinary people, but not on pioneers." Bartle nodded, only half understanding, thinking that his Anda was truly capable. This was the technique Shan Liang had just mastered after capturing the bewitching charm. Ordinary people have low mental energy and are easily misled, but it does not work on stronger pioneers. However, if the target is a pioneer, Shan Liang has another way to get the information he wants. Take them out, then use the bewitching charm to possess them and extract their memories. And ZU Residences is known as the safest apartment complex in K City. The people living here are either business titans or social elites. Even the security personnel are pioneers. The whole place screams high-end and luxurious. But under Shan Liang's vision, all of this was useless. With just 2 blinks, Shan Liang and Bartle were already in Wang Dong's home, witnessing a very interesting scene. "Hehe, my dear concubine. You better hide well, my dear concubine. If I catch you, hehe." Wang Dong had a silk ribbon tied over his eyes and was playing hide-and-seek. Several young women dressed in light clothing were giggling as they dodged him, looking like they were enjoying themselves. A flash of red light passed through Shan Liang's eyes, and the young women's expressions went blank, their movements freezing instantly. Bartle stepped forward and was immediately grabbed by Wang Dong. "Hehe, got you. Come on, let me feel which concubine you are." As he spoke, Wang Dong reached his hand out. "Huh? Which concubine is this? Why does it feel so prickly?" Wang Dong curiously took off the ribbon, but was nearly scared to death when he saw Badoer's dark face clearly. Why you?" Wang Dong pointed at Badoer, too terrified to even speak properly. He probably would not dare play hide-and-seek ever again. Ai. Badoer mimicked his stutter, which actually made Wang Dong calm down. Who are you? Do not be afraid, I just want to ask you a few questions. By the way, do not try to pull any tricks, or I will not be happy. Hearing Badoer's threat, Wang Dong became even more nervous. What questions? Have you ever heard of the Black Yaksha? The moment he heard those 3 words, Wang Dong's expression froze. But he reacted quickly and immediately returned to his somewhat panicked appearance. And no, I have not. Badoer looked toward Shan Hu, and only then did Wang Dong realize there was someone behind him. Shan Liang walked over slowly. His pace was not fast, but it felt as if every step landed on Wang Dong's chest, making him feel stifled and unable to breathe. Nice necklace. Hearing this, Badoer snatched the necklace off Wang Dong. It was a metal necklace with a peculiar pendant shaped like a twisted, corkscrew coffin. At first, Shan Liang wanted to control everyone, and while the young women were controlled, Wang Dong was not. Not only was he not controlled, but a mental pulse erupted from his neck, attempting to counterattack. The source was this very necklace. Gentlemen, I really have not heard of this Black Yaksha you mentioned. You have the wrong person. Wang Dong reached out to wipe his sweat, his expression very earnest. Shan Liang smiled, and the next moment his eyes turned red again. Wang Dong's expression became dull, just like the girls around him. Where is the Black Yaksha? City. Are they all there? I do not know. How did you get to know them? I work for young Master Chuo, and so do they. Who is young Master Chuo? It. Wang Dong seemed to have hit a glitch, repeating the same sound over and over. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes, realizing they had caught a big fish this time. Most high-level executives in large companies and scientists involved in core technologies have mental blocks set in their minds. This is to prevent people from using methods similar to Shan Liang's to abduct them and steal classified information. Beyond that, some people who work for powerful figures also have such blocks placed in their minds. This way, even if something happens to them, the powerful figures do not have to worry about secrets leaking. How can we find the Black Yaksha? They opened a housekeeping company in City called Ping'an Housekeeping. You will find them if you go there. Hearing this, Shan Liang and Badoer exchanged glances. A gang of murderers opening a housekeeping company is one thing, but they actually named it Ping'an Housekeeping. I wonder if that ping refers to wiping out rather than peace. Is the entire housekeeping company staffed by their people? I do not know. What level of strength are the members of the Black Yaksha? I do not know. Then, what else do you know about the Black Yaksha? I also know that someone directed them to carry out the 616 incident. It seems to have something to do with a sacrificial ritual. Once he confirmed that was all he knew, Shan Liang reached out and pressed his hand on his head. Threads of red mist rose, gradually forming the silhouette of the soul-enchanting charm behind Shan Liang. You will forget everything that just happened. Wang Dong's expression became even duller. The next second, Shan Liang and Badoer had vanished before his eyes. A full 5 or 6 seconds passed before the light of consciousness returned to Wang Dong's eyes. The girls around him also woke up at almost the same time. One of them pointed at Wang Dong and teased him. Boss Jiang, you are so annoying. Did not we agree to play hide-and-seek? Why did you take off the ribbon? Wang Dong was also a bit surprised. He had no memory of when he had untied the ribbon. But with Beauty right in front of him, who had the mind to care about that? Okay, I will wear it. While speaking, Wang Dong retied the ribbon and dived in with a silly grin. A housekeeping company. Did the people from Black Yaksha lose their minds? Badoer looked bewildered, thinking to himself that it was no wonder they could not find them earlier. Who would have guessed those serial killers would go into cleaning? Shan Liang, on the other hand, was thinking about what Wang Dong said. There was someone behind the Black Yaksha, and the murders were for a sacrificial ritual. If that is the case, it explains why the Black Yaksha could get away unscathed back then. Anda, can you notify Xiaohua? Tell her to go to City and wait for us. Say we have a mission for her. Got it. Badoer agreed and pressed his wristband to contact Wang Xiaohua. Shan Liang looked at the pendant in his hand, wondering what its construction was to be able to defend against mental attacks. Also, the shape was quite interesting, a twisted coffin. What could that mean? Shan Liang casually tossed the pendant into his suitcase, planning to take it apart and study it properly when he got back. Big guy, say what you have to say. I am busy here. Busy? What are you doing? Slurping rice noodles. And Badwer was speechless, but he spoke anyway. Anda took on a mission and needs your help. Where? I-City. I-City? Yeah, what is wrong? But I am in I-City already. Where are you guys? Huh? What are you doing in I-City? Did not I tell you? Slurping noodles. Wang Xiaohua's answer was so unapologetic that Badwer was left speechless. He thought to himself that it was no wonder Anda called her a little glutton. Fine, fine, eat away. We will contact you when we arrive. And 2 days later, when Shan Liang and Badwer arrived in I-City, they saw Wang Xiaohua as soon as they walked out of the station. At that moment, she was eating a roasted sweet potato with a look of pure devotion and did not notice the two of them. Xiaohua. Badwer called out. Wang Xiaohua looked up, her cheeks bulging like a hamster hiding food. Is roasted sweet potato that delicious? Wang Xiaohua decisively hid the potato behind her back and shook her head, only swallowing what was in her mouth after chewing. It is pretty average. This display of guarding her food was hilarious to Badwer, and Shan Liang could not help but chuckle as well. Wang Xiaohua pulled a tissue from her bag to wipe her mouth before speaking. Boss, what is the mission? Kill people. Huh? Scared. Scared that there will not be enough to kill. Wang Xiaohua's smile was innocent and pure, identical to Shan Liang's. She finished the sweet potato in a few bites and wiped her mouth while saying, Who are we killing, boss? Black Yaksha. Boss, what did you say? Wang Xiaohua thought she had misheard, looking at Shan Liang with a sense of disbelief. Black Yaksha. Images of that scene from back then flooded back into Wang Xiaohua's mind. Her father sliced in half at the waist, blood and entrails spilled all over the ground. Her mother, belly cut open, and her 8-year-old brother's body compressed into a ball and shoved inside alongside his severed head. Wang Xiaohua had gone mad. She had already lost her mind the moment she stepped home and saw that scene. She could not fathom why her family, whom she had shared breakfast with, had become corpses by nightfall. That group of lunatics had destroyed everything she had in the most brutal way possible. From that day on, Wang Xiaohua's life had only one goal: find those scumbags and carve them up while they were still alive. She had spent 2 years searching in a daze, but they seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no traces behind. It was not until she met Shan Liang and was invited to join the bonfire. Back then, Shan Liang had promised her that he would definitely help her find the Black Yaksha. And now, Shan Liang had kept his word. Waves of spirit pressure radiated from Wang Xiaohua's body, and Bardier quickly stepped forward to block her, saying, Xiaohua, calm down. You know how cunning those scumbags are. If there is even the slightest disturbance, they will take off. Wang Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot, but she forced herself to rein in her spirit pressure. Boss, big guy, are they in I-City as well? Yes, you have released your spirit pressure, so leave first to avoid drawing attention. Shan Liang walked at the front carrying the case, with Wang Xiaohua and Bardier following closely behind. As they walked, Shan Liang explained the sequence of events to her. After listening, Wang Xiaohua could not help but glance at Bardier, her eyes reddening slightly. She had not expected that he had been gathering information for her even while on missions. It felt so good to be cared for and thought about. Seeing the expression on her face, Bardier could not help but reach out and ruffle her hair, saying, What are you looking at? Big guy, thank you. Thank you for what? Are not we a family? Wang Xiaohua stared blankly at Shan Liang and Bardier, then nodded forcefully. That is right, they in the bonfire were a family. A family huddling together for warmth in the dark world. And the three of them found a coffee shop, drinking coffee while watching the building across the street. It was a small 3-story building, not very large. 2 box trucks were parked in front, and several people in work uniforms were busy loading items into them. And in the most prominent spot on the truck's exterior, 4 bright red characters were printed. Ping and Home Services. Wang Xiaohua held her coffee, but her eyes remained locked on the building opposite, not blinking once. Boss, is this the place? Yes. Let us barge in and finish them. Shan Liang found it a bit amusing, but he had to admit that the fact Wang Xiaohua could restrain herself from attacking after knowing the Black Yaksha's location was already beyond his expectations. Barging in would be satisfying, but it would also alert the others and scare them off. Wait a bit longer, we want to catch them all at once. Wang Xiaohua twisted her fingers, her expression conflicted. Bardier, seeing this, persuaded her. Xiaohua, you have waited 5 years. This little bit of time will not hurt. If they escape this time, they will only hide deeper, and finding them will be even harder. Wang Xiaohua nodded, but her eyes remained fixed on the opposite side. Seeing this, Shan Liang placed the briefcase on the table, adjusted the combination, and said, I only have one standard for doing things. Either do not do it at all, or do it thoroughly. Do not worry, I made some preparations earlier. Calculating the time, it should be about ready. As he spoke, he opened the case and took out 9 vials of serum. The serums came in 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue, with 3 vials of each. Shan Liang pointed to the blue serum and said, Paralysis serum. Once vaporized, it deprives people of their ability to move while keeping their consciousness intact. It lasts about 3 minutes for those at the initial stage of cultivation. The stronger they are, the shorter the duration. After saying that, he pointed to the yellow serum. Fear serum. Once vaporized, it amplifies inner fears. The effects vary from person to person. Finally, Shan Liang pointed to the red serum. 5 cents serum. This one needs to be ingested. It significantly heightens a person's sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Bardier waved his hand confidently after hearing this. Anda, we do not need serums to deal with those people. Shan Liang shook his head. This medicine is not for you to take. It is for the black yaksha. Huh? Bardier did not quite understand, but Wang Xiaohua beside him understood in an instant. Amplifying the 5 senses means doubling the pain. Boss does not want those people to die too comfortably. At that moment, 7 or 8 box trucks pulled up in front of Ping'an Home Services, and staff members climbed out and headed straight into the 3-story building. Those people were acting quite frantic, clearly called back urgently for some reason. Wang Xiaohua and Bardier were surprised, but Shan Liang calmly closed the case, adjusted the password, and opened it again. This time the contents were gas masks. Shan Liang took out 3 and closed the case. 1 for each. Bardier chuckled as he took the mask, turning to look at Ping'an Home Services before saying, Anda, is this the preparation you made? Yes. Shan Liang put on a mask, his voice sounding muffled as he said, I implanted a thought in Wang Dong's mind. In 3 days, he would realize that his necklace had been stolen. Given his personality, he would definitely report it, and the black yaksha is cautious. Even if they were not sure if it was targeted at them, they would relocate immediately. Shan Liang picked up the 3 vials of serum and stood up. Everyone is basically here. Xiaohua, come inside with me. Bardier, go to higher ground and see if anyone slips away. Understood. Got it. The 2 agreed and put on their masks. The 3 walked out of the coffee shop openly, the server remaining in a daze the whole time, only regaining her composure after Shan Liang left. She looked at the spot where the 3 had been sitting, stunned. Huh, did the customers leave? When did that happen? Boom! Before she could think it through, a loud explosion occurred. She looked over to see billowing blue smoke inside the Ping'an Home Services building. She could vaguely see 2 figures flashing through the blue light. The server swallowed hard and decisively headed to the lounge, hiding under the bed. Let them fight however they want, it has nothing to do with me. I saw nothing. And who are you people? This is I-City. The defense forces will be here any minute. You are asking for death. The people from Black Yaksha reacted quickly, as they were, after all, people who lived on the edge of the blade. But since Shan Liang and his partner used the paralysis serum to open the path, they ultimately held the initiative. Wang Xiaohua, who usually had a somewhat chubby, childlike face, looked stern and murderous. Every smile and expression of her parents and brother flashed continuously through her mind. Mom, Dad, little brother, I have come to avenge you. It is paralyzing gas. We cannot stay indoors. A burly man covered his nose and mouth with one hand and signaled for everyone to run outside. But just as he was about to reach the door, an iron chain pierced through his shoulder like a python. The man kept screaming and struggling, but the next moment, he was dragged into the smoke by the chain. The others around him met the same fate. After their screams, they were all dragged into the smoke. Stop hiding, these people are coming specifically for us. Spirit aspect. 3-inch blade aura. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind struck the air, heading straight for Shan Liang's throat. Shan Liang did not dodge or parry. An iron chain from behind knocked the blade aura flying. Spirit aspect. Wind rising from flat ground. A gale whistled through the room, instantly sweeping the paralyzing gas away, and their vision was finally clear. "He is there," a member of the Black Yakshas shouted, and the rest looked over. They saw Shan Liang standing guard at the door, with his execution chains swaying behind him like tentacles. "Execution chains, you are the warden." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. A person's fame is like the shadow of a tree. The name Warden was definitely notorious in their circles. But they had no grudge against the bonfire group, so why would the Warden come after them? So what if he is the Warden? This is our turf. That is right, we have the numbers, we are not afraid of them. Everyone charged together. Those few shouted loud slogans, but not a single one moved forward. A dozen people had been knocked out on the ground, and another 7 or 8 were dragged away by chains. Losing over 20 people in a single encounter, how could they not be afraid? Shan Liang wore a smile on his face, but it was hidden behind his gas mask, so these people could not see it. "I will give you a chance to surrender." Shan Liang held up 3 fingers and said in a playful tone, 3 seconds, surrender within 3 seconds, and I will not kill you." Shan Liang's words were a slap in the face, igniting their ferocity. They were brutal men who had massacred entire cities. Surrender. In your dreams. Screw you. What kind of bullcrap warden are you? If I do not beat you until you are green in the face today, then you have never eaten a leek box. The burly man roared, his body expanding, and within 2 or 3 breaths, he transformed into a brown bear, charging at Shan Liang with a roar. With him leading the charge, the others followed, each roaring and activating their own spirit aspects. The smile on Shan Liang's face turned cold, and the chains behind him shot out like pythons. "If you will not surrender, so be it, but you actually dare to fight back." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the brown bear even reached Shan Liang, its 4 limbs were pierced and pinned to the ground. Roar! The brown bear shrieked, its mouth wide open. Shan Liang seized the opportunity to grab its jaw and pulled down hard. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the brown bear passed out from the excruciating pain. Such brutal methods made everyone around tremble with fear. But the arrow was on the bowstring, they had to fire. They were already in the middle of a charge, and it was too late to run. These people were thugs to begin with, and now, at a dead end, their ferocity only flared more. Shan Liang sighed inwardly, hoping to leave all of them for Zhao Hua to deal with, but at this rate, he might accidentally kill a few. While he was pondering, a skinny young man had already reached him. The man's eyes were pitch black, and he held a nearly 30-centimeter curved blade, moving like a ghost as he circled behind Shan Liang. He slashed silently toward Shan Liang's neck. Clatter! An iron chain blocked the blade. After the failed strike, the little guy blinked away to a safe distance. The others attacked at this moment, but Shan Liang did not even look at them. His execution chains acted like living things, defending and counterattacking with ease. It is about time. The moment he finished speaking, the ground shook, and countless chains erupted from beneath, instantly wrapping around the 3-story building layer by layer. Shan Liang looked at the dumbstruck crowd with a playful glint in his eyes. "What is wrong? I thought you were going to kill me. Come on then." "I was afraid you would run away earlier, so my focus was entirely on building this cage. Now that the cage is finished, I have time to play with you. Come on. Rest assured, I will not kill you now. Let us take our time." Hearing Shan Liang's laughter, these people felt their scalps tingling. They were already considered cruel and twisted, but why did the person in front of them feel even more outrageous? Shan Liang was playing cat and mouse downstairs, while the 2nd and 3rd floors had become a living hell. Blood and minced meat covered the floor, and bone fragments were still visible on the walls. Wang Zhao Hua grabbed someone's head and slammed it against the wall repeatedly. "Laugh, why are not you laughing? Do not you like to laugh? I saw the recording of you guys retreating. You were laughing so happily back then, were not you?" As she spoke, Wang Zhao Hua tore open the man's mouth. "Laugh, be happier. Do not you love the sight of blood and the feeling of pain? Come on, laugh. Give me a laugh." Wang Zhao Hua roared loudly, but the man was already bleeding from his 7 orifices, unable to make a single sound. When did we offend? Offend your bonfire group." In the corner, a man who had been cut in half was still alive, glaring at Wang Xiaohua with resentment, desperate for an answer. Hearing this, Wang Xiaohua walked toward him step by step, the thick blood under her feet making a sticky squelching sound. She slowly squatted in front of him and stared hard into his eyes. I am curious to know that, too. When did Z-City ever offend your black yakshas? The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Wang Xiaohua with a mocking smile and laughed. Ha ha ha, so you are here for revenge. Then it was worth it. Even if you kill all of us, you will live in our shadows forever. Z-City, ha ha ha, Z-City. I loved that city to death. The commoners there were just like sheep, knowing nothing about resistance, only knowing how to kneel on the ground and kowtow, begging me to spare them. I gave them knives and told them to end their own lives. Those idiots actually thought that if they just died, I would not kill their families, ha 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 ha. Ugh, what is this? He spoke fluently, as if it were a burst of energy before death. Just as he was enjoying himself, Wang Xiaohua poured something into his mouth. The next moment, he felt his senses sharpening, and before he could figure out what he had drunk, a wave of excruciating pain hit him like a tsunami. The man let out a broken scream, his face covered in snot and tears. He had never imagined that one day he would look forward to death so much. Cracked. Wang Xiaohua reached out and snapped one of his ribs. The man was in so much pain that he could not even make a sound, and even breathing was difficult. Laugh, why are not you laughing? I still like the way you were so defiant just a moment ago. Try to go back to that. Outside the 3-story building at this moment, a crowd of onlookers watched with curiosity. What is that thing? It looks like a giant metal chain, does not it? I think so too. Wow, it wrapped around the entire building in one go. This must be the latest security system, right? So secure. A security system? Why would a guy running a cleaning service need a security system? What? Is he afraid someone will steal his rags? If this is not a security system, then what is it? Could it be a dog cage? What the hell are you arguing for? Does your family need someone to carry a coffin or something? Before anything else could happen, the two of them were almost at each other's throats. I think this must be the handiwork of a pioneer. I think so too, but to dare use a divine manifestation in City Eye, that is incredibly bold. Are not they afraid of the Security Bureau? The Security Bureau? Ha ha ha, those people are only good at bullying us. When they run into someone powerful, they would practically lick the guy's boots clean. Forget it, none of our business. Yeah, as long as there is a show to watch. Is not this way more exciting than watching TV? These people chattered on endlessly. They might as well have brought some stools and sunflower seeds. Inside Ping and cleaning services, Wang Xiaohua waited until the man had died in agony before twisting off his head. This was what Shan Liang had taught her. Even if you see the enemy die with your own eyes, you must deliver the finishing blow. After confirming there was nothing left, Wang Xiaohua carried the man's head and walked downstairs. When she reached the first floor, she saw 20 or 30 people hanging from the ceiling by iron chains like cured meat, while Shan Liang was rubbing his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Boss, what is wrong? There has been a little accident, Shan Liang said without even turning back. What accident? The leader of the Black Yakshas has taken 5 core members into the Dread Realm. Is it far? Not far, but there are many variables within the Dread Realm. Wang Xiaohua tossed the head aside. It rolled across the floor, making those hanging like cured meat tremble in fear. She looked up, baring her small white teeth, as if she were choosing something to eat. I was wondering why these Black Yakshas were so mediocre. Turns out their leader is not even here. Shan Liang waved his hand, and the bodies began to descend slowly. He said calmly, I do not know when they will come out of the Dread Realm, but we need to finish this quickly and head straight for them. The longer we drag this out, the more variables there will be. You got it. Wang Xiaohua agreed, shook the blood off her hand, and began slaughtering them as easily as chopping vegetables. Ever since she found out there was bigger game, she had lost interest in these small fry. In less than a minute, Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua were the only 2 living people left in Ping and cleaning services. As for the Black Yaksha members, they would be lucky if they were even in one piece. Let us go. Shan Liang called out, the chains slowly dissipated, and the 2 climbed out the window and left. The iron chains are starting to fade. Look, what did I tell you? I told you it was a pioneer. These people are too bold. Do they really think the Security Bureau and the Defense Force are useless? Tisk, I wonder how a bunch of cleaning service workers managed to offend a pioneer. Maybe they did not mop the floor clean enough. Huh, are pioneers really that short-tempered? Do not talk nonsense. Maybe some evil spirits were hiding in ping and cleaning services, and the pioneer was clearing them out. The onlookers grew excited, all wanting to be the first to know what had happened here. Out of the way. The voice arrived before the people did. Several men in black uniforms were sprinting across the rooftops. It is the Security Bureau. The crowd was in a frenzy, feeling like they were in for a real spectacle today. Sujai, they are trying to run, contain them. Right, divine manifestation, vacuum binding. A younger-looking man waved his hand at Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua, trying to create a vacuum around them. But before he could succeed, he heard his colleague scream, "Sujai, get out of the way." Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind hit them, and 2 cars came flying through the air. Sujai was stunned. Who threw these cars? When were they thrown? Am I going to die? Sujai was stunned, but his colleague was not. One man appeared beside him in a flash, grabbed his collar, and yanked him down, barely dodging the attack. When they looked up again, Shan Liang and the other one were long gone. At the corner of the street, Badoer left, humming a tune, having successfully played his part. Sujai, old Liu, check the scene. The rest of you follow me. The captain of the Security Bureau called out. Everyone responded in unison, and they split up. Old Liu, the one who just saved Sujai's life, saw that Sujai was still visibly shaken and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. The captain had you stay behind to help you clear your head. Do not be nervous, relax. Sujai forced a smile and nodded at Old Liu. Huh, what is that smell? Old Liu waved his hand in front of his nose, then turned to look at the entrance of ping and cleaning services. Inside the door, everything was a deep red. Thick, viscous blood was flowing out across the threshold. Sujai glanced at it, and his face turned even paler. Old Liu's expression grew grim as he drew his pistol and stepped forward, but when he saw the scene inside, his stomach churned violently. He had seen his fair share of gruesome sights, but he had never witnessed anything so bloody. Seeing Old Liu frozen in place, Sujai gritted his teeth and walked over. But after just one look into the room, he could not help but cover his mouth and run outside. He reached the street and started retching, feeling like he would never forget the scene inside. Tragic, it was truly tragic. What kind of vicious, evil person would attack these cleaning workers? A sense of justice suddenly surged within him. Sujai wiped his mouth, his eyes becoming sharp. I will definitely bring you justice. And west of City Eye, a dread realm the size of a stadium was spinning in midair. Badoer looked around and said, no one's guarding it. This is a public dread realm. A so-called public dread realm is one that anyone can enter. After a dread realm appears, people are sent to investigate whether it contains resources, like energy ores and such. If it does, they can contract the dread realm from the relevant authorities and turn it into a private one. That is how Shen Tiany's dread realm was. After contracting a dread realm, everything inside belongs to the contractor, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. This is what is known as a private dread realm. However, this is not permanent. Specialists monitor the state of the dread realm, and if it is found to be merging with reality, it must be erased immediately. Hiring someone to erase a dread realm costs a lot of money, and this cost is also borne by the contractor. Shan Liang pressed his wristband to open the map and confirmed their position. That is right, this is the place. Badoer cracked his knuckles, which made a snapping sound. Whose identities should we use? What are you talking about? We are decent, law-abiding citizens. Got it. Since we are here for revenge, what is the point of hiding our identities? Shan Liang and the other two leaped forward, jumping into the orb of light together. The moment they entered the orb, a viscous, slippery sensation washed over their entire bodies, followed by a dizzying sense of vertigo. By the time the three of them steadied themselves, they found they were standing beneath a deserted city, with yellow sand filling the air as far as the eye could see. This city was not small, and its walls were piled up from yellow earth, looking far from sturdy. The plaque above the city gate was blurred, but two characters could be vaguely distinguished. Bugoi. Batir raised his eyebrows. Not sweeping what? The sand, that would be a bit too much to sweep. As he spoke, he even glanced at the sandstorm around them, looking quite convinced by his own reasoning. Shan Liang gave him a speechless look and said, that is called Bugui, meaning no return. Batir felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, making Wang Xiaohua cover her mouth and giggle. Cough, 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 I was just trying to liven up the mood. How could I possibly not know the character for return? The three walked toward the city gate while talking. The place seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The gate was half open, and several mummified corpses in light armor lay in a corner, having been weathered by the wind and sand for who knows how many years. The three bypassed the corpses and entered the city, where broken walls and ruins met their eyes. It seemed this place had experienced a war long ago, and had long since turned into a dead city. Batir looked left and right and said, "Brother, this cursed realm is so quiet. It is a bit too quiet." Shan Liang echoed, noting that the silence here was indeed excessive. He did not even feel like he was being watched. Could it be that the evil spirits here have all been wiped out by the Black Yaksha? That is not right either. Since the cursed realm has not vanished, it proves that the core has not been purified. As long as the core remains, the evil spirits here should be endless. It is rather strange. Chains coiled beneath Shan Liang's feet, lifting him high up, giving him a full view of the entire city. Desolate. Desolate. Still desolate. From start to finish, he did not sense a single trace of evil spirit presence. It felt as if this were just a dead city. Shan Liang channeled spiritual power into his eyes, carefully surveying the city, and finally discovered something unusual. At the very center of the city stood a ruin, which, judging by its scale, must have been a building like the Lord's mansion. And at this moment, a faint ripple of energy was emitting from beneath that building. "Follow me." Shan Liang gestured, and the chains, like a black dragon, carried him toward the city lord's mansion. Batir and Wang Xiaohua leaped after him. A moment later, the three were standing in front of the ruins. Once closer, Batir and Wang noticed something wrong as well. Are all the evil spirits hiding here? He looked around curiously, and Shan Liang waved his hand and said, "Stay back." As he spoke, the chains under his feet acted like tentacles, clearing away the rubble. 2 minutes later, an opening leading underground appeared before them. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering why there were no evil spirits outside. Turns out they were all hiding down here." Batir rolled his shoulders and said, "I will lead the way." Wang Xiaohua twitched her nose a few times, and only after carefully distinguishing the scent did she say, "The scent of evil spirits is very faint." Shan Liang did not speak. He adjusted the combination on his briefcase and took out several flashlights and headlamps. "Batir, take the lead. I will bring up the rear. Evil spirits are secondary. Our primary objective is the Black Yaksha. Do you understand?" "Understood." The two acknowledged. Batir put on his headlamp and began to rush in, with Shan Liang and Wang following closely behind. The passage was not particularly wide, about 2 meters in diameter, descending at a 45-degree angle the whole way. After the three had walked for about 3 or 4 minutes, the ground finally began to level out, and the surroundings grew wider. "There are murals here." Wang Xiaohua shone her flashlight at a corner. Shan Liang followed the light and saw that the wall depicted a group of little people performing worship. He shone the flashlight around, and the surroundings were covered in similar murals. "Hey, is this a dead end?" Batir was curious. There were murals everywhere, and he saw no doors or passageways, as if this were the end of the line. Shan Liang, however, followed the pattern, found the first mural, and looked at them in order. It was a mural recording a meteor falling. Below, there were tiny figures to highlight the massive size of the meteor. In the second mural, the meteor split open, and one could vaguely see patterns inside. 4 snake-bodied monsters climbed out and began to enslave the savages wearing animal skins. In the third, the savages, under the command of the snake-bodied monsters, built a magnificent temple. In the fourth, the snake-bodied monsters started slaughtering the savages, using their bodies to create decorations. In the fifth, a hero emerged from the temple, leading the savages to rise up and overthrow the rule of the snake-bodied monsters. In the sixth, the hero became king, leading the savages to establish a new dynasty. They tore down the temple and built a city on its ruins. In the seventh, the king began to eat people. In the eighth, they sealed the king underground forever. But from that day on, the wind and sand turned the fertile land into a desert. The final mural was so weathered it was unrecognizable, and even the art style differed from the previous ones, as if it had been added by someone many years later. It depicted a monster climbing out of the ground. Based on its shape, it must have been the former king. Shan Liang tapped the last mural gently, and a dull, hollow sound echoed from behind it. "Hemo." Batir walked over curiously and reached out to tap it as well. It is empty behind here. Shan Liang nodded and said, "This must be the door." Batir fumbled around until he found a tiny gap at the edge. With a surge of force from his hands, he took down the entire mural. A gust of putrid, foul air blew out from the entrance, making Shan Liang wrinkle his nose. Damn it, they hid pretty deep. Batir laughed and set the mural aside, saying, "Did the black yaksha discover something inside and try to sneak away with the good stuff?" Shan Liang listened intently and said, "It is very quiet, but just in case, let us move lightly so we do not get caught by them." All right. Batir took up the duty of pathfinding once more. Despite his massive size, he walked without making a single sound. This was a demonstration of his control over his strength and his own body. Behind the door was another tunnel leading downward, but it was much shorter. They walked for less than a minute before the space suddenly opened up before them. The three were now in a massive cavern, and in the center stood a magnificent, golden temple. Above the temple, an orb with a diameter of over 2 meters slowly rotated, emitting soft rays of light that kept the entire space bright. "Is this the temple from the murals?" Batir turned back to ask in a whisper. He had only taken a general look at the murals earlier and had not memorized the appearance of the temple. Shan Liang, however, shook his head with a grave expression. "This is that meteor." "A meteor?" Bader looked puzzled and glanced at the temple twice before speaking. "Is this the meteor that fell from the sky? Does that mean it is an alien spacecraft?" He found it hard to associate the magnificent temple before him with an alien vessel, but Shan Liang pointed to the upper part of the temple and said, "The second mural outside shows a cross-section of a meteorite, and the pattern on it is exactly the same as the upper part of this temple." Wang Xiaohua understood and pointed at the temple. "So, you mean this temple is something from inside the meteorite?" "Very likely." Boom! While the three were talking, the windows of the temple suddenly shattered. A bloody figure burst out, rolled on the ground to shed momentum, and then fled in a panic. Boom, boom, boom. Several more loud bangs followed, and figures rushed out from the temple in succession. Without exception, these people were all somewhat injured and wearing identical high-end combat suits. When she saw the tattoos on their faces, Wang Xiaohua's expression turned icy cold. The black yakshas. Shan Liang counted them, there were 5 in total. But based on the memories of the people before, it should have been the leader and 5 others, making 6 in total. Where did the missing one go? Dead. Inside the temple. Hiding. Thinking of this, Shan Liang's eyes became instantly alert. If he were facing them alone, he would not care at all. He would just go in and fight. But now that he was with Bader and Xiaohua, he had to be more cautious. He did not want his brothers and sisters to get hurt or lost. The 3 hid at the entrance of the cave, trying their best to keep their presence minimal. The black yakshas never expected anyone to be inside, and since they were in the light, their vision looking into the darkness was inevitably weaker. It is like walking on a night road. Your eyes get used to the light, and you can see a bit further. But once you turn on a flashlight, you can only see what is within the beam. Standing in the dark and looking at the light is much easier than standing in the light and looking into the dark. Bader had assumed Wang Xiaohua would be furious, and he was already prepared to provide cover. But surprisingly, not only was she not impulsive, but she was also terrifyingly calm, and there was not even any killing intent on her slightly chubby face. She just watched them quietly the whole time, as if she did not know them at all. Boom! The temple doors swung open, and a giant monster charged out. It was a serpentine monster, with the upper body of a human, but the lower body of a snake, somewhat resembling the mythological figures of Fuxi and Nuwa. Except these were far uglier. First, the head. These monsters had spider-like heads with hideous mouthparts and 2 rows of eyes. The torso below the neck had an extra layer of exoskeleton, and its 2 arms were alarmingly long, with completely disproportionate features. Damn it! The first person who rolled out cursed and pointed his right hand at the serpentine monster in front of him. His spiritual manifestation was already activated, and a powerful aura of spiritual pressure emanated from him. The surrounding air compressed instantly, gathered in front of the monster, and exploded. The monster was knocked backward by the blast, and taking advantage of the opening, another person drew his sword and charged. His sword glowed with a cyan light that looked razor-sharp. Seeing the monster's midsection exposed, he stabbed hard at its chest. Clang! Sparks flew off the monster's exoskeleton, but it did not even leave a scratch. Seeing that the attack failed, he kicked off the monster and retreated quickly using the rebound force. From this, it was easy to see that these people were highly experienced in combat and cooperated well, far surpassing those from the Ping and Housekeeping Company. The 5 of them worked together, trading blows with the serpentine monster. "Boss, this thing is too tricky. Everyone is worn out. Shall we pull back?" The man holding the long sword was gasping for air, and the boss he addressed was the one who had first smashed through the window. "We cannot pull back. If we leave now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. We are drained, but the monster is too. Have not you noticed it is starting to slow down? Old 6 is already dead. Do not let his sacrifice go to waste." The one called the boss looked manic. Judging by his attitude, anyone who dared to suggest retreating again would likely be killed by him first. The others did not dare say anything else and just gritted their teeth to hold on. Just as the boss said, the monster was indeed slowing down, but only slightly, in the current situation. Before the monster was exhausted, all 5 of them would be dead. Just as the battle was at its peak, a twist occurred. The sphere slowly rotating at the top of the temple suddenly began to accelerate, and the soft light became somewhat blinding. The weary serpentine monster seemed to receive an adrenaline boost, and its state recovered instantly. The man fighting it did not even have time to react before he was pierced through the chest and thrown into the distance. "Old 5. His companions behind him cried out in shock, but they could only watch helplessly. Whoosh! A figure leapt high into the air, caught Old 5, then decisively opened a briefcase and took out a vial of potion, pouring it onto Old 5's chest. The potion expanded the moment it touched the blood, turning into a jelly-like substance that plugged the wound. It could not heal the wound, but at least it could stop the bleeding. The person who stepped in was Shan Liang. The black yakshas were stunned to see Shan Liang, but the boss reacted immediately. While coordinating with the others to fend off the monster, he said, "Thank you for the help, friend. This monster is on its last legs. Please join us, friend, and let us slay the beast together. We are willing to share the treasures inside this temple equally with you." A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the others. Shan Liang put Old 5 down and looked duty-bound. "It is everyone's duty to eradicate evil. Even if you had not asked, I would have done it." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together. Spiritual manifestation. Thunder God roar. Purple-blue electric light flashed, and an RPG-like launcher appeared on Shan Liang's shoulder. The boss and his men quickly forced the monster back. Even though they did not know what kind of ability his manifestation was, they were not blind. That thing was clearly an area of effect weapon. Shan Liang did not give them much time to retreat and decisively pulled the trigger. A shell whistled through the air, the monster tried to grab it, and in the next moment, a sky-high explosion ignited. A shockwave sent the men flying, and they began vomiting blood in midair. The monster's scales shattered, and it was blasted back into the temple. The sphere on the temple spun even faster. Accompanied by bursts of light, the impact of the shell was gradually absorbed and dissipated. Shan Liang kept the launcher shouldered, and purple-blue light converged into the barrel, generating another shell. Seeing this, the boss, who was on the ground, hurriedly waved his hand. "Friend, stop using your manifestation. We cannot take any more." He yelled loudly, as if he was afraid Shan Liang would not hear him. Shan Liang just gave a big, wide smile. "Really? I do not think so." While speaking, he pulled the trigger again, and the shell whistled off. The few people on the ground were terrified, and they could not care about their injuries anymore, struggling to dodge. Although Shan Liang had fired at the temple, in their current state, they would not even be able to withstand the shockwave of the explosion. Whoosh! Trailing a long wake, the shell slammed into the temple, and a moment later, it erupted in a deafening blast. Orange flames and purplish-blue electricity intertwined and merged, creating a brilliant, hypnotic spectacle. Shan Liang shouldered the launcher, loving it more the more he looked at it. He had felt that this divine aspect suited him when he first saw it, and sure enough, it felt just right to use. The leader of the black yakshas coughed up another mouthful of blood, his gaze toward Shan Liang turning increasingly vicious. Ever since Shan Liang appeared to save people, he knew there had to be something fishy about him. After all, his timing was too perfect, and this cursed realm was widely known as a worthless, abandoned waste in city. Why would he be here? Not only did this guy show up, but he also found the entrance and made his way all the way to the temple. It is hard to believe he did not have an ulterior motive. But since he helped save people as soon as he arrived, the Black Yaksha leader figured they could cooperate to take down the cursed entity. It would be mutually beneficial. Little did he expect this man was actually planning to finish them off, along with the cursed entity. Damn it! He has absolutely no sense of the bigger picture. If Shan Liang knew what he was thinking, he would surely cry out in injustice. Because Shan Liang never intended to kill them together. On the contrary, he was genuinely afraid they might die. After all, would not dying like that let them off too easily? That was why Shan Liang rushed out to save them, to keep them alive so Wang Zai-Ohua could deal with them. Flames raged within the temple. Just as Shan Liang was considering whether to fire another shot, the fire inside vanished in an instant. It was an eerie feeling, as if someone had clipped out the very process of burning. It was like when you are eating, you just lift your chopsticks, and the food in your bowl vanishes into thin air. Without thinking, Shan Liang recoiled. He did not know what was happening, but it definitely was not right. Sure enough, the next moment, the temple gate disappeared as well, as if it had been erased by something. Seeing this, the Black Yaksha gang scrambled for their lives. They were already severely wounded, coughing up blood as they ran. It was quite a miserable sight. After finally reaching the entrance, they found it completely blocked by a large man. The big man grinned at them, flashing a row of white teeth. The leader's pupils constricted, thinking to himself that the bastard had indeed left a backup plan. Without a second's hesitation, his body reacted instinctively. He compressed the surrounding air and struck out towards Badir's chest. If that hit landed squarely, it could blast right through an elephant. Even if he had depleted his energy fighting the snake-like monster, and even if he was coughing blood from being blasted by Shan Liang's Thunder God roar, he was still a Black Yaksha. Just as he was planning how to escape after his attack, a crisp female voice rang out. Divine aspect. Mutilation. Snap. Before the leader could even react, the arm he swung at Badir snapped in a grotesque, bone-breaking twist. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, but he grit his teeth and pushed off with his legs to leap backward. He had to put some distance between them. There was someone behind the big man. The others saw this and tried to retreat too, but they had already lost the initiative. Caught off guard, they were already trapped. Snap, snap. Before they could react, their legs were snapped backward by an unseen force. It looked painfully agonizing just to watch. They let out miserable screams. If injuries were like daily meals to them, this one was a full-course banquet. Wang Zai-Ohua walked slowly from behind Badir, her expression chillingly cold. Mutilation. This was one of the most cruel methods used by beggars in the old days. To gain sympathy and get more money, beggar gangs would intentionally cripple the children they kidnapped. This practice was known as mutilation. Wang Zai-Ohua's divine aspect was exactly that. It possessed the ability to control the physical bodies of all living creatures within her line of sight. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The target's spiritual power had to be lower than hers. But even so, one could not deny it was a powerful divine aspect, especially in group battles. Originally, the Black Yaksha group was not necessarily weaker than her. Even with her ambush, she would normally only be able to control one or two. But they had been pummeled by the snake monster first, then blasted away by Shan Liang's Thunder God attack. Exhausted and pushed to their limits both mentally and physically, they were easily subdued by Wang Zai-Ohua in one fell swoop. The leader's face turned fierce. He knew it was time for a do-or-die struggle. Just as he raised his hand to counterattack, Wang Zai-Ohua flicked her wrist, and the group's limbs began to twist and turn like braided dough. Flesh and bone separated. They were in so much pain they could not even scream. Even Badir could not help but twitch at the sight. Shan Liang jumped over, looking toward the temple with a guarded gaze. Something's not right. Grab them and let us go. Right. Badir agreed. Wang Zai-Ohua flicked her hand again, and the group's limbs were tied together like knotted ropes. Badir grabbed the Black Yaksha leader by the head and hauled the string of people toward the entrance. Hum! A scorching beam of light shot out from the rotating sphere, melting the entrance instantly. Fortunately, Badir reacted quickly and yanked the human's string back, or they would have been roasted alive. Shan Liang let out a sigh, as trails of red mist slowly drifted from his body. Why bother? I just wanted to take these pieces of trash away. Since you will not let me, then fine, I am staying. While speaking, Shan Liang pressed the briefcase, and the long blade popped out into his hand. The red mist wrapped around it rapidly, spawning flesh and blood to merge with Shan Liang. This eerie sight made the string of prisoners tremble with dread. What is that? What the hell is that? Is it a human-shaped cursed entity? Surges of menacing, murderous aura rose from Shan Liang, and his previously calm expression grew increasingly manic. Baidier swallowed hard, instinctively backing away and pulling Wang Xiaohua behind him. His Anda usually seemed like a decent guy, but whenever he encountered a cursed entity or a worthy opponent, he would become terrifyingly unhinged. Creak! A scraping sound echoed from the temple, like a door being opened after years of neglect. The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air at the temple door, as abrupt as the vanishing fire earlier. It was a dried corpse, its skin withered, its hair dark and yellow. In its hand, it carried a long, man-sized blade, and dozens of miniature skulls hung from its waist. It slowly turned its stiff neck, staring at Shan Liang with hollow, dark eye sockets, and silently raised its blade. Shan Liang's smile grew even more radiant, and he raised his blade to confront it. In the next heartbeat, the two appeared in front of each other as if they had teleported, their long blades clashing. Sparks flew. The corpse's movements were stiff, yet it could keep up with every strike Shan Liang made. In the blink of an eye, they had traded over a dozen blows, sending sparks flying in every direction. Click! The vertical eye on the sword guard opened, staring straight at the corpse. The corpse froze for a split second. For a master like him, that was all it took to decide life or death. Swish! With a surge of blade energy, Shan Liang sliced the corpse in half at the waist. Even so, Shan Liang did not let his guard down. Because evil spirits are completely different from humans, their heads or hearts are not necessarily their weak points. Streams of red mist poured out along the blade, trying to corrode the corpse as much as possible. Just as Shan Liang intended to press his advantage, the sphere atop the temple fired another scorching beam of light. Shan Liang retreated to dodge, missing the chance to finish it off. Seeing this, Bador raged. That is so dishonorable. Was not it supposed to be a one-on-one? Calling for backup just because you cannot win? Shameless. Wang Xiaohua asked curiously, when did they ever agree to a one-on-one? Does that even need saying? You do not understand the rules of the underworld. Bador was filled with righteous indignation. He handed his meat skewers to Wang Xiaohua and prepared to jump in. Wang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. Do not get excited, do not get excited. The boss has not asked us to help yet. If you go in now, will not you be looking down on the boss? Huh? Bador looked at Wang Xiaohua in confusion, wondering why this kid was trying to stir up trouble. Shan Liang ignored their bickering, his focus entirely on the sphere and the corpse. Whoosh! 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 The sphere fired beam after beam, forcing Shan Liang to keep retreating. The bisected corpse crawled towards the temple with its hands, and a moment later, it vanished. The process had been cut again. The interior of the temple erupted with light, so blinding one could barely keep their eyes open. Then the light faded, and the corpse reappeared at the temple entrance. This time, its appearance had changed again. It wore a helmet, armor, and the large blade in its hand had taken on a new shape. The helmet was covered in sensory organs and 2 rows of eyeballs. It was clearly the head of that serpentine monster from before. The armor was also made from the serpent monster's exoskeleton and scales. Even the back of the blade was now reinforced, with segments of a spinal column. At first, Shan Liang thought it had dismembered the monster to craft armor and weapons. But he immediately noticed something wrong. The eyes on the helmet were watching him. It was alive. Did they merge? That does not seem right either. Looking at its physique and recalling the murals outside, a possibility suddenly crossed Shan Liang's mind. It did not merge, and it did not kill the serpent monster. It is the serpent monster. The serpent monster was nothing more than its spacesuit. Just like an astronaut needs to wear a suit in outer space, that monster was its suit. The so-called king in the murals was just the serpent monster out of its suit. Perhaps it had a disagreement with its own kind, choosing to take on another form to unite humans and overthrow the rule of its peers. After eliminating its peers, it returned to its true nature and started eating humans in secret, only to be discovered and sealed away underground. In that light, the armor and weapons it wore must have been fashioned after it dismantled its spacesuit. Interesting. The power to cut Timey's even more interesting. Shan Liang licked his crimson lips, struggling to contain his growing excitement. I really want to hack it to pieces." Without a single wasted word, they clashed once more. Shan Liang's flesh blade swung with wild, overwhelming dominance. The opponent's blade seemed to breathe as well, its vertebrae squirming with every strike, each one heavier than the last. "Think you are the only one with a buff." Shan Liang kicked the opponent flying, pressed a hand to the back of his blade, and spoke in a chilling voice. "Four beasts howl through the ruined lands. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood forge my blade. All demons and ghouls shall be put to the sword. The karma of hell becomes my battle cloak." Kianki. The flesh on the long blade rapidly withered and fell away, turning into ash. The blade condensed further, shrinking from a great sword into a simple sidearm. Compared to the touty that Shan Liang had once used, Kianki looked incredibly plain. It was not until he swung it that it revealed its true sharpness. Clang! Their weapons collided, and the corpse's blade snapped instantly. Seemingly in disbelief, it scrambled to block Shan Liang's next strike with the broken remnant. Clang! The broken blade broke again. That plain-looking blade was shockingly sharp. Just as it was about to be beheaded, the sense of dissonance returned. The target vanished, and Shan Liang's strike cut through empty air. Badoer's eyes widened. "Damn it, that is cheating." Wang Xiaohua frowned deeply as well. That ability was indeed unfair. Every time a lethal blow is about to land, it just vanishes. How are you supposed to fight that? Shan Liang did not complain. Instead, he spun around and slashed into the empty space behind him. A red blade aura flashed through the air, slicing the corpse diagonally in two. But before it could even hit the ground, it disappeared again, the same feeling of wrongness persisting. Shan Liang did not stop, slashing again toward the space above the temple, where the spinning sphere fired a beam to deflect his attack. And behind the sphere, the corpse's wounds were slowly healing. Shan Liang smirked. He had discovered the secret. It is a time tailor. If time is a line represented by numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 9, this thing's ability is to cut out any interval between 1 and 9. To put it simply, Shan Liang raising the blade is the past, 1, connecting with the strike is the 2 that has not happened yet, and killing it is the 3 yet to come. You cannot cut what has already happened, but you can cut what has not. It deleted 2 and 3, so only 1 remains. And to prevent Shan Liang from progressing from 1 to 2, 3, 4, it must teleport itself to an unhappened future of 6, 7, 8 and make that reality. That is why they are not on the same timeline, and why Shan Liang feels that heavy sense of dissonance. It uses this method to evade fatal attacks. While it cannot change the future, it can delete any future that is not in its favor. Interesting ability, but Shan Liang has already figured out how to break it. First off, during the fight just now, Shan Liang secretly placed a mark on it. So even when it disappears, Shan Liang can still track its position to attack. Looking at the distance between its 2 disappearances, the amount of time it can erase is getting shorter each time. Clearly, the drain is significant. If it could initially jump forward to 9, now it can only jump to 5. If Shan Liang keeps the pressure up, he will eventually force it down to 3 or 2. At that point, Shan Liang can erase it the moment it appears. And the second method is even simpler, total coverage. Use an area of effect attack to strike from 1 through 9. Even if it cuts out 6, 7, 8 to jump to 9, I will kill it regardless. Back when he was in martial arts school, his teacher once evaluated Shan Liang like this. If there were a rating for combat talent, Shan Liang would definitely be SSS grade. When the teacher said this, he still had a black eye, a gift from Shan Liang during a combat assessment. In Shan Liang's memory, he had almost never lost a fight since he was a kid because he could always spot the opponent's weaknesses and exploit them. And after becoming a pioneer, this talent seemed to have evolved. Now that the mummy's weakness has been found, the rest will be easy. Strike while the iron is hot. The snake-bodied monster had been fighting the black yaksha for a while, so it had already spent quite some energy. Having just taken 2 blasts and several slashes from Shan Liang, it has been affected, causing the time it can cut to shorten. In other words, the mummy is getting closer to death. Shan Liang swung his blade twice more, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The sphere fired a beam of light to block, but the residual shockwave still left the mummy swaying unsteadily. Bader. Coming. The chemistry between them needed no words. With just one shout, Bader knew exactly what to do. Divine Avatar. Earth-shattering force. Bader roared, and his already massive frame grew even larger. Boom! He stomped his right foot, and the entire underground space began to tremble. Wang Xiaohua backed away repeatedly. "Be careful, do not get us buried in here." "Do not worry, I know what I am doing." Bader seemed thrilled, finally able to show off what he could do. The function of his divine avatar can be summed up in one sentence: brute force works miracles. After activating his avatar, he felt like he could even lift a building. The ground was shaking, and the temple was rocking too. Buffeted by the force and the quaking, the mummy stumbled and fell to the ground. Only the sphere continued to spin steadily, completely unaffected. "Ha ha ha, here I come." Bader tensed his leg muscles and launched himself at the mummy like a cannonball. The mummy's body and weapons had been severed by Shan Liang. Its only remaining defense was its armor. But could that armor withstand Bader's collision? That familiar sense of wrongness returned, the mummy vanished, and Bader slammed into a corner of the temple, punching a huge hole through it. By the time the mummy reappeared, Shan Liang was already 7 steps away from it. It tried to run again, but found the ground covered in chains out of nowhere. Clatter. The chains rose, ready to form a cage. The mummy seized this gap to activate its ability once more. This time, it only appeared 3 steps outside the cage. Just as Shan Liang had expected, the time it could cut was decreasing, so its teleportation distance was shrinking. Swish! Shan Liang flashed forward and decapitated it with one slash. To prevent it from reviving through other means, he hacked away repeatedly with his blade. In the blink of an eye, he had hacked it to pieces. Red mist gathered behind Shan Liang, forming a faint, phantom-like gateway that dragged the body parts into it. Bader shook his head and walked out of the temple, his eyes wide. "Anda, you were right. This temple really does have something to do with the meteor. There's a small meteor being worshipped inside." Shan Liang did not answer. Instead, he squinted at the sphere above. The mummy had been destroyed, but the disaster zone had not dissipated. This means the mummy is not the core of the disaster zone. Bader realized the situation once he saw outside, and jumped to Shan Liang's side in defense. "Anda, is that sphere the core?" Shan Liang shook his head. "Hard to say. What did the small meteor inside the temple look like?" "Like this." As he spoke, Bader held out a lemon-sized stone to Shan Liang. "And you took it out?" "Yeah." Bader answered righteously, as if saying, "How could someone as smart as you even ask that?" Shan Liang did not know what to say. This big oaf really had no fear of death, who knew what that little meteor was, and he just brazenly grabbed it and brought it out. Rumble! The ground shook with a roar, and Wang Deng waved her hands urgently nearby. "Big guy, go smash the entrance open. It looks like this place is collapsing. If we stay any longer, we might get buried alive." Bader looked at Shan Liang, and Shan Liang nodded. Their main goal in coming to the disaster zone was to capture people. Now that they have, and even picked up a passive skill from a time tailor, why wait? As for this disaster zone, others will naturally come to deal with it later, not his business. "Let us go," Shan Liang shouted, and the two of them bolted toward the exit. At that moment, the sphere that had been spinning on the temple began to float slowly upward. The temple began to tremble violently, its pillars and roof tiles squirming and rearranging until they formed a giant python. And the spinning sphere became the giant python's single eye. It goes without saying who the core of this disaster zone is. Roar! The giant snake roared, its single eye fixed on the 2 men running away. "Anda, what is it saying?" "Sounds like it is telling us to get lost." Bader was stunned for a second, then roared back in anger. "Fine, we're leaving." He tensed his leg muscles and accelerated, smashing toward the mountain wall. The entrance had been melted shut by the giant eye, sealed by magma-like liquid, but fortunately, they had Bader, the human bulldozer. Boom! The wall was smashed into a large hole, and Bader hauled the string of captives and ran, with Wang Xiaohua right behind. Bader shouted while running, "Anda, run! This tunnel is so narrow that big snake will not be able to get in." Shan Liang responded and took the rear to cover them. The 3 of them dashed through the tunnel. As for the string of captives, they were being dragged and scraped against the ground, a torture in its own right. Rumble! The giant snake rammed the entrance, making the ground shake again. Bader mocked it while sprinting. "Ha ha ha, I told you that bastard could not." Before he could finish, the giant snake's body had already wedged into the tunnel. The tunnel could not fit it, so it just widened the tunnel. The giant python was like a tunnel boring machine, moving forward nonstop and at a good speed. Damn, damn, damn. Bader cursed while speeding up his pace. After all, his divine avatar was not suited for fighting in such tight quarters. The three of them raced through the tunnel and finally jumped out just before the python could catch up. The giant snake followed, opening its maw to bite at the three of them. Screw you. Divine avatar. Earth-shattering force. Bader threw the captives aside and turned around, punching the snake with all his might. At over 2 meters tall, he looked like an ant in front of the python, yet this ant punched the giant snake back. Damn it, does it have to take a beating before you realize I am both a warrior and a strategist? Badir's punch nearly tore the giant python apart, and as it crashed into the ground, it kicked up a cloud of yellow dust. You really are pushing your luck. Tui. He spat out a mouthful of sand, his eyes fierce. After the giant python landed, its single eye rotated again, and the surrounding wind and sand suddenly intensified. Seeing this, Shan Liang recalled the murals in the underground. After the humans sealed the king underground, the fertile land turned into a desert. It seems it has the ability to control the wind and sand. In other words, this is its home turf. Badir, give it everything you have got. Right. Badir agreed and shot toward the giant python like an arrow released from a bow. He moved with incredible speed, with streams of air gathering behind him like the exhaust of a jet fighter. It was a simple, straightforward, and crisp punch. Boom! The surrounding air seemed to find an outlet, swirling along with Badir's fist into the python's body. The python inflated like a magic balloon, more than doubling in size, as if it would burst at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sandstorm intensified, sweeping up the surrounding broken walls and debris into a full-blown tempest. Swish, swish, swish. Countless grains of yellow sand rained down on the python, enveloping it. The already swollen python grew even larger, but that single eye remained unchanged, rotating and emitting waves of yellow light. Die, you bastard! Badir let out a roar, dug his feet into the ground, and threw a right hook. Boom! The punch felt as if it had punched through the air itself, creating a deafening sonic boom. The head of the sand-covered python before him was punched clean through. Badir realized that the single eye was the python's weak point, and without giving it a chance to recover, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. His right leg, like a battle axe, slammed down heavily onto the python's eye. The air seemed to fall silent for a moment, and then a distinct cracking sound echoed as fractures appeared on the eye. Just as Badir thought he had finished it off, the light within the cracks flared brightly. A terrifying burst of energy exploded, sending Badir flying backward. Clatter, clatter. Chains shot up from the ground, forming a net that caught Badir firmly. Tui, this monster is tough. Badir spat out more sand, swearing under his breath. If it wants to die so badly, then let us kill it. Zio Hua, prepare to break the barrier. On it. Wang Zio Hua replied, and took off the necklace she had been wearing. The pendant was a silver pellet, the very thing used to exit the Sui realm. Shan Liang swung his blade, which was still imbued with Qianqi's power. All together now. Right. Badir agreed and charged at the python once more. Behind Shan Liang, the chains wove together into a dragon, carrying him forward in pursuit. The single-eyed giant python certainly had some power. Badir's full-force blow had only caused a few cracks. But unfortunately for it, it was also up against Shan Liang. The wind and sand were getting stronger. The sandstorm was fully formed. If they dragged this out, the storm would soon blot out the sky. In a flash, Badir was back in front of the giant python, but this time it was prepared and fired a beam of searing light. Badir's expression shifted, and he could only cross his arms to block it. Clatter, clatter. Chains crossed in front of Badir again, blocking the attack for him. The beam was scorching. The chains instantly turned red-hot, on the verge of melting. Shan Liang's face went pale, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. Anda. Badir's eyes turned bloodshot, and his body swelled even larger, as if it could grow without limit. Do not be sentimental, finish it. Hearing this, Badir's killing intent surged. He stepped on the chains, leaped into the storm, and used the wind's momentum to pivot behind the python's head. Heaven Shatterer. Boom! This punch punched through the python's skull once again. The eye was blasted away, and the snake's body began to disintegrate as it lost its energy. The storm began to shift toward the single eye, but would Shan Liang let it have its way? Layers of chains swaddled the eye, and red mist seeped from the cracks to begin corroding it. Just as Shan Liang thought finishing off the eye was only a matter of time, it self-destructed. Everything happened so fast that Shan Liang did not even have time to react, and the chains were blown into countless fragments. Shan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash, which terrified Baidir. Anda, do not scare me like that. Before he finished his third sentence, Shan Liang's complexion had already recovered, and the vomiting stopped. Baidir stared in bewilderment as Shan Liang wiped his mouth and smiled. Thank goodness I have the gluttonous Tai Sui. And crackle. Cracks appeared across the sky, and the wind and sand slowly died down. Wang Xiao Hua gripped the chain of captured people in one hand and crushed the barrier-breaking pellet with the other. Stop chatting, let us go. The two did not hesitate and sprinted toward Wang Xiao Hua with everything they had. The pellet created a halo of light. Wang Xiao Hua jumped through first, dragging the prisoners behind her, with Shan Liang and Baidir right behind. In the real world, the Sui realm vanished like a bursting bubble. A ring of light appeared, and the three tumbled out from it. Phew, I should have accepted a cleanup mission beforehand. Does not this mean our effort was for nothing? Baidir's size gradually returned to normal, though his voice was slightly hoarse. Shan Liang wiped his mouth. The color had already returned to his face after the backlash. How can you say it was for nothing? Were not we after these people from the very start? As he spoke, Shan Liang gestured toward the chain of captives with his chin. The captives looked miserable, covered in abrasions and grimacing in pain, yet completely unable to make a sound. Back in the underground temple, Wang Xiao Hua had decided their screaming would attract monsters, so she simply made them all mutes. Yeah, that is true. Looking at their prize, Baidir finally cracked a smile. Xiao Hua, are we doing this here or should we find a quieter spot? Let us do it here, I cannot wait any longer. Shan Liang snapped his fingers, and the ghostly image of the charming succubus slowly appeared behind him. Enjoy yourself, leave the corpses to me. Wang Xiao Hua hummed, her eyes turning red as she stepped toward the Black Yaksha leader. Do you remember Z City? The Black Yaksha leader's pupils constricted, then he showed a mocking sneer, just like the guy from the Ping'an Home Service Agency. Seeing that look, Wang Xiao Hua nearly lost control of her emotions and ended him right then and there. No, she could not let him die that easily. Shan Liang noticed the look too and walked over to him with a chuckle. I just learned a new trick today. It is quite interesting. The Black Yaksha leader could not speak, but his eyes clearly showed he was not interested. Shan Liang continued to smile. I can shrink your head to the size of a bottle cap and keep you alive for a whole week. How about that? Is not that interesting? His tone was like a demon's whisper, chilling the black leader to the bone. He did not doubt the truth of Shan Liang's words for a second. After witnessing the methods those people used earlier, he knew they were definitely a lawless bunch too. Falling into the hands of such people, getting a quick death would be considered a blessing. What? How did he know that? Because he is that kind of person himself. At this moment, the only thing he wanted was to die as quickly as possible. Shan Liang looked at Wang Xiao Hua and said, Let us begin, there is still some cleanup work to do. Wang Xiao Hua blinked her big eyes, very curious about what kind of cleanup work could be left. Shan Liang pointed at the Black Yaksha leader and said, Once he is dead, I will use Soul Charmer to read his memory, and then follow those memories to find his family, his friends, and everything he cares about. You know I am soft-hearted. It would be too lonely for him to go to hell by himself, so of course, his family and friends should go down to keep him company. The Black Yaksha leader widened his eyes, never expecting Shan Liang to be so vicious. Had he never heard that trouble should not reach one's family? And to think these people actually have a way to read memories, it is just insane. Wang Xiao Hua could not hold back anymore and activated her ability, Body Dismemberment, once again. Shan Liang very considerately healed their throats so they could die while screaming, begging for mercy, and cursing at the top of their lungs. Yes, he really is a great philanthropist. More than an hour later, these people were on their last breath, and it was finally time for Shan Liang to step in. Seeing Shan Liang approach with a blade, those people's eyes were filled with a desperate longing for release. A few minutes later, Wang Xiao Hua held a small bottle containing 5 walnut-sized heads. Those heads were lifelike, still frozen in expressions of terror, despair, and endless malice. If you looked closely, you could even see their eyes moving. This was one of the new skills Shan Liang learned from that dried corpse, trophy collection. It was just a pity that their memories were not of much value. The memories regarding the so-called young master too were encrypted, and as for their families and those they cared about, they were already mostly dead. Wang Xiaohua held the little bottle, planning to take these heads back to Z City to offer them as a tribute before her family's graves. Meanwhile, I City was under total lockdown. After all, killing so many people within the city is no small matter. The Security Bureau even identified Shan Liang, as his execution chain was just too recognizable. But they did not issue an arrest warrant right away. Firstly, Shan Liang is incredibly powerful, and he is the leader of Bonfire. That is an organization capable of handling an evil tide all on their own. If they arrested their leader, who knows what those people might do. Secondly, Shan Liang graduated from the Martial Arts Academy with a Sequence 1 ranking. Even if he were arrested, he would be specially recruited, and in that case, who could guarantee he would not seek revenge? Because of this, Su Jai had a huge argument with his superior, arguing that he was not fit to be a leader at the Security Bureau. Dozens of people died in the city. Just because the perpetrators are pioneers, can we just turn a blind eye? Just because they are from the Bonfire organization, can they get away with it? Just as he was slamming the desk and shouting at his boss, the leader calmly tossed a photo at him. It was a severed head with 2 curled fetuses tattooed on the cheek. Only members of the Black Yaksha would have such a tattoo on their faces. And the Black Yaksha were already on the wanted list. In other words, not only were they not guilty of murder, but they had actually done a good deed. Su Jai was incredulous for a moment. A bunch of housekeeping staff were actually wanted criminals. He took the photo and examined it closely, finding traces of makeup on their faces. In their daily lives, these people used cosmetics to cover the tattoos, but now that they were dead, the tattoos were naturally exposed. They were definitely members of the Black Yaksha. Those tattoos on their faces were the best proof. Su Jai quieted down, but still muttered under his breath. But they used divine manifestation in the city. Yes, they used divine manifestation to seal off the building and avoid harming any innocent civilians. But enough with the buts, Su Jai. Do you really need me to say out loud that we cannot afford to mess with these people for you to be satisfied? Su Jai lowered his head. The leader sighed at the sight, walked up, and patted his shoulder. You are young and full of drive, I get it. I was young once too. I also believed in equality before the law, that whether you are a pioneer or a civilian, everyone should follow the rules. But reality slapped me in the face and taught me that people are not all the same. I know it was not right for them to come to I-City and kill people. Even if they were wanted criminals, they should have notified us first. But even if we found them, what could we possibly do to them? If it really came to a fight, do you know how many people would die? Su Jai stood silent with his head bowed. The leader patted his shoulder again and said, All right, go and think it over. And is the lockdown lifted? I see the Security Bureau people have withdrawn. Does this mean they caught the killers? Hess, maybe they realized the killers were high-profile figures and they could not handle them. Why is your mind so dark, always jumping to conspiracy theories whenever something happens? Young man, that kind of thinking is very dangerous. The public continued to gossip, speculating on who Ping and housekeeping had offended and whether they were wiped out just because they did not mop the floor well. Influenced by this event, other housekeeping companies in the city have improved their service attitude by several levels. Several companies are even researching a change in business model. After all, they never expected that working in housekeeping could be this dangerous. In front of the Security Bureau, Su Jai leaned against a lamppost, lost in thought. His mind kept replaying the events of the day. Those seemingly innocent housekeepers were actually wanted criminals, and their crimes were too numerous to count. And the one who killed them was a pride of the heavens who had even turned down an invitation from the Great Wall Watch. Everything was so dramatic that it made him doubt his own experiences. What made him even more uncomfortable were the words his leader spoke today. People are not all the same. Are they really different? That is not what my teachers taught me when I was in school. And that is not what the oath said when I held my hand over my heart upon graduation. Su Jai pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, drew one out, and slowly lit it. Through the smoke, his eyes looked even more lost. Boss, why are we here? To turn ourselves in. Yeah, Anda, let us go get something to eat first. Turn ourselves in my foot. There was something wrong with that black yaksha guy's memory. They had a purpose for coming to City. Just as Sujai was dazed, two men and a woman walked right past him, as if he were just another lamppost. And the words of these three instantly jolted Sujai back to reality. Turning themselves in, black yaksha. Were they the murderers who wiped out Ping and housekeeping? Sujai's nerves tightened instantly. He looked up at the three people, and that lean figure in the middle was none other than the warden, Shan Liang. Why are they here? Have not they killed enough people yet? Or are they here to provoke us? All sorts of strange thoughts occupied his mind. Although he had previously thought about arresting Shan Liang, he was not ready to face him head-on. So much so that, when the murderer appeared before him, his brain could only come up with some inexplicable plans. It is like how many people say the wrong thing when they are nervous. It can also be understood as the brain not yet knowing how to act, so it finds a few excuses to stall you. Sujai shook his head, trying to calm himself down. No, the warden just said that the Black Yaksha's memory was problematic, and that they had ulterior motives for settling in City. That means they came here this time to provide intelligence to the Security Bureau. Right, that must be it. Sujai finally figured it out and hurriedly followed them, but after taking 2 steps, his feet seemed to take root, and he dared not move. At some point, Badir had turned around, his tiger-like eyes staring at Sujai. Your heartbeat has been fast since we met, and now you are following us. What are you trying to do? Sujai felt that standing before him was not a person, but a prehistoric beast. It felt like if he gave the wrong answer, the man would pounce and devour him alive. The immense pressure made cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Just when he suspected he was about to reach his breaking point, Shan Liang smiled and patted Badir on the shoulder. Relax, just hearing his footsteps, you can tell he must have graduated from the martial arts school recently. Plus, being at the entrance of the Security Bureau, it is easy to guess who he is. Shan Liang's words stunned Sujai. He could tell I just graduated just by my footsteps. Shan Liang was not lying to him, and it was not hard to understand. Just like how you can identify a veteran soldier by certain movements, people who graduate from martial arts schools also have their habitual actions. However, as time goes by, these habits will eventually fade away. It was only at this moment that Sujai finally understood what his leader meant. If it really came to a fight, do you know how many people would die? Ginger really is spicier when it is old. Yes. I am from the Security Bureau. I heard the conversation between you three just now. Is there anything I can help you with? Sujai made his choice instantly. Shan Liang's smile was gentle and easy to like. Then I will trouble you. How should I address you? My surname is Sujai. Hello, Mr. Su. Shan Liang smiled and shook hands with him, and Sujai gave a polite smile in return. But for some reason, after responding to that smile, he suddenly felt as if he were being watched by something. But the feeling was fleeting, so he did not pay too much attention and took the initiative to lead the way, bringing the 3 of them into the Security Bureau. Badir attracted a lot of attention as soon as he appeared, because he fit the Security Bureau's stereotype of a criminal all too well. Mr. Shan, please come with me. Sujai led the way, and Shan Liang was not surprised that the other party recognized him. After all, the moment he used the executioner's chains, his identity had been revealed. Sujai brought the 3 straight to the leader's office, where the middle-aged leader with a slight beer belly was watering his plants. When he saw Shan Liang suddenly appear, he nearly popped his eyes out. Warden, you must be the director of the City Security Bureau. Pleased to meet you. Shan Yuz greeted him with a smile, and the director did not act arrogant, stepping forward to shake his hand. Yes, I am the director of the City Security Bureau. Mr. Shan, you eliminated the Black Yaksha for our City. I should be thanking you. Shan Liang smiled, thinking the director was quite interesting. Come, sit down. Little Su, make some tea. The director greeted them with a smile and finally shot a glare at Sujai, who was standing to the side. It was unclear whether he was blaming him for lacking awareness or for bringing this god of death over. Director, I will get straight to the point. Shan Liang did not intend to beat around the bush, nor was there any need for small talk. Please go ahead, Mr. Shan. The director's attitude was very polite, as City was a small town with weak security forces. The entire Security Bureau put together probably would not be enough to handle Shan Liang alone. It is like this. While we were eliminating the Black Yaksha organization, we accidentally learned some news, and I think it might be useful to you. After the 616 incident 5 years ago, the remnants of the Black Yaksha infiltrated Icity. They are planning to repeat the 616 incident here. Hearing this, the director's eyes widened, and Sujai, who was brewing tea, froze in place, only waking up when the water spilled over. Hut, 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 hut. Sujai nearly dropped the teacup, but fortunately, he managed to steady it in the end. The director did not care about his clumsy appearance and hurriedly followed up. Repeat the 616 incident, Mr. Shan. Do you mean these people intend to slaughter the city? Strictly speaking, it is a sacrifice. Upon hearing the word sacrifice, the director's brow furrowed so deeply a fly could have been crushed in it. Because the word sacrifice usually appears in the context of cults, Shan Liang's words clearly implied that there was a cult behind the Black Yaksha organization. Is the information accurate? The director took a deep breath, already planning to request reinforcements from above. With Icity's current armed forces, they would have trouble dealing with the Black Yaksha alone, let alone the cult behind them. Shan Liang smiled, his tone steady. It is just a confession, so it cannot be considered entirely accurate. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The director only then realized that his question might have sounded like he was accusing them of shifting the blame. Mr. Shan, that is not what I meant. Never mind. Before he could finish, Shan Liang interrupted him again, very seriously. Director, although we have completely wiped out the Black Yaksha, if this is indeed a sacrificial ritual, they must have follow-up measures. Mr. Shan, is there an approximate time frame? No, but you can use the former Z City as a reference. Shan Liang stood up and smiled. That is all I know. Goodbye, director. The director hurriedly stood up at these words. Wait. Mr. Shan, our Icity is only a small town with weak defensive forces. This is a serious matter. Even if I report it to my superiors now, it will take some time for them to approve reinforcements. Could I ask you to stay in Icity for a few more days? I understand the rules. I will hire the bonfire organization at the highest market rate. Shan Liang looked troubled upon hearing this. Well, you will have to pay more. In fact, from the very beginning, Shan Liang and his two companions never intended to leave. This was not because they wanted to be some kind of saviors, but because Shan Liang had learned from the memory of the leader, Black Yaksha, that besides young Master Chuo, there was another group behind the 616 incident. They were a group of cultists. They were also subordinates of young Master Chuo and had participated in the 616 incident back then. Strictly speaking, Black Yaksha was just a blade, while the cultists were the hands that did the work. Black Yaksha was responsible for the killing and orchestrating the massacres. The cultists were responsible for the sacrifices to please their evil god. As for young Master Chuo, all memories regarding him had been sealed. Even the soul charmer could not read them. This goes to show that he is a big shot. But it does not matter. Bonfire is never afraid of big shots. Seeking revenge? Then you naturally have to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Since they could not find young Master Chuo, they would let him come to find them. They had already chopped down Black Yaksha, and if they chopped down the cultists too, he believed young Master Chuo would be curious about who exactly was targeting him. Once he started investigating Shan Liang and his group, he would leave traces behind, giving them a chance to follow the trail. By then, they could take their time and play with him. So, Shan Liang and the others had intended to stay in city, to go fishing all along. And the reason they came to the Safety Bureau was simply to make some extra profit. While thinking this, Shan Liang put on an expression of extreme difficulty. Bartle, standing to the side, saw this and said, Director, it is not that we do not want to give you face, but we have already taken on another mission. They are our old clients, and the pay is quite high. And if I may speak frankly, getting involved with those cultists is never a good thing. Once even one of them escapes, we will face endless retaliation. The director gritted his teeth after hearing this. I will pay more. Mr. Shan, this is a matter of life and death. Shan Liang sighed, looking completely helpless as he spoke. Since we have met, it is fate. All right, Bartle, go and talk to our old clients. Tell them we have a life-or-death situation here, and let someone else take that mission. Bartle looked at him in disbelief and said, Brother, that is 20 million. The director's eyes twitched. 20 million? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much it costs to hire a master of the entry realm to clear a catastrophe zone nowadays. But when he thought of Shan Liang's strength and the cult he mentioned, the director gritted his teeth again. "We will pay 20 million too. Mr. Shan, please, I am counting on you." Shan Liang shook the director's hand with a very serious look. "Until help arrives from headquarters, the danger of the cult is our responsibility. Oh right, I am not in a rush for the money. Just transfer it to my account before noon tomorrow." And the director did not even know what to say. Shan Liang's two sentences were easy to understand. The first meant that although they had taken the money, their contract only lasted until the people from headquarters arrived. Once they arrived, they would turn around and leave. And during this period, they would only handle dangers related to the cult. As for the second sentence, it was even easier to understand. Pay up quickly. Cough, cough, very well. It is easy to see that Mr. Shan is a man who treats money like dirt. Well, Ziosu, I will write you a note. Take it to the finance department. Also, make sure the members of Bonfire are received with the highest protocol. Understand? Huh? Oh, understood, understood. Sujai nodded repeatedly, and the director looked at the three men. Mr. Shan, I apologize. This matter is of great importance. I must report it to my superiors immediately and request reinforcements. Let Ziosu entertain you for now, and I will host a welcoming banquet for the three of you later. The three of them naturally declined repeatedly, and then left the office with the director. Sujai drove them to the best hotel in City I. Gentlemen, this is the best hotel in City I. You can find all the food, accommodation, and entertainment you need here. Of course, all expenses are covered by our safety bureau. Sujai was very enthusiastic in his introduction. After all, they were here to help City I deal with a cult. Thank you, Brother Su. It is getting late and we would like to rest. Of course, of course. If you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. Sujai smiled and left, immediately driving back to the safety bureau. If everything Shan Liang said today was true, this would be the perfect opportunity for a newcomer like him to gain merit. Naturally, he was not content with just being a liaison. And, wow, Anda, come try this. The lamb in City I is truly excellent. Bartle held a bowl larger than his own head, eating with great gusto. He had always been a meat lover, usually considering a bit of green onion enough for his vegetables. At that moment, Shan Liang was sitting on the sofa, checking the forum messages. As expected, peaceful housekeeping of City I had made it to the forum. The warden wipes out Black Yaksha. This was already a very popular topic, with countless replies below. Damn the wanted criminal Black Yaksha. They were actually wiped out by the warden. Good, those animals deserve to die. They are humans, but they have killed more people than the evil spirits have. They have been wanted for a long time. The bounty must be high. Haha, that is just the warden being lucky. If I had run into those people first. You could have increased their bounty even more, right? Damn, I actually hired cleaners from Peaceful Housekeeping once. I never imagined they were people from Black Yaksha. Wow, lucky you, buddy. Spent the same amount of money and got murderers to clean your room. That is exciting. The thread was lively, and the view count was clearly high. What are you looking at? Bartle walked over with his large bowl, not stopping his chopsticks. Looking at the forum. What are they saying? Talking about the Peaceful Housekeeping incident. Whoa, news travels fast. It is better that the news spreads fast. And yes, leader, that is exactly what the warden said. I believe the credibility is high, as the warden's reputation in the circle is quite good. The Safety Bureau director was reporting the situation respectfully. Just as he had guessed, headquarters took the news of the cult very seriously, especially since the information came from the warden himself. For the safety of the citizens, I have temporarily hired 3 members of Bonfire, which includes the warden. Yes, 20 million. Heaven knows, old leader, I truly did not take any kickbacks this time. If you do not believe me, you can send someone special to coordinate with Bonfire. Sujai watched as the director spent over half an hour on the phone before finally getting the funds approved. After finishing, the director leaned back on the sofa, wiping sweat from his forehead with a look of immense relief. Sujai, being observant, stepped forward to pour some tea and said, "Hard work, director." "Oh, it is not the work that is hard, it is my life that is bitter." So Black Yaksha was taken down. Yeah, after Wang Dong lost his necklace, he suspected someone was targeting us and leaked the news on purpose. When Black Yaksha got the word, he tried to disperse and relocate, but he ended up getting wiped out in one fell swoop. Inside the basement, a row of people in black sat around a round table, the flickering firelight making their silhouettes dance in the dim space.
Are you sure it was the warden who made the move?
Yes, I have reviewed the footage from the scene. It was definitely the prison chains. That is a bit of a problem. Problem or not, we have to get it done. 616 is almost here, and we need our offerings. Cannot we just go to a different city? Do not be ridiculous. Black Yaksha has been setting up the formation in secret for years. We are short on time, there is no way to switch cities now. But the warden is at least at the adept stage. To deal with him, we need the elders or the cult leader to step in. How much longer until the cult leader returns? If he travels at full speed, he can make it to City I by the day of 616. What about the elders? The elders are ready whenever. Silence fell over the basement again as everyone pondered the situation. No matter what happens, we cannot miss the true God's celebration. 616, full mobilization. Agreed. 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 The proposal passed unanimously, and they all stood up. For the true God. For the true God. For the true God. In the firelight, everyone's face was filled with fanatical fervor. City I. Ever since Shan Liang warned that a citywide massacre might be coming, the Safety Bureau had been working around the clock. Some teams were digging deep into ping and housekeeping, trying to find any possible leads. Others were conducting door-to-door inspections, searching for traces of the cult. Even the security guards were busy, running errands and helping out. Only Su Jai spent his days wandering around with Shan Liang and the others, showing them the local customs and culture of City I. In truth, City I once had its own glory days and produced several great figures. Otherwise, it would not have been in the top 10. But after a series of events, the strength of the city plummeted. One of those events was the fall of City I's flame deity head, which was a devastating blow. Now, it has completely fallen to the status of a minor, bottom-tier city. Its overall strength is only marginally better than City Z. The higher-ups have even considered stripping it of its I designation. That is right, city names are not permanent. They are tied directly to a city's growth and strength. Since the new cities were established, aside from the 3 major cities of A, B, and C, almost all the subsequent ones have changed at some point. Whenever he talked about this, Su Jai would get depressed. As a local born and raised in City I, he naturally wanted it to flourish, but the overall trend was beyond his control. Still, Su Jai quickly cheered up and continued showing Shan Liang and the others around. He knew all too well that if the cultists actually managed to massacre the city this time, City I would be finished for good. It might become the first city to ever fall from the top 10 all the way down to Z. At that point, it would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. And that is exactly why the director of the Safety Bureau reacted so intensely upon hearing the news, going as far as to pay 20 million to hire the bonfire organization. This place is not the biggest restaurant in City I, but it definitely has the best food. The flame deity head used to live nearby and would often come here for noodles. At the mention of the flame deity head, Su Jai could not help but look proud, though it soon faded into melancholy. Almost every child in City I grew up listening to stories about the flame deity head. He was the hero of City I, its pride and joy. But no one expected such a great man to die in the Scourge realm, with the entire flame deity legion wiped out, leaving only a few clerks who managed to escape. And that was the start of City I's decline. As they entered the restaurant, the first thing that caught their eyes was a giant portrait. It showed the back of a man, painted in vivid detail. Even just looking at his back, you could feel his greatness. Su Jai smiled and introduced it. This is the flame deity head. Batir's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist tightly. You can tell just by looking that he was a real man. You would better believe it. Su Jai gazed deeply at the portrait before saying, "He is the pride of our City I. What would you like to have? Ha ha ha, little Su Jai, it is you again." The owner came out to greet them, and when he saw Su Jai, his smile grew even warmer. "Hi, Uncle Wang. These are my friends. They came specifically to try the flame deity noodles." "Haha, you're a thoughtful kid." The owner waved his hand, smiling. It was clear he was very close with Su Jai. Su Jai led the 3 of them to a table by the window and handed the menu to Shan Liang. "Mr. Shan, besides the flame deity noodles, the other dishes here are also fantastic. Take a look." Shan Liang did not even look at it, handing it over to Wang Xiaohua beside him. No need, I will just have a bowl of noodles. Let her pick. Sujai glanced at Wang Xiaohua and silently took note of this detail. Wang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony. She took the menu, scanned it, and said, I will take the 6-person set meal. The owner froze, then hurried to say, Miss, my portions are very large. There are only 4 of you, it is really not necessary. No, this 6-person set is for me. Wang Xiaohua said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, then handed the menu to Batir. The owner was stunned. He looked at Wang Xiaohua's petite, lowly-like figure. 6 servings. But anyone accompanying Sujai was likely a pioneer, so having a big appetite was possible. Batir looked at the menu and said, Bring a whole lamb. A whole lamb? Yeah. The owner dutifully took note, then looked at Sujai. Sujai also shook his head. I will just have a bowl of noodles. Go ahead and get to work, Uncle Wang. All right then, grab whatever you want to drink, my treat. The owner took the menu and headed back to the kitchen, returning shortly with the dishes. Sujai had not lied. The food in this restaurant was truly delicious. Wang Xiaohua was eating with great gusto, occasionally sneaking a piece of lamb from Batir's plate. The atmosphere at the table was remarkably harmonious, and Sujai asked while eating, Mr. Shan, when do you think those cultists will make their move? 616. Shan Liang wiped his mouth and gave his answer. Sujai nodded in complete agreement. I think it is 616 as well. We have 3 days left. The higher-ups have already responded, saying they will be sending a centurion to lead the team. A centurion? Yeah. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes. He had not expected the Great Wall Guardians to lead the mission. In that case, the local director must have some serious connections. He just wondered how many people the centurion would bring along. Sujai was clearly looking forward to it as well. After all, what young person did not look up to the Great Wall Guardians? And has everyone arrived? All 4 elders are here. The cult leader is still on his way. Good, go find out where that warden is. On 616, we will offer him to the true God. Yes. Time flew by, and soon it was June 16th. City I was under complete martial law. On this very day, Shan Liang finally met the Chiliarch that Sujai had mentioned. The 8th chair of the blood rhyme, Chiliarch Wang Jinggang. Standing behind him was a young man. The 9th chair of the blood rhyme, Centurion Han Wuki. He was none other than the youngest centurion in the blood rhyme, the one who was specially recruited by the City J Martial Arts School and graduated with a grade 3 ranking. Before heading to the biological laboratory, Shan Liang had even seen posts about this person leading a team to neutralize a giant stationary cult realm. Looking at him now, it seemed the task had been completed. The moment they met, the eyes of Wang Jinggang and Han Wuki fell directly on Shan Liang. Although Shan Liang emitted no aura fluctuations, their instincts as powerful experts told them that he was a true master. The bureau chief introduced them with a smile. Come, let me introduce you. This is the leader of Bonfire, the warden, Shan Liang. And this is the blood rhyme Chiliarch, Wang Jinggang. Wang Jinggang shook hands with Shan Liang with a smile. I have heard so much about you. If you had not turned down the Great Wall Watch, our commander would have sent me to recruit you by force. Shan Liang offered a gentle smile, but he did not take the remark seriously. He was indeed a genius, but how many mediocrities could you find in the Great Wall Watch anyway? Genius was merely their entry requirement. That was precisely why the power of the Great Wall Watch was so terrifying. After the two shook hands, Shan Liang looked at Han Wuki. They were about the same age, yet they gave off completely different vibes. Shan Liang looked gentle and sunny, much like the boy next door. Han Wuki, however, was cold and murderous, keeping everyone at arm's length. Han Wuki. Shan Liang. They nodded at each other, acknowledging the introduction. As for Wang Xiaohua and Batir, they had no intention of stepping forward, standing by the window and casually watering the flowers with the bureau chief's small sprayer. Mr. Shan, do you know anything else about the Black Yaksha and the cultists? Wang Jinggang quickly got down to business, eager to gather more intelligence. Shan Liang nodded and recounted the memories he had extracted from the Black Yaksha leader, though he briefly glossed over the parts concerning Lord Chu. Looking at it this way, it is indeed possible they might strike on June 16th. Wang Jinggang's expression turned serious as he heard this, clearly in agreement with Shan Liang's analysis. Han Wuki asked, then why June 16th of this year, and not next year or the year after? A pattern. A pattern. Shan Liang and Wang Jinggang spoke almost at the same time. After exchanging a glance, Shan Liang gestured for him to continue. Wang Jinggang did not decline and began to explain it to Han Wuki. I have previously reviewed the Black Yakshas files. They conducted large-scale killings before the 616 incident. That was 10 years ago in a deserted village near City N, where about 2,000 people were killed. They performed the massacre very cleanly, and since it was a deserted village, almost no clues were left behind, which is why it took so long to be discovered. The villagers died in miserable conditions, and apart from a strangely shaped, broken formation pattern on the ground, there were no other clues. The second time was 5 years ago, the 616 incident in City Z. That time they killed so many people that their movements were exposed. However, there were no formation patterns left behind in the City Z incident, so for a long time, no one connected the two cases. It was not until 2 years ago that a colleague in the Criminal Investigation Department discovered that both cases occurred on 3/8 and shared many similarities in their killing methods, so they were handled as a combined case. Now this is the third time. Based on the pattern, it should happen this year. Han Wuki nodded, understanding the key point. Meanwhile, Wang Ziohua, who was watering the flowers, had a dark expression on her face. These people speak so politely, but if their boss had not finished off the Black Yaksha, City I would have likely been slaughtered this year. Would they just merge the files again and investigate endlessly after the fact? It is not their lives being lost, so they are naturally not in a rush. The bureau chief chuckled, greeted everyone to sit down, and turned on the projector, displaying a 3D image of City I. After receiving the information, our City I Security Bureau and the Guard have already been fully deployed. Currently, areas like Xiangyang and Shengeming are guarded by specialized personnel, reporting every 3 minutes. If there is any situation or loss of contact, we will know immediately. Furthermore, City I has entered a state of full martial law. All residents are prohibited from going out to minimize the chances of cultists fishing in troubled waters. Wang Jinggang nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied with the bureau chief's command. After the bureau chief finished laying out the plans, he finally spoke up. I brought 5 Centurion teams this time. 3 are hidden in the shadows, and 2 are at the security bureau to handle any sudden situations. No matter where the enemy appears in City I, my people can arrive within 5 minutes. After both finished, their eyes turned toward Shan Liang, as if asking what his plan was. Shan Liang looked surprised. Why are you looking at me? The contract clearly stated that my task was to protect City I from cultists until reinforcements arrived. Now that you are here, my task is finished. The bureau chief slapped his forehead upon hearing this. Damn it, how could he forget about that? Wang Jinggang said seriously, Mr. Shan, if a master like you joined us, I believe many innocent lives would be saved in City I. Shan Liang smiled, but did not take the bait. The bureau chief knew that empty talk like this would not work on Shan Liang. After all, what did this have to do with him? If he got involved, it would indeed save many lives, but it would also put Bonfire in unnecessary danger. Besides, even if he protected City I, what would he gain in the end? A few tin medals. Thinking of this, the bureau chief spoke decisively. More money? Mr. Shan, I am willing to pay an extra 5 million. Please help us for one more day, just one. Su Jai hurried to say, Chief, the higher-ups already scolded you for the 20 million budget. Where are we going to get another 5 million? We have it. The bureau chief spoke with a sense of integrity. He looked at Shan Liang and placed his right hand on his chest. I swear, if I say 5 million, I mean 5 million. Even if I have to sell my own flesh and blood, not a single cent will be missing. Shan Liang found it a bit funny. This old fox was working with Su Jai to put on a show. They were afraid he would ask for a sky-high price, so they staged this scene. But Shan Liang had not intended to leave anyway, since this was about getting revenge for Wang Ziohua. Thinking of this, he put on a deeply moved expression. Chief, you're joking. As a pioneer, how could I just stand by and watch cultists hurt ordinary people? The bureau chief looked delighted. Then about the 5 million. Not a single cent less. Expensive things usually have only one drawback, which is that they are expensive. And cheap things usually have only one advantage, which is that they are cheap. Bonfire has quite a good reputation in the circle. They have never failed a mission they have accepted. But that is not what their organization is most famous for. What they are most famous for is being expensive. and not just ordinarily expensive. That is why the bureau chief said, when he invited Shan Liang, that he knows the rules and will hire Bonfire at the highest market price. Except for those filthy rich people with money to burn, hardly anyone hires Bonfire unless they are desperate. After all, they are truly reliable, but they are also truly expensive. But as long as you pay up, their service is top-notch. Not to mention anything else, the 5 million contract was just signed, and Shan Liang already took his people out on patrol. What? You are asking if I am worried about them welching on the deal. Hahaha, do you remember what happened to the Black Yaksha? Bonfire is never afraid of anyone reneging on a payment. In fact, they even look forward to it. And iCity Tower. This is the largest base station in iCity and also the highest point in the city. At this moment, Shan Liang and his 2 companions are standing at the top of the tower, with the entire iCity in full view. Anda, there is not a single soul on the street. What are you looking at? Looking at the layout. Layout is not the layout of a new city always built around the copper mines. What is there to look at? I am not looking at the city's layout. I am looking at the Black Yaksha's layout. Huh? Bader did not quite understand. Shan Liang pressed his wristband twice, and a massive amount of data appeared, enough to give anyone a headache. This is all the information I could find on Ping and Housekeeping, including their own company records, surveillance footage from iCity, and the locations of cameras destroyed after they passed by, and so on. These people must have had a reason for choosing to open a housekeeping company, and I suspect they are using their work as a cover for something. Based on the original files, I have thought of a possibility. Hearing Shan Liang say this, Wang Keek already realized what he meant. A broken array diagram. Shan Liang nodded. That is right. They left a broken array diagram when they killed people in the deserted village for the first time, so why was not there one the second time in Z City? I have 2 hypotheses for this. The first is that they did not set up an array, but I quickly dismissed that idea. Because when it involves sacrifices, it usually requires special arrays or symbols. After all, there are too many evil gods. If you just offer sacrifices without direction, who would know who they are for? The second hypothesis is that the array had a self-destruct mechanism and vanished after they used it. But I dismissed that idea as well, because even if the array self-destructed, it would leave some traces behind. Many forensic experts went in after that incident, so there is no reason they would not have found anything. It was not until I discovered they opened a housekeeping company in iCity that I came up with a third hypothesis. While speaking, Shan Liang pointed to the data projected by his wristband. That is, the scale of the array is huge, even as big as a city, so huge that no one would ever think those things were actually part of an array. Bader gasped upon hearing this. He could not imagine what an array as big as a city would look like. Shan Liang then pointed to the data above and said, Then I discovered that after the Black Yaksha came to iCity, iCity underwent 3 rounds of urban redevelopment. Besides rebuilding houses and streets, they also constructed 3 so-called landmark buildings during those times. I used these 3 landmarks as centers to extrapolate, combined with the daily work routes of Ping and Housekeeping, and I got this. With a wave of his hand, the data turned into a floor plan of iCity, with 3 large red dots being the most striking. Then, countless tiny red dots appeared around the 3 large red dots. These tiny dots were very regular and gradually formed 3 circles, enclosing the large red dots within them. Subsequently, even more tiny dots appeared within those circles. Those tiny dots flickered on and off, eventually forming a slightly bizarre pattern. Bader was stunned, thinking to himself, how on earth did he figure this out? Just how much data did he have to look through? Anda really is worthy of having graduated at the top of his class. That brain of his is just too sharp. Wang Xiaohua was also a bit excited when she saw this. Boss, can you tell what kind of array it is? Shan Liang shook his head and said, I cannot tell. My research on arrays is only average. Before coming out, I already sent the data to the bureau chief and Wang Jinggang. They will have experts analyze it. But we should not hold our breath. Ping and Housekeeping has covered almost the entire iCity in the last 5 years. Trying to infer the true array from so many routes will take a long time. Wang Xiaohua was not disappointed after hearing this, because according to Shan Liang's explanation, the purpose of this array is to funnel sacrifices to a certain evil god. Even if we figure it out, we would just know who the sacrifices are for, and that is not important to Bonfire. Anyway, no matter who the sacrifice is for, we are going to take them down. Bader scratched his head and said, "Since we already know where the array is, why do not we just destroy it? If we destroy the array, would not their plan be ruined?" Wang Xiaohua gave him a speechless look and said, "You big guy, are you actually stupid or just acting like it? You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you cannot be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Even if we destroy this array, who knows if they have a backup, like the small array in the deserted village. So the best method is to lure these cultists out and wipe them all out in one go." Shan Liang nodded, though things were a bit different than what Wang Xiaohua said. For Shan Liang and the others, this is for revenge and for the mission. But for others, it is about credit and political achievements. You say you destroyed the array and foiled the cultists' sacrificial plan. Who would believe you? You just demolished some buildings and ruined a few streets. Does that have as much weight as a cultist's head? So from many perspectives, they have to lure the cultists out and annihilate them entirely. It is just that there is no need to say these things out loud. Just keep it in mind. Bader rubbed his face and said, "Then, Anda, why are not we waiting at the location of the 3 big red dots? Even if the cultists make a move here, we will not be able to see it." Shan Liang smiled, stretched, and said, "Do not worry, we do not need to go find them. They will come to find us." As he spoke, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from within Shan Liang. Even Bader and Wang Xiaohua felt their bodies sink. This spiritual pressure expanded rapidly, covering most of I City in an instant, engulfing all 3 red circles. At this moment, almost all the pioneers in I City were filled with horror. Su Jai looked toward the I City tower, and the words the bureau chief said earlier surfaced in his mind again. "If a real fight breaks out, do you know how many people will die?" This warden is quite interesting. In the command post, Wang Jinggang lit a cigarette with a smile on his face. Behind him, Han Wuki looked toward the tower in City I and said, "Will not he scare the cultists away by doing this?" "Of course not. Do you think those cultists do not know we are here? They did not run away even when facing the Great Wall Watch, so a single warden will not scare them off. Quite the opposite. The warden wiped out Black Yaksha, which indirectly ruined their plans, so those people will not let him go. So he is attracting their firepower." Wang Jinggang clearly understood Shan Liang's intention. His smile carried a touch of admiration, thinking to himself that this is what courage born of skill looks like. Besides the intensity of this spiritual pressure, he is truly a prize that all 9 legions are fighting to claim. City I basement. This spiritual pressure, is that the Chiliarch from Blood Rin? It might be. The pressure is very strong, probably coming from the tower. The tower, have they discovered our formation map? Impossible. Our formation is so well hidden. Even after all those forensic experts went to City Z, they did not find anything, did they? Right? Do not scare yourselves. Do you think there is a chance this spiritual pressure belongs to the warden?" Hearing this, the basement fell silent instantly. After the group exchanged glances, a man hidden under a robe stood up. "I will go check it out." He was just about to leave when his companion pulled him back. "It is not the time yet. If he wants to provoke us, let him. Once we please the true God, we will receive a feedback of power. By then, both the elders and the cult leader will be able to break through. At that point, the warden will be nothing more than an ant." Hearing the mention of power feedback, everyone in the basement could not help but reveal looks of greed. They had all tasted that unforgettable sensation. Bottlenecks that seemed like insurmountable chasms to ordinary people were but a trivial matter for the evil god. And all they had to do was slaughter some defenseless ordinary people. What a profitable deal. They believed that no matter who it was, once they tasted that feeling, they would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. And that was precisely why their appetites grew larger and larger each time. First, it was a small group of 100, then 1,000 in a remote village. And later, they even chose an entire city. City Z ranked last among the new cities. Its defenses were weak and its location remote, meaning reinforcements would not arrive in time, truly a perfect spot. And the end result was that the 91 members of Black Yaksha slaughtered over 50,000 people, destroying a third of the city. The evil god was very satisfied with that sacrifice and granted them breakthroughs in their realms. It was just a pity that a Great Wall Watch unit happened to be nearby cleaning up a catastrophe and rushed to City Z upon receiving the news. They were forced to retreat. Otherwise, they could have killed more people and exchanged them for more rewards. and the reason they destroyed a third of the city was to erase the formation map. If their identities were exposed, it did not matter. They could always assume new ones. But if the formation map was exposed, who knew what those people might uncover? Therefore, the formation map had to be destroyed at all costs, leaving no trace behind. With the experience from last time, they made many improvements in City Eye. Precisely because of this, even knowing City Eye was a trap, they had no choice but to carry out their plan. Because 616 was coming up soon, and they did not have the time to set up such a massive formation again. In the center of City Eye, a gaunt old man looked toward the tower. That spiritual pressure is strong. Another old man, puffing on a pipe, did not even look up. Must be that Chiliarch. Haha, a Chiliarch is fine. What we have offered to the true god before were just ordinary people. If it is a vanguard, the true god will surely be even more pleased. Do not be careless. That is the Great Wall Watch. You will suffer greatly if you treat them like ordinary vanguards. The Great Wall Watch is strong, but are we weak? Do not forget, our cult leader is at the divine transcendence realm. Hearing this, the old man with the pipe spoke with fanatical fervor. I hope that after this sacrifice, we can also reach the divine transcendence realm. Ha, that is natural. But when the plan begins, we must take out this Chiliarch first to avoid him disrupting our progress. Agreed. And on the tower in City Eye, Shan Liang slowly retracted his spiritual pressure. Bear and Wang Xiaohua let out long sighs of relief. They were closest to Shan Liang, so they felt it the most intensely. At first, it was difficult for them even to breathe, which gave them a clearer understanding of Shan Liang's strength. Brother, are you trying to lure them over? Yeah. Shan Liang nodded. He released his spiritual pressure just to tell those cultists that there was a variable here. If they do not want their plan to go awry, they would better come and deal with him first. Hehe, I will finally get a good fight this time. Bear cracked his neck, making his bones pop. He was a battle junkie and loved nothing more than challenging strong opponents. Since the spiritual pressure Shan Liang exuded was so fierce, the ones coming to the rendezvous would not be weak either, which was exactly what he wanted. Wang Xiaohua, meanwhile, picked up a small bottle and stared at the head inside. Do not be impatient, people will come to keep you company soon. The head seemed to understand. The expressions on their faces shifted slowly from terror to resentment and expectation. When Shan Liang created these trophies, he said they would last for a week. Naturally, Wang Xiaohua wanted to share the good news with them. Brother, do you have a battle plan? Bear was not really looking for a plan. He was just worried that his fighting might ruin Shan Liang's scheme. Nope, just fight. Shan Liang's answer clearly suited Bear's temperament. He chuckled, gestured with his sandbag-sized fist, and said, Then I am relieved. I will take the lead when it starts. No problem. Shan Liang smiled and agreed, then looked out the window. The sun is setting. Their plan should be starting soon. Wang Xiaohua's expression turned solemn at these words, the tragic scenes of her family's death flashing in her mind again. Shan Liang discreetly gave Bear a look, and Bear understood immediately. His brother wanted him to keep an eye on Wang Xiaohua, to make sure she did not lose her head and do something stupid like trying to take them down with her. And as the last ray of sunlight vanished, figures in black robes appeared in the streets and alleys of City Eye. Patrol officers discovered them immediately and hurriedly grabbed their walkie-talkies to report. Report, we have spotted men in black in the Wanlin district, awaiting instructions. Report, Changchun district has discovered. A patrol officer's throat was slit, and the man in black let out a sinister, cackling laugh. The carnival has begun. Blood, wailing, and sparks of fire flying everywhere. Those men in black were harvesting lives like reapers, showing extreme cruelty in their strikes. One of them, holding a curved blade, slashed a guard's throat and cursed. The people from Black Yaksha are such trash. The plan is about to start, yet they cause trouble. Is hacking people with blades really something we should be doing? Another man, holding a long blade, cut a guard in half at the waist and said, It is already done, why dwell on it? With them out of the way, we get a bigger share. The man with the curved blade burst into laughter upon hearing this. Makes sense, kill them all. Facing these ferocious men in black, the Icity guards were simply no match. They might be called guards, but most were just ordinary people who had received some training. It could not be helped. After Icity's decline, resources dwindled and quality dropped. They could no longer cultivate excellent pioneers, let alone organize an army. Most of the previous pioneers had joined the Flame God Legion, and all perished in the Scourge realm. The new generation failed to replace the old. Icity, in the end, had fallen. Kill! A guard at the initial glimpse stage let out a roar. With a short spear embedded in his chest and blood gushing from the wound, he still charged forward fearlessly. Hehe! The man in black robes sneered, playing with him like a cat with a mouse, and casually threw another short spear, piercing his thigh. The guard lost his footing and fell to the ground, his chest wound worsening as the blood flow increased. Do you think reality is a comic book, that yelling about love and faith will make you win? Ha 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 ha, idiot, such an idiot. As he spoke, short spears appeared out of thin air in his hands, and he threw them in rapid succession, pinning the guard like a porcupine. Blood stained the ground into a deep crimson as the black-robed man approached with a sneer. Idiot, the weak should have the awareness of being weak. You were born as food for the strong. Would not it be better to just die quietly? As he spoke, he gripped a short spear and yanked it out, causing a fountain of blood to spray. I will kill you. The guard was not yet dead, his voice exceptionally faint. Seeing this, the man in black thought of something, and the smile on his face became even more hideous. Damn ant, die. He thrust the short spear in his hand toward the guard's neck with force. Just then, a glimmer of cold light pierced through his chest. The man in black froze, looking down in disbelief. He saw the guard, riddled with short spears, tilting his head with his remaining eye shooting a beam of cold light that had pierced his chest. This guard was only at the initial glimpse stage. His light beam had a very short range, which is why he lured the black-robed man into close proximity. You a damn ant. Blood spilled from the corners of the man's mouth as his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. The light in the guard's eyes gradually faded as well. His body had long been immobilized, and even with all his strength, he could only move his head slightly. His vision went dark, and he looked helplessly into the distance, toward the direction of his home. Mom, your child is unfilial. Icity Tower. Shan Liang stood atop the tower, fierce winds howling around him, making his robes flutter violently. He was waiting for those cultists to find him. He had already given the signal, and he believed they would understand what it meant. Swish! A flying dagger shot toward Shan Liang's head. He did not move an inch. A chain at his feet casually blocked the dagger. Ha, worthy of being the famous warden indeed. From the shadows of a building opposite, a thin, gaunt old man slowly walked out. Wearing a loose black robe, he looked like a sack draped over a telephone pole. Shan Liang glanced at him indifferently, and then turned his gaze back to the flames of war in Icity. This dismissive attitude instantly infuriated the old man. In his imagination, Shan Liang should have asked him who he was with a grave expression. Then he would calmly reveal his identity, at which point Shan Liang would be terrified and beaten into a panicked retreat. What is with this attitude now? Who do you think you're looking down on? The gaunt old man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cursed at Shan Liang. Arrogant brat, do you know who I am? I am an elder of the Blackstone cult, a warrior at the Chamber Realm. Do not talk about your small organization of 7. I have slaughtered organizations of 100 before. Tonight you will. Before he could finish, he felt a gust of wind against his face, and his heart skipped a beat. Though he attempted to dodge, he was still grabbed by the head by a large hand and slammed ruthlessly against the wall. Bader was gripping his head like a human Tyrannosaurus, and the frail elder looked like a toy in his hand. Old man, you sure talk a lot. Introducing yourself here, do you think you are worthy of being remembered by me? As he spoke, he grabbed the elder by the head and smashed him into the ground, the thundering sounds echoing repeatedly. This so-called elder was beaten into a mess like a dead dog by Bader before he could even manifest his soul form. Shan Liang never turned his head. He did not believe such a small fry could flip the table in front of Bader. Inside the command center, the director watched the surveillance monitor, dumbstruck. As expected of the people from Campfire, their combat power is truly strong. He turned his head to look at his flower. It had been blooming well, but it was practically watered to death by the big guy and the little girl during that meeting the other day. Sigh, poor flower, do not be a flower in your next life. Commander, the enemy's combat power is high. We are running out of manpower. Commander, a powerful fighter has appeared on South Street. Our brothers cannot hold them back. Requesting backup, requesting backup. The communication devices rang one after another, and the director's expression turned extremely grave. He stood before the command console with his hands behind his back. "Backup will arrive in 3 minutes. Brothers, hold on a little longer. I know the enemy's strength is great, but we are the Security Bureau, the Defense Army, the last line of defense between the citizens of Icity and the slaughtering blades. We cannot retreat, and there is nowhere to retreat. The survival of Icity depends on today." The chubby director spoke with unusual solemnity, and after 2 seconds of silence on the radio, reports began to ring out one after another. "Team 1 received. Team 2 received. Team 3 received." Their voices were so resolute, as if they had already made a certain decision. And after finishing off the last cultist, Han Wuki closed his eyes to sense the area and then sprinted toward a house. "Icity, never surrender. Come at me, scum." A roar echoed, and Han Wuki could smell the scent of blood before even entering the room. After he kicked the door open, he saw a young man wearing a guard's uniform, clutching tightly at the long blade that had pierced his chest. The blade had sliced open his hands, exposing the bone, yet he did not take a single step back, still staring at the man in black with a ferocious expression. Behind him lay the tattered corpses of other guards. They had guarded the corner with their lives, and in the corner, a little girl watched everything with a face full of terror. Above her head were 2 corpses that had been stripped bare, their wounds brutal and horrific. They were her parents. Han Wuki had always felt that these cultists were more detestable than the evil spirits themselves, because they are traitors to humanity. They would turn their blades against their own kind for the sake of the smallest bit of profit. They dare not face the strong, nor do they dare to face the evil spirits. They only dare to bully those defenseless ordinary people. Without a moment of hesitation, Han Wuki appeared before the man in black like a teleportation and threw a punch. Splatter! A simple, unadorned punch that blew the man's head apart. Blood sprayed from the headless corpse like a fountain. The young guard, no longer supported by his strength, collapsed, but was luckily caught by Han Wuki at the critical moment. Looking at the newcomer, the guard managed to squeeze out a smile. Thank you all for protecting Icity." Han Wuki opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He knew that given the severity of the wounds, this man would surely not survive. The guard struggled to look at the little girl, his eyes filled with worry. "She is still just a child. No, it should not be like this, no." The light in the guard's eyes gradually faded, and the words he did not finish would never be spoken. Han Wuki laid the body down. His experiences over the years had made him indifferent to life and death. The little girl was covered in scarlet blood, her eyes blank, as if she had been scared out of her wits. Han Wuki stepped forward and hid her behind the bodies of the fallen guards. "I still have to go and kill those who harmed your parents. Hide well and do not let them find you. Wait until the sun rises as usual tomorrow." The little girl gave no response, only staring at him with blank eyes. Han Wuki rose and left immediately. He had more important things to do, or more people would die. Tui. Old bastard. Bader spat on the ground. The elder who had loudly announced his name upon arrival was now nothing more than a pile of minced meat. It seems his strength was not as great as he boasted. "Anda, this cult organization is quite mediocre. They even sent this kind of trash after feeling your spiritual pressure. They clearly do not take you seriously at all." Even though this old guy was in the chamber realm, his energy felt strange. It was very unstable, as if it had been piled up temporarily by some means. Bader was a bit annoyed. He had expected a good fight, but did not expect such a weakling. Shan Liang looked at the flames in the city and said, "Since the chief paid us, we have to do our job well. Ziohua, take Bader and go help. None of these cultists should be alive by tonight." Wang Ziohua quickly stuffed the last bit of roasted sweet potato into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she mumbled, "Got it, boss." Bader found it hilarious, then yelped in pain as Wang Ziohua kicked him in the shin. As soon as Shan Liang looked over, the two jumped off the high tower. With their strength, the height was no issue at all. After they left, Shan Liang released his spiritual pressure once more. He was letting those cultists know that he was very disappointed with his previous opponent. Hi. An old man who had just walked out of a house looked up, his expression grave as he peered towards the tower. Old Li was defeated. He bit down on his pipe, his voice muffled. Behind him lay several ordinary people, dead in brutal ways, their faces etched with despair. I told him long ago that having a high realm is not enough. You also need a brain. He should not have tried to show off like that. Well, look at him now, he has kicked the bucket. He shook his head, filled with disappointment. But before he could turn to leave, a terrifying figure descended from the sky. He reacted with lightning speed, instantly activating his god statue. Black hands burst forth from behind him, some shielding him while others swiped at the figure in midair. Boom! The figure was sent flying, but then a peal of laughter rang in his ears. Kirite. The voice was crisp, clearly from someone young, and she seemed to be in an excellent mood. But the laughter made his skin crawl. More and more black hands extended, shielding him densely at the center like a black sphere. God statue. Butchery. As this voice sounded, the black hands covering his body began to bloom like a lotus flower. Layer after layer. On the other side, Bader's body expanded, and he threw a punch the moment he saw a man in black. With each punch, they were left bruised and battered. With his arrival, the death rate of the men in black was skyrocketing. But knowing a 1,000-man commander was leading the defense and still daring to slaughter the city, these cultists naturally had some power. After killing over a dozen people, Bader finally encountered an opponent who could withstand his punch. That man was also a burly fellow who had enough strength to counterattack after taking Bader's blow head-on. Bader was surprised, blocked the man's strike with one hand, and launched another attack. The speed of their strikes intensified, trading blow for blow, until they finally retreated after a fierce collision. Bader's eyes lit up as he cracked his knuckles and laughed. Campfire Bader. The opponent, wearing the same excited expression of someone who finally found a worthy rival, spoke up as well. Blackstone Sect Wang Nan. The two inhaled deeply and rushed at each other again. So you are the 1,000-man commander of Bloodfrost. Atop the tower, a woman with moss-green hair walked slowly toward them, appearing surprised upon seeing Shan Liang. She scrutinized Shan Liang without reserve, the smile on her lips growing more pronounced. Pretty boy, you're quite handsome. How about it? Want me to take you to play something interesting? She winked at Shan Liang, her flirtatiousness plain as day. Shan Liang looked very shy, appearing completely flustered. The green-haired woman covered her mouth and giggled. Do not tell me you are still a virgin. Hee, then I have really hit the jackpot today. Do not worry, there will be a reward for you. With that, she walked toward Shan Liang with an enchanting gait. Little boy, why are not you saying anything? Clatter. A chain instantly pierced her lower abdomen, pinning her tightly to the ground. Shan Liang still maintained that shy and bashful expression. HMPH, I knew you were faking it. The woman did not show a hint of pain despite being pierced. On the contrary, she looked absolutely thrilled. Come on, I cannot move now. You can do whatever you want. She shot him another seductive look, and in the next second, a wound slowly appeared on Shan Liang's abdomen, with blood flowing out. The woman giggled upon seeing this. Come on, my god statue ability is to share damage. Attack as much as you like, let us be doomed lovers together. The woman's smile was smug, but it gradually stiffened, because she realized that Shan Liang's wound was healing right before her eyes. Now it was Shan Liang's turn to smile as chains pierced the woman's limbs, and his voice rang out chillingly. Have you ever heard of the starving ghost Tai Sui? That shy smile looked so hideous in the woman's eyes. A hunger ghost Tai Sui. What the hell is that? Judging by the name, it sounds like an evil spirit. The wounds on the limbs were transferred to Shan Liang, but the blood had barely flowed out before the wounds healed again. The green-haired woman began to struggle. Are you biomodified too? Shan Liang smiled without saying a word. The woman's expression turned fierce, and she let out a shrill scream. Divine aspect. Live and die together. Following her scream, the healed wounds on Shan Liang's body ripped open once more, and blood gushed out. She looked at Shan Liang smugly and said, Captain, do you think you have won? My goal in coming here was just to hold you back. Once the sacrifice is complete, that will be the end of you. Hearing this, Shan Liang sighed and looked at her with an expression of pity for the mentally challenged. Who told you I was a captain? And the air suddenly went silent, and the green-haired woman looked completely stunned. You are not a captain. As she spoke, she glanced at the chains and suddenly realized. You are the warden. Shan Liang did not answer her. The warden's chains emitted bursts of red mist that began to erode her body. The agony of physical decomposition was unbearable even for an evil spirit, let alone her. A A sharp wail cut through the night sky and carried far away. She distributed the damage onto Shan Liang, so the pain was naturally distributed as well. But the pain that made her scream was nothing to Shan Liang. Shan Liang had endured far worse than this. It is just that he had to believe what Beidel said. They could clearly sense his spirit pressure, yet still sent someone like this to deal with him. They really did not take him seriously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more chains shot out, hitting the woman's vital points. Yet even then, she did not die, which surprised Shan Liang a little. You are pretty tough to kill. The next moment, blood burst from Shan Liang's own vital points. The long-lost feeling of pain seemed to pull him back to that crazy spirit realm from before. I like your ability, but you have barely scratched the surface of its potential. Leave it to me, I will make it famous. As he spoke, Shan Liang waved his hand again, and several warden's chains exploded into blood mist, engulfing the woman. Stop! A roar came from beneath the tower, and with a flash of light, a figure glowing with gold charged up. When he saw the miserable state of the green-haired woman, he could not help but exclaim, Nana! He charged at the warden's chains to save the green-haired woman, but how could Shan Liang just watch? Chains like venomous snakes attacked him. The golden figure dodged left and right, but was gradually surrounded. Traitor, I will not let you hurt Nana anymore. As the golden figure spoke, he shone with brilliant light like the brightest light bulb in the night sky. The golden light seemed to materialize, pushing the chains surrounding him back bit by bit. Hey! Shan Liang called out. The golden figure looked up, his expression looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. Watch closely. Shan Liang tilted his chin, signaling the golden figure to look at the green-haired woman. As soon as his gaze shifted, he saw the warden's chains suddenly contract, hoisting the woman into midair. He immediately realized what Shan Liang was about to do, his expression filled with despair and panic. No. Snap. Even over the howling wind, the sound of limbs shattering was exceptionally clear. 5 horses rending the body. Or rather, being ripped apart by chains. And just like that, she was dead. The golden figure, seeing this with his own eyes, nearly collapsed. His golden light flickered and twisted as his mental resolve cracked. Shan Liang would not let this opportunity pass, and the warden's chains lashed out. The surrounding red mist quickly formed a scarlet gate, pulling the fragments of Nana inside. Life and death in battle are often decided in an instant. If he dared to be distracted at a time like this, who would die if not him? Coming here and shouting at the green-haired woman, afraid no one would know they had a special relationship. How could Shan Liang miss such an opportunity? Track. Cracks appeared on his golden light, and now the golden figure finally panicked. His hero saving the damsel script could only end here. Blood sprayed out, the golden figure was juiced by the chains, and his corpse flew into the scarlet gate. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. These people really were just as Beidel said, their strength was all fluff. Although they had reached the rumentering realm, they lacked the experience, combat power, and mental state to match. With this level of the rumentering realm, let alone fighting someone like Shan Liang, even a slightly powerful hall-entering realm practitioner could kill them. Is this the benefit they got after the sacrifice? If they really only have this much to show, then it was a waste of my expectations. Just as Shan Liang was pondering, a bolt of lightning cut through the dark night, followed by rolls of thunder. Rumble. Who knows when, but the sky over Ice City had already been covered by dark clouds. A powerful sense of oppression welled up in the hearts of all the pioneers. Wang Jinggang in the command center stood up abruptly, his expression one of shock and uncertainty. The chief saw this and knew something had definitely gone wrong, so he quickly asked, Mr. Wang, what is wrong? Wang Jinggang said with a grave face, I hope I felt it wrong. The chief almost cursed out loud hearing that. He thought, what time is it now? Can this riddle maker just get to the point already? Though he thought it, he could not say it out loud. Mr. Wang, did you sense something? Yes. Wang Jinggang did not play games this time. He took a deep breath before speaking. I sensed the aura of a spirit transcending realm. The chief's expression was blank, doubting his own ears. The staff in the command center also turned around slowly, looking at Wang Jinggang in disbelief. What did they just hear? Spirit transcending realm. The chief reacted as well, swallowing hard as he spoke. Are you sure? I also hope I felt it wrong. Crack. As the two were speaking, thunder boomed again. This time, Wang Jinggang's face finally went completely rigid. He slowly turned his head to look at the chief. Before he could even speak, the chief understood what he meant. It was not a mistake, it really was the spirit transcending realm. And, ha, the sect leader is here. Traitors of the Great Wall Guard, your time is up. Are not you all so tough? Being a good fighter is useless. When you are out here in the world, background matters. The men in black were completely excited, their combat effectiveness soaring by more than just a notch. Spirit transcending realm. Those 3 words alone could scare people to death. The dark clouds in the sky gathered thicker, with bolts of lightning weaving through them. Rumbled. After another peal of thunder, the dark clouds began to shift rapidly. In just a few breaths, the clouds that had covered the entire Ice City transformed into a man's face. The face was immense, with electricity flickering within its 7 orifices. A guard stood blankly, looking up at the giant face as the weapon in his hand clattered to the ground. Is this a god? The command center was deathly quiet, with almost everyone's gaze fixed on the bureau chief. The divine projection realm. That is the divine projection realm. Once someone reaches that level, it is no longer a matter that can be resolved through mere human wave tactics. Now, there are only 2 paths left before the chief. The first path is to leave immediately and abandon the entire Ice City. The benefit is that he would have a high chance of survival, and it could be considered planting seeds of hope for the future of Ice City. The downside is that he would likely never have a peaceful night's sleep for the rest of his life. Perhaps every time he closed his eyes, he would see the people of Ice City asking him why he abandoned the city and fled. The second path is to stay and die with the people of Ice City. The benefit is a clear conscience, honoring the ancestors who died for Ice City. The downside is that after today, Ice City might only exist in the history books. After a moment of contemplation, the chief made his choice. Mr. Wang, a master of the divine projection realm, has entered the battlefield. Any sacrifice now would be entirely meaningless. You are a vital member of the Great Wall Watch, and nothing must happen to you. Please take these children and get as far away as you can. Hearing the chief say this, Sujai, who had just returned, stood up in a hurry. Chief, what about you? I am the chief of the security bureau. Anyone can leave, but I cannot. If I am gone, who will command the soldiers who are still fighting? Hearing the chief speak this way, Sujai's eyes turned bloodshot. If you're not leaving, chief, then neither am I. The others chimed in one after another. That is right, we are not leaving either. Yes, we're staying. Enough. The chief roared, pointing at Sujai and the others as he scolded them. Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Do you think I am asking for your opinion? This is an order. I do not need to teach you what happens to those who disobey orders in wartime, do I? Sujai's eyes were bloodshot, and he refused to budge an inch. Wang Jinggang stepped forward and patted the chief on the shoulder. Old Feng, what kind of people do you take us for? Our orders were to defend Ice City, not to evacuate from it. You used to be a clerk for the Flame God Division. You should know the difference better than anyone. Hearing Wang Jinggang mention the Flame God, Bureau Chief Feng's mind was instantly flooded with the image of that back figure. It is just a pity that the leader of the Flame God, whose mere silhouette could instill such a sense of security, had long since fallen. Even the Legion's formation has been replaced for many years. He snapped back to reality, looking at the determined faces of Sujai and the others, and gave a free-spirited smile. Fine then, we all stay. Understood. Chief, give us the orders. Yes, Chief, give the orders. The staff in the command center returned to their respective stations. Chief Feng took a deep breath, his usually kind expression replaced by a chilling grimness. Notify the 2nd platoon of the garrison, prepare the Spirit Bane cannon. Target the human face in the thunderclouds in the sky. 3rd and 4th platoons, head to your designated positions, prepare to destroy the landmark buildings. After issuing these 2 orders, Chief Feng turned to look at Wang Jinggang. Mr. Wang, we have reached the most critical moment. The command center is no longer important. That divine projection realm master just... Chief Feng wanted to say that the divine projection master would be left to him, but the words stuck in his throat. An inner realm master fighting a divine projection master. How was that any different from sending Wang Jinggang to his death? Wang Jinggang, however, laughed casually and patted Chief Feng's shoulder again. Old Feng, if you are lucky enough to survive today, do me a favor and tell that kid named Han something. Once he becomes a commander, make sure he treats my brothers well. Chief Feng's eyes turned red, and he nodded firmly. I will remember. That is good enough. Wang Jinggang reached into his pocket, took out a cigarette, and lit it as he walked out. Watching Wang Jinggang's departing figure, the command center fell into total silence. Hi. In the alley, Wang Xiaohua, who had just removed the elder's head, looked solemn. She too felt the immense pressure in the sky. This person is so powerful. No, I have to get to the boss immediately. Shan Liang, standing at the highest point of the city, releasing his spiritual pressure, is no different from a living target. That giant face in the sky will definitely target him first. Wang Xiaohua will absolutely not allow anything to happen to Shan Liang. She sprinted out of the alley, and just past the street corner, she saw Bartle trading blows with a sturdy man. Divine aspect. Body mutilation. Wang Xiaohua directly activated her ability to snap the man's leg. Battles between strong opponents are decided in an instant, let alone with such a glaring opening. Crack. Bartle punched through the man's chest. He looked at Wang Xiaohua, speechless. Xiaohua, it is so hard to find a punching bag. You could have let me play a bit longer. Play your head. Did not you see that thing in the sky? Hurry up and go protect the boss. Bartle curled his lips and muttered to himself. Even if we put both of us together, we would not be enough to beat the boss. What help would we be? What did you say? I said let us get moving. It will be too late soon. Roka. The two quickly rushed toward the high tower, dealing with any black-clothed men on their way. And I City Tower. Shan Liang watched the giant face in midair, his breathing quickening. A powerhouse. A master of the divine projection realm. He could not be mistaken. Because only by reaching the divine projection realm can one manifest their divine aspect, allowing it to take various forms. And that is exactly why this realm is called the divine projection realm. Shan Liang tilted his head back, the smile on his face growing frantic. When a strong man is angry, he draws his blade against someone even stronger. When a weak man is angry, he draws his blade against someone even weaker. The two he had killed earlier had not interested him in the slightest. They had even bored him. But now, he had finally found a worthy opponent. Shan Liang pressed the briefcase and pulled out his long blade with a backhand grip. Tendrils of red mist coiled around it, and the flesh and blood blade took shape. The eyeballs on the handguard opened one by one, rolling wildly, just as frantic as Shan Liang himself. The giant face in the sky pressed lower and lower, making the people in the city feel a tightness in their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those garrison soldiers fighting below felt a sense of despair. They could not conceive of any possibility of defeating the opponent. Great God of Black Stone, your most devout believer offers you a sacrifice. I will craft a feast out of despair, wailing, suffering, and flesh and blood. Come and enjoy the banquet held in your honor. The giant face spoke, its voice like thunder, making everyone's scalp crawl. Everyone in Ice City heard its voice clearly. The people were completely plunged into despair and could only pray incessantly to some deity. In contrast, the cultists fell into a state of total madness. Some accelerated their slaughter, while others prayed alongside the giant face. At this moment, it seemed as if they were the true masters of Ice City. And just as almost everyone was lost to despair, a flash of red light soared into the sky. It was so vibrant, so resolute. All eyes are on him. In this moment of despair, someone has dared to charge at a god. That flash of red is so tiny against the giant face of thunderclouds, like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Yet he is so resolute, advancing without a hint of regret. Watching that streak of crimson, many hold their breath, as if exhaling might somehow disturb him. High in the air, Shan Liang's eyes are bloodshot as he grins wildly and swings his massive blade of flesh. Whoosh! A crimson blade aura streaks across the sky, hacking down toward the crown of the giant thunder face. Lightning ripples across the giant face, twisting and resisting, forcing the blade aura to a standstill. The two are locked in a stalemate. Shan Liang lets out a manic laugh, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. A strong one. A strong one indeed. A delicious, strong one. How could he miss out on a feast like this, one he can kill without any repercussions? Seeing that his aura cannot cleave through the thunder face, Shan Liang presses his left hand onto the back of the blade, his expression deranged. Is anyone home? I am coming in. Heyohahe. Shan Liang's left arm swells instantly, bursting through his sleeve as he drives the blade down with brute force. Cracked. The long blade shatters the surrounding thunder. The blade aura bites into the giant thunder face. And in the eyes of the Eye City guards, that red light does not just cut through the giant face, it cuts through their despair. This scene is destined to be remembered by many for the rest of their lives. Oh, brothers, the battle is not over yet. Kill. Kill. Shan Liang's strike has reignited their spirits. What is there to be afraid of? Life is just a blink. You live once and then you die, so why not go out with a bang? Before dying, take a few enemies down with you, so you will have something to brag about in hell. Emotions are truly a strange thing. People who were resigned to death a second ago have turned into starving wolves. Caught off guard, a few of the black-clad cultists are actually taken down by their ambush. Seeing results, the guards become even more pumped up. They charge forward, howling. Outside the security bureau, Wang Jinggang stares blankly up at the sky. He had just prepared himself for death. As a battalion commander of the Great Wall Guardians, he knew all too well how terrifying the power of the Divine Realm was. Holding them off for a minute on his own would be considered a mercy from the enemy. But what is he seeing now? The Divine Realm hacked. Damn! A sharp pain wakes him up. His cigarette had burned down to the butt, searing a black mark into his fingers. Shaking his hand, Wang Jinggang looks back at the sky. That red shadow has already burrowed into the giant thunder face. Bursts of thunder and red light flash alternately, rhythmic and pulsing like a heartbeat. Wang Jinggang has already guessed the person's identity. Red light powerful. Who else could it be in Eye City but the warden, Shan Liang? Old Fang's 25 million was money well spent. Thinking this, Wang Jinggang sprints toward the high tower. He cannot let Shan Liang fight alone. So there you are. Shan Liang tears open the giant thunder face and finally sees the Divine Realm expert inside. It is a robust, middle-aged man wearing the same black robes as the other cultists. He is currently looking at Shan Liang with surprise, as if not expecting anyone to break through his defenses. The smile on Shan Liang's face becomes even more sincere. Hey, you are still young, you cannot handle this ability. Give it to me, let me handle it. Hand over the divine form. Shan Liang's tone was mild before, but this last sentence was a roar. The cult master of the Black Stone is stunned, wanting to ask if he has a death wish. Do you know who you are talking to? But seeing Shan Liang's unhinged look, like someone fresh out of a mental asylum, he kind of understands. One wonders what the guards fighting below would think if they knew their hero was this kind of maniac. Bored of talking, the Black Stone cult master waves his hand, gathering lightning to strike down at Shan Liang. Ha ha ha. Shan Liang's laughter grows louder as he charges forward like a phantom. The meat blade in his hand swings in a half circle, targeting the cult master's neck. Clang! A Divine Realm expert is a Divine Realm expert. With a casual flick of electricity, he deflects Shan Liang's attack with ease. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Liang pulls back. He summons more lightning to stab into Shan Liang's abdomen. Puff! Blood blooms on both of their abdomens simultaneously. Shan Liang looks fierce, the cult master looks shocked. Sharing life and death, you also have a divine form that shares damage. No, if this is your divine form, then what about this ugly blade? Shan Liang freezes, looks down at his blade, then replies. Ugly, you not only lack taste, but you also have no manners. As if reacting to the cult master's words, the flesh on the long blade begins to squirm rapidly. The vertical eyes open until there are 7 of them. Under the gaze of 7 eyes, even the Divine Realm expert slows down for a split second. In that momentary distraction, Shan Liang's blade is already against his throat. Even a Divine Realm master cannot help but feel a chill on his scalp at this moment. Lightning explodes. The Black Stone cult master transforms his entire body into electricity, unleashing an aura that blasts Shan Liang far away. The power of lightning ravages his body. His hair is burnt off, his skin charred black, making him look like a piece of burning coal. But before Shan Liang can fly very far, the charred skin starts to fall off, leaving behind fair and tender skin like a peeled egg. Massive amounts of red mist gather, forming a terrifying armor over his body, shielding the shaky, little Shan Liang. Without a wasted word, red mist erupts from the back of the armor, propelling him toward the cult master like thrusters. Tedohaha. Shan Liang swings his great blade, again targeting the cult master's neck as if he has a penchant for decapitation. Clang! The cult master repels Shan Su once again. Looking at Shan Liang, who recovers his injuries in an instant, the cult master's expression becomes even more uneasy. Sharing life and death. Flesh blade. Red mist armor. Super speed healing. In just this short while, the cult master has seen 4 completely different abilities. Recalling the earlier phrase, hand over the divine form, a bold thought enters the cult master's mind. Could this guy steal other people's divine forms? No, impossible. How could such a heaven-defying ability exist? The cult master immediately rejects his own thought, his mind racing to find a rational explanation. The blade and the armor are one ability. As for the healing and sharing, someone must be supporting him from below. Thinking this, the black stone cult master pushes his hands outward, his giant thunderous eyes slowly looking downward. He has to find that supporter. But accompanied by maniacal laughter, that madman is charging back again. Little cookie. I am back. Vroom. The crimson blade aura slashes down once more, tearing through the sky. Fight. Yeah. Shan Liang's smile grew increasingly crazed. When he first started school, both teachers and students thought he was a shy, introverted person. After all, his smile was so bright, and he was sincere and gentle toward everyone. It was not until the first combat class that they truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "Do not judge a book by its cover." He is a maniac who treats his own body like a tool. For the sake of victory, he could not care less about his own body. Trade a finger for the opponent's hand. Trade it. Trade an arm for a leg. Trade it. And because of this, he could often win by using some illogical moves. At that time, a curious classmate once asked him why he was so extreme and if he was not afraid of getting hurt. Shan Liang gave this answer. Afraid. But if you compare it to death, is not it obvious which one you should choose? That student did not understand at the time why combat had to involve death. It was not until the internship, when the teacher led the whole class into the Sui realm. Out of more than 60 students, less than 20 returned alive, and that is when he finally understood what Shan Liang meant. That experience left many with psychological trauma, and some classmates even chose to switch to administrative support roles. But not only was Shan Liang not afraid, he even volunteered to go to the Sui realm again with other classes for more training. Even the instructor was surprised and advised him not to go, saying that the evil spirits could never be fully wiped out and he should rest to digest his combat experience. Unexpectedly, he just laughed and said, "That little bit of experience is not enough to digest. I am still starving for more." From that moment, the instructor knew this kid was a 1 in a million combat fanatic. Others might fight to protect their family or because they are forced by life. But for him, it is pure passion. A somewhat twisted passion. And the master of the Black Stone cult casually blocked Shan Liang's attack, his expression slightly confused. That does not make sense. If someone is assisting him, they should be nearby. Could there be an expert in concealment helping him hide? Impossible. Even if there were, I would have detected them with my divine perception. Does this maniac really have several different abilities? No, that is even more impossible. The Black Stone master drove Shan Liang back with another bolt of lightning, growing more impatient. Let us use you as an appetizer for the sacrificial ritual. His voice was raspy, and as he finished speaking, bolts of lightning shot toward Shan Liang. Shan Liang held up his giant blade, flesh and blood growing wildly on it until it was as wide as a door, protecting him firmly behind it. The Black Stone master's onslaught was relentless, and Shan Liang could only struggle to hold his ground. At the end of the day, he was only at the inner room realm. How could his spirit energy compare to the exceeding divine realm? But none of that matters. Turning the tables in an uphill battle is the fun part. Step back, I am about to show off. 4 beasts howl in a land of ruin. From mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I forge my blade. The day all evil is purged, I shall wear the flames of karma as my armor. Touty. Following Shan Liang's incantation, fangs grew on the flesh-covered blade, opening and closing in a rhythmic pattern, as if it were breathing. Snap. Several lightning bolts were bitten to pieces by the giant blade. Without giving the Black Stone Master time to react, Shan Liang disappeared. The Black Stone Master was highly experienced and began his defense the moment he saw Shan Liang vanish. At the same time, he unleashed a bolt of lightning behind him. For any sneak attack, there is a 90% chance it will come from behind. This is about blind spots in vision, and it is a hunting instinct etched into our DNA. It is not just humans. Many predatory animals operate the same way. But his counterattack did not hit. Instead, he felt something strange at his lower leg. The Black Stone Master looked down and saw that bizarrely shaped blade horizontal before his calf, blocked only by the lightning shield, preventing it from slicing in. At the same time, he caught the eyes of Shan Liang. He saw the maniac flash him a huge smile, and the next moment, the fangs on the blade snapped shut. Crunch! His lower leg disappeared into thin air, as if it had been swallowed by something invisible. The Black Stone Master paused, only feeling the excruciating pain as the blood began to flow. The pain of losing a limb is enough to make anyone go crazy. Bolts of lightning erupted from the Black Stone Master's body, blasting Shan Liang away instantly. Shan Liang was covered in smoke, looking almost charred. Ordinary people would never think someone would sneak attack from below. After all, even in the world of evil spirits, the chances of encountering a subterranean fighter are not very high. If behind is a blind spot in vision, then below the feet is a psychological blind spot. After all, most people walk on solid ground, and the earth represents safety. This is also an instinct etched into our DNA. The scent-flying Shan Liang caught a whiff of roasted meat. Yeah, he was roasting himself. Even at this life-or-death juncture, Shan Liang's mind went blank, and he found himself addicted to this feeling of not having to think about anything. But on the other side, the Black Stone Master had gone completely mad. In this world, there are many ways to restore a lost leg. But he felt an intense sense of humiliation. He, a powerhouse of the exceeding divine realm, the master of the Black Stone cult, actually had his lower leg cut off by a nobody. If this ever got out, the whole Black Stone cult would be shamed along with him. Disgrace. What a disgrace. But luckily, this will not get out, because tonight, the entire city of Ai will be completely erased. As he prepared to finish off Shan Liang, a car came flying towards him with a roar. The Black Stone Master flicked his hand, and lightning surged to form a net, enveloping the car. Boom! The car exploded in midair, like a giant fireball. The fragments fell like meteors, illuminating the cold face of Batir. He did not care what kind of exceeding divine realm expert the opponent was. Touch my sworn brother, and you will have to go through me. Divine form. World-shaking. Batir roared, his body expanding until his bursting muscles ripped his shirt to shreds. The cars parked on the side of the road became his throwing weapons, tossed one after another. And the Black Stone Master roared in fury, bolts of lightning brewing in the dark clouds and pouring down like a storm. It was only at this moment that the people of Ai City saw how terrifying the power of an exceeding divine realm expert truly was. A natural disaster. This was absolutely a natural disaster. The storm-like lightning lit up the night sky, pounding all the buildings below into dust. This is one of the reasons why you cannot use human wave tactics against an exceeding divine realm expert. The thundercloud face began to shrink, gradually forming a humanoid shadow over a dozen meters tall. His whole body crackled with electricity, and his hair was made entirely of lightning. Anyone who saw it at that moment could not help but think of two words. Thunder God. The Black Stone Master looked down with arrogance, searching for Shan Liang and Batir. Hey, you little punk. Granddaddy is right here. A shout erupted from the ground. The Black Stone Master turned his head to see the big guy wiggling his butt at him in defiance. HMPH. The Black Stone Master was just about to attack when his hair suddenly stood on end. Instinct kicked in, and he reflexively dodged. Swish! A flash of red sliced the Thunder God in half. But it missed the Black Stone Master inside. And the Thunder God body fused back together, and streaks of lightning intertwined, sweeping towards Shan Liang. Swish! Shan Liang slashed the lightning net open. With his armor boosters engaged, he closed the distance rapidly and struck again, head-on. The Master of Black Stone had long since run out of patience. Provoked by an ant for so long, and even losing a lower leg, all he wanted now was to destroy everything. But his followers still had not completed enough kills to serve as sacrifices. Damn the Night Yaksha. If not for their failure, the plan would not have been exposed, and the sacrifice would have been completed long ago. Though he could quickly slaughter the people of Ai City, that god only craved souls and bodies tortured to death. Not exactly his area of expertise. Seeing Shan Liang charging again, the master of Black Stone's fury reached its peak. He pointed his right hand at Shan Liang, his voice chillingly cold. Light prison hell. The surrounding lightning turned violent and exploded, forming countless needles of light shooting toward Shan Liang. The density was such that the touty blade could not possibly defend against it all. But the next moment, the master felt something was off. That lunatic had vanished into thin air. Then, an intense sense of crisis washed over him, as if a voice inside his mind was screaming frantically. "You will die. You will die. You will absolutely die." The master of Black Stone had almost forgotten the last time he felt this way. Puff! The thunder god avatar was sliced open, and the fanged blade severed his legs. Had he not reacted quickly and shifted upward, that strike would have decapitated him. Thunder prison attraction. The master of Black Stone roared in fury. Lightning bolts exploded, pulling Shan Liang uncontrollably toward him. But at the critical moment, his figure vanished again. Time Tailor. A new ability Shan Liang had obtained in the Temple of the Evil Realm when he destroyed the Night Yaksha. Incredibly useful. The master of Black Stone could no longer control his killing intent. Even if this sacrifice failed, he would kill this ant. The surrounding lightning seemed to sense his emotions, becoming even more violent. Let us see where you can hide now. Rumble. Heavenly thunder crashed. Night turned into day in an instant. He had clearly noticed that the distance Shan Liang reappeared after each blink was not far. So he planned an all-encompassing attack. It was the same tactic Shan Liang used against the evil spirits in the temple. It is fair to say that what goes around comes around. But the difference was, that was not the only trick Shan Liang had. Divine aspect. As the eye can reach. In the blink of an eye, Shan Liang appeared on the ground, outside the range of the lightning attack. In terms of movement range, as the eye can reach is far more useful than Time Tailor. After all, the true purpose of Time Tailor is not for running away. Boss. Sujai just contacted me saying the director has people preparing the anti-evil cannon. Be careful. Wang Zai Ohua cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted to Shan Liang. Got it. Shan Liang acknowledged and pressed his left hand on the touty blade. It was trembling, not from fear, but from excitement. Clearly, it was satisfied with the 2 legs it had just devoured and wanted more. You gluttonous blade, if you eat everything, how am I supposed to form my divine aspect? Hearing this, the blade trembled even more noticeably. Its 7 eyes rolled around incessantly. At that moment, Wang Jinggang finally arrived. Nice work. He gave Shan Liang a thumbs up, then exerted force with his legs, leaping toward the high tower. His legs were immensely powerful. One leap carried him 30 or 40 meters high, and he reached the top in just 2 or 3 jumps. The Great Wall Guardians have their own pride. Whether fighting evil spirits or cultists, they should be the ones on the front line. Divine aspect. Mountains of blades and seas of fire. Rolling flames spread out from his legs. In an instant, the tower platform became a sea of fire, and flame blades slowly grew out from within it. Rumble. The master of Black Stone's ultimate move was finally ready, and rolling thunder pressed down on Icity. At this moment, the thunderclouds seemed to form a massive mountain, intent on flattening Icity. That oppressive sense of despair struck once again. Open it up. The burning blades fused together and slashed at the thundercloud, forcibly carving a path through it. Almost simultaneously, a streak of light flew across the sky. Anti-evil cannon, fire. In the command center, the director watched the scene on the screen, unblinking. The anti-evil cannon. It was originally designed to destroy the evil realm, but it required massive amounts of energy or to fire. Cost-wise, it was far less efficient than hiring pioneers to wipe out the evil realm. Moreover, the cannon was bulky and a nightmare to assemble, so it fell out of use. It was not until the construction of Q-City that a genius designer integrated it into the city's infrastructure. Few knew of it at first, until a giant evil spirit invaded Q-City and was wiped out by a single shot. Since then, the anti-evil cannon has become a standard feature for new cities. Its power is in no way inferior to an attack from the God Emergence realm. Its drawbacks are obvious. Both the activation and the attack itself are very slow. Otherwise, Shan Liang and Bartel would not have been able to escape M-City back then. The director was nervous. He did not know if this shot would hit. Due to the cannon's immense power, all monitoring and communication signals nearby would be cut off after firing. For a period of time, he would be blind and deaf, losing all grasp of the battlefield. It has to hit. The director clenched his fists, watching the cannon shell glow brighter and brighter, finally landing in the thunderclouds and erupting. Boom! Sky-high flames erupted, and at the same time, all signals near the high tower were cut off in the command center. Anda, are we having a stroke of bad luck? This is the second time we have been cannon foddered this year. Nonsense, that was not aimed at us this time. Bartel stood in front of Shan Liang and Wang Ziohua, shielding them from the flying debris. Boss, that little electric man is not dead. Wang Ziohua pointed toward the high tower. The tower was now half gone, and the remaining half was engulfed in flames. High above, the lightning-wreathed master of Black Stone was locked in a fierce fight with Wang Jinggang, but Wang Jinggang was clearly losing. As for the master's big move, it had been scattered by the cannon shot. Sigh, if only the blockhead were here. Bartel sighed, missing their companion from the campfire. Wang Ziohua nodded in agreement. Their preparation was insufficient. They had not expected a god emergence expert to emerge. Just as they were speaking, a red light suddenly rose in the distance. The three were startled and realized what was happening instantly. The sacrificial array has started. The guards did not look too happy. The activation of the sacrificial array meant that the cultists had already slaughtered quite a few people. The cultists looked even less happy, because they could have sacrificed more and gained more. But now, it was all ruined by these people. With so few people killed, how much of a reward can the true god possibly give? We planned to pull off a big one, but who would have thought it would turn into such a big mess? It is so frustrating. After that array lit up, the arrays at the other two locations followed suit. The three arrays intertwined and merged, forming one complete massive formation. The cultists went mad, brandishing their weapons and starting an indiscriminate slaughter. Yes, indiscriminate. Even their own companions were brutally cut down. The fewer people left, the bigger the share. We have already joined a cult. Who cares about solidarity and friendship anymore? The guards were still fighting hard. They did not care about the cultists killing each other, but touching the civilians was absolutely off limits. For a moment, the chaotic battle reignited. And Bartel, go destroy the array. Ziohua, coordinate with the guards to take down the cultists. Understood. On it. The two did not hesitate at all after hearing Shan Liang's orders, each sprinting toward their target. For the members of the bonfire, Shan Liang's command was everything. As long as Shan Liang gave an order, even if they did not understand or agree, they would execute it immediately. After they left, Shan Liang turned his gaze toward the two fighting in midair. Divine aspect. As the gaze lands, whoosh! The moment the divine aspect was activated, Shan Liang appeared behind the Black Stone cult leader. The Taoti blade swung silently. But the Black Stone cult leader had an extremely sharp sixth sense and reacted instantly. He backhanded a swipe, and a bolt of lightning shot toward Shan Liang with a boom. Shan Liang barely dodged, but was still grazed by the lightning, causing an intense numbing sensation that made him shiver uncontrollably. Seeing this, the Black Stone cult leader clenched his right hand in the air, gathering lightning into his palm to form a lightning spear. Without a second of hesitation, he hurled the spear of light at Shan Liang. Whoosh! The spear turned into a streak of gold, instantly piercing through Shan Liang's chest and leaving a fist-sized hole. The edges of the hole were scorched by the high temperature of the lightning, so not a drop of blood flowed out. Shan Liang looked at his chest in disbelief, his expression one of despair and regret. He reached his hand forward unwillingly, as his body fell helplessly toward the ground. Warden! Seeing this, Wang Jinggang's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Flames engulfed his body as he slashed his giant blade toward the Black Stone cult leader. The cult leader did not even look back. Compared to Wang Jinggang, he clearly hated the kid who cut off his legs more. After casually blocking Wang Jinggang's attack, he chased after Shan Liang's corpse. Thunderbolts gathered by his side, making him faster and faster. He formed another spear of light in his hand and threw it at Shan Liang. The spear pierced through Shan Liang's abdomen, pinning him firmly to the ground. Damn ant, do not you like ambushing people? Letting you die this easily is way too good for you. As he spoke, he pulled out the spear of light to stab Shan Liang in the head, but just then, Wang Jinggang struck again. Die for me. The heat from his flaming blade was surging. The Black Stone cult leader had to turn around to block. Clang! Electricity and fire collided. The overflowing energy sent out ripples. Wang Jinggang had some confidence now, as he had noticed something wrong during their exchange. This exalted realm cultivator was strong, but not that strong. If it were an exalted realm fighter from the Great Wall Watch, he would have been obliterated within 3 moves. And while this guy before him could finish him off, doing it in 3 moves, no, even 30 moves, was absolutely impossible. This gave Wang Jinggang a flicker of ambition, feeling that if he teamed up with the Warden, they might just survive. And then, just as he had that thought, the Warden was taken out. The feeling of hope rising and then being shattered made him want to give up on caution. Defense. Defense is just slow-motion suicide. Just go for it. The moment he was forced back, he manifested another flaming blade, swinging both at the Black Stone cult leader. But this time, the cult leader did not want to play with him anymore. As he blocked the double blades, a flash of lightning surged, instantly paralyzing Wang Jinggang's body. With the same tactic, a spear of light pierced his abdomen. Wang Jinggang looked down at the spear, feeling his strength draining away rapidly. The Blackstone cult leader sneered and slowly withdrew the spear. You did not even perform as well as that ant. Wang Jinggang dropped his blade and grabbed the spear of light with both hands. The scorching spear burned his palms, but he did not let go. Instead, he let out a savage grin. So what if I am an ant? Ants are best at teamwork. Seeing Wang Jinggang's expression, the Blackstone cult leader seemed to guess something. He quickly turned back to look at Shan Liang's corpse, only to be met by a vicious blade. Touty. This time, he did not escape. Shan Liang decapitated him with a single stroke, his head flying high. Before the head could land, the body was sliced into pieces by Shan Liang's blade. Massive amounts of red mist poured from Shan Liang's body, pouncing onto the remains to devour and erode them. Battles of life and death are often settled in an instant. If you cannot kill me instantly, then I still have a chance. The head spun as it fell and was caught by Shan Liang. Blood dripped from the wound, and the Blackstone cult leader had a look of despair and unwillingness on his face, exactly the same as the one Shan Liang had in midair earlier. Shan Liang had seen that look so many times that he could perform it perfectly himself. How does the old saying go? Life is the best teacher. See, did not I just learn how to act? Shan Liang tossed the head into the red mist, watching as it was devoured bit by bit. Cough, cough, stop staring. If you're not busy, come over and give me a hand. Wang Jinggang was coughing up mouthfuls of blood, but since he only had a hole in his abdomen, he felt he was still worth saving. Do not worry, you will not die. Shan Liang checked his injuries and then yelled to the side. Wang Xiaohua. Not long after the sound traveled, Wang Xiaohua ran over from afar. Boss. Save him. Oh. Wang Xiaohua finally noticed Wang Jinggang's injury and waved her right hand to activate her divine aspect. Keishengzij. Wang Jinggang felt a sharp pain as he saw his wound begin to squirm, the burnt skin falling off, and some black sludge leaking out from inside. Then the hole began to close by force. And the method of closing it was stretching, forcibly pulling the surrounding skin over and then stitching the two sides together. Wang Jinggang waited a few seconds, but saw the wound still was not healed, so he asked, Why is not it healed yet? Who told you I could heal wounds? Huh? I can only pull the wound together. Think of it as me sewing it for you, but you still have to let it heal yourself. Wang Jinggang's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to make a snarky comment, he saw the skull, now eroded to just bone in the red mist, start to fly up. At the same time, massive amounts of black aura coiled around that skull. Shan Liang's pupils shrank, and his nose twitched slightly. He smelled the scent of something evil. Wang Jinggang's expression tightened as he looked up at the head, which still had traces of flesh and blood attached to it. Black mist surged continuously from the surroundings, coiling and wriggling around the head, as if intending to reconstruct a body for it. Is it trying to be reborn? Wang Xiaohua's tone was uncertain. She wondered if this person only looked weak, but actually possessed the ability to come back from the dead. Beside her, Shan Liang and Wang Jinggang shook their heads decisively. Both of them could feel that what was in front of them was no longer the sect leader from before, but a genuine evil spirit. They could not possibly misidentify an evil spirit, considering they had lost count of how many they had killed themselves. After exchanging a look, the two did not hesitate and launched an attack on the black mist. Although they did not know what the spirit was trying to do, it certainly was not going to be anything good. Not to mention that this was happening right in the middle of City. Divine Image. Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire. Wang Jinggang summoned his divine image again. The fire-attributed image had a natural restraining effect on evil spirits, making him more suitable for the job than Shan Liang. But to their surprise, the flames were swallowed up the moment they touched the black mist. The flames stood no chance against the mist and instead acted like fuel, making it grow even denser. Seeing this, Wang Jinggang had to stop the flames. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Shan Liang did not waste any time and stepped in. A wave of red mist gathered from the surroundings and collided with the black mist. Gases should have mixed easily, but these two clouds of mist were like water and fire, standing in stark contrast. Even though they were just two clouds of mist, Wang Jinggang could not help but see a scene of thousands of soldiers clashing in battle. Shan Liang looked somewhat surprised. The fact that this thing could not be absorbed reminded him of that mummified tomb keeper. He remembered trying to consume that one with his red mist back then, and it had almost cost him his life. Boss, what should we do? This monster seems to have been born from the formation diagram. Go find Bartle and help him destroy it. Understood. Wang Xiaohua leaped away, unleashing her divine image on a few black-clad men she encountered on her way. Their feet remained rooted to the spot, but their bodies twisted like braided dough, blood oozing from their wounds as if they were being wrung out like towels. Shan Liang clearly noticed that energy from these dying men was rising into the air, joining something to form that black mist. Are they killing people just to harvest this energy? Could this be the so-called sacrifice? In just that brief moment, the sect leader's head had been wrapped into a ball of black energy. The surface of the black sphere was covered in a thick, oil-like liquid, and tentacles could be seen protruding from it every so often. Shan Liang slashed at it, but it seemed to sense the danger and rose rapidly into the air to dodge the attack. Is it trying to summon lightning? Wang Jinggang looked guarded, but Shan Liang shook his head. He had already retracted his divine image, so where would it summon lightning from? Woo! As the black sphere ascended, a mournful wailing sound filled the air. At the same time, the severed limbs and flesh on the battlefield were pulled by some unseen force toward the sphere in the air. Both the cultists and the guard soldiers were stunned, watching as their fallen comrades and the massacred civilians were lifted into the sky. Countless corpses were piled together, forming a mountain of flesh. The black sphere was lodged at the very top, and the oil-like liquid on its surface began to harden. Cracked! A crisp sound echoed across the battlefield. Everyone watched in horror as the black sphere slowly opened like an eye, with the sect leader's tattered head as its pupil. WAH! The roar echoed through the entire city of Ai. Following the sound, the black sphere began to spew out black liquid, like tears flowing from a face. The liquid acted like glue, filling the gaps in the mountain of corpses, and every limb it touched began to twitch and come to life. Limbs were flailing, and heads were roaring. Even Wang Jinggang, who had seen countless evil spirits, felt his scalp crawl at the sight. The mountain of corpses was nearly 20 meters high. Once the black liquid fused them together, it began to twist and deform. Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire. As a 1,000-man commander of the Great Wall Guards, eradicating evil spirits was his duty. Wang Jinggang launched his attack once again. Flames spread from his legs, and flaming blades began to materialize, shooting toward the mountain of corpses. But just like the black mist before, the blades were swallowed upon contact, becoming nothing more than sustenance for the monster. Wang Jinggang's expression was grim. Seeing a drone arriving, he pressed a button on his wristband. Old Feng, this thing counters my divine image. Prepare another soul-cleansing cannon and send it to hell. I repeat, prepare another soul-cleansing cannon. And the command center was deathly silent. Even though they were not on the front line, they could not stop shivering at the sight of that creature. What just happened? The communication line was down for just a moment, and that peak-level powerhouse had already turned into a mountain of corpses. Upon hearing Wang Jinggang's transmission, Bureau Chief Feng did not hesitate and gave the order. Prepare the soul-cleansing cannon again. Target the mountain of corpses. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The staff responded and immediately began the preparations. Whether this shot would kill civilians was not even a consideration at this moment. After all, if they could not destroy that monster, no one in Ai City would survive. The trolley problem is a dilemma for ordinary people, but for those in power, it never is. The bureau chief stood with his hands behind his back, giving order after order. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was trembling. He knew clearly that I-City would be severely crippled after this battle, and he probably would not be able to keep the I designation by the time the next conference came around. Thinking of this, he wished he had just died alongside the flame god leader back then. Otherwise, how would he face his old brothers in the afterlife when his time came? Would he have to tell them that the Ithai sacrificed their lives for had been turned into a Z under his watch? The bureau chief clenched his fists, staring speechlessly at the ruined city center. People leave and the tea goes cold. The flame god is gone. And is this monster the evil god they worship? Wang Jinggang panted heavily. He had tried a few more ways to attack, but all of them were swallowed by the monster without exception. Now they could only place their hope in the soul-cleansing cannon. Shan Liang searched his mind for records of similar spirits, but none of them matched this pile of flesh. Just as they were thinking, a loud boom erupted in the distance, and the glowing formation diagram gradually faded away. The black mist flowing toward the creature instantly cut off, leaving it without a source. The red mist shifted from an even match to total dominance, suppressing the black mist and devouring the remnants entirely. As the power of the absorption fed back into him, Shan Liang felt like he was on the verge of reaching the peak realm. In an instant, Shan Liang's look of disgust toward the creature turned into delight. Who said this monster was ugly? This thing is amazing. Shan Liang had originally intended to keep some things hidden. After all, in this cutthroat world, the more cards you reveal, the faster you die. But now that this freakish thing might actually allow him to break through to the next level, what else was there to say? If he managed to reach the God realm, he could beat that cult leader 7 times in a single minute. Feeling the black mist cut off, the mountain of corpses stiffened its twisted, deformed movements, then slowly began to shift toward the spot where the formation map had extinguished. Wang Jinggang's expression grew even grimmer at the sight. What is this evil entity trying to do? Is it attempting to repair the formation map? Shan Liang narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It seemed the creature's intelligence was quite high. At first, Shan Liang could not absorb the black mist, and Wang Jinggang's attacks only served to fuel it. But now that the formation map had vanished, not only could Shan Liang consume the black mist, but even the mountain of corpses could not replenish it. It seems the problem lies with that formation map. Mr. Wang, try again. Hearing this, Wang Jinggang snapped out of it, and once again summoned his sea of blades and flames to strike at the mountain of corpses. Just as Shan Liang had expected, this time it was effective. Overjoyed, Wang Jinggang laughed heartily. It was the formation map. Should be. Regardless, at least we can fight back now. Shan Liang leaped into the air and slashed down fiercely with the touty blade in his hand. Clang! With a dull thud, Shan Liang carved a massive gash into the mountain of corpses. But a second later, black liquid surged in and restored it to its original state, as if it had never been injured at all. Boss! Batir came running back with Wang Xiaohua. Neither of them had any major wounds, though they looked quite disheveled. Following behind them were over 100 people, and judging by their uniforms, they were members of the Great Wall Guardians brought by Wang Jinggang. Captain! Mission accomplished. Awaiting your orders. The leader saluted Wang Keek, who immediately cursed at him. What the hell time is it to be saluting? Wait until I am dead, and you can salute all you want at my funeral. The second anti-evil cannon is already being prepared. Restrict the mountain of corpses movement and get ready for the strike. Yes, sir. Hearing Wang Jinggang's order, they did not hesitate for a moment and began unleashing their spirit avatars to try and block the mountain of corpses. Batir ran over to Shan Liang and said, that cursed formation actually required 3 nodes to be cracked at once. If Xiaohua had not gone with the Great Wall Guardians, we would not have broken it. As he spoke, he pulled a small box out of his pocket and handed it to Shan Liang mysteriously. I found this under the formation map. There were too many people around, so I did not dare open it. Put it away quickly, there must be something good inside. Hey, where's your box? Batir just realized that Shan Liang's incredibly spacious box was gone. Shan Liang let out a whistle. Under a pile of debris nearby, 4 furry little legs suddenly poked out from a small mound of dirt, scraping the soil away to reveal the box. It was exactly the box Shan Liang had been carrying, only now it had grown 4 short, stubby legs like a corgi. The box looked left and right, then scampered toward Shan Liang with all its might. Batir did not notice this, still searching for the box elsewhere, while Shan Liang snatched the small box and tossed it over his shoulder. Wait, Anda, do not throw it. What if it is a treasure? Batir thought Shan Liang intended to discard the box and hurriedly turned to catch it. But as he turned, he saw the little box with 4 legs leap up, flip its lid open, and gulp the small box right down. Without a second's delay, it performed a smooth turn, found a small hole, and dived inside, flipping belly up and digging frantically with its short legs to bury itself completely. It all happened so fast that if not for the fact that the box was gone and a fresh mound of dirt had appeared, Batir would have thought he was hallucinating. What are you staring at? Let us go. No, Anda, did that box just grow legs? Is that so strange? This is not strange. My blade has eyes too. Batir suddenly felt that made sense, though he could not help but take a few more looks at the dirt mound. That hideout was actually quite clever. Captain, our attacks are not having any effect on it. We cannot stop it. A centurion could not help but call out. They had done their best to hold it back, but no matter what damage they inflicted, that black liquid repaired it instantly. Watching the mountain of corpses draw closer to the formation, Wang Jinggang felt a surge of anxiety. He had not forgotten that, when the formation was active, they could not even manage an attack on it. Warden, any ideas? I have one, but it might make things worse. You want to try it? Shan Liang answered directly. He did indeed have an idea to test, the chant of the corpse song. He had learned this when he subdued the soul-luring succubus. Its function was to turn corpses into evil entities. Shan Liang's plan was to turn the corpses within the mountain into individual evil entities, thereby fragmenting the opponent to be defeated one by one. But there was a risk that the corpses might become even more powerful once they transformed. That was exactly why Shan Liang had asked Wang Jinggang if he wanted to try. After all, they were paying for the job, so he had to listen to their input. Wang Jinggang hesitated only for a second before nodding. Do it, do you need help? No, Xiaohua, get me 50 corpses. Okay. Wang Xiaohua did not ask what he needed them for. She activated her spirit avatar and began to search. Originally, there had been no shortage of corpses here, but when the black sphere formed the mountain, it had absorbed almost every body. Even the severed limbs had not been spared. So, Wang Xiaohua could only search for those who had died after the mountain was formed, and it took about a full minute to gather 50. A minute does not seem like much normally, not even long enough to finish a cigarette. But on the battlefield, it felt like an eternity. Boss, what do I do? Have them form a circle, leave the rest to me. Okay. Wang Xiaohua's face turned pale. She could not remember how many times she had used her avatar tonight, and her body was feeling weak. But if the boss asked her to do it, he definitely had his reasons. The stiff bodies were arranged in a circle, and Shan Liang darted forward, his punitive chains acting like tentacles to position the corpses in various poses. Wang Jinggang's expression changed with just one look. Everyone, do not look at those corpses. Yes. Yes. The Great Wall Guardians responded in unison. Even if Wang Jinggang had not said anything, few would have looked, as their attention was entirely on the mountain of corpses. When Shan Liang positioned the last corpse, an invisible ripple slowly emanated from the circle, and the corpses actually began to float, wobbling in the air. Ua tilde. Ling Ling. Wami. All sorts of strange, dissonant sounds erupted from the corpses, weaving into an eerie anthem. The advancing mountain of corpses suddenly stopped in its tracks, its grotesque eyes slowly shifting to focus on the circle of bodies. The cult leader's head, now nothing but bleached bone, let out a silent wail, as if adding the final soul to the bizarre melody. Chant of the corpse song. Commence. Wang Jinggang and the others felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Compared to them, the mountain of corpses reacted even more intensely. Some corpses began to twist and struggle, trying to escape from the mountain. Back when Shan Liang first saw the black mist entwined around the skull, using it as a core, he had already suspected as much. This thing must have a symbiotic or parasitic relationship with the corpses, which is why it absorbed so many of them later on. And when Shan Liang used his corpse song of praise to turn those corpses into evil spirits, there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either the corpse spirits would merge into the mountain to increase its power, or they would become independent entities, weakening the mountain. Looking at it now, the latter seems much more likely. Wang Jinggang clearly realized this too. Seeing his team still feeling groggy, he could not help but roar. Blood Rin! His shout was incredibly imposing, striking them like a sudden awakening. The members of the Blood Rin Legion rallied their spirits and let out a unified roar. Blood Rin! Blood Rin! Blood Rin! Their voices grew louder and more invigorated. Everyone felt a sense of pride in being part of Blood Rin. Shan Liang had always believed that emotion was a magical thing. Sometimes you do not really find something funny, but if everyone around you is laughing, you cannot help but laugh along. When going into battle, you might be scared to death, but when you see others showing no fear, gradually, you too forget your terror. That is the magic of emotion. Just as everyone was roaring, the corpses on the mountain began to detach. No, it would be more accurate to say that they were struggling and jumping off the mountain themselves. Boom! The corpses hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kill! Wang Jinggang roared, taking the lead to start clearing out the corpse spirits. If we cannot take down the mountain of corpses, we can surely take down the corpse spirits, right? The corpses were falling like dumplings, but no matter how many dropped, they were destroyed instantly. Some were even wiped out by everyone's divine manifestations before they could even hit the ground. The aura of the mountain of corpses began to wane. Wang Jinggang's eyes lit up. The warden's method really works. As if sensing its own fate, the mountain's black liquid began to boil, turning into streaks of black mist that floated toward the sky. Shan Liang's eyes gleamed as he shot forward in a flash. A vast amount of red mist erupted from his body, trailing behind him like a crimson comet tail. Deity did not quite understand what was happening, but seeing Shan Liang rush out, he followed suit. Brother, I am coming to help you. Help my foot keep guard. Oh. Deity stopped with a look of grievance, watching Shan Liang charge into the air. That red mist acted like a starving wolf. Without needing any command from Shan Liang, it could not wait to tear into it. Gushes of incredibly pure energy fed back into Shan Liang through the red mist, making him hum with comfort. If this spirit did not look so disgusting, he would have been tempted to take a bite himself. The black mist lost its previous ferocity and could only focus on dodging, trying to escape into the sky. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before it was devoured completely by the red mist. Wang Jinggang was even thinking that they might not need the support of the anti-spirit cannons after all. But reality often deviates from expectations. The black mist was not fleeing, it was setting up a formation. Seeing it could not restart its original formation, it was actually trying to build a new one itself. Wang Jinggang was horrified once he guessed its intent. Damn it, is this spirit really that smart? If it succeeds, will not they be back to the situation where all their attacks are absorbed? Shan Liang saw the intention of the mountain of corpses as well, and certainly would not let it happen. After all, the red mist could not bite through that previous state. The red mist that had been chasing surged back behind Shan Liang, which made Wang Jinggang anxious, so he quickly shouted out. Warden, keep hitting it. It is trying to restart the formation. Shan Liang did not respond, as the vast amount of red mist behind him gradually outlined a crimson gate. The gate opened, and an unparalleled suction force erupted from within. The black mist flying toward the sky had its trajectory forcibly altered, turning toward the crimson gate. The terrifying suction turned the black mist into a black tornado, pouring endlessly into the gate. Finally, even the black water was sucked up, spiraling into the gateway. Wang Jinggang watched everything in stunned silence, thinking to himself, are all young people these days this fierce? I thought our own Han Wuki was fierce enough, but turns out there is always someone better. If I remember correctly, this warden is about the same age as Han Wuki, right? He casually slashed a corpse spirit in half and felt, for no apparent reason, that he was getting old. The younger generation is truly overtaking the old. Command center. Chief, the anti-spirit cannons are ready. Shall we fire? Hold on. The chief stopped his staff, his eyes glued to the monitor. It showed footage from a drone, a thin, frail figure standing atop the red gate. His clothes were already tattered and stained with blood, and he was barely holding himself up with a long blade. In front of him, the surging black mist, like a dark dragon, clawed and thrashed against the red gate. Anyone could see he was completely exhausted. A single mistake would likely result in him being torn to shreds. Thinking back to how he had charged alone toward the deity earlier, the chief sighed with emotion. Sidii is truly blessed. The staff in the command center fell silent as they watched this, burning that lonely figure into their memories forever. Yet at this very moment, that struggling figure in their eyes was pinching his own thigh to keep from laughing out loud. Good stuff. What great stuff. Shan Liang finally understood the joy of cults. This power gain is truly fast. Vaguely, he seemed to glimpse the threshold of enlightenment, and his teacher's words echoed in his mind. Even if you can touch the threshold of the enlightenment realm, not everyone has the resolve to break through it. If one day you see the threshold of the enlightenment realm, your teacher wants you to know that giving up is also a choice. His teacher's expression had been very complex at the time. Shan Liang learned later that his teacher's own younger brother had died on the path to breaking through to enlightenment. Out of 10 people who walk this path, it is rare for even one to succeed. That was why his teacher said giving up is a choice. Shan Liang gripped the touty blade in his hand, the ambition in his eyes undisguised. Giving up might be a choice for others, but for Shan Liang, those two words do not exist in his life. Forget the enlightenment realm. Even transcendent, extraordinary, or ascendant states are not his final destination. He needs power that can match his ambition. And right now, this is far from enough. Minutes passed, and all the black mist had been swallowed into the Crimson Gate. Below the battlefield, the members of the Blood Rin Legion stared blankly, their eyes filled with worship and deep respect. Shan Liang glanced down, thinking, why are these people staring at me? Do not tell me they think I finished it too fast and want a refund. Then I would better pretend to faint. Let them see that this money was not easy to earn. No sooner said than done. Shan Liang dismissed the Crimson Gate and let himself plummet to the ground as if he had exhausted all his strength. This scene was captured by everyone's eyes, and quite a few people felt their eyes redden. A hero indeed. Bader leapt forward and caught Shan Liang. His face, which looked like it had seen enough to qualify as a full-time police officer, was etched with worry, but it instantly cleared up once Shan Liang gave him a signal. Anda. Bader groaned in pain upon landing, and Wang Jinggang and the others rushed over immediately. Wang Xiaohua took hold of Shan Liang's wrist and checked his pulse like a professional. The boss is badly hurt. Internal organs are damaged and he has lost a lot of blood. Get him to the hospital now. Right. Bader hoisted Shan Liang onto his back and started running, moving with astonishing speed as if afraid someone might catch up to them. Wang Jinggang was stunned for a moment, then immediately pressed his wristband to contact Bureau Chief Feng. Old Feng, the warden is severely injured. Arrange for the best hospital immediately. No problem. The reply from the other side of the wristband was decisive. After all, the injured man was the benefactor of City. Bader did not dare to ask until they had run far enough that there was no one around. Anda, did you get anything good? Does touching the threshold of the Transcendence Realm count? What? The threshold of the Transcendence Realm? Bader's voice was so loud his mouth looked wide enough to swallow someone whole. Shan Liang rubbed his ears and said, Do you need me to get you a megaphone? Keep it down. Cough, cough, that will not be necessary, but how did you suddenly touch the threshold? I have that mountain of corpses to thank for that. Huh? That freakish thing was composed of pure energy. Converting it allowed me to increase my strength. Well, all right, stop acting like my hype man and wait for Xiaohua. Got it. Bader slowed his pace, and before long, Wang Xiaohua caught up. Her little face was pale, and she was completely exhausted. Where are you running to? The hospital. Though the hospital is on the east side. You are running in the wrong direction, you big dummy. The two of them were cracking Shan Liang up, while Wang Xiaohua panted heavily, glaring at Bader. Not far behind them, the briefcase was also catching up with its short little legs. And by the time Bureau Chief Feng saw Shan Liang again, he was already in the hospital. Shan Liang lay on the hospital bed, his face pale and weak, a sight that moved Bureau Chief Feng deeply. Mr. Shan, we owe everything to you today. If it were not for you, I do not know how many people would have died today. Please rest assured, the payment due to you has already been transferred to your account. And the higher-ups heard you took down a cultist in the Transcendence Realm, so they approved a special bonus of 2 million. Do not think it is too little. Every payment from the higher-ups has to go through an audit process, and 2 million is already an astronomical price. Bureau Chief Feng's gratitude toward Shan Liang was genuine. Everyone had witnessed the contribution Shan Liang made last night. Not to mention anyone else, even Sujai, who was following behind him, was looking at him with pure admiration. That figure, swinging his blade toward the heavens in a desperate situation, was firmly etched in his mind. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Shan Liang's lips were cracked as he spoke in a weak voice. How many people died? The smile on Bureau Chief Feng's face stiffened, and he let out a deep sigh. Sujai's head lowered instinctively. Preliminary calculations show that over 100 people from the Security Bureau sacrificed themselves, and over 2,000 from the garrison troops died. Mr. Wang's Zulin army also lost over 30 men, and the civilian death toll is roughly around 3,000. Shan Liang fell into a long silence upon hearing these numbers. The bureau chief said with a solemn expression, "They were all heroes. I will apply for sufficient pensions for them, and if the higher-ups do not approve it, then I will not be this bureau chief anymore." Sujai clenched his fists, the image of his comrades dying last night resurfacing in his mind. Cultists are truly more deserving of death than evil spirits. Shan Liang sighed. Just looking at the casualty ratio, one could tell that those garrison troops really had given it their all. Yes, they were all heroes. After some more small talk, the bureau chief left. After such a massive event last night, he had plenty to deal with today. Once the bureau chief left, Shan Liang's complexion visibly recovered quite a bit. You really have to say, this starving ghost Taesui is useful. Both the Black Yaksha and the cultists are dead, so Ziohua's revenge is halfway complete. As for that young Master Chuo, since the Black Yaksha and the cultists were his subordinates, he is definitely tied to this matter. We ruined his plans, so he should be coming to find us himself. When that time comes, hehe. Shan Liang's laugh was chilling, yet it made Keek Ziohua feel a warmth in her heart. She knew exactly who Shan Liang was doing all this for. Even the cultists had someone at the Transcendence Realm, so how terrifying must the forces behind them be? Yet even so, Shan Liang chose to avenge her. How could she not be moved? Bader nodded earnestly after listening, then could not help but say, "Anda, I heard that breaking through to the Transcendence Realm is very dangerous, you. Do not worry, I will not attempt the breakthrough unless I am sure." Hearing Shan Liang's answer, Bader finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ziohua, standing to the side, widened her eyes upon hearing this. "Boss, are you about to break through?" "SHH." Shan Liang made a gesture for her to be quiet, and Wang Keek quickly covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down, keep it a secret for now." "MMHMM." Wang Ziohua nodded repeatedly, her eyes crinkling into smiles, looking like a little fox that had just stolen a chicken. 3 days later, Shan Liang was discharged from the hospital, bid farewell to Bureau Chief Feng and the others, and the three of them set off on their return journey. I-City was still undergoing disaster relief efforts. If nothing unexpected happened, after the next city meeting, it would likely be renamed Z-City or Y-City. H-City. "Boss, it is not that I want to complain, but your place is too small. Where do you spend all the money you earn? You should buy a house." Wang Ziohua could not help but nag while looking at Shan Liang's tiny apartment, and Bader, standing to the side, nodded in deep agreement. He had said the exact same thing when he first came over. What do you know? A small place gives a sense of security. Huh? Sense of security? You, the warden, you lack a sense of security. Wang Ziohua looked at him in disbelief, and Bader nodded again. Yep. Right. That was exactly how he had questioned Anda last time. "All right, I am going to take a shower. There is food in the fridge, you two just make do with that." Upon hearing there was food, Wang Ziohua promptly shut her mouth. Bader sat on the sofa and started flipping through the files on the coffee table. They contained information on various evil spirits, some strong, some weak, with bizarre and strange abilities. Ding dong. Just as he was getting bored with his reading, the apartment doorbell rang. Wang Ziohua acted as if she had not heard a thing, busy eating with gusto. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, and Wang Ziohua impatiently waved her hand at Bader, signaling for him to open the door. Bader put down the magazine and stood up. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. Standing there was a portly man in a sharp suit, who was continuously wiping his sweat with a handkerchief despite the weather being quite cool. The fat man was also surprised to see him, but he reacted quickly, smiling broadly as he reached out his hand. "My humble self is Wang Fugui." Wang Fugui wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. Are you Bartle? I have heard about you from Mr. Shan. Bartle raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised that this chubby man actually knew him. Seeing Bartle's expression, Wang Fugui confirmed his guess and chuckled. Do not be surprised. I know all the members of the bonfire. I was the one who processed the paperwork when your organization was first established. Only then did Bartle realize that this person must be an acquaintance of Anda. Anda is taking a shower. Is there something you need? I do have a small matter to discuss with Mr. Shan. Come in and have a seat. Bartle stepped aside to let him in. Wang Fugui walked into the apartment carrying a gift, and when he saw Wang Xiaohua sitting at the dining table stuffing her face, he gave a polite smile. Are you Miss Wang? What a coincidence, my surname is also Wang. Wang Xiaohua spared a glance at him, before dropping her head to continue devouring her snacks. Ever since the 616 incident, she had become unsociable. Wang Fugui did not mind. He chuckled as he placed the gift on the coffee table and said, Mr. Shan is really something. Even though H-City assigned him such a large villa, he insists on staying in this small apartment. This remark immediately won approval from the other two, who nodded in total agreement. That one sentence invisibly closed the distance between the three of them. Watching Wang Xiaohua keep her focus on eating, Wang Fugui smiled and patted his own big belly. Speaking of food, H-City has quite a few delicacies to offer. Whether it is big main courses, street snacks, or light bites, I have studied them all. You can tell just by looking at this belly, not a single pound of meat came from nowhere. Hearing Wang Fugui talk about food, Wang Xiaohua finally got interested, looking at him with wide eyes while she continued to eat. Seeing this, Wang Fugui chuckled and began to explain. First off, you have to try Peng's tofu buns. Do not let the fact that they are vegetarian fool you. They taste fresher than meat buns. Then there is a snack stall 50 meters east of his shop. The 3 fresh hot pot they make is one of a kind. It is just that the owner is too lazy. Once he earns enough money, he goes off to play mahjong and only comes back to set up the stall again after he loses everything. Whether you get to eat there depends entirely on your luck. And then there is. When it came to food, Wang Fugui was unstoppable. It was clear that what he said earlier was not a lie. His weight was indeed well earned. As Wang Xiaohua listened, she suddenly felt the snacks in her hand did not taste as good anymore. Without realizing it, she moved closer to Wang Fugui, blinking her large eyes in a look that suggested she had finally found a soulmate. The two of them chatted and listened for over half an hour before Shan Liang finally walked out of the bathroom. Fatty Wang, what brings you here? Hearing Shan Liang's voice, Wang Fugui stood up immediately, his eyes crinkling into slits as he smiled. Look at you, what brings me here? I am actually here to ask for your help. Shan Liang dried his hair and hung up his towel, saying, Come on, how many years have we known each other? Just tell me what is going on. Wang Fugui felt a warmth in his heart. Shan Liang was right. They had known each other ever since Shan Liang first entered the martial arts academy. Back then, Wang Fugui was just a junior clerk whose daily job was to register information for various teams entering the Sui realm. He had noticed Shan Liang way back then. On one hand, Shan Liang was already being hailed as the strongest genius newcomer. On the other hand, the frequency with which Shan Liang entered the Sui realm was astonishing. At that time, the average student entered the Sui realm about once a month. Those who were a bit timid would only go in once every 2 or 3 months. But Shan Liang would go in almost every 3 days. Back then, Wang Fugui thought that if he did not have to return to school for classes, Shan Liang might have just lived in the Sui realm. His colleagues even started a betting pool, guessing when Shan Liang would die in the Sui realm. Most people bet on a year. After all, with such a high frequency of entry, how could he expect to stay safe forever? For some reason, Wang Fugui had great confidence in Shan Liang, so he bet that Shan Liang would graduate safely. The results were as expected. Shan Liang graduated as the top student of the H-City Martial Arts Academy, with all 9 legions of the Great Wall Watch offering him a spot, making him the talk of the town. And thanks to that bet, Wang Fugui made a little fortune. But even he had not expected that Shan Liang would turn down the Great Wall Watch and choose to start his own organization. Here is the thing. H-City and C-City are currently collaborating on a major project. If it succeeds, it will bring many benefits to H-City, and we might even be able to improve our ranking in the next city conference. At this point, Wang Fugui could not help but look a bit excited. There is not a single person in any new city who does not want their city's ranking to be higher. Because a higher ranking does not just mean a stronger city, but also means gaining access to more resources. Shan Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, letting Wang Fugui continue without interruption. Everything was going fine until J City jumped in, wanting a piece of the pie. C City is naturally happy to see this. The more we compete, the more benefits they stand to gain. In the end, the old headmaster stepped up and made a suggestion to J City. He said the two sides should settle it with a contest. Winner takes all, loser shuts up. When Shan Liang heard the words old headmaster, his mouth twitched involuntarily. Wang Fugui did not notice and continued. J City did not agree at first, since they clearly cannot compete with us in terms of the number and quality of top-tier experts. So they proposed that we select 3 graduates under the age of 30 to compete. Best of 3, winner takes all, loser shuts up. You know the old headmaster's temper. He finalized the deal right on the spot. And so, here I am looking for you. Shan Liang's mouth twitched again as the image of the old headmaster popped into his head. Yeah, that definitely sounds like something he would do. After all, the old headmaster's life motto is, if you can solve it with your fists, do not bother arguing. Cannot anyone under 30 do? Why not find some older graduates? That is true, we have already found 2. As for you, you were personally requested by the old headmaster. Shan Liang grit his teeth. Since the old headmaster had personally asked, it was truly hard to refuse. After all, the old headmaster had looked out for him quite a bit in the past. One could say that he played an inseparable role in where Shan Liang is today. Seeing how conflicted Shan Liang was, Fatty Wang cleared his throat and added, "Of course, this is for the good of H City, so we would not let you work for free." The old headmaster said that if you beat J City, you get to choose any one item from the Martial Arts Academy's vault. Upon hearing this, Shan Liang's expression immediately became serious. For the glory of H City, it is my duty. Every city is different. For instance, back in I City, Director Feng had almost full authority. Even the deployment of the Security Bureau's guards had to go through him. But in H City, the old principal's word is law, and the status of H City Martial Arts Academy is transcendent. Whatever the Security Bureau or the guards are, they all come second. If the old principal says the word, they would not even dare to make a peep. As for C City, the power to speak lies in the hands of a few major corporations. That is why I say each city is different. Now that the old principal has promised he can pick any one item from the H City Martial Arts Academy treasure vault if he wins, Shan Liang is actually quite tempted. There is something he has had his eye on for a long time, and this is the perfect chance to snatch it away. I am in. Who are the 2 seniors? Tan Zhen and Wang Tianlin. Shan Liang arched his brows slightly, thinking to himself that the old principal was taking this very seriously. Tan Zhen, 6 years his senior, was also a genius who graduated at the top of his class. After graduation, he joined the Death Knell, one of the 9 great legions of the Great Wall Watch. That is a very special legion. In modern terms, they only play in high-stakes matches. The malicious entities they eliminate are the elites among the elites. It goes without saying how strong one must be to join that legion. Wang Tianlin, 4 years his senior, also graduated at the top of her class. And she is a woman, which is very rare in the history of the Martial Arts Academy. After graduation, she joined the Abyss Suppressors, another one of the 9 great legions of the Great Wall Watch. That is the legion that guards the first human forbidden zone. In that legion, just being able to stay alive is proof enough of one's strength. With the old principal calling these 2 back, one can tell how troublesome the opponent must be. Who is the opponent? Before Shan Liang could say anything, Batir asked with great excitement. He is the type who loves a good fight. Even if he cannot participate, watching others fight is good enough. Wang Fugui shook his head. With such a classified matter, they certainly would not let us know. After all, if we knew who the opponent was, we could prepare for their divine image in advance. Batir thought that made sense, but Shan Liang was thinking more deeply. In the new cities, there are only 2 kinds of martial arts academies. One is the academies of A, B, C, and H cities. The other is all the rest. This is not a joke, but a fact. At first, the A, B, and C city academies were far ahead, producing many talents every year, and were known as the cradle of the strong. Back then, the top seats of the 9 great legions were almost monopolized by them, until the old principal returned to H City and carried out drastic reforms. catching up rapidly. In just a few decades, they produced 4 top seats, which finally broke the opponent's monopoly. However, to this day, 2 of those 4 are already deceased, and the remaining 2 are not exactly young anymore. Furthermore, compared to the A, B, and C academies, the H-City Academy is much more grounded. There are many conditions to meet to attend the A, B, or C academies, such as having significant wealth or deep backgrounds. And the most important point is that you must be a local talent from those cities. They do not accept students from outside cities. But the H-City Academy is different. As long as you pass the entrance exam, you can study there. And after graduation, regardless of whether you choose to stay in H-City or go back to develop your hometown, the Academy supports you and even provides some resources. Precisely because of this, many teachers in the new city's martial arts academies are actually graduates of H-City Academy. The H-City Academy is hailed as the light for the commoners. With an academy like that, why would J-City dare to proactively request a match? That is the biggest mystery, is not it? To put it bluntly, how dare they? The most famous person from J-City Academy in the last 2 years is that rank 3, Han Wuki. Other than that, I have not heard of any prominent figures, have you? I am afraid Senior Tan could sweep through several generations of them by himself. Something's not right. Shan Liang shared his thoughts, but Wang Fugui laughed. What is the big deal? The opponent can just have 3 powerhouses under 30 join J-City Academy and then declare them graduates. That would not count as breaking the rules. They can investigate all our past graduates, but we know nothing about their information. From that perspective, the opponent has the advantage. So it is not surprising they are taking the initiative. Batir was left dumbfounded, thinking, is not this just playing with words? They are all martial arts academies. Do they really play that dirty? After finishing, Wang Fugui looked at Shan Liang. And news of you taking down an out-of-body realm expert in I-City has spread, yet they still did not cancel the match. We have reason to suspect that there is an out-of-body realm expert among their trio. Out-of-body realm? Shan Liang was truly shocked this time. You have to remember, one of the rules of the match is to be under 30. To step into the out-of-body realm before 30, the word genius alone is not enough to describe them. Would such a person be unknown? How is that possible? But then Shan Liang realized that even though the old principal knew the opponent might be in the out-of-body realm, he still had not called off the match, which meant he clearly had his own preparations. That leaves only one possibility. Do we have an out-of-body realm expert too? Wang Fugui chuckled as he looked at him. Of course, but not many people know about it. Tanzhen, 7th seat of the Death Knell Legion, is an out-of-body realm powerhouse. Batir's mouth hung wide open upon hearing that. He vaguely remembered that Wang Jinggang, who collaborated with them earlier, was the 8th seat of the Blood Chill Legion, and that Guy Han Wuki, who was only in the entry realm, managed to grab the 9th seat. Are they really that different between the Blood Chill and Death Knell Legions, even though they are both among the 9 great ones? As if reading Batir's mind, Wang Fugui smiled. The lower-tier combat power of the 9 legions varies a bit, but the high-tier power is quite similar. However, Death Knell is different, they are quite special. Batir nodded, seemingly understanding, and then asked again. Then, could it be that all 3 of the opponents are in the out-of-body realm? Wang Fugui shook his head very firmly. Absolutely impossible. Someone in the out-of-body realm under 30 is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Finding one is not easy, let alone 3. Wang Fugui was very confident about this, because even in the H-City Martial Arts Academy, Tanzhen is currently the only one who has reached the out-of-body realm under 30. If J-City could find 3 so easily, would not they have been world-famous long ago? Shan Liang narrowed his eyes upon hearing Batir's question, pondered for a moment, and then looked at Wang Fugui. Was this collaboration proposed by H-City or C-City? Wang Fugui was taken aback by the question and instinctively answered. It was C-City that first proposed. He suddenly realized something, jumped to his feet, and looked at Shan Liang in utter disbelief. It would not go that far, right? Shan Liang's expression was just as grim. Why would not it? Wang Fugui's expression shifted constantly. If things were as Shan Liang suspected, then they were in real trouble. And this could be a trap aimed at the H-City Martial Arts School. Even while knowing that H-City Martial Arts School might have someone in the Transcendence realm, J-City still demanded a competition between 3 graduates under the age of 30. That in itself makes no sense. And that is not all. Even after the news spread that Shan Liang had killed someone in the Transcendence realm, they did not back down. What does that tell you? It means they are confident. Even if you have 2 people in the Transcendence realm, they are not afraid. Does this mean they have 3 people in the Transcendence realm? If J City Martial Arts School could not find them, could they not have been found by A, B, or C City? Wang Fugui's expression turned somewhat grim. I must report this to the old principal. The other side might be trying to destroy the new generation of H City Martial Arts School. Yes, that was exactly what he suspected. Destroy the new generation of H City Martial Arts School. In a friendly sparring match, a few injuries are normal. And those who break through to the Transcendence realm before the age of 30 are the absolute elite among prodigies. If such a prodigy were to meet with an accident, it would certainly be a heavy blow to the school. Not to mention that the ones destroying them would be the prodigies from another martial arts school. How malicious. Thinking of this, Wang Fugui could not help but glance at Shan Liang. Although this guy has not reached the Transcendence realm, he is not yet 30 either. If a prodigy like him died at their hands, never mind the old principal, even he would want to risk his life to fight them. But the more he looked at Shan Liang, the more something felt off. His expression did not look like fear, but rather greed. Little did he know, Shan Liang had only one thought in his mind at that moment. Prodigy manifestations must be very useful, right? Wang Fugui was not in the mood to guess what Shan Liang was thinking, so he resolutely stood up to take his leave. Mr. Shan, I will be going now. The old principal needs to know about this immediately. Shan Liang acknowledged, while Wang Xiaohua waved goodbye to Wang Fugui with clear reluctance. Keep your word and bring some snacks next time you come. Wang Fugui agreed with a smile, but his expression turned serious the moment he walked out of the apartment. Brother, what does this mean? Is J City playing dirty? As soon as Wang Fugui left, Baidier asked impatiently. They must be, otherwise where would they get such guts? The people at J City Martial Arts School, only Han Wuki is worth a look. As for the rank 1 and rank 2 graduates from back then, the grass on their graves is already quite tall. In the path of the Forerunner, talent is not everything. You have to be able to survive. Although Han Wuki's manifestation is extremely unique, he cannot be Shan Liang's opponent. Because Shan Liang's manifestation is even more special. It is just that he is cautious. While using the identity of Shan Liang, he only uses the punishment chains, the Scarlet Gate, and the Flesh Blade. These 3 can all turn into red mist. So many people believe that the red mist is Shan Liang's true manifestation. Only close people like Baidier know that what he has shown is merely the tip of the iceberg. Tusk, more of those schemes and tricks. Baidier was disdainful. He had always believed that men should solve problems with their fists. Because schemes and tricks, he was not good at them. His brother was very good at this, and he had never seen his brother suffer a loss. It is precisely because of this that whenever he is with his brother, he almost never thinks. He just does whatever his brother tells him to. He firmly believes that his brother would never trick him, and if he did, it must be his own fault. Wang Xiaohua said with some concern, Boss, if the opponents are 3 people in the Transcendence realm, you would better not participate this time. She was worried, after all, the Transcendence realm masters from a martial arts school are totally different from that watered-down one. Baidier was somewhat unconvinced upon hearing this. What the heck makes them so special? They are the darlings of heaven, so is my brother not? My brother has also touched the threshold of the Transcendence realm. Wang Xiaohua glared at him. Do you know how dangerous it is to break through to Transcendence? The angry look on Baidier's face froze. He turned his head and looked at Shan Liang solemnly. But then again, only children get into fights over pride. Adults do not have to. Ha. Shan Liang could not help but laugh at his appearance. After the last battle, he naturally knew how big the gap between him and the Transcendence realm was. But it does not matter, he has already touched the threshold. As long as he knows the direction, everything else will follow naturally. Shan Liang is very confident in himself. And H City Martial Arts School. As one of the 4 major martial arts schools, it covers a massive area. It is fully equipped with all facilities, and all daily needs can be met within the campus. Wang Fugui got off the car in front of the teaching building with a very serious expression. Some things are not safe to say over the wristband. It is better to speak to the old principal in person. Speaking of which, with his rank, He is actually not qualified to have direct contact with the old principal. But everyone's fate is different. The old principal thinks very highly of Shan Liang, and he happens to have a good relationship with Shan Liang. Therefore, things related to Shan Liang are often handled by him. And because of this, he, a mere squad leader, has the opportunity to meet the old principal himself. Led by the secretary, Wang Fugui reached the old principal's office. Unfortunately, his timing was poor. The old principal was in a meeting, and he had to wait for nearly 3 hours before the old principal finally arrived. "What is it?" The old principal never liked small talk and asked directly. Wang Fugui hurriedly stood up and told him about Shan Liang's suspicions. After hearing the ins and outs, the old principal curled his lips and said, "I thought it was something big. Why not just chop them all up?" And Wang Fugui's eyes widened for the first time. He suspected he had misheard. Did the old principal just say, "Chop them all up"? Seeing Wang Fugui's expression, the old principal looked down at his wristband. The moment that old guy mentioned graduates under 30, I knew he was up to no good. Just by hearing it, I knew he had found a backer. Otherwise, when he saw me, he would have been dying to kneel down and lick my toes. Just 3 people in the transcendence realm. Do you really think my H-City martial arts school does not have any? The old principal looked quite smug. Wang Fugui fully utilized his talent for being a sidekick and asked with a surprised look, "What does the principal mean? Have Wang Tianlin and Shan Liang both broken through?" The old principal waved his hand. "I do not know about the Shan kid, but Tianlin had long since broken through. It is just that the Abyss town is remote, so the news did not get out." Wang Fugui, hearing this, remained worried. "But that would still be 2 against 3. We do not have an advantage." The old principal curled his lip in disdain. 2 against 3. Have not you heard that the Shan kid took down a Transcendence Realm master? Counting that, it is 2.5 against 3. The advantage is ours. Wang Fugui's mouth twitched. He really could not understand how the old principal was doing his math. And it did not matter that Wang Fugui could not make sense of it. At least he knew the old principal had a plan, so he did not need to worry about it. Old principal, Shan Liang is only at the room entry stage after all. It is still quite dangerous to fight against someone at the divine presence stage. Perhaps we should. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone could understand what he meant. The old principal just waved his hand dismissively. If it were anyone else, we might swap them, but the boy Shan does not need that. He has got a tough life. And Wang Fugui really did not understand what kind of evaluation that was. If someone else had said it, Wang Fugui would have already chewed them out. A tough life. I think you have got a pretty tough life yourself. Want me to find someone at a higher stage than you to spar with? But it was the old principal who said it. Anyone else might try to harm Shan Liang, but certainly not the old principal. After all, Shan Liang being Sequence 1 was personally appointed by the old principal, who even attended the graduation ceremony to hand him his certificate. That honor was unique in the entire history of the H-City Martial Arts School, for Shan Liang alone. How could he ever want to harm Shan Liang? And divine presence, divine presence. Deep in the night, Shan Liang lay on his big bed staring at the ceiling, feeling no trace of sleepiness. As for Ba Tier and Wang Xiaohua, they were naturally staying outside. After all, Shan Liang's place was small, and it would not be convenient for everyone to sleep here. Besides, there was a hotel right downstairs. Why suffer needlessly? Shan Liang could feel that he had reached the threshold of the divine presence stage, but it was still blurry, and he could not see it clearly. He also knew a bit about the methods for breaking through to the divine presence stage. He had heard his teachers talk about it back at school. The so-called divine presence means separating the spiritual manifestation from the body. One of the conditions for becoming a divine presence stage expert is to separate the spiritual manifestation, essentially creating an external avatar. But while it sounds simple, the spiritual manifestation is inextricably linked to the pioneer, much like the internal organs of an ordinary person. Can you imagine an ordinary person removing their heart and liver to create a clone without the original body dying? Likewise, it is incredibly difficult for a pioneer to separate their spiritual manifestation, and the mortality rate is extremely high. For a pioneer, the divine presence stage is a life or death hurdle. Even if you have the courage to break through, not everyone gets the opportunity. First, you have to be like Shan Liang, able to sense the threshold of the divine presence stage and know which direction to strive toward. Second, the differentiation of the spiritual manifestation requires a special ritual, which uses many materials that are incredibly expensive and unaffordable for the average person. Even within the Great Wall Watch, only those who have contributed to the Legion can obtain these materials, which shows how precious they are. However, Shan Liang was not worried about that because he had saved up enough long ago. He was the type of person who liked to prepare what he needed well in advance. So he had prepared the materials early on and could perform the ritual at any time. Shan Liang tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, so he finally got up to look at the photo wall, reviewing the clues he had collected over the years. Every string connected to the experiences he had gone through over the years. Behind every photo was usually a spectral realm or a major incident. And right in the center, there was a photo of a scarlet gate. Shan Liang had never told anyone that he had entered a spectral realm long before his internship. No, that is not accurate. It would be more correct to say that the spectral realm swallowed him up. It had been said before that spectral realms appear randomly in places without copper mines. And that time, Shan Liang was swallowed by a spectral realm that appeared out of nowhere. It was a rule-based spectral realm. You had to satisfy the rules within it to survive, and one of those rules was, die first, then live. And so, Shan Liang just died, clean and simple. He lay inside a pitch-black coffin, watching himself gradually stiffen, develop spots, rot, and be decomposed by maggots. This stage was agonizingly long and felt incredibly real. He thought he was going insane. Just after he had completely turned into a skeleton, plumes of mist poured into the coffin. Those mists reshaped his flesh, and just like that, he climbed out of the coffin. He had survived, having satisfied the first rule of the spectral realm. Die first, then live. The place where he climbed out was a cemetery, looking very much like a Western-style graveyard. A gaunt gravedigger, holding a shovel in one hand and dragging a corpse by the leg with the other, stood not far away, watching him. Shan Liang watched him back, and the two stared at each other. It was not until a creepy background track began to play that he took off running. The gravedigger started chasing him. Despite having a body as thin as a bamboo pole, every step he took made the ground shake. The newly revived Shan Liang had not even adjusted to his body, yet before he was struck dead by the gravedigger's shovel. Then he watched as the gravedigger dragged him by the leg and stuffed him back into a coffin. His vision plunged back into darkness. He could not speak, he could not move. He watched as his body began to stiffen, develop spots, rot, and be decomposed by maggots all over again. Along with his body, his sanity was being consumed. Once he was reduced to bones a second time, the mist descended again, his body was reconstructed, and he crawled out of the coffin once more. This time, the gravedigger was waiting for him outside. With another strike, Shan Liang was sent back to the coffin again. Then came the third decomposition and rebirth. Shan Liang would run, get caught, and be shoveled back into the coffin. Then the fourth, fifth, sixth. In the end, Shan Liang could not even remember how many times it had been. He had almost forgotten his own name, remembering only the suffering after each death. A voice in his head seemed to whisper, "Stop running. You will just get smashed by that gravedigger anyway. What is the point of going out? Better to just lie in the coffin. At least you get to pick how you die." But then another voice said, "That bastard killed you so many times and made you suffer for so long. Are you just going to let it walk away without paying a price? Screw it, you cannot die anyway. What are you afraid of? Fight him. If you're going to have a bad time, then nobody gets to have a good time." Shan Liang decisively chose the latter. He crawled out of the grave once again. Unlike all the times before, it was dark in the spectral realm this time. Phosphorescent fires flickered in the cemetery, looking quite unsettling. Shan Liang climbed out of the grave with difficulty, surrounded by silence. He cautiously made his way toward the cemetery gate, where a small hut stood, glowing with eerie green light. It had to be the gravedigger's lair. He deduced this because the shovel was leaning against a tombstone right there. He picked up the shovel, intending to fight the gravedigger to the death, but the moment he gripped it, he completed the rule of the spectral realm and successfully cleared it. When he appeared back in reality, he was filled with an indescribable manic rage. Even if he could not kill the gravedigger, he would have at least liked to pee all over it. He had not done anything, and yet he was just out. Had all those times he died been for nothing? But strangely, he began to gradually forget everything that happened in that spectral realm. It was not until after school started that he entered that spectral realm for a second time. At the time, Shan Liang did not even realize that he had entered that bizarre domain of specters for the second time. It was not until he saw the message he had left himself last time inside the coffin. Back then, Shan Liang's head was buzzing, and he finally recalled the memories from his previous visit. The overwhelming memories of death almost shattered his brain. Immediately, his short temper flared up, and he prepared to crawl out of the grave and get to work. But this time he learned his lesson, knowing he should not steal the shovel, or else he'd be sent right back. It was also then that he noted down the runes on the tombstone, thinking of asking his teacher if they could be sold for money. Better safe than sorry. Although he was only at the initial observation stage back then, he had heard that reaching the soul manifestation stage cost a fortune. He was an orphan. If he did not prepare in advance, could he really count on the heavens to show him mercy? As for whether he could cultivate to the soul manifestation stage, he had never doubted himself. After all, if you do not even believe in yourself, who else can you count on to believe in you? The moment he opened the door to the small hut, Shan Liang was sent right back into the coffin with a shovel blow. If it were anyone else, having witnessed their own death and decay so many times, they would have likely lost their mind long ago. Even Shan Liang had to admit he was a bit affected, but it was not a breakdown, it just made him even crazier. He might die, but the enemy would not be getting off easy either. One of his life mottos was, "No one gets an easy ride." But these repeated deaths also made him realize that going head-to-head definitely would not work. That mummy gravekeeper was just too strong. So he started looking for detours, wondering if there was anything he could put to use. And in a graveyard, what could be used was obvious. He found a corpse that had just been buried. To his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the body simply vanished. It was only at that moment that he finally understood the true ability of his divine manifestation, plundering the divine manifestations of others. Perhaps because he grasped the ability of his manifestation, Shan Liang's cultivation advanced, on the verge of breaking through the threshold stage. Combined with gaining a new divine manifestation, his confidence was greatly boosted. So he went to find the gravekeeper again, and the result was self-evident. He was sent back to the coffin with a shovel again, but unlike every time before, this time Shan Liang was incredibly eager to revive, because he had found a path to constant growth. After who knows how much longer, he finally revived successfully under the influence of the mist. Without a hint of hesitation, Shan Liang decisively started digging graves, touching corpses, and successfully acquired his third divine manifestation ability. It was starting to get addictive. It is just a shame that while digging another grave, he was discovered by the gravekeeper and sent back to the coffin with a shovel. From then on, it was like they were playing a game of cat and mouse. As soon as Shan Liang revived, he would start digging graves. He would not get discouraged if he got killed, he would just revive and keep digging. The gravekeeper had been a specter for who knows how many years, and this was likely the first time it had ever encountered such a piece of work. Just as Shan Liang touched his seventh divine manifestation, the gravekeeper appeared behind him again. But this time, it did not hit him with the shovel. Instead, it threw the shovel to him. Shan Liang caught it instinctively, and once he realized what happened, he unleashed a string of colorful curses. It had actually kicked him out of the specter realm voluntarily. Back in the real world, terrified that he would forget everything like last time, Shan Liang ran frantically to his rented apartment and painted the image of the mummy gravekeeper on the wall. He hoped that if he forgot, he could use this method to recall it. But when he woke up the next day and saw the painting, only one thought remained in his mind. I think I copied down some symbols from a tombstone. They might be ancient text or specter writing that I could sell for money. But when Shan Liang opened his notebook, he found it completely blank. There were no symbols at all. He even told his teacher about it, but the teacher did not think much of it at the time, as specter symbols were nothing rare, the archives were full of them. Not long after, Shan Liang pushed the matter to the back of his mind, until he met the gravekeeper for the third time. He recalled the memories of the previous 2 times once more, but this time, the gravekeeper was not in a hurry to bury him. Instead, it led him to a door, a crimson door. Shan Liang could not clearly remember what happened next, but deep inside him, it was as if a voice was constantly whispering. That voice urged him to keep getting stronger, to keep looking for the gravekeeper, and to find that crimson door. So he started entering the specter realm frequently, hoping to find the gravekeeper again. Unfortunately, it was not long before he forgot about it again. Only when he touched upon information related to graveyards or the gravekeeper would he vaguely recall something. This also fostered his habit of frequently entering the specter realm. To prevent himself from forgetting again, Shan Liang pinned every piece of information he could collect onto his wall. He could see them clearly every time he came home, which helped him remember things a bit more easily. It is a pity it did not have much of an effect. He still forgot many things, and he would even feel like a stranger when looking at some of the photos. However, he discovered that as he grew stronger, the power forcing him to forget was gradually weakening. Perhaps after a couple more breakthroughs, he would be able to remember everything, and then he would not need to rely on these photos anymore. J City. Hahaha, with your help this time, success is guaranteed. Come, let me offer everyone a toast. In the hotel, the principal of the J City Martial Arts School held his glass, beaming with pride. He never imagined such a stroke of good fortune would fall into his lap. 3 experts at the soul manifestation stage were associated with the J City Martial Arts School. After defeating H City, he would even secure a commercial contract. What was this? A career achievement. With this on his record, his status in J City would be unshakable. The thought of it made his laughter even more hearty. It is just a shame that the people sitting before him did not give him much face. Especially those 3 geniuses, who did not even cast a glance in his direction. But the J City principal did not feel awkward. They were geniuses. A bit of arrogance was to be expected, especially since they were the geniuses from those 3 cities. He drained his glass, showed the inside of it to everyone to prove he had not shirked on his drink, and then sat down. Principal Huang is too kind. We can consider this a win-win for everyone. The competition starts in just 7 days. Principal Huang, what are your thoughts on the H City fighters? A team instructor asked with a smile, his voice gentle and refreshing like a spring breeze. Hearing this question, Principal Huang Sankyu of the J City Martial Arts School turned serious. I hired a professional team to analyze the data, and this is the list they produced. As he spoke, he pressed his wristband, and 3 holographic projections appeared before them. The first figure was well-proportioned, dressed in a black tactical suit with a cold look and a buzz cut. Divine tattoo, Tanzhen. He can turn the tattoos on his body into living creatures. He is an army of one and extremely troublesome. So far, he has overwhelmed every opponent he has faced, and no one has ever seen his limits. According to reliable sources, he has already broken through to the divine realm. He was the one who led the team to wipe out the Red Bones spirit realm earlier. He is incredibly powerful and is currently the 7th seat of the Death Herald Legion. Huang Sankyu looked very serious. Even though they were competitors, he had to admit that H City Martial Arts School was full of geniuses. After introducing Tanzhen, he pointed to the second projection. It was a beautiful young woman wearing a suit of black power armor. This power armor is standard issue for the Abyss Guardian Legion. It usually requires energy ores to operate, and ordinary people simply cannot afford it. However, the Abyss Guardian does not care. The last thing they lack is energy ore. Quicksand Hell Wang Tianlin. Her ability is to turn terrain into a sea of sand and control wind and sand. She excels in group battles. She is a centurion of the Abyss Guardian Legion, holding no seat. The Abyss Guardian Legion is too isolated, and there is not much information about her. The last time she fought was a year ago, when she led 200-man squads to wipe out a wave of spirits. At that time, she was only in the entry realm. The others did not pay much attention to Wang Tianlin. Just as Huang Sankyu introduced, her divine manifestation is better suited for group combat, but this time it is a one-on-one fight, so her manifestation does not have an advantage. Besides, she was only in the entry realm a year ago, and it is uncertain whether she has even broken through since then. Seeing this, Huang Sankyu did not explain much further, and then pointed to the last figure. The warden Shan Liang. His divine manifestation is a red mist that can condense into chains, doors, and make objects grow flesh and blood. It is quite eerie. He did not join the Great Wall Watch. His specific strength is unknown, but just a while ago, he teamed up with Wang Jinggang, the 8th seed of the Blood Glare, to kill someone from the divine realm. The 3 geniuses looked more relaxed after hearing this. If he had to team up with someone to kill a divine realm expert, his own strength must not have reached the divine realm. That means the opponent is at most just 2 divine realm experts. The advantage is ours. The team leader, however, frowned and said, What is the accuracy rate of the data? 85%. One divine realm expert, one unknown, and one who killed a divine realm expert in collaboration with others. As expected of the H City Martial Arts School, they really have a lot of geniuses. Hearing the team leader say this, the three geniuses were somewhat indifferent. Geniuses. That is just the threshold for entering their school. Which one of the three of them is not a genius among geniuses? Principal Huang, do you have detailed information on the three of them? Time was tight, I could only find this much. As he spoke, Huang Sankyu pressed his bracelet again, and the 3D projections of the three disappeared, turning into sheets of data. And H City Martial Arts School. Shan Liang was wearing a black hoodie with the school emblem on his chest, walking into the campus with his hands in his pockets. Looking at the familiar scene, he could not help but smile knowingly. He left many unforgettable memories in this place. And he also left quite a few psychological shadows on many students and seniors. I wonder if I will run into any acquaintances. Shan Liang thought as he walked towards the teaching building. Slower, slower, slower. You are slow as death. Is this the kind of punch a forerunner can throw? When you encounter a spirit, are you going to fight it with such slow, sluggish punches? HMPH, do not think you are invincible just because you have a divine manifestation. I am telling you, your body is your most reliable comrade. When your divine manifestation does not work, a strong body can save your life. Everyone attention. 50 laps. Hearing that familiar roar, Shan Liang could not help but smile. He really did run into an acquaintance. Just by the sound, he knew it was the teacher he had once beaten until he had a black eye, Ji Zhang. This teacher Ji was also an old-timer at H City Martial Arts School, an entry-realm fighter, and a former member of the Great Wall Watch, who retired later to return to H City to take care of his sick mother. After learning about this, the old principal hired him to be a teacher at the school, and his mother was moved to the school's nursing home. Outside of teaching hours, he could go to accompany his mother every day. Ji Zhai agreed readily, firstly because the medical standards at the martial arts school were the best in H City, which was a huge help to his mother's condition. Secondly, life requires money, and he needed a job, so he ended up staying for over 30 years. Yes, sir. Hey. Teacher, I am on my period, can I not run? Ji Zhang was so angry that his eyebrows stood up, and he took off his leather shoe and threw it at the student. You have a thicker beard than me. What period are you talking about? If you do not start running, see if I do not beat you to death. Seeing teacher Ji go berserk, the student started running while laughing and joking. A bunch of brats. Ji Zhang hopped over to pick up his shoe and put it back on. When you guys go for your internship and run into spirits, you will regret not exercising properly. Looking at the backs of the students who started running, Ji Zhang did not hold back with his words, but his eyes were full of expectation. Teacher Ji, long time no see. A voice full of smiles sounded from behind him. Ji Zhang was startled. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He turned around instinctively, and when he saw who it was, he looked at him in disbelief. Shan Liang. Is it really you? Ha, how did you find time to come back, kid? Ji Zhang walked up and patted Shan Liang on the back twice, his eyes full of pleasant surprise. Came to talk to the old principal about something. Have not seen you in years, teacher Ji, you are still sharp as ever. Getting on in years, even my pea stream is splitting. The two started catching up, but just as Shan Liang was about to leave, he was grabbed by the wrist by teacher Ji. Do not be in such a hurry. Since you are here, do me a favor. What kind of favor? Teacher Ji smirked and jerked his chin. Shan Liang turned and saw that the students were almost back. These little brats are acting full of themselves all day. Give them a taste of reality so they know that there are always people better than them. Teacher, that is not good. These are my juniors. What is not good about it? Did not you beat up plenty of your juniors back then? But you know me, teacher. If I throw a punch, they might end up with trauma. And teacher Ji went silent because what Shan Liang said made a lot of sense. Even though this kid usually looked gentle, once he started fighting, he became a totally different person. But when Ji Zhang saw the students running well, swaying their butts, his expression immediately hardened. Beat them. If I do not give these kids a good thrashing, they will think they are kings of the world. If they keep this attitude, they will end up dead at the hands of spirits sooner or later. Shan Liang chuckled when he heard that. Beating up juniors. I really do miss it. The students spotted Shan Liang from quite a distance away. Quite a few of the female students had a dreamy look in their eyes, as Shan Liang's appearance was, after all, very deceptive. Attention! Ji Zhang called a halt to the students who were running laps, and looking at their curious expressions, he said, "This is your senior, who was also one of my students back in the day. It is quite rare for him to return to school, so I asked him to come and give you some pointers. Well, is anyone willing to challenge him?" Ji Zhang's gaze swept across the students, lingering significantly on the few troublemakers. Shan Lin smiled quite shyly, as if he were not accustomed to being in front of so many people. Unable to withstand Ji Zhang's stare, the troublemakers decisively raised their hands and stepped forward. "Me, I am willing to spar with our senior." "Me too." "Teacher, our senior's realm must be higher than ours, right? He will not use his divine phase to bully us, will he?" Seeing all the troublemakers step out, Ji Zhang gave a malicious grin. "Haha, how could that be? It is just a contest of physical skills. So, these are the only students who want to spar with our senior. It is a rare opportunity, you know." Under Ji Zhang's persuasion, a few more students stepped out. They also wanted to test their senior's strength. Besides, if no divine phase is allowed, who is afraid of whom? Among those who can get into a martial arts school, how many are not full of pride? Looking at the dozen or so people standing before him, Shan Liang's smile became even sheer. Seeing that no one else was coming out, Ji Zhang smiled, patted Shan Liang on the shoulder, and gave him a meaningful look. The other students had spontaneously formed a circle, looking at them with anticipation. Is not watching a sparring match much more interesting than running laps? The bearded guy looked around and took the initiative to step forward. "Teacher, who goes first?" Ji Zhang laughed even more happily after hearing this, waving his hand. "No need to be so particular, just go all together." "Huh?" The bearded guy looked at Shan Liang's build, then back at his own fists. "Teacher, that is not good. Did not you say we would not use divine phases? It is unfair to our senior." Ji Zhang's expression turned stern upon hearing this. "Fair? Will the evil spirits speak to you about fairness once you enter the spirit realm?" All at once, hearing Ji Zhang's words, the students were still a bit hesitant. After all, ganging up on someone is not what a real man should do. Seeing the stern look on Ji Zhang's face, the bearded guy took a deep breath and stepped up. "Senior, forgive me." Shan Liang thought to himself that these juniors were quite polite, unlike the previous ones who would run away the moment they saw him without even saying hello, or worse, making up nicknames for him behind his back. Thinking of this, his smile became even gentler. Whoosh! The bearded guy threw a punch, aiming straight for Shan Liang's nose. His stance was extremely stable, and his strike was decisive. If that punch had landed, his nose bridge would definitely have been broken. The nose bridge is one of the weak points that can quickly render someone unable to resist. This guy actually had decent combat experience. It is just a pity he encountered Shan Liang. Before he could even react, the hand he threw out was grabbed by the wrist. The next moment, he took 3 punches to the face. 1 to the eye, 1 to the nose, 1 to the mouth. Before he could let out a wail, Shan Liang turned his fist into a blade and chopped him in the throat, stifling the scream back in his chest. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the other students only saw Shan Liang tug the bearded guy's wrist, and then he fell over. The sudden contrast left them bewildered, their focus subconsciously glued to the bearded guy. Did not your teacher ever teach you to keep your eyes on the enemy? A playful voice sounded from behind them. Only then did they realize in alarm that the senior in front of them had vanished. Shan Liang grabbed one junior by the neck, hoisted him up like a weapon, and smashed him into another junior. There are no slouches in the H-City Martial Arts School. The biting sound of the wind made the student instinctively assume a blocking stance, with both arms crossed in front of his chest. Boom! The human weapon collided heavily with him, causing him to stumble, and he knew instantly that he was finished. His stance was unstable. That kind of opening would certainly be seized by their senior. Sure enough, the next moment his calf took a heavy strike, his body fell forward, and before he knew what was happening, he took a kick to the head and passed out immediately. The rest of them panicked. Everything happened so fast they could not react at all. Some even thought, how come the senior is fighting so dirty? Should not we be going one-on-one? How can you sneak attack us while we are all together? But soon that thought vanished, and they were all fast asleep like babies. Not one of them could last a single round in Shan Liang's hands. In just a few breaths, a dozen troublemakers were all lying on the ground, motionless, save for the bearded guy who clutched his throat with his eyes wide open, looking just like a screaming rubber chicken. The junior girls, who had been full of admiration, were now looking at Shan Liang as if he were a monster. Ji Zhang's eye twitched. He thought, all these years, and this kid still hit so hard. Are there any other students who want to spar with our senior? It is a rare opportunity, you know. Hearing Ji Zhang say this, the onlookers all shuddered collectively. They really wanted to tell Ji Zhang that a spar requires two-way exchange. This is just asking for a beatdown. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Ji Zhang smiled and spoke again. What is wrong? What happened to all that defiance from before? Were not you all fearless when it came to evil spirits? Why are you afraid now that you see a senior? They were young, after all, and provoked by Ji Zhang, they felt indignant, and someone immediately spoke up. That is unfair. We are pioneers. Our divine phase is our greatest strength. By forbidding us from using our divine phase and limiting us to physical combat, of course we cannot win when the senior has so much more experience. But if we could use our divine phase and the senior suppressed his realm to match ours, who would win is anyone's guess. Hearing this, many others chimed in agreement. Ji Zhang sneered. Fair, when you encounter an evil spirit, will it also suppress its realm to match yours? Winning is winning, losing is losing. What is the point of making so many excuses? You do not even have the courage to step up and challenge him, yet you dare to spout such nonsense. Hearing Ji Zhang's blunt mockery, the students looked absolutely unconvinced. Shan Liang stepped forward and patted Ji Zhang on the arm, gesturing for him not to get angry. Teacher, the juniors have a point. Why do not I suppress my realm and play around with them? Ji Zhang shook his head firmly in disagreement, and the students would not let it go. Teacher, our senior has agreed. Why will not you? Do not tell me you are afraid. That is right, teacher. Do not worry, we will not hurt our senior. Hearing their reckless words, Ji Zhang almost laughed in anger. Afraid? I am afraid that you will be beaten to death by him. Looking at this group of energetic juniors, Shan Liang's eyes were full of appreciation. This is great. It has been a long time since I have seen such clear and innocent eyes. And they did not even run away when they saw me. What a nostalgic feeling. He even wondered if he should just drop by the martial arts school more often when he is free. It is actually quite a stress reliever. Seeing the students getting all worked up, Ji Zhang gave a cold sneer. There is no saving those who are hell-bent on their own destruction. Since you are so eager to be beaten, I will not stop you. He turned his head to look at Shan Liang and said, Let us keep it at the entry-level stage. Understood, teacher. Shan Liang replied, and waves of red mist emanated from behind him, slowly forming chains. Juniors, shall we all come at once? His voice was very gentle. Anyone who heard it would think he was a soft-hearted person. But those juniors stood frozen like wooden chickens, staring at the chains in utter disbelief. What is wrong? If you are not coming, then your senior is coming for you. Only then did the juniors react. One of them pointed at the chains and shouted at the top of his lungs. Punishment chains. Use you are the warden Shan Liang. The students erupted into an uproar upon hearing this. Warden Shan Liang. They could not be more familiar with that name. Legends about him still circulate throughout the school to this day, and teachers often use him as an example for students to follow. And that is not even all. The news from 2 days ago about Shan Liang teaming up with Wang Jinggang to take down an out-of-body stage expert is still at the top of the forum trending list. How could they not know? And they had just said they might not lose if they fought someone of the same level as him. Shan Liang saw their expressions and knew it was no good. If they backed down now, how could the fight go on? Attack! Senior Shan, Before the person could finish speaking, a chain lashed around his ankle, lifting him up and tossing him around like a rag doll. The others were stunned, watching blankly. Ji Zhang could not help but sigh. What are you waiting for? If your senior Shan were a specter, you would have all died 800 times over by now. Fight back. The students finally snapped back to reality at those words. That is right. We cannot just stand here and take a beating without fighting back. The other guy is our senior, and this is the martial arts school. He surely would not kill us. So what is there to be afraid of? Thinking of it that way, they actually got a bit excited. After all, being able to spar with Shan Liang is something to brag about. Senior Shan, take this. Here I come. God phase fire. The juniors came charging in with loud roars. 10 seconds later, The entire class was sprawled out on the ground in perfect formation. The lucky ones had already fainted from the pain, while those with higher endurance were still wailing. Ji Zhang chuckled, unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of tea, and spat out a couple of tea stems. He deployed his god phase power to wake up all the unconscious students. The wailing grew even louder instantly, but Ji Zhang ignored them and said, "You little brats, do you see the gap now? Even with your senior Shan Liang's talent, he does not dare to waste time, so how dare you? Think your talent is amazing. Who here in H City Martial Arts School is mediocre? If you want to stand out among your peers and make it out of the Spectre world alive, then you have to work hard, far harder than anyone else. What is the use of having talent alone? Only those who are talented and work hard deserve to be called geniuses. Now tell me, are you still going to waste your time?" Ji Zhang's words struck their souls, and the wailing of the students gradually grew faint. That is right, even someone as strong as Senior Shan Liang is constantly working hard, so how could they afford to slack off? Speaking of Senior Shan Liang, hey, where is Senior Shan Liang? They only then realized that Shan Liang, who had just beaten them up, was already gone. Seeing this, the corner of Ji Zhang's eye could not help but twitch. This kid's style is still the same as back then, hit and run. And if there is no surveillance, he will never admit it. But he certainly could not say those things in front of the students. After all, he had just used Shan Liang to teach them a good lesson. Having stretched his muscles, Shan Liang felt refreshed, thinking to himself that there is nothing like the juniors at his own martial arts school. They are just satisfying to beat up. He walked straight to the teaching building and headed toward the old principal's office. Unlike other martial arts schools, H City Martial Arts School does not have an administration building. All the offices for teachers and management are in the teaching building. It is said that this is to better understand the students and integrate with them. Just as Shan Liang reached the office door, he saw the old principal staring at him with a smirk. "Not bad, you have grown up, beating up juniors the moment you get back." "Principal, how can you falsely accuse me? I did not spare the junior girls either." Shan Liang's answer made the old principal laugh in spite of his anger. He pointed at Shan Liang twice. "Enough, speak up, what do you need me for?" "It is nothing major. I just reached the threshold of the out-of-body stage recently and wanted to try breaking through." Hearing Shan Liang say this, the old principal's expression turned serious immediately. "Shan, with Tan Zhen and Wang Tianlin here for this competition, there will not be any issues. You do not need to risk a breakthrough, you understand?" Shan Liang nodded with a cheerful smile. I understand, but even without this competition, I was planning to break through soon anyway." The old principal still frowned. He knew all too well how dangerous a breakthrough could be. Even when he made his breakthrough, it nearly cost him his life. "How far along are you now?" "I have completely understood my god phase, and I am confident in successfully splitting my spirit." The old principal did not say anything, pointing to the sofa to signal Shan Liang to sit. After Shan Liang sat down, he said earnestly, "Shan, cultivation is not something that happens overnight. If you keep running forward with your nerves always on edge, it is very easy to snap. The reason I asked you to participate in this competition is to let you get a feel for the out-of-body stage in advance and gain some experience. Not to let you rush a breakthrough and risk your life fighting others, understand?" Shan Liang gave a sunny smile. "Of course I understand. Do not worry, principal. I am truly ready to break through." The old principal stared intently at Shan Liang after hearing this. "Then prove it to me." "How do I prove it?" "Prove it with your strength." Shan Liang did not waste a single word, and the red mist erupted instantly. Wreaths of red mist coiled around his hands, and he smashed them directly toward the old principal's face. Boom! The old principal caught Shan Liang's fist with one hand, his voice showing no fluctuations. "Is that all? That is not enough." Shan Liang's eyes turned red, and the blood mist behind him formed chains that attacked the old principal. But no matter how many chains there were, not a single one could break through the old principal's defense. Just as the old principal was planning to push Shan Liang back, a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart. Before he could even process it, his body had already reacted. The old principal leaped up and jumped off his desk. And just like that, chains as fine as hair silently shredded his chair to pieces. The old principal's expression finally became serious. This kid's talent is truly monstrous. The chains, as thin as a strand of hair, were almost invisible. This is one of the new abilities Shan Liang mastered after touching the threshold of the Transcendence stage. It is incredibly useful for sneak attacks, manipulation, and restraint. Previously, Shan Liang could not condense his punishment chains to such a fine degree at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The office now felt like a spider's lair, with thin chains everywhere. Shan Liang pressed his hands downward, and the chains tightened rapidly, aiming to trap the old principal within them. Humph! The old principal did not dodge this time. He just stood there and let out a cold snort. Shan Liang felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed into his chest, and he nearly vomited blood. The old principal flicked his right hand in a sword finger gesture, and the chains Shan Liang had laid out vanished instantly. Suffering the backlash, Shan Liang's face turned even paler, but he endured the pain and gave the old principal a thumbs up. "You are the best, sir. Tell me something I do not know." The old principal acted a bit proud, yet he was also astonished by Shan Liang's recovery speed. The fact that this kid could still talk after his manifestation was shattered by him shows that his strength is truly impressive. "Well, you have grown quite a bit. What materials are still missing for the ritual?" "They are all prepared." Upon hearing this, the old principal knew that Shan Liang had made up his mind to break through and could not be stopped. "When do you plan to break through?" "No time like the present. Let us do it today." The old principal's expression looked as if he were constipated. You could tell he really wanted to curse, but he held it back in the end. "Going to the silent room." "Yeah. Let us go." The old principal gestured and led Shan Liang outside, pausing briefly as he passed the sliced-up chair. "Remember to pay for the damages." The two walked one after another toward the stairs, and the old principal could not help but recall the first time he met Shan Liang. The instructor had run to him with excitement, voice full of surprise. "Principal, I have discovered a genius." Back then, the principal was curious about what kind of genius could make him so excited, so he went along with the instructor to take a look. It happened to be the day for divine manifestation concentration training. While other students were struggling to maintain their manifestations, hoping to make them last longer, Shan Liang was already using his chains to help him solve a puzzle. Those chains obeyed his commands like extensions of his own arms, as if they were one with him from the start. The old principal knew right then that this kid's future achievements would be extraordinary. And as expected, he is now the famous warden. The old principal wants to laugh every time he thinks of the origin of that title. If those people had known Shan Liang's true thoughts back then, they certainly would not have called him the warden. They would have called him a perverted serial killer, right? The two arrived in front of a detached building. It was square overall, looking like a basketball arena, but it did not have a single window on any side. "Go on, do not make too much of a mess, and remember to pay for damages." "Come on, principal. After all these years of our teacher-student relationship, bringing up money really hurts our bond." Bringing up the bond hurts the wallet. Shan Liang cupped his hands in a salute, friendship over. The building doors opened, and it was pitch black inside, so dark it felt as if it could swallow even light. Shan Liang acted as if he did not see anything, carrying his suitcase and striding inside. This place was built by the martial arts school at a high cost, with a special wall structure that could absorb almost all sound. Once the door here was closed, you could not hear anything except your own heartbeat and breathing. At the same time, it was completely sealed, with no light coming in, and the surroundings were covered in special paint that absorbed light. Absolute silence. Absolute darkness. This place is usually used to train students' willpower. The current record for the longest time held is 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 3 seconds, set by senior Tan Zhen. Shan Liang had never been here because he did not have the time. Besides, his teachers said his willpower was firm enough, and he did not need special training. Shan Liang adjusted the passcode on his suitcase in the dark, opened it, and began taking things out. The so-called transcendence ritual is actually a form of auxiliary ritual. This ritual helps the Forerunner detach their divine manifestation, allowing it to temporarily leave the body, thereby creating an opportunity for the Forerunner to break through. To complete the ritual, 5 main ingredients are required. The first is a potion capable of maintaining sufficient life force. Because the divine manifestation is equivalent to an organ of the Forerunner, if you detach an organ without enough life force, you are definitely going to die. Shan Liang had prepared this even before capturing the starving ghost Tai Sui. Looking back, it was perhaps a bit premature. The second is an item capable of forcibly detaching the divine manifestation. This is also the most important main material. Many materials can do this, but the best is dirty bone. It is the bone of a special evil entity, as rare as the starving ghost Taisui. It can force the detachment of the divine manifestation with almost negligible side effects. The third is an item capable of stabilizing the divine manifestation. Once the divine manifestation leaves the host, it decays rapidly. At this point, something is needed to keep the manifestation preserved. There are many materials that can do this, the best of which is the soul-calming candle. This is a candle made from the grease of a special evil entity. Its effect in stabilizing the divine manifestation is excellent, but it is also very expensive. The fourth is an item that allows the divine manifestation to return to its place, which is also staggeringly expensive. Because, like the soul-calming candle, it has medical applications and is in short supply. If you want to get your hands on it, you have to pay a premium. The last is an item for centering one's focus. During the ritual, even a moment of distraction could lead to mental destruction. Concentration needs to be kept extremely high, so a focusing item is essential. The reason Shan Liang chose such a place for the ritual was specifically so he would not be disturbed by external factors, enhancing the focusing effect. After taking out all the materials, streams of red mist began to radiate from Shan Liang's body. Unlike usual, this red mist emitted a faint red fluorescence. It is just that the surrounding area was coated with light-absorbing material, so even if the red mist could emit light, the illumination range was extremely limited. But it was enough to set up the formation. Shan Liang placed the materials in their respective positions. The red mist condensed into blood, and he began to outline the formation pattern using his hand as a brush. When the formation was completed, the soul-calming candle ignited automatically. A subtle fragrance lingered in his nose. The formation pattern outlined with blood began to glow, and Shan Liang's expression became even more focused. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Shan Liang's heartbeat was slightly fast. Even though he was trying his best to suppress it, how could he not be nervous with a success rate of only 10%? That fragrance became thicker and thicker, until it felt like someone was forcibly stuffing incense into Shan Liang's nose. The flame of the soul-calming candle burned brighter, illuminating his forehead, which was covered in cold sweat. Hum! The surrounding area was shrouded in an invisible fluctuation. The next moment, a phantom appeared behind Shan Liang. That was his divine manifestation. The phantom gradually solidified, pale white and ferocious. It was a tree, a bone tree with lush branches and leaves. The bone-white trunk was twisted and thick, its bark resembling layers of contorted human faces piled upon one another. The leaves were shaped like palms and pale in color, flapping like applause as they danced in the wind. On some of the leaves, eerie patterns could be faintly seen. Those patterns were like crude sketches of malevolent entities. Starving ghosts, earth gods, heart-bewitching sirens, and all sorts of horrors were depicted there. Among the leaves, fruits were vaguely visible. The fruits looked completely different from one another. Some resembled doors, some were twisted lumps of flesh, some looked like rocket launchers, and others resembled thundercloud human faces. This was Shan Liang's true divine phase. The name is a bit Chunabu, to be honest. Senra Bansho. At first, Shan Liang thought his divine phase was of the support type. After all, its only function back then was absorption. When the divine phase was activated, his physical strength and spirit energy recovered very quickly. Shan Liang was the type of person who liked to keep his trump cards hidden. Out of caution, he almost never showed his divine phase to anyone. It was not until he was swallowed by the rule-based Sin realm and realized the true purpose of his divine phase that he began to make a name for himself. Because at that point, he had new cards to play, so it did not matter if his old ones were exposed. Besides, if you want to gain more resources in the martial arts school, the best way is to prove your own value. From then on, Shan Liang began to make a reputation with his punishment chains. As for his true divine phase, it remained hidden in the deepest part of his soul. Even though Bartier had seen it once, he had absolutely no idea that this was Shan Liang's real divine phase. After all, he just had too many divine phases. With the appearance of Senra Bansho, the burning speed of the mind-clearing candle suddenly accelerated. His filthy bones seemed to be ground into powder by invisible millstones, drifting toward the Senra Bansho. The moment the two made contact, an intensely excruciating pain washed over him. It felt as if someone were taking a steel nail and driving it straight through his crown acupoint. Along with the agony, his divine phase began to peel away, and an intense wave of weakness flooded his body. Shan Liang had originally thought that since he had the starving ghost earth god, he had bought too many recovery potions. But now he realized they were not redundant at all. Because once the divine phase was stripped away, the restorative power of the starving ghost earth god was also taken from him. If not for the potions holding him up, Shan Liang would have likely fainted already. The pain grew more intense, and Shan Liang knew there was no time to lose. He had to hurry. Transcending the divine is not just a simple separation of the phase, it is more like an evolution. For many, their divine phase even takes on a completely different form after reaching the transcendent realm. For example, if the initial form is a caterpillar, it might transform into a butterfly upon reaching the transcendent realm. Both its power and capabilities would improve by more than just a single level. Another point is that after reaching the transcendent realm, the divine phase can leave the body. Let me give you an example. Like a sword, its power can only be exerted if it is held in your hand. But after reaching the transcendent realm, that sword becomes a flying sword. It can take an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. The gap between these states cannot be bridged by mere numbers. That is why Wang Jinggang looked as if he were ready to face death when he sensed the aura of a transcendent realm cultivator. If it had been any other real transcendent that day, he would have surely died on the spot. And Shan Liang would have at least been skinned alive. The phantom of Senra Bansho gradually grew larger, enveloping Shan Liang within it. A mystical, profound sensation flooded his mind, and the next moment, all the darkness before him vanished, and he appeared on a desolate island. Shan Liang knew the critical moment had arrived. This was the most crucial step in breaking through to the transcendent realm, the heart barrier. Shan Liang stood up quickly and looked around. He realized the so-called island beneath his feet was actually a human head larger than a football field. He was currently standing right between the eyebrows. However, the head was so enormous that it was impossible to see the whole thing at once. And all around the island was an endless sea of bones. White skeletons rose and fell, like the choppy waves of an ocean. "This is my heart barrier," Shan Liang muttered to himself, knowing this was the most pivotal step of transcendence. Break the heart barrier and enter the transcendent realm. Fail the heart barrier, and you will end up as nothing but dust. Clatter, clatter. The white bones collided, creating a grating, teeth-aching sound. Shan Liang stared at the bone sea, contemplating how to break through the barrier. Just as he was deep in thought, his feet suddenly shook violently as the island stood up in the sea of corpses. Shan Liang hurriedly scrambled toward the top of the head, grabbing hold of two hairs to barely steady himself. As the head stood upright, the bone sea seemed to erupt like a tsunami, tossing the skeletons high into the air. Snap, crackle. Skeletons swarmed toward the head, ravenously gnawing at the flesh on it. They had no throats or esophagi. The flesh simply fell along the jawbones, turning into bursts of red mist that rose into the air. The skeletons devoured quickly, and before long, they had stripped the head of all flesh from the nose down. Shan Liang held onto the hair for dear life, thinking, with not a single clue, how was he supposed to solve this deadlock? At the rate the skeletons were devouring, they would reach the top of the head in 2 minutes, and if he lost his footing, would not he fall into the bone sea? Of course, there was another possibility. He might be picked clean by these skeletons before he even fell into the sea. Shan Liang was unhappy with both options, but with his divine phase stripped away, he was just an ordinary guy who could fight a little. How was he supposed to save himself? Snap, crackle. The skeletons had already gnawed their way up to the lower eyelids, drawing closer and closer to Shan Liang. Senra Bansho. Senra Bansho. Senra Bansho originally refers to the myriad of scenes spread across heaven and earth, describing a content of immense richness. Why would my own heart barrier look like such a horrific nightmare? If it were the heart barrier of the Scarlet Gate, it would make sense. The moment this thought surfaced in Shan Liang's mind, the skeletons busy gnawing at the flesh froze. The next moment, they all turned into bone dust and rose with the red mist. Before Shan Liang could figure out what happened, the world suddenly flipped upside down. Even though he held onto the hair tight, he could not stop himself from plummeting downward. Thud! He crashed into the red mist that had previously seemed like the sky. The mist began to rapidly corrode his body, and in just a single breath, his skin began to ulcerate. The pain was excruciatingly real. He could even feel the red mist eating away at his muscles. No, that is not right. The red mist is not part of my divine phase's ability either. Why would it be my heart barrier? Shan Liang had already faintly guessed how to pass through the heart barrier. Sure enough, as soon as this thought came to him, the corrosion from the red mist ceased. Immediately after, chains the thickness of little fingers shot out from nowhere, piercing his limbs and suspending him in midair, as if preparing for a brutal execution. Shan Liang, however, was not the least bit panicked. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. So that is how you pass the heart barrier. The so-called heart trial is to find the essence of one's divine manifestation. That is why the sea of bones and red mist vanished the moment Shan Liang felt it was not his own manifestation. If he had gotten lost within it, he would have likely met a death with no place to be buried. Ordinary people have only one divine manifestation, yet they still face heavy mists and life-or-death risks during the breakthrough. With so many manifestations of his, the danger must have been magnified countless times. The chains kept tightening. He could even feel his joints being pulled apart. This is not my divine manifestation either. Shan Liang denied it again, and the chains shattered with a roar, then disappeared. His body went into a freefall again, while his head felt dizzy and heavy. Hele. He. Jie. Sedohahe. Waves of laughter echoed, all sorts of laughter, cold, mocking, hearty, and everything in between. As the laughter rang out, the corners of Shan Liang's mouth curled up uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt as if he were being watched by something terrifying. This is not my divine manifestation either. Shan Liang felt a flicker of hesitation at this moment, while images of him using this manifestation flashed repeatedly through his mind. But he shook his head, and in the next instant, the laughter vanished, and he was swallowed by a giant face made of thunderclouds. With electric bolts crisscrossing, it gave him the feeling of shattering the darkness with thunder. Shan Liang hesitated even more. Although he did not have many memories of using this manifestation, he could sense that it seemed very powerful. Deep down, a voice echoed in his mind. A manifestation that can command thunder, is not this what you wanted? With it, you hold the power of slaughter. With it, you can get even closer to your goal. Think about it carefully, think again. The voice lingered persistently. Shan Liang bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to force himself to stay conscious. No, this is not my divine manifestation. Boom! The thundercloud face was blasted apart by a bolt of electricity. Not far away, an RPG launcher reflected cold light. A single strike to kill from thousands of miles away, destroying cities and tribes with ease. Who would not want such a divine manifestation? Shan Liang pressed his fingers into the wound pierced by the chains. The agonizing pain reaching his soul made his face turn pale. This is not my divine manifestation. As he rejected it again, the mist in his mind grew thicker. He was even starting to forget his own name, feeling dazed and confused. Click-clack. Eyes opened one by one in the air, and everything around seemed to be its eyelid. Unbreakable and unstoppable. Traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. This is your divine manifestation, is not it? It has saved your life more than once. Shan Liang was dizzy, his mind filled with flashes of him using sight reach. Yes, sight reach had indeed saved him many times. But this, too, was not his divine manifestation. The surrounding eyes slowly closed, and Shan Liang sank into darkness once again. He had lost his way even further, even forgetting his own name. He did not even know why he was here. One divine manifestation after another appeared before him. Each time he refused, the mist in his mind grew heavier. In the end, even Shan Liang's eyes looked dull. In the real world, the soul-calming candle was about to burn out. The phantom of the myriad phenomenon was as faint as smoke, as if a gust of wind could destroy it. And crack clatter. Deep in the darkness, two bone trees slowly grew. One was white as jade, lush and vibrant, with leaves like eyes, giving off a weird, uncanny beauty. The other tree was short and small, with thin branches and sparse leaves, covered in cracks. Between these two trees, which one is your divine manifestation? As if pitying Shan Liang, the voice stopped giving true or false questions and gave him a multiple choice instead. A 50-50 chance. If he answered correctly, he could break through to the divine realm. But if he failed, this would be the end of his life. Shan Liang slowly raised his right index finger, trembling as he pointed to the small bone tree. But at the moment he was about to make his choice, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. Even though his mind was completely blank, even though he had no idea what he was doing, he still felt that something was wrong. Although he could not put his finger on what was wrong, he just felt it. Where is this? Who am I? Why did I come here? Questions floated into his mind, and Shan Liang looked at the two bone trees with a dazed expression. They were both bone trees. One looked lush and vibrant, growing quite well. The other was short, withered, and swaying on the verge of collapse. Make me choose between these two trees. Suddenly, a clap of thunder exploded in his mind. The mist cleared for an instant, and Shan Liang finally remembered where he was and what he was doing here. The so-called heart trial is about grasping the essence of one's divine manifestation, not playing a multiple-choice game. The red mist, the bone sea, the chains, the eyes, though they were not his divine manifestation individually, they were all part of it. Myriad phenomenon. It encompasses everything. They are all my family. As this thought arose in Shan Liang, the formerly short bone tree grew rapidly. The soul-binding bone tree next to it withered rapidly, eventually turning into a fruit that hung on the branches of the main bone tree. Red mist. Bone sea. Thundercloud face. Waves of energy converged toward the bone tree, making it lush and vibrant, its appearance ferocious yet overflowing with life. The mist in his mind instantly dissipated, and Shan Liang had never felt so clear-headed. In reality, at the very last moment before the soul-calming candle went out, Shan Liang suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of the frail-looking myriad phenomenon surged explosively. Rumble. At this moment, even the earth was shaking, and in the darkness, Shan Liang's eyes were piercingly bright. So that is it, so that is how it is. Only now did Shan Liang realize how crudely he had been using the myriad phenomenon. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was wasting a divine treasure. No wonder the heart trial mist was so heavy before. He did not understand the essence of myriad phenomenon at all. Crack. The previously sunny campus was suddenly covered in gathering dark clouds, with lightning brewing within, turning the day into night. The old principal stood on the rooftop of the teaching building, his expression a mix of relief and surprise. Not bad at all, Kid Shan. You truly did not let me down. Rumble. Crack clatter. The earth and sky seemed to be competing over who could make more noise, presenting a scene of the apocalypse. Many teachers and students in the academy were shocked and ran out of the buildings. The next moment, they saw a flash of lightning strike down from the clouds, aiming straight for the meditation chamber. Boom! A large hole was blown into the roof of the meditation chamber, and a figure wrapped in light slowly ascended into the air. Homeless and weathered since my youth. 27 years spent in aimless wandering. Today, like a dragon finding the sea, I claim my power. With a single blade, I quell the evil and settle the storm. Outside the infirmary, the juniors, who had just been beaten up by Shan Liang, were stunned. The bearded guy, wearing a neck brace, said in a hoarse voice, That looks like Senior Shan Liang. I think so too. Like hell, that is obviously him. But why did Senior Shan Liang ascend to heaven? Could it be karma for beating us up? Screw you. He had not even finished his sentence before someone kicked him over. Even though Shan Liang had beaten them up, to many of them, he was still their idol. Because Shan Liang gave people a sense of being free. What others saw as the right choice or a wise decision, he did not seem to care about at all. He was willing to pay the price for his dreams rather than live by what was considered correct. Almost everyone felt that joining the Great Wall Watch was the most correct decision after graduation. But he insisted on starting the Bonfire organization and carved out a legendary reputation. For these young people, who were nagged by their parents every day about what to do and what was right or wrong, that was just incredibly cool. Rebellious? Maybe. But they felt it was more like freedom. Dare to smear their idol. I will knock your teeth out. And Shan Liang slowly rose into the sky, feeling incredibly excited and wanting to show off his power in front of everyone. But he ultimately suppressed this desire. He who cannot bear small misfortunes will come to grief in great plans. Showing off is fine, but you cannot reveal your trump cards just to show off. The dark clouds in midair grew thicker, looking oppressive just to behold. But just as Shan Liang was about to fly into the clouds, a hole suddenly appeared, and a beam of light shone directly on him. At this moment, Shan Liang looked like the chosen one. The teachers and students watched in shock, only coming to their senses after Shan Liang had completely disappeared into the clouds. Is that Shan Liang? The warden Shan Liang. Yes, that is him. I remember students nicknamed him the Little Master of Courtship. That is wrong, right? I remember it was the heartless violence maniac. Nonsense, it was clearly the uncouth brat. Just as the teachers were arguing about Shan Liang's old nickname at the martial arts school, the sky-covering dark clouds began to vanish rapidly. Not fading away or drifting off, but being devoured. As if a black hole had appeared in the clouds. Before long, it turned into a massive black vortex. And at the center of that vortex was the very hole that had sucked Shan Liang in earlier. In less than 5 minutes, all the clouds were swallowed up completely. The teachers and students were still looking up, searching for a glimpse of Shan Liang. But he seemed to have vanished along with the clouds. The old principal, who had been looking pleased, saw the roof of the meditation room and his expression immediately soured. You brat, no wonder you ran so fast. La 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 la. La 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 la. Bravely moving forward, Shan Liang opened the door to find Beidel and Wang Xiaohua sitting on the sofa eating. Seeing him return, Beidel immediately stood up. Anda, where have you been? Have not seen you all day. Hey, nothing major. Just took a moment to break through to the transcendence stage. Oh, breaking through to the transcendence stage, I thought. Wait, what? What did you say? Beidel's eyes went wide, and Wang Xiaohua, who was eating, looked completely dumbfounded. Shan Liang stretched and laughed. From now on, our bonfire organization has someone in the transcendence stage too. If we run into that kind of transcendence stage expert again, I will peel them like a shrimp. Beidel laughed excitedly, and Shan Liang hurried to close the door. It would not be good to disturb the neighbors. Wang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She swallowed her food in 2 bites and ran over to look Shan Liang up and down. Boss, how does it feel after breaking through to the transcendence stage? Feel? Shan Liang clenched his fist. It just feels like my strength has increased, and my understanding of the divine image is deeper. Wang Xiaohua looked at him with longing, blinking her big eyes. Is the breakthrough hard? Yeah. Shan Liang nodded affirmatively. It is definitely dangerous. I almost got lost in there. Wang Xiaohua and Beidel exchanged looks, their expressions turning serious. They knew Shan Liang's willpower well. If even Shan Liang almost got lost, the transcendence stage truly lives up to its name as a life-and-death hurdle for pioneers. But at the same time, they were curious about what it would be like. Now that Shan Liang had taken the lead, they could not fall too far behind. Once Shan Liang sat down on the sofa, they crowded around him with questions. Anda, does the divine image mutate after the transcendence stage, or does it get a second form? Boss, do you get any special abilities after the breakthrough? Like, do you not need to go to the bathroom anymore starting today? Anda, about the transcendence. Shan Liang was answering their questions patiently at first, but when Wang Xiaohua asked if he could eat poop after the breakthrough, he nearly cursed it out loud. But he still told her very seriously. No, do not even mention the transcendence stage. Even at the incarnation stage, you cannot. And news of Shan Liang breaking through to the transcendence stage spread that very night. After all, so many students had seen it. Sealing off the news was impossible. And the old principal did not intend to seal the news anyway. So what if he broke through? Our H-City Martial Arts School has plenty of talent. Scared? Shan Liang did not plan to hide the news of his breakthrough either. Like I said, if you want resources, you have to prove your worth. On the very day the news got out, Shan Liang received calls from officials in 7 or 8 cities. They were extremely polite, all inviting Shan Liang to visit their cities. And they casually mentioned their ongoing talent attraction program. As long as Shan Liang registered in their city, he would get a cultivation building, plus a villa or even an estate. He would also receive over 500 million in cultivation resources. And all his extended family would get high-paying and safe jobs. If he had kids in the future, they could join the martial arts school without exams or go straight into official departments when they grew up. To put it simply, as long as you show up, the price is negotiable. Listening to the offers on the phone, Beidel and Wang Xiaohua were drooling. But Shan Liang politely declined. He was not playing hard to get. It is just that he never once thought about leaving H-City. He did not know if he was born here, but he certainly grew up here. Here, he went from an abandoned baby step by step to the transcendence stage. Here, he met one like-minded friend after another. The cold wind in H City is bitter and bone-chilling, so the people here have a hot-blooded spirit that never cools. He loves the wind here, he loves the snow here. This is his home, Shan Liang's home. That guy named Shan Liang has also reached the transcendent realm. Hess, and here I thought it was one transcendent, one unknown, and one initiate. But look at them now, they have laid all their cards on the table. 3 transcendents. Inside the J City Martial Arts School, Huang Sankyu looked absolutely miserable. Although they had geniuses sent from the ABC Martial Arts School this time, he had been suppressed by the H City Martial Arts School for so many years that he already had psychological trauma. Before, he felt like they had the element of surprise and superior strength, so he could at least hold his head high. But now that he knew H City had also sent 3 transcendents, he could not help but panic. The only good news now was that this Shan Liang fellow had just broken through, so his strength should still be unstable. Do not worry, Principal, there will not be any issues. No matter how talented those H City kids are, can they really be stronger than the geniuses from ABC City? Not to mention anything else, just the resources they have been trained with since they were kids are in a completely different league. You know better than anyone how crucial a pioneer's foundation is. They were not even at the same starting line to begin with, so how could we possibly lose? Hearing his subordinate say this, Huang Sankyu finally calmed down a bit. The match starts in 3 days. Will those 3 be all right? Do not worry, Principal. On this matter, the ABC Martial Arts School is even more anxious than we are. Huang Sankyu nodded, a vicious glint in his eyes. Old man, this time I am going to make sure you will not be able to recover for years. Yes, correct, right, of course. Wang Fugui hung up the phone, wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief, and looked at Wang Xiaohua. How about it? I did not lie to you, right? I told you their 8 treasure gourd duck was the most authentic. Delicious, is not it? Wang Xiaohua nodded while eating. It was clear that the gift Wang Fugui brought was very much to her liking. Shan Liang, as usual, was sipping tea while browsing the forum. He could not really tell the quality of the tea, he just knew it was expensive. Because after he swiped this tin of tea, the old principal sent him dozens of 60-second voice messages, and Shan Liang had not had the courage to open them to this day. Fatty, have the seniors returned yet? No, the Great Wall Watch is very busy. Their schedules are tight, they will not be back until the competition. What about the J City Martial Arts School? Same thing, they will arrive just before the match. The old principal arranged for me to handle the reception. Oh. Shan Liang looked at him with surprise and said, Got a promotion. Hehe. Wang Fugui squinted his eyes into slits while smiling. Just a small step up. Oh, does not that call for a celebratory treat? Of course, it would be my honor to treat the warden to a meal. Wang Fugui patted his belly with a beaming smile. That was not just empty flattery. Ever since Shan Liang broke through to the transcendent realm, everyone with any standing in H City had been trying to invite him to dinner to get on his good side. After all, who would not want a powerhouse backing them when trouble arises? However, Shan Liang had politely declined them all, because compared to making small talk with those people, he preferred staying at home and scrolling through the forum. There are so many talented people on the forum who are so good at talking. He just loves the forum. For instance, this post right here. Breaking news. A 1,000-faced skin demon has appeared in K City. Bounty, the culprit behind the massacres at the Wang Group, Tianyu Tower, and the Feiyu Company is a single 1,000-faced skin demon. This type of evil spirit can change its appearance and physique, and it is highly skilled at mimicry. Once it successfully disguises itself, even the most advanced equipment cannot tell the difference. It is extremely troublesome. The K City Security Bureau has already fully mobilized. The Wang Group, Tianyu Group, and Feiyu Company have jointly issued a bounty of 30 million. We cordially invite pioneers from all walks of life to join the hunt. Beneath the bounty post, there was a surveillance video attached. In the video, a well-figured female secretary was having a heart-to-heart talk with a department manager. As soon as the manager gave a lecherous look, the secretary reached out and ripped his heart out. The next moment, the secretary who had been sitting on the manager transformed into the manager's likeness. I have to say, the impact of that scene was quite strong. So much so that almost everyone in the top comments was begging for a pair of eyes that had not seen the video. Scrolling further down, you get to the wonderful comments from the netizens. Thousand-faced skin demon, I have a thought that might be a bit premature, haha. To the person above, no, that is not appropriate, haha. What evil spirit, let go of my darling, haha. Eyes, forget it, haha. Damn it, it is a haha type evil spirit, haha. Seeing this news, Shan Liang could not help but rub his chin. A thousand-faced skin demon, huh? He could already use red mist to change his appearance, and even change the appearances of others. For instance, the Bao Longxing and Chang Wei from before were characters Shan Liang had shaped using red mist. But that method had some drawbacks, like the blood mist that appeared when changing forms. If he could switch identities in the blink of an eye like the thousand-faced skin demon, that would be pretty nice. Of course, the main thing is that Shan Liang is irreconcilably opposed to evil spirits. It is absolutely not to get a passive skill, while incidentally picking up a 30 million bounty. Shan Liang closed his laptop and took a sip of tea with satisfaction. Fatty, what are we eating to celebrate? How about we go eat the 9 dragon stew? Deal, let us go. I will go get the car. And 3 days later, several buses drove into H-City. Tusk, so this is H-City. It looks so shabby. HMPH, just a small city that got lucky. What kind of genius could possibly be raised here? Do not underestimate any place. This city has produced more than one first. Seeing that the 3 geniuses did not think much of H-City, the team leader could not help but speak up. Sure enough, the 3 of them went silent immediately after hearing that. After all, apart from the 3 major cities, H-City was the only other place to have produced multiple firsts. The buses drove all the way to the H-City Martial Arts School, and they could see many people waiting at the entrance from afar. The person in the lead was a big fatty in a suit. Even though the weather was quite cool, he was still wiping sweat constantly. A group of people dressed as students stood behind him, holding a banner that read, "Warmly welcoming J-City Martial Arts School for friendly exchange." Reporters nearby kept taking pictures, a lively scene. The bus slowed to a stop, and Huang Sankyu stepped out with a smile, while Wang Fugui hurried up to meet him. "You must be Principal Huang, right? Ha ha ha, you really are as imposing as the rumors say." Huang Sankyu did not even look at him. His gaze was searching the crowd for the old principal. In his eyes, only the old principal was at his level. Wang Fugui caught onto his expression, but his smile remained unchanged as he said, "Principal Huang, the old principal is waiting inside the school. Let us head in." The smile on Huang Sankyu's face gradually stiffened, and only then did he turn his head to look at Wang Fugui. Yet he saw a playful smile on Wang Fugui's face, as if he were saying, "What level do you think you are, to be worthy of meeting the old principal?" Huang Sankyu understood the meaning in Wang Fugui's eyes, and his fury only intensified. But with so many reporters on the scene, he had no choice but to force a smile. "Really? The old principal is getting on in years. We must not keep him waiting." He emphasized the words "getting on in years" with extra weight, implying that the old principal did not have much time left. Wang Fugui's smile remained unchanged. Indeed, the old principal is not young anymore. Not only have his peers from the martial arts schools passed, but he has even outlived several of his juniors. Huang Sankyu knew exactly who that remark was aimed at. If it were not for the horde of reporters present, he might not have been able to maintain even that forced smile. At this moment, the lead teacher stepped in to smooth things over. "Ha, I have long admired the old principal and am finally here to meet him in person. Let us go, shall we?" The group headed into the martial arts school, with Wang Fugui acting as their guide, pointing out the surrounding buildings as they walked. Reporters followed on both sides, recording everything. The news of the sparring match between J-City and H-City martial arts schools had already spread across the forums. The old principal had even sold the exclusive streaming rights and advertising slots. This was one of the reasons why the competition was being held at the H-City Martial Arts School. When it came to money, the old principal was always quite serious. And when the group arrived at the competition venue, the eyes of Huang Sankyu and the lead teacher twitched. It was a massive open-air stadium capable of holding 100,000 people, and it was already packed to capacity. Word was that people had actually bought tickets to get in. Even more outrageous was the sight of various billboards hanging in prominent spots. It made the lead teacher wonder if it was the 4 cities that had set a trap for H-City, or if H-City had set a trap for them instead. Whoosh! A figure flew across the stadium sky and landed steadily in the center of the arena. All the cameras turned toward him, projecting his face onto the giant screens. The audience froze for a second, and then a deafening roar of cheers erupted.
Old principal. Old principal. Old principal.
Their voices merged into one, loud enough to make hearts tremble. Huang Sankyu's expression darkened, and he snorted internally. Trying to intimidate us with home field advantage. Do they take us for 3-year-olds? He looked at the three geniuses. Sure enough, they also wore looks of disdain, as if they had seen right through everything. Let us welcome the geniuses from J City Martial Arts School to H City for a friendly match. A passionate voice of the commentator boomed through the stadium. Before Huang Sankyu could react, the camera was already focused on him. First, let us welcome the principal of J City Martial Arts School, a master of the Transcendence realm, Huang Sankyu. A sparse, scattered round of applause broke out in the venue. For the people of H City, J City were invaders. Getting any applause at all was generous. Huang Sankyu looked grim, feeling utterly humiliated. Next is the J City genius, who joined the Calamity Legion with a Tier 1 ranking, 7th in the Calamity Legion. Crimson-eyed Raven Wei Cheng. The camera panned to a young man standing beside Huang Sankyu. The young man was tall and thin with handsome features. Instead of feeling uncomfortable under the lens, he offered a confident, easygoing smile. There was more applause this time, making Huang Sankyu's expression even uglier as he thought. So this is a jab at me, is it? Also a Tier 1 graduate who joined Purgatory, the genius from J City, 7th in the Purgatory Legion. Heavy armor array, Lin Yufeng. The camera moved to the second genius, a hulking man over 1.90 m, whose appearance contrasted sharply with his title. Finally, the genius who graduated with a Tier 1 ranking and was recruited by the 3 great legions, Calamity, Bloodgale, and Ascension, 6th in the Ascension Legion. Precision Magic Eye Zhou Yucheng. Zhou Yucheng was completely covered from head to toe, with only his eyes visible. Yet, he received the most applause of the 3. After all, being courted by all 3 major legions is a testament to one's talent. The people of H City were always exceptionally tolerant toward true talent. After the 3 were introduced, the camera suddenly pointed toward the sky. A figure in training gear went into freefall from above, but just before hitting the ground, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to soar for half a lap before landing smoothly. The commentator's voice grew passionate. Now entering the stage is the pride of our H City Martial Arts School, a genius who graduated Tier 1 and joined the Death Knell, currently 7th in the Death Knell Legion. Divine Rune Tattoo, Tan Zhen. The stands turned into a sea of excitement as they screamed Tan Zhen's name. Tan Zhen. Tan Zhen. Tan Zhen. Facing the cheers, Tan Zhen stood at attention and saluted, an aura of cold lethality emanating from him. Hiss. Boom. With a hiss of jets, a figure clad in full body armor stepped out from the tunnel. The camera instantly zoomed in on her delicate face, and the commentator's volume rose 2 decibels unconsciously. Now entering is the genius who graduated Tier 1 and joined the Abyss Guard. Quicksand Hell Wang Tianlin. The cheers were even louder. Clearly, Wang Tianlin was more popular with the audience than Tan Zhen. The 2 stood behind the old principal, facing Wei Qing and his group from across the field. Entering last we have... Before the commentator could finish, the audience had already shouted his name. Shan Liang. Shan Liang. Shan Liang. The commentator did not miss a beat and continued naturally. That is right. The one entering last is our H City's pride, who graduated Tier 1 and was recruited by all 9 great legions. The Warden. Shan Liang. Boom. A red mist suddenly rose in the stadium, and Huang Sankyu instinctively stepped back, his eyes turning vigilant. The red mist made him feel a hint of danger. Could the old principal be so low as to start a fight right here and now? The mist grew thicker, spreading toward the center of the field, before quickly condensing into a human shape. An instant later, the red mist exploded outward, and Shan Liang stepped out from within. The audience paused for a moment before erupting into even louder cheers. Shan Liang. Shan Liang. Shan Liang. Shan Liang smiled and waved at the crowd, driving the cheers to an even higher level. The home field advantage was already becoming clear. The overhead shot appeared on the screen, and the commentator's voice returned. As visitors, and in the spirit of friendly competition, the J City Martial Arts School team will have the privilege of choosing their opponents. Huang Sankyu was somewhat surprised. thinking that the old principal had finally done something sensible. The lead teacher, however, frowned slightly. Being able to pick your opponent is a massive advantage, especially when the other side's combat techniques are known. Just what made the old principal so confident? He could not tell. After exchanging a glance, Wei Qing and his two companions all turned to their team leader. Being chosen as the team leader for 3 cities simultaneously, this person clearly had some real skills. All 3 of you are the pride of the elite. Even if they have 3 people in the Transcendence realm, so what? Do not let the home crowd influence you. Do not forget, you still have that. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing stepped forward and pointed at Tianzhen. Then let me have a go at Tianzhen. The other 2 did not object. This had been the plan all along. Tianzhen stepped forward with a stern face, and the commentator's voice rang out once again. Wei Qing from J City has made his choice. His opponent is Tianzhen. The crowd's cheers grew even more intense. Was not the whole point of buying tickets to see a grand battle? The 2 headed toward the center of the arena, and at the same time, an energy light screen rose in front of the spectators' stands. This was to protect the audience from being caught in the aftermath of the battle. After all, in a battle between those of the Transcendence realm, even the mere shockwaves would be enough to level this place. And in front of that energy screen, there were even numerous suppressors installed. These devices could significantly suppress and absorb the energy of divine totems. They were essential equipment for prisons holding pathfinders. The ones in the arena now were the latest products from Sea City. If given enough time, they could suppress even those in the Transcendence realm. Because of this, these machines were extremely expensive. The rules of the competition are as follows. If one side surrenders, they lose. If one side loses all ability to resist, they lose. Divine totems have no eyes. Life and death are up to fate. The battle begins now. The rules were simple and brutal. They might as well have bluntly stated that whoever survives is the winner. And this made the team leader feel that something was even more wrong. The opponent had easily recited the files on Wei Qing and the others. Surely they knew they were in the Transcendence realm. Yet, even knowing that, they dared to set such rules. What exactly was their confidence based on? But it was too late to think about that now, as Wei Qing and his opponent had already entered the ring. Divine Totem. Crimson-eyed Raven. Wei Qing's voice was low, and as he spoke, his eyes turned blood red in an instant, and feathers began to sprout from his body. Within just 2 breaths, he had transformed into a birdman covered in black feathers. Whoosh! Unexpectedly fast, as if teleporting, Wei Qing appeared directly in front of Tianzhen. His wings, covered in black feathers, slashed toward Tianzhen's neck like sharp blades. Roar! A roar erupted from in front of Tianzhen, and a variegated tiger lunged out from his chest to bite at the wings. Slash! The tiger's jaw was sliced open, blood splattering everywhere. However, the tiger's claws left 3 prominent wounds on the wings. Wei Qing used the recoil to back off and hover in the air, shooting feathers like flying daggers at Tianzhen. Tianzhen remained still, and a colorful, oversized mushroom appeared out of thin air, blocking all the feathers for him. Before Wei Qing could attack again, finger-sized hornets crawled out from the mushroom, launching a suicide attack on him. Seeing this, Wei Qing did not bother to probe any further. Red light flared in his eyes, and waves of energy rippled out, instantly evaporating all the hornets. A giant raven shadow manifested behind him. This was one of the hallmarks of reaching the Transcendence realm. Divine Totem Manifestation. Death Pattern. After the transformation, Wei Qing's voice sounded like a raven's, hoarse and unpleasant. A wave of black ripples began to expand with him at the center. The grass in the stadium quickly withered and died. Even through the protective screen, the audience felt a deep sense of dread. Seeing this, Tianzhen lifted his hands, and a giant bell shadow descended, shrouding him within. The ripples roared, but the bell remained completely unscathed. Wei Qing let out a cold snort, red light gathering at his beak before shooting straight toward Tianzhen. Inside the giant bell, Tianzhen pressed his palms together, looking solemn and divine. 3,000 gaze Buddha. As he spoke, a golden Buddha shadow rose abruptly from behind him. The phantom grew in the wind, immediately overshadowing Wei Qing, and a golden Buddha hand pressed down toward him. Whoosh! Wei Qing beat his wings and vanished from sight. After transforming into a birdman, his speed in this arena was no different from teleportation. He flew in front of Tianzhen again, his wings acting like two blade wheels, launching continuous strikes. Sparks flew from the Buddha's shadow as it was struck, growing much dimmer. The two traded blows, making it look like an exhibition match. The audience was delighted, exclaiming that the tickets were worth it. On the sidelines, the old principal crossed his arms. Wang, what do you think? The one named Wei Qing has not used his true abilities yet. He is not to be underestimated. The old principal nodded, offering no comment on this assessment. Shan, what do you think? That Wei Qing guy has high-quality equipment. He must be from a prominent family. But he lacks a certain ferocity. He has not fought life-and-death battles against evil spirits very often. His attack style must have been taught by experts, very methodical, but he is too rigid with his techniques, making him easy to exploit. He can steamroll over ordinary people, but against Senior Tan, his chances of winning are slim. The old principal nodded with satisfaction after hearing Shan Liang's analysis. This kid could always extract the intelligence he wanted from the smallest details. Wang Tianlin, standing to the side, could not help but look at Shan Liang, thinking to herself, "Junior, you are making me look slow." But she would not say that out loud, of course. Because out in the world, the power of one's sect is a power in itself. Only a naive person would offend others over something like this. The two in the arena fought ever more intensely. If not for the suppressors, the stadium would have been reduced to ruins by now. Wei Qing grew more agitated by the second. This Tan Zhen was too cautious. He had faked 2 or 3 openings, but the other side had not taken the bait. Little did he know, the acting he thought was exquisite looked like a teen idol drama in Tan Zhen's eyes. If someone from Death Annunciation could not distinguish that, they would have been eaten to the bone by evil spirits long ago. In that case, let us settle this in one strike. After dodging an attack, Wei Qing's eyes flared with red light, like 2 shining rubies. The time of death has arrived. Ka! The raven phantom behind him let out a long screech, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. The tattoo Tan Zhen had summoned instantly dimmed, and his face grew paler. 3. Ahe. As Wei Qing counted down, Tan Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy aura visibly withering. Wang Tianlin on the sidelines stepped forward instinctively, but was blocked by the old principal. Tan Zhen has not surrendered yet. His voice was as still as a deep well, as if he had not seen anything at all. Yes. Wang Tianlin returned to her position, while Wei Qing in midair had already moved to the second word of his countdown. 2. Tan Zhen's body began to shrink, his hair turned white and fell out, as if he were about to die of old age at any moment. The audience outside, the arena burst into an uproar at the sight. Tan Zhen is at the transcendent realm, and yet 2 moves have reduced him to this state. That kid's divine image is terrifying. Many people had already stood up and were shouting at the old principal, hoping he would intervene to save Tan Zhen. They cared far more about their genius is life than the outcome of the match. But the old principal just stood calmly outside the arena, as if he had not seen a thing. 1. Wei Qingnao's face contorted into an inhuman, savage expression. Inside the arena, Tan Zhen's body stiffened instantly, and he collapsed backward without a sound. Silence fell both inside and outside the arena at this sight. The team instructor frowned again. Something's wrong. Definitely wrong. He is the 7th seed of the Death Herald Legion. How could he be so weak? He instinctively roared. Look out. Too bad. He was too late. A figure appeared abruptly behind Wei Qing, sitting on him as if he were a mount. Before Wei Qing could shake him off, a long sword pierced through him from behind. The audience cheered again at the sight. Even through the energy barrier, their roars were clearly audible. Wang Tianlin relaxed slightly, then looked at the old principal and Shan Liang. Neither had moved an inch from the start. It was unclear if they had seen through it all along, or if they simply had absolute confidence in Tan Zhen. In the arena, the feathers on Wei Qing's body stood on end and shot out like a barrage of flying knives. Tan Zhen pulled out a ghost-faced shield from nowhere and blocked all the black feathers. But this defensive move allowed Wei Qing to put some distance between them again. He was beyond furious. As a proud prodigy of A-City, being toyed with in front of so many people. This is intolerable. But before he could retaliate, the sword that had pierced him began to vibrate violently. Uh-oh. Alarm bells rang in Wei Qing's mind, but it was too late to force the sword out. Boom! The longsword exploded. Even though Wei Qing reacted instantly, a large hole was still blown into his chest. For an ordinary person, this injury would be fatal. But Wei Qing's divine image was a bit unique. "Death, stay away." As he strained to shout those words, the bleeding from the hole in his chest stopped. His complexion visibly improved, and aside from the hole in his chest, he seemed no different than before. This strange skill made Tan Zhen turn serious, while Shan Liang's eyes lit up. "That birdman's skill is quite interesting." The old principal grunted. Ravens represent death in many mythologies. Combined with that move he just used, his divine image likely has the power to accelerate or delay death. He probably used the feather attack at the start just to mislead Tan Zhen. As expected of a brat from A City, he is full of tricks. Shan Liang nodded in deep agreement. Whoosh! Wei Qing, hovering in midair, struck a bizarre pose, his body covered in black feathers once again. Unlike before, the edges of the black feathers were now faintly gray. The team instructor's brows knitted tightly. He knew Tan Zhen would be troublesome, but not this troublesome. According to their calculations, Wei Qing's abilities should have countered Tan Zhen's perfectly. So how did it turn out like this? Do we have to use that thing in the first match? Tan Zhen, you are strong, but this is the end for you. Zoom! Wei Qing, still in that bizarre pose, vanished instantly. But the moment he vanished, Tan Zhen did the same. Choosing to control movement through stillness was not because he was slow, but because he was analyzing Wei Qing's movement patterns. Everyone has habits. For example, some people always like to sniff their socks after taking them off. And Wei Qing's movement habit was that whenever he moved in one direction, he would twitch slightly in the opposite direction first. At first, Tan Zhen thought it was a flaw intentionally exposed by Wei Qing, but after observing for so long, he finally realized. No, it was just his movement habit. So the moment Wei Qing made his move, Tan Zhen followed suit. Bang! He grabbed Wei Qing by the neck, looking as if he were picking up a chicken. Impossible. Splat! Without giving Wei Qing a chance to talk, Tan Zhen pulled out a short blade and slit his throat. Based on his previous observations, the kid's divine image only worked when he shouted, so this time, he would cut his throat to keep him from speaking. Wei Qing, panic-stricken, clutched his neck tightly to stop the blood from flowing. Tan Zhen was not about to let him have his way. He swung the blade again, aiming straight for Wei Qing's heart. Death is near. A voice, raspy to the extreme, rang out. This sudden development caught even Tan Zhen off guard. The voice had come from the raven divine image behind Wei Qing. It had not tried to save itself, it had chosen to attack instead. Tan Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood as his body rapidly aged. The blade that was stabbing toward Wei Qing's chest stopped at his shoulder blade. Death, stay away. The raven divine image spoke again, and the wound on Wei Qing's neck stopped bleeding. Though it did not heal, his condition was restored to normal once more. On the other hand, Tan Zhen had just been hit by a point-blank ultimate move. And Wang Tianlin, at the side of the arena, could not help but step forward again. But when she saw that the old principal and Shan Liang had not moved, she stopped in her tracks. The old principal noticed and took a glance at her. Are you two an item? Huh? Wang Tianlin froze, then her face turned bright red. The old principal gave an I knew it look. He had thought Wang Tianlin's temperament would not allow this, but if that were the case, it made perfect sense. Shan Liang also smiled teasingly, thinking that two Series 1s who broke into the transcendent realm before the age of 30 were quite a well-matched pair. The old principal coughed twice before speaking. Since you two are in a relationship, you should trust Tan Zhen even more. Most of the opponents for those in the Death Herald are stronger than them. Winning against the strong while being weak has always been their tradition. Besides, that Birdman kid is not even stronger than him, so set your mind at ease. Okay, Wang Tianlin replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. Shan Liang kept his eyes on the arena, wondering how he would respond if he were in that position. Puffed. Tan Zhen coughed up blood again, his hair turning white, his vitality failing. Wei Qing had learned his lesson this time, keeping his distance and attacking from afar with his feather blades. Cough, cough, cough. I originally only wanted to decide the winner. Since it has come to this, then let us decide who lives and who dies. Tan Lu's eyes turned pitch black, and a mass of ink floated behind him. Divine image. Divine pattern tattoo. Tattoos are never just patterns. This is the essence Tan Zhen discovered when he broke through to the divine realm. The ink surged and churned, finally forming a large character behind him. Life. Centered on Tan Zhen, an overwhelming vitality burst forth. The lawn, which had withered under the influence of the death aura, turned lush and green once again. Tanlin aging was halted as a result. This sight left Wei Qing's expression instantly blank. Tan Zhen coughed twice, with a trace of black blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the beginning, tattoos were a way for humans to intimidate their prey and appear more powerful. As time passed, they became a means for wizards to offer blessings and communicate with the gods. Later on, they were typically used as identifying marks to distinguish slaves like cattle and horses, preventing them from escaping. While speaking, Tan Zhen flicked his hand, and the black blood on his palm transformed into flying needles, piercing toward Wei Qing in midair. Wei Qing had been on guard and vanished like a ghost. But the blood needles were like maggots on bones, relentlessly pursuing him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual phantom behind Tan Zhen also shot out several needles, completely blocking Wei Qing's escape path. Puffs. The needles pierced his body, searing the wounds with such intense heat that white mist rose from them. Wei Qing tried to force the needles out with his spiritual energy, but he could not find any trace of them inside his body. Tan Zhen coughed softly again. Wei Qing's death is nearing had caused him significant damage, and even with the life grifter, he would need a few days to recover. But it did not matter, the outcome was already decided. He waved his hand at Wei Qing in the air, and a line of bloody characters appeared on Wei Qing's black-feathered face. Slave kill on sight. The moment those words formed, Wei Qing felt an unparalleled sense of terror toward Tan Zhen. It was as if his very life and death were at the mercy of the other man's words. This fear made him want to flee, yet his inner pride compelled him to stay. Caught in the clash of two intense emotions, Wei Qing hung frozen in midair. Tan Zhen covered his mouth and coughed twice more, his palm stained deep red. He casually threw the blood into the air, where it merged with the ink of his phantom, coalescing into a red and black great blade. Runaway slave executed. The blood blade swept across Wei Qing's neck, severing his head from his body. The raven phantom was about to cry out when it was also beheaded by the blade, dissipating in frustration. Thud! Wei Qing's body hit the ground, and blood sprayed from his neck, staining the floor crimson. The black feathers on his body also vanished along with the phantom. Wei Qing defeated. The audience sat stunned for a moment before collectively rising to cheer. Even the old principal at the sidelines finally revealed a smile. That kid Tan is good. He knows exactly when to go all out. Wang Tianlin finally let out a sigh of relief. In contrast to them, the atmosphere on Huang Sankyu's side was very oppressive. Their mission was to kill the geniuses of H City's martial arts academy and leave them without successors. They did not come all this way just to get themselves killed. The smile on the lead instructor's face finally vanished. Wei Qing was not just anyone. He would have to explain this not only to the City Martial Arts Academy, but also to the Wei family. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Before, everyone thought this was a golden opportunity to gain prestige, scrambling to send their younger generation over. But now that something had gone wrong, the attitude had shifted completely. He composed himself and patted Lin Yufeng on the shoulder. Yufeng, this enemy should not be underestimated. Do not drag it out. If the situation looks bad, use it directly. I will handle the aftermath. Understood. Lin Yufeng replied. Only after the team finished collecting Wei Qing's body did he step forward, his gaze fixed on Wang Tianlin. Wang Tianlin, clad in armor, was ready to fight, but his gaze drifted toward Shan Liang. Warden, why do not you take the second round with me? Shan Liang shrugged, walked to the center of the field with a smile, and the two stared at each other from across the arena. The commentator's voice finally chimed in. The first match ends with a victory for the H City Martial Arts Academy. It is regrettable that contestant Wei Qing has fallen, but such is the nature of duels between masters. They decide not only victory, but life and death. Pulling back halfway or holding back would be an insult. And stepping up next is the armored phalanx, Lin Yufeng. And our H City pride, the warden Shan Liang. The audience had screamed until they were hoarse, but they continued to shout Shan Liang's name with all their might. Lin Yufeng remained completely unmoved, his eyes locked on Shan Liang. Once they knew H City's lineup, they had planned for each of their opponents. Tan Zhen excelled at human wave tactics, using a constant stream of tattoo summons to overwhelm opponents, so they decided to field Wei Qing. Because Wei Qing's red-eyed ravens had area of effect attacks that could rapidly drain the life force of summons, they were considered a counter to Tan Zhen. But who could have foreseen that Tan Zhen could summon not just tattoos, but word magic as well? As for Shan Liang, records showed he excelled in close combat, with mostly physical ranged attacks, which was perfectly countered by Lin Yufeng's heavy armor. That was why he chose Shan Liang as his opponent. Phantom. Heavy armor array. The ground beneath Lin Yufeng began to ripple like water, and 12 soldiers clad in black heavy armor slowly rose from the earth. Lin Yufeng himself was encased in heavy armor, with even his eyes obscured by a visor. Form up. Boom. The armored soldiers, shields in their left hands and spears in their right, marched forward in unison. The armor clanked, their movements perfectly synchronized, radiating an immense sense of oppression. Shan Liang slowly reached out his hands, as if playing a piano. Advance. At Lin Yufeng's command, the heavy armored soldiers steadily pressed forward. Beneath their feet, a black magic circle over 2 meters in diameter appeared for each. Shan Liang began to play with his 10 fingers, appearing completely indifferent to the approaching soldiers. This eerie scene made the audience exceptionally nervous. Thump. 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 The footsteps of the armored soldiers seemed to beat against people's hearts. But as they marched, the lead soldier suddenly hesitated, then raised its spear to strike at its own companion. Bam! The armor was extremely sturdy, and the spear could not penetrate it, but it still sent the soldier stumbling. This strange scene left everyone stunned. What was going on? Can there be an undercover agent inside a phantom? Lin Yufeng also noticed something wrong. He could clearly sense that soldier, but he could not control its movements. It was as if something was forcefully controlling these soldiers. Bam! Thump! The rebellion seemed to be contagious. In just a few breaths, 8 soldiers had turned against their former comrades and master. Outnumbered, Lin Yufeng knew he could not win. Disperse! He roared, forcing the heavy armored soldiers to dissipate. But the next moment, his own hands rose involuntarily. Only now did he realize they were strings. Extremely thin strings, like those of a marionette, were connected to his body. Threads. Are not the Warden's abilities just chains, red mist, and red doors? What is going on with these threads? He squinted to look closer, only to realize that these were not threads at all, but incredibly thin chains. He was actually treating him like a puppet to be manipulated. Heavy armor. Lin Yufeng roared, and the armor on his body began to deform, with hideous spikes growing from the joints, while blackish-blue flames erupted over his entire body. Under the scorching heat of the flames, those nearly transparent chains were burned away one by one. HMPH. Lin Yufeng stomped forward, and the gravity inside the stadium instantly doubled. Shan Liang felt his body sink, and Lin Yufeng was already right in front of him. The spear in his hand pierced accurately into Shan Liang's lower abdomen, but he immediately noticed something felt wrong. Boom! Before his eyes, Shan Liang exploded into a mist of blood, then quickly ascended like a ghost and condensed back into his original form. Huang Sangyu was left dumbfounded by this move. Damn, are the kids these days all this twisted? How are you supposed to kill someone who is immune to physical attacks? The team instructor also frowned, but to avoid hurting morale, he explained. This kind of ability cannot be limitless, and he cannot launch attacks while he is in red mist form. It is not as ridiculous as you think. Huang Sangyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, praying silently that they would win this time. This match was a high-profile event. H-City had prepared many reporters, and he had brought quite a few as well. If they lost in front of so many reporters, the reputation of J-City Martial Arts School would be dragged through the mud. The team instructor looked grim, turning his head to glance at Zhou Yucheng, who was completely wrapped in a black cloak. The latter felt his gaze and nodded calmly. And, watching Shan Liang in midair, Lin Yufeng extended his right hand calmly. Heavy armor. Clang! Shan Liang, who had just reappeared, was encased in heavy armor, turning into a human-shaped tin can. The sudden weight caused him to drop rapidly, and Lin Yufeng sprinted forward to reach Shan Liang's landing point. He thrust the spear in his hand directly at the tin can. Release! The heavy armor on Shan Liang's body vanished instantly, and under the momentum, he was pierced by the spear once again. Boom! Shan Liang exploded into red mist again, reforming his body in the distance. Only this time, compared to the last, his complexion was significantly paler. Huang Sankyu and the team instructor, who saw this from the sidelines, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was just as they had guessed. That ability consumes a lot of energy and cannot be used too many times in a row. Lin Yufeng launched another charge. He knew as soon as they clashed that Shan Liang was powerful. Testing him out was meaningless. If he could not end the fight quickly, he would end up in a drawn-out struggle. So from now on, he had to give it his all. Sprint! Lin Yufeng, clad in heavy armor, suddenly accelerated, charging toward Shan Liang in an unnatural posture, his spear thrusting forward once again. Shan Liang tried to dodge to the side, but the spear could manipulate the surrounding gravity, slowing his movements for an instant. That was not all. Out of nowhere, another heavy-armored infantryman appeared behind Shan Liang, smashing a shield into his back. Boom! Shan Liang turned into red mist once more and reformed his body in the distance. This time, not only was he paler, but the speed at which he reformed had also slowed down. Lin Yufeng pressed his advantage, driving Shan Liang back steadily. Huang Sankyu on the sidelines was so excited he was nearly jumping up and clapping. Shan Liang was beaten into red mist repeatedly, recovering slower and turning paler each time, until finally, on the 7th hit by Lin Yufeng, he did not turn back into red mist. Blood gushed from his wound, and Huang Sankyu outside the ring clenched his fists tightly, feeling that victory was within reach. Lin Yufeng still did not drop his guard, summoning a few more soldiers around Shan Liang and plunging their spears into his vital points. Shan Liang looked at Lin Yufeng with an unwilling expression, blood flowing from his lips. Lin Yufeng did not like that look. He pulled out his spear and thrust it toward Shan Liang's eyes. Yet it stopped less than a centimeter from Shan Liang's eye. It was not that he wanted to stop, he just could not push it in any further. The Shan Liang said with a grin, "You do not really think you're that naive, do you?" Lin Yufeng's expression changed, realizing he had been played. Shan Liang was not exhausted at all. The reason the spear would not move was that it had been bound by those hair-thin chains again. Heavy armor. Lin Yufeng shouted again, and flames erupted on the armor to burn the chains. He tried to repeat his trick, but how would Shan Liang let him have his way? Shan Liang pressed his hands downward, and an overwhelming tide of fine threads descended upon Lin Yufeng. While Shan Liang was fleeing earlier, he had already rigged the entire arena with chains. You think you can burn them? I would like to see how many you can burn. Heavy armor. Seeing he could not burn all the chains, Lin Yufeng threw away his shield and spear and roared again. Rumble. The earth hummed, and at this moment, even the stadium shook. You have to realize, there were countless suppressors around the area. The fact that he could still shake the ground under these conditions shows just how powerful Lin Yufeng's move was. Following the rumbling of the earth, a giant-sized figure slowly rose from the ground. Inside the armor, Lin Yufeng took the opportunity to bite a medicinal pouch in his mouth, his aura turning violent in an instant. Roar! He bellowed at the sky, a crack appeared in the giant's chest, and Lin Yufeng leaped inside. At this moment, Shan Liang's eyes were shining so bright they could have been used as light bulbs. A mech. A mech. His talent can actually be used like this. Genius. Interesting. Really interesting. Shan Liang began to play his hands again. Chains of punishment pierced into the giant mech, entangling and coiling to try to control it. But this time, Lin Yufeng broke free with ease. Not only that, the eyes of the giant heavy armor glowed with red light, filled with a violent aura. Hum! A magic circle appeared beneath the giant's feet, and one giant after another emerged. This is the true heavy armor array. Shan Liang laughed too. Red mist radiated from his body as he grasped his right hand into the air. Chains gathered in his hand to form a long sword, and red mist covered it, growing flesh and blood to meld it completely with his right arm. Tissues resembling veins pierced into the sword, and a vertical eye slowly opened at the hilt. Surrounded by the red mist, Shan Liang looked even more like an evil spirit than the actual evil spirits. He pointed the flesh and blood sword at Lin Yufeng, and the hair-thin chains instantly expanded to the thickness of a barrel. The space around the giant was squeezed, causing his charge to falter. The next moment, those chains turned into hideous flesh worms, biting into the giant with their massive mouths. Lin Yufeng fought back desperately, hacking the worms into pieces, but ended up splattered with their green insect blood. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Corrosive sounds rang out, and Lin Yufeng's face turned green. This warden's methods are just too bizarre. In that instant, it was as if he had returned to the battlefield of the evil spirits. All around him were endless swarms of evil spirits. His armor hissed as it was corroded by the insect's blood, which only made Lin Yufeng more frantic. Gravity field. The heavy-armored giant roared, its eyes glowing with an even more intense red light. The surrounding giants roared in unison. The magic circles beneath their feet merged, and a crushing force of gravity slammed down. The flesh-eating bugs that were busy gnawing on the armor were pinned to the ground, and some were even crushed to bits. Shan Liang felt a sharp discomfort in his chest and abdomen, as if an invisible hand were trying to squeeze out his internal organs. Gravity, is it? He drove his long sword into the earth, his own eyes also flushing red. Assimilate. The vertical eye on the hilt widened abruptly. Blood vessels sprouted from the blade, piercing into the ground. With the sword as the center, the earth rapidly transformed into flesh and blood. The observers outside the arena could not help but gasp in shock. This move of Shan Liang's reminded them of something truly terrifying. Spectral realm assimilation. When the spectral realm invades reality for a prolonged period, it begins to turn reality into part of the spectral realm. The scene before them was exactly like that. Bit by bit, he was assimilating the world, turning the land and air into a soil more suitable for evil spirits to inhabit. Coupled with the state Shan Liang was exhibiting, they were momentarily dazed. This kid seems even more like an evil spirit than the actual evil spirits. But no matter what they thought, the ground continued to turn into flesh and blood at a rapid pace. Form ranks. Roar. Under Lin Yufeng's command, the heavy-armored giants lined up and raised their long spears. No, at this moment, the weapons in their hands could no longer be called spears. They looked more like sharpened utility poles. Throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen of those utility poles flew toward Shan Liang. Forget being stabbed, even a graze would break bones and shatter tendons. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing. Bang! Shan Liang turned into blood mist once again. The dozen poles passed through the mist and slammed into the flesh-like ground, splashing blood everywhere. The blood mist reformed into a shape, and Shan Liang gave Lin Yufeng a wide grin. The earth began to tremble violently, and then the spectators witnessed a sight they would never forget. The arena floor cracked open. No, it would be more accurate to say it opened its eyes. Following the center of the arena, the fleshy ground pulled apart to reveal an eyeball as large as 2 basketball courts. The whites of the eye were covered in blood vessels that were still pulsating, as if something were struggling within them. The pupil was even more horrifying, shaped like a giant mouth filled with fangs that gnashed open and shut in a grotesque display. Upon seeing this, even the cheering crowd went silent. Most of these spectators were ordinary people. When had they ever seen such an intense sight? Shan Liang, however, looked kindly at Lin Yufeng and said, "Your gravity field has truly opened my eyes. Let me show you something fun as well. Come to think of it, you are the first person to see this move. I suppose that is fate." As Shan Liang spoke, the grotesque, mouth-like pupil turned toward Lin Yufeng. Even though Lin Yufeng was completely encased in heavy armor, a sense of dread gripped him. It was the same feeling he had when he first faced an evil spirit. Just then, Shan Liang's eerie voice echoed. "I have tormented life." The air around them seemed to drop a few degrees at those words. Then, the blood vessels on the eyeball burst, and tongues tipped with barbs shot out, winding toward Lin Yufeng. The visual impact of this was no less intense than the flesh-eating worms earlier. Defend! Lin Yufeng roared again, and the giants raised their shields, preparing to meet the attack. But they had clearly underestimated the power of Shan Liang's move. Or rather, what they thought was the threat was not the true threat at all. The mouth-like pupil glowed faintly. All the giants froze in place, and their legs were rapidly assimilated into the fleshy ground. Snap! The nightmarish scene began. Rotting, shattering, burning, and piercing. Nearly every giant was subjected to a different form of torture. The scene was truly harrowing to behold. Only at this moment did Lin Yufeng understand why the Eye of Tormented Life was named as such. However, after drinking that potion, Jai Yufeng's combat power was not to be underestimated. He knew that if he did not give it his all now, he might not make it out of here. Without a second thought, the veins on his body bulged. Heavy array. Disintegrate. Shan Liang chuckled to himself. He thought this guy was interesting. He had his hands full with just that suit of armor. Putting it on, taking it off. What is this? Is the temperature difference in H City that extreme? Boom! The surrounding giants disintegrated into black dust that rose into the air. Only the original giant, Lin Yufeng, did not. Not only did he not disintegrate, but he was surrounded by that black dust, his form growing even larger. The rest of the black dust converged on his hands, forming a long blade and a round shield. The energy became even more volatile, seeming less stable than his previous form. Lin Yufeng swung his blade at the eye of tormented life. A black and red blade aura cut through the air, but the barbed tongues were no pushovers. They tangled together, blocking the blade's light. Lin Yufeng did not linger. He pointed his blade at Shan Liang, and a terrifying surge of energy gathered at the tip. At the same time, a crushing pressure descended upon Shan Liang. It felt as if he had suddenly been pinned down by a mountain. Shan Liang sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, "All this fuss, and in the end, you just charge up for a cannon blast. I had such high expectations. Sigh, what a waste of such a good divine manifestation on someone like you." After saying this, the eye of tormented life in front of him also began to gather energy, clearly intending to trade blows head-on with Lin Yufeng. Lin Yufeng sneered. Someone who had just broken through to the divine realm, daring to challenge him to an energy blast. Does he not know that I was chosen precisely because of my massive energy reserves? Clearly, Shan Liang did not. And even if he did, he would not care. After all, when it came to energy duels, Shan Liang had never feared anyone. Boom! Boom! Both energy beams were fired almost simultaneously, and both were black and red, making it impossible to tell which was which. Not even a second into the clash, Lin Yufeng's previously confident expression stiffened. This is someone who just broke through to the divine realm. He felt as if he was not facing a person, but a mountain forged from solid alloy. No matter how he attacked, it would not budge. The spectators outside were anxious. Both energy beams were black and red, and they could not tell who had the upper hand. Lin Yufeng's veins were popping while he struggled. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Lin Yufeng could not accept the prospect of defeat. But right at that moment, Shan Liang's voice echoed inexplicably inside his head. Hehe, is anybody home? The sudden voice nearly scared the soul out of Lin Yufeng. You evil demon! Lin Yufeng let out a roar. It was the only way he could muster up some courage now. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My spiritual energy reserves are in the top 5 among all in the soul realm in a city. Not to mention, I took an enhancement potion. A rookie who just broke through to the soul realm, what could he possibly compare to me with? No, something is wrong. This guy must be using some underhanded tactics. Lin Yufeng was furious, even wanting to call the referee to give Shan Liang a drug test. If no one is home, I am coming in then. Shan Liang's voice rang out again, and this time, Lin Yufeng was certain he had not misheard. Coming in? What the hell does that mean? A second later, he got his answer. Streams of red mist snaked through the gaps in the heavy armor, gradually spawning flesh and blood to form a human face. Who else could it be but Shan Liang? Seeing this, Lin Yufeng's heart nearly stopped beating. He had seen and killed plenty of evil spirits, but he had never encountered anything as bizarre as Shan Liang. Are you a human or an evil spirit? Though Lin Yufeng was roaring, his voice was already trembling. He was afraid. Hey, if someone is here, why did not you answer earlier? Is not that just plain rude? Since that is the case, I have no choice but to silence you. Hey. Lin Yufeng swore he had never heard such a hideous laugh. What made it even more terrifying was that the fleshy face had pitch black eyes and a mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. To put it bluntly, anyone who saw this would have to call it a true monster. The flesh face did not care about that. It lunged and bit straight onto Lin Yufeng's visor. The visual impact of this was overwhelming, and Lin Yufeng actually shuddered inside his heavy armor. He seriously suspected that the warden in front of him had been possessed by an evil spirit. His distraction made his energy beam unstable. Even though he realized it immediately, he was already falling behind. Despicable, do you think I would surrender just because of this? People tend to get angry when they are extremely afraid. Lin Yufeng was no exception. As his emotions shifted, the power of his energy beam increased, barely holding its ground. Hello. The flesh face ignored him entirely, just kept gnawing on his visor. No one knew what those teeth were made of, but a few bites later, a crack appeared on the visor. Lin Yufeng locked eyes with the black orbs on the face, and he felt as if his soul was being gripped by a vice. The next moment, the face turned back into red mist and squeezed through the crack in the visor. He realized something, and his angry expression instantly turned into pure terror. No, stop. I surrender. Before he could finish, the red mist formed a miniature scarlet gate inside the armor and swallowed his head whole. Lin Yufeng stiffened, then his body convulsed violently as it was gradually consumed by the scarlet gate. Without Lin Yufeng's spiritual energy, the power of the energy beam plummeted and was instantly pushed back by the beams from the eyes of life abuse. No. We, sir. The lead teacher jumped to his feet, but before he could finish, the energy beam pierced through the cockpit of the heavy giant, leaving a gaping hole. Lin Yufeng was completely obliterated. Silence fell again. Shan Liang nonchalantly curled the corner of his lip, pulled out his flesh sword, and shrugged at the lead teacher. Teacher, you should have surrendered sooner. Energy clashes like this are hard to hold back. You understand, right? Right. Shan Liang's attitude was nothing short of arrogant, making Huang Sankyu's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The lead teacher looked at the hole in the giant's chest, feeling a sharp pain in his own. Damn it, explaining this to the Wei family when I get back was already a headache, and now another one is dead. Damn it, Lin Yufeng's family also has significant influence in B City. If I do not give them an account for this, I am in for a world of trouble. Thinking of this, he glared at Shan Liang with pure malice. Shan Liang, seeing this, was not afraid at all, but instead broke into a wide smile. Teacher, your gaze is terrifying. Are you thinking of coming down here to finish me off yourself? Upon hearing the provocation, the lead teacher clenched his fists and replied with a cold sneer. But the moment he responded, he felt something was off, like he was being watched by something. He quickly turned to look at the old principal, wondering if it was him. But he found the old principal chatting with Wang Tianlin, not even glancing this way. Impossible, my instincts cannot be wrong. I am definitely being watched by something. From start to finish, he never suspected Shan Liang, since it was common knowledge that everyone only has one god phase, and Shan Liang's was the red mist. Shan Liang let out a yawn and retracted his flesh sword. The two basketball court-sized eyes of life abuse closed slowly, and the flesh-covered ground quickly reverted to normal. At the same time, the heavy giant was also slowly dissipating. Death of body and spirit. Lin Yufeng was dead. His god phase naturally could not be maintained. Huang Sankyu nearly collapsed to the ground, looking around weakly. So many reporters came today. In less than 2 hours, the news of the J City Martial Arts School's crushing defeat would spread throughout the entire circle. This time, J City Martial Arts School had lost face big time. The live commentator, however, was filled with passion. The final winner of the second match is Shan Liang. Hearing Shan Liang's name, the audience rose again in cheers. Regardless of whether Shan Liang looked like an evil spirit, he was their pride of H City, a genius raised right here. If we do not support our own, who else are we going to support? 3 matches, 2 wins. H City Martial Arts School has rewarded all the H City people who looked forward to this match with 2 consecutive victories. At the same time, we have lost 2 geniuses from J City forever. This is undoubtedly a loss for humanity. Let us join in a moment of silence for these 2. This comp... Hold on. Before the commentator could finish, a roar interrupted him. The lead teacher stepped forward. The match is not over yet. The rules never said it was best of 3. We still have 1 more contestant. What if he can take on all 3? Hearing this, the short-tempered audience started heckling. You bastard, have you no shame? Is the best of 3 rule not clear enough? You did not learn a lesson even after 2 people died. Trying to cheat their way to a win, just like the scum from J City. The audience cursed viciously, but the lead teacher acted as if he heard nothing, just looked calmly at the old principal. The old principal smiled and nodded slightly. Since they were looking for death, what reason did he have to refuse? Wang Tianlin stepped forward, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yucheng, who was draped in a black robe, pointed directly at Shan Liang. I choose him. Zhou Yucheng's choice nearly made the old principal laugh out loud. The smile on Shan Liang's face froze. What was that supposed to mean? Do I look like a pushover to you? Or is it that you think I am less of a threat than the injured Tianzhen? Hey buddy, what is your game picking me? The audience outside the arena had an even more intense reaction than Shan Liang. Asshole, taking advantage of someone's injury. That is so typical of you J-City cowards. Damn you, you're looking for a death wish, are not you? Big talk about taking on 3 and then you target the wounded one. Bah, shameless. Heh, you guys do not have to worry about injuries, since none of you are actually hurt. Zhou Yucheng ignored the insults from the crowd and looked calmly at Shan Liang, waiting to see if he would accept the challenge. As for such a gift handed to him on a silver platter, Shan Liang had no reason to refuse. The old principal nodded at Shan Liang, signaling that he could accept. He had absolute confidence in Shan Liang's strength. Shan Liang walked back to the center of the arena and beckoned with his index finger. Come and get it. Zhou Yucheng flew into the arena and cast off his black cloak. Only at that moment did Shan Liang realize why he had been hiding his body beneath it. His entire body had undergone mechanical modification. Only his face remained flesh and blood. Shan Liang raised an eyebrow. Mechanical and biological augmentations were usually only used by ordinary people or low-level pioneers. That is because both types of modifications can significantly boost power in a short amount of time. But for geniuses like Shan Liang, modification is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It actually lowers their overall potential in the long run. Therefore, hardly any self-confident pioneers are willing to be modified, unless they have suffered an injury and need it to save their lives or reconstruct their organs. But there is one group that is different, the Ascension Legion, one of the 9 great legions. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension is the path. That was their legion's motto. Those maniacs were not just fond of inventing things, they were obsessed with modifying themselves. You would even hear news of Legion members accidentally modifying themselves to death. But thanks to them, New City's technology had progressed incredibly fast. Needless to say, just looking at this guy's getup, he was clearly a modification fanatic. No wonder he chose the Ascension Legion over the Calamity and Blood-Cold Legions. Without a single pleasantry, Zhou Yucheng launched his attack. He raised his palm toward Shan Liang, and a laser shot out. Shan Liang did not even bother to dodge. He just blocked the laser with his crisscrossing chains. The next moment, Shan Liang's aura exploded, and a dense blood-red mist spread across the arena. His figure dissipated into the mist. Zhou Yucheng remained calm, a locking frame appearing in his vision as he scanned for Shan Liang's location. A robot. How interesting. I remember I used to have a robot too. But I took it apart, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not put it back together. I have not played with them since. I wonder if I can put you back together after I take you apart. Shan Liang's voice sounded perfectly normal, yet Zhou Yucheng detected a hint of cruelty in it, like a child who catches an ant and dismembers it. They do not know why they do it, they just want to. Little do they know how cruel such an act is to the ant. I will destroy you, and what does it have to do with you? Beep, beep, beep. The locking frame found Shan Liang in the red mist, and Zhou Yucheng raised his hand again, firing a laser into the target zone. Boom, boom, boom. The laser's power was substantial, dispersing the red mist directly, but where was Shan Liang? You do not really think you can defeat me using this junk instead of a divine statue, do you? Shan Liang's voice echoed eerily in his ear. Zhou Yucheng turned around instantly, his alloy fingernails transforming into blades as he slashed at the direction of the voice. Whoosh! The attack hit nothing but swirling red mist. Meanwhile, thin chains were already wrapping around his right leg. The next moment, the chains tightened, and his mechanical right leg was cleanly severed, losing all connection to his body. Divine Statue. Precision Demon Eye. Zhou Yucheng finally activated his divine statue. Distorted eyeballs of all shapes and sizes appeared behind him. Countless streams of data surged into his mind. Composition analysis in progress. Increased airflow detected to the front left. Targeting. Data analysis. 75% probability of a surprise attack from beneath. 55% probability of a surprise attack from the right rear. 30%. Massive amounts of data synthesized in his brain, forming an optimal strategy. ZZZZT. Static interference crackled. Zhou Yucheng leaped into the air on one leg, charged energy in his right hand, and fired a laser at the ground beneath him. Boom! The ground was blasted into a deep crater, but still, there was no sign of Shan Liang. "Are you looking for me?" A playful laugh echoed near his ear. Zhou Yucheng reacted quickly, not even looking back as he fired 2 lasers from his shoulder blades. Ding! Ding! The lasers were blocked by something. Just as he tried to activate his thrusters to put some distance between them, a large hand clamped down tightly on the back of his neck. Zhou Yucheng's body went stiff, just like a cat held by the scruff of its neck. Thin chains, acting like tentacles, worked in sync to dismantle him, and within 2 breaths, his back thrusters were ripped off. Hum! A blue electromagnetic field burst from Zhou Yucheng's body, knocking Shan Su back like a protective force field. Ha ha ha, you are just as easy to take apart as the robots I played with as a kid. Shan Liang laughed heartily, swinging the thrusters around with his chains. Zhou Yucheng turned his head, the demon eyes behind him blinking in unison as more data flooded his brain. Easy to take apart, as long as you like it. His voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he really were a robot. The next moment, the thrusters restrained by the chains began to disintegrate, and a thick white mist sprayed from where the thruster flames used to be. Shan Liang's chains began to dissolve rapidly upon contact with the mist, and even the red mist seemed to have met its natural enemy. Oh, interesting. Seeing this, Shan Liang was not panicked. Rather, he became even more excited. Sometimes, the more the opponent fights back, the more fun it is. Zhou Yucheng cracked his neck and said, "My divine statue is an auxiliary type, but I graduated as a rank 1 student and was scouted by all 3 major legions. Do you know why?" Shan Liang picked his ear and did not speak, clearly uninterested in playing the straight man to his jokes. "It is because my divine statue can analyze an opponent's fatal weakness, whether they are a human or a spirit. That is precisely why I chose to join the Ascension Legion and modify myself." As he spoke, his chest and abdomen expanded, revealing a miniature reagent bay to everyone. "I have found your fatal weakness. Warden, surrender." Zhou Yucheng was not just trying to scare Shan Liang, for that white mist was like a natural predator to the red mist. It spread through the red mist rapidly, acting just like a plague. In the short time Zhou Yucheng had been speaking, a third of the red mist on the field had already been converted into white mist. A faint smile appeared on his face as he gestured to the microreagent laboratory on his chest. "My precision magic eye can analyze all your weaknesses within a minute. And my reagent laboratory can synthesize a counteragent specifically for you in 30 seconds. In other words, if you want to defeat me, you have to do it within the first minute and a half. Unfortunately, it has already been over 2 minutes, so your defeat is inevitable. Surrender, Warden." He repeated what he had said before. Shan Liang blew the earwax off his pinky, his smile unchanged. "What, you think you have got me in the bag? Just based on those so-called data points of yours?" With a mocking grin, Shan Liang snapped his fingers, and the red mist that was being devoured suddenly turned into black mist, launching a furious counterattack. The white mist did not even have time to react before it was crushed by the black mist. Zhou Yucheng froze, as if he had not expected this to happen. The data before his eyes was updating rapidly. Data analysis in progress. Composition analysis in progress. Seeing him dazed, Shan Liang could not help but laugh. "What, do not like this color? How about pink?" As he spoke, Shan Liang snapped his fingers again, and the black mist transformed into pink mist. The data panel in front of Zhou Yucheng updated once more. Data analysis in progress. Composition analysis in progress. His head was starting to spin. Was not Shan Liang's spirit manifestation supposed to be red mist? Changing colors is one thing, but how could he even change its composition? "What, still do not like it? How about this one, or maybe this?" As he spoke, Shan Liang snapped his fingers in rapid succession. Each time, the color of the mist changed. Data analysis in progress. Data anomaly. Duh. The synthesized electronic voice chimed repeatedly, but Zhou Yucheng could not care less right now. He could not fathom how Shan Liang was able to change the composition of his spirit manifestation so instantly. But just as he intended to keep thinking, a sudden jolt of electricity hit his brain, forcing him to calm down instantly. "This is a battle. I cannot afford to be distracted." Zhou Yucheng's gaze slowly steadied as the so-called reagent laboratory on his chest began to work. Reagents of various colors began to mix, and all kinds of chemical reactions occurred rapidly. Little toy, did not you just say you found my fatal weakness? Come on, tell me what it is. It would give me a chance to improve it. Shan Liang closed the distance and reached Zhou Yucheng again. Zhou Yucheng activated his energy shield to the max, hoping to send Shan Liang flying just like last time. But Shan Liang swung the blade of flesh and blood in his hand. Snap! With a crisp shattering sound, the protective shield began to disintegrate. Shan Liang flashed a smile, showing all his white teeth. Are you ready, little toy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sky full of chains, too many to even count. They acted like precision robotic arms, dismantling Zhou Yucheng's body by every available leverage point. Within a single exchange, Zhou Yucheng's exoskeleton was torn right off. Huang Sangyu on the sidelines was already in despair. It was bad enough losing the first 2 matches, but now this guy had to go and feed the enemy kills. He could already guess the headlines for tomorrow. Breaking news, Huang Sangyu's team swept, J-City's hope for a comeback is dead. Not all transcendents are created equal. H-City Martial Arts School stands above the rest. H-City Martial Arts School, a cradle of power, J-City Martial Arts School. Haha, joke. The thought of those potential headlines made Huang Sangyu's head swim. The team leader was not faring much better. He knew H-City Martial Arts School was strong, but he did not expect them to be this strong. The 3 he brought were in the top tier even among geniuses their age in the ABC region, especially Zhou Yucheng, who had graduated with a top-tier sequence ranking. Yet not only were Wei Qing and Lin Yufeng dead, even Zhou Yucheng, his greatest hope, was backed into a corner. What to do? Use some dirty tricks. He nipped that thought in the bud as soon as it appeared. The old principal was watching from the sidelines. With that man's strength, he would probably have his head twisted off before he could even lift a finger. Zhou Yucheng, you better step up. The team leader could only pray now, cursing the initiator of the plan in his mind. Could you not do some research before coming up with a plan? And Grace. Zhou Yucheng's voice sounded increasingly inhuman, devoid of any emotion. As he uttered these words, the reagent laboratory on his chest spewed out black liquid that seemed to have a life of its own, squirming to cover his entire body. The chains currently dismantling his body started to rust and corrode the moment they touched the black liquid, falling apart into a useless mess. Data is never wrong. Even if you can change the material composition of your spirit manifestation, there are always parts you cannot change. And that is your fatal weakness. Zhou Yucheng spoke with great confidence, as if this were the only time he could pass for a human. Seeing him posture like that, Shan Liang could not help but chuckle. He thought to himself, it is only because there are so many spectators today. Otherwise, I would show you what the versatility of a spirit manifestation really looks like. By the time you analyze the weakness of my first spirit manifestation, I will have already exhausted 10 of my spirit manifestation skills. To Zhou Yucheng, Shan Liang's smile looked like pure mockery. Well, actually, that was not wrong. Shan Liang was indeed mocking him. And that was precisely Zhou Yucheng's trigger. Grace. Modify. Gurgle. The black liquid on Zhou Yucheng's surface began to boil, bubbles popping one after another as wisps of black gas rose into the air. He took on the role of a commentator again, out of habit, perhaps. The concept of a suppressor was first proposed by the Ascension Legion, and that was exactly the direction of my research. When I first saw those files, I thought that such bulky tools were only useful as traps and were too inconvenient. If it could be made into something like a stun grenade, its efficiency and portability would be greatly improved. So I invented this. He mimicked Shan Liang and snapped his fingers, and more black gas began to rise. As the gas rose, Shan Liang's mist and chains began to wither rapidly. Zhou Yucheng said, his voice unchanged. Allow me to introduce it properly. This is my latest invention, a weapon that will change the landscape of the pioneer world. The portable suppression cloud. As long as you are within its range, all spirit manifestations below the transcendent realm are unusable. As he spoke, he shook his metallic body. If you cannot use your spirit manifestation, who do you think has higher physical strength? A normal person or a cyborg? Shan Liang looked up at the black gas, his mocking smile growing even more pronounced. Little toy, you really seem to know nothing about the power of a transcendent. Their way of thinking is laughably naive. Portable suppression cloud. This guy must have been in the lab for so long that his brain turned to mush. Is there really no one in the Ascension Legion to step up and correct him? Shan Liang shook his head and sighed. Little toy, I am so disappointed in you. I originally thought you were the strongest of the three, but it turns out you are the craziest. But I cannot blame you. After all, your god form is a support type. It is normal that you do not understand. As Shan Liang spoke, the mist and chains that were dissipating and withering all froze in place. It was as if someone had suddenly pressed the pause button. I will let you see what the true divine departure stage is like. Boom! The entire stadium space shook. Spiritual pressure surged like an ocean, crashing against every inch of the land. Even the air began to warp, and the red mist behind Shan Liang swirled, looking like a blood-colored cape. The black smoke created by that so-called portable suppression cloud was completely fixed in midair. Huang Sankyu, the team instructor, and even Wang Tianlin and Tan Zhen stared with wide eyes. Does this spiritual pressure look like someone who just broke through to the divine departure stage? Zhou Yucheng felt like a tiny boat in an ocean, his life or death no longer under his own control. His precision demon eye spun frantically, trying to find a single weakness in Shan Liang at this moment. But after compiling all the data, it only summarized one word. Run! Shan Liang spread his arms and stretched, his face full of enjoyment from the power. Portable suppression cloud. Do not even mention a little thing like that. Do you think those suppressors around here can hold me back? As he spoke, Shan Liang's spiritual pressure climbed another level. The suppressors around the arena began flashing red lights, emitting sharp, piercing alarms. This scene scared the front row audience, who were counting on those suppressors for their safety. If the suppressors break, what good is this energy screen anyway? Shan Liang reined it in slightly. Although the suppressors were still flashing red, the alarm finally stopped. I was just playing with you. You actually thought we were in the same league. Shan Liang tilted his head at Zhou Yucheng, the corner of his mouth curling into an undisguised, disdainful smile. Little toy, you really let me down. Zhou Yucheng was completely stunned, his mind filled with only one thought. Is this really divine departure? This has to be the manifestation stage. That is impossible. Even the geniuses from ABC City would not exert this much pressure on him. There must be some secret about this person. Just as he was pondering these questions, his brain was hit by an electric shock again, forcing him to calm down. This is a life-or-death battle. Being distracted by other things will only speed up his death. But in his eyes, Shan Liang now looked like a demon lord incarnate. His precision demon eye had gathered thousands of data points, yet he could not find a single strategy with a win rate over 30%. Even swallowing an enhancement potion would be futile. He wrestled with his inner conflict and finally decided to raise his hand to surrender. But just as he moved, a large hand seemed to appear out of thin air, instantly clamping down on the top of his head. In the next moment, those slender chains flew up and down like needle and thread, sewing his mouth shut so tightly that not a sliver of space remained. Seeing this, the team instructor at the sideline panicked and stood up in a hurry. Sir, we surrender. We surrender. Shan Liang in the arena acted as if he heard nothing, staring into Zhou Yucheng's terrified eyes and saying slowly, Little toy, do you think if I take you apart, I can put you back together again? When Shan Liang said this before, Zhou Yucheng just thought it was psychological warfare. But now he realized this madman actually wanted to dismantle him. In that instant, he suddenly felt a bit of envy for Lin Yufeng. At least he died quickly and did not have to face this terror. He had no idea that Lin Yufeng, trapped in his armor, had faced just as much terror as he was now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The slender chains worked in harmony, quickly dismantling Zhou Yucheng's body. Just as Shan Liang called him, in his eyes, he had always been nothing more than a little toy. We surrender. Surrender. The team instructor screamed, and only then did Shan Liang seem to notice his voice. But in just that brief moment, nothing remained of Zhou Yucheng's body except his head and half a spine. Shan Liang held the head up and smiled at the team instructor. Teacher, you should have said that sooner if you wanted to surrender. You know that in a fight to the death, it is impossible to hold back, right? Right. Shan Liang repeated the same words he said when killing Lin Yufeng, making the instructor's blood run cold. I understand. Mr. Shan, can you return Zhou Yucheng to us? He needs emergency care now. Shan Liang laughed. Do not say it like that. This is a friendly sparring match, not a fight between mortal enemies. If you want him, of course I will give him to you, but according to the rules, your surrender does not count. The competitor has to be the one to surrender. As he spoke, Shan Liang lifted Zhou Yucheng's head. Hey little toy, do you surrender? And with his mouth sewn shut and barely breathing, how could Zhou Yucheng possibly speak to surrender? Seeing this, the team instructor hurried to beg the old principal for help. He had brought 3 and 2 were already dead. This one absolutely could not die too. Principal, the Zhou family has significant influence in Sea City, and with them. Cracked. A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The instructor's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his neck with stiff, jerky movements. He saw Shan Liang in the center of the arena crush Zhou Yucheng's skull with a single stomp, expressing regret. Sai, I am just not cut out for playing with these. I could not fix my toys when I was a kid, and I still cannot now. The instructor felt a sweet taste in his throat as blood surged up. It took all his strength to swallow the blood. He stared fixedly at Shan Liang, his eyes looking as if they would devour him alive. Mr. Shan, you are truly exceptionally talented. Shan Liang retracted his spiritual pressure and beamed a giant smile, his white teeth almost gleaming in the sunlight. You are too kind, teacher. It is mostly thanks to the training at H City Martial Arts School. I wonder if you and Principal Huang are satisfied with this sparring session. Huang Sankyu was speechless, but the team instructor squeezed out a smile. Satisfied? How could I not be satisfied? I am very happy to have witnessed such a genius as Mr. Shan. After speaking, he looked at the old principal again. H City Martial Arts School is a step above. This time, J City Martial Arts School has lost. Hearing this, the corner of Huang Sankyu's mouth twitched, but he still dared not speak. The old principal looked at him with a grin. That smile looked more annoying with every passing second. It was only now that he realized exactly who Shan Liang learned that smile from. Oh my, it is just a spar. No need for talk of who is a step above. It is all just for fun. The old principal finished and looked at Huang Sankyu. Principal Huang, are you still going to compete for the partnership opportunity with Sea City? Huang Sankyu froze, subconsciously looking at Shan Liang, who was standing on a pile of scattered parts and grinning at him. No. No more competing, absolutely not.